Chapter 1. Entering a New World. In the dead of night, Mengmeng awoke from her slumber, her throat parched and desperate for water. With bleary eyes, she rose to quench her thirst. The oppressive heat of summer made her restless, and despite donning a white camisole nightgown, beads of perspiration clung to her skin. What a dreadful weather, she murmured softly, her voice laced with a gentle complaint, yet devoid of malice. With languid movements, she grasped a cup, filled it with water from a kettle, and drank it down in one go, finally alleviating the dryness in her throat. She set the cup down, preparing to return to her room and recline on her bed. However, the moment she stepped forward, the scene before her shifted dramatically, the living room transformed into a desolate town engulfed in swirling yellow sands. Buildings and vehicles lay buried beneath the dust, while the sky loomed dark and sunless, casting an eerie red hue. Mengmeng initially thought she was experiencing a hallucination, and with a semblance of calm, she rubbed her eyes. Retreating a step, she found the bizarre tableau unchanged. She took another step back, yet the strangeness persisted. She continued to step back 3, 9, 10 steps. What on earth? Mengmeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Where was this ghastly place? A peculiar thought began to swirl in her mind. Had she traversed dimensions? In this unnervingly strange environment, the girl, who had just been sweating profusely, suddenly began to tremble. Click! In the silence of the bizarre atmosphere, a jarring sound erupted from an unknown corner. With a gulp, Mengmeng swallowed hard, her body stiffening as her heart raced. The clicking grew louder, morphing into a more distinct rustling sound, which upon closer inspection resembled some sort of crawling creature scuttling rapidly across the ground. With a rigid neck, she turned to face the source of the noise. Emerging from a mound of sand was a half-meter-long, cockroach-like mutant creature, adorned with long antennae. Its slender feelers waved in the air, seemingly searching for prey, before it locked onto Mengmeng and darted towards her at an alarming speed. The soft and innocent Mengmeng had harbored a fear of cockroaches since childhood, and now, confronted with such a monstrous specimen, she could no longer contain her scream, bolting away in sheer panic. Her scream shattered the stillness, echoing like a cannon shot, awakening more hidden mutant creatures beneath the earth and alarming a group of men several miles away who were in search of crystal energy. What was that sound? Such a delightful sound. A cluster of men paused to listen, their astonishment understandable amidst a gathering of rugged men. The sudden emergence of a delicate, high-pitched scream was akin to a divine melody, compelling them to discern its origin. Mengmeng fled for her life, only to realize that the number of mutant cockroaches was multiplying, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mother! Grandmother! Someone save me! Countless mutant creatures emerged from the ground, encircling her swiftly, leaving Mengmeng with no avenue of escape. Imdolmet! Imdolmet! Desperation seeped into her voice as she gazed at the encroaching horde of mutant cockroaches. Her heart filled with despair, she sank to the ground in horror. In a place where even ants struggled to survive, how could she, a living person, endure? Yet, just as tears streamed down her face and she resigned herself to her fate, a small spacecraft, reminiscent of those seen only in science fiction, appeared above her. Rare species. Mengmeng remained in disbelief as the spacecraft swiftly descended before her, from which 7 tall men clad in black uniforms and helmets, each ranging from 1.8 to 1.9 meters, emerged, guns in hand. They aimed their firearms at the mutant cockroaches, and to Mengmeng's astonishment, the projectiles were not bullets, but dazzling, high-powered laser beams. The mutant cockroaches disintegrated upon being struck. Then, another man in a similar black uniform strode purposefully toward her, his helmeted eyes glinting with a cold light. He effortlessly scooped her up and cradled her horizontally before returning to the spacecraft. Mengmeng was saved, and the remaining 7 swiftly followed suit, the cargo door slamming shut as the craft descended into the dim sky. Though small, the interior of the spacecraft was surprisingly well equipped, and as Mengmeng, a survivor, transformed into a curious observer, she gazed around in wonder. Upon entering, they found themselves in a compact meeting and control room. Boss, hurry, check if she's really a female. Before the cargo door had fully closed, 6 or 7 tall men, still wearing their helmets and clutching their weapons, swarmed toward the man holding Mengmeng. Hey, you're crowding me. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Don't shove. The scene was chaotic yet humorous, devoid of any order, as they jostled to get closer to the man cradling Mengmeng. She's definitely a female, and a human female. Their excitement was palpable, akin to discovering a new continent. It had been ages since a female had appeared on their planet, The only one previously discovered was an unevolved beast type, now seized by the wolf clan and kept under tight security. What species is she? One inquired curiously. Not sure what species it is. Wow, her little face is so tender. One of the men poked her cheek with a finger. Look, her little feet are so pink. Mengmeng felt her petite foot being squeezed by a rough hand. Though they meant no harm, the curious examination made her slightly uncomfortable, and she instinctively shrank back. While she couldn't comprehend their words, their actions and expressions akin to encountering a rare species made her wonder if she had merely escaped the jaws of tiger only to stumble into a den of thieves. Just as she was about to utter her gratitude, the words caught in her throat. Her delicate face displayed a myriad of expressions, shifting from one to another, remarkably vivid. Yuan, observing her reactions, felt a peculiar itch of curiosity, but as the captain of the elite canine team, he maintained a composed demeanor. However, as captain, he could not tolerate the disarray among his subordinates. With a sharp command, he barked, "Stand straight." Instantly, the 6 or 7 men snapped to attention, aligning themselves in perfect formation. Born a canine, dies the canine. Serve till death. Unwavering loyalty. This was their unified slogan, a rallying cry to bolster morale and affirm their allegiance to their kind. Ewan squinted at them, and once they settled down, he waved his hand, allowing them to relax, as if granted amnesty. They removed their helmets and stowed their weapons, cautiously approaching once more. "Boss, should you put her down and take off your helmet?" Only then did they realize that the captain had not released the female from his grasp. Language barrier. The 6 or 7 men hastily removed their helmets, revealing handsome faces, each more striking than the last, leaving Mengmeng awestruck and speechless. "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness." One of the striking men with red hair whispered something to the one holding her. The man's grip tightened momentarily, reluctant to part with her, before he gently placed her onto a nearby, reclining chair. As soon as she was set down, the others surged forward like lightning, their handsome faces converging upon her, unabashedly showcasing their exquisite features. Mengmeng had once been the belle of the school, pursued by many, yet in the presence of these 6 or 7 remarkably handsome men, she found herself feeling somewhat inferior. "Little female, what species are you? What is your name? Where do you live? Are you scared? Let me give you a hug. Something's off." After a round of inquiries, one of them noticed a discrepancy. "She seems to not understand us." Mengmeng stared wide-eyed at the men speaking, her expression one of innocent ignorance, her glistening eyes as clear as crystal. Tentatively, she inquired, "What are you saying?" To the men, her voice sounded melodious, and they gazed at her with starry-eyed fascination. Wow, the little female spoke. Such a lovely voice. But what did she say? They couldn't comprehend a single word. "Boss, it seems she does understand our language." The red-haired man remarked. "Of course, we don't understand her either," retorted a crew-cut soldier beside him. At that moment, Yuan, having removed his helmet, finally stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Mengmeng, his phoenix eyes narrowing as he stroked his chin in thought. "Let's take her back to the base. The Lord should know her origins." As the captain of the elite team, he was indeed astute. He exuded a composure and elegance that surpassed anyone present here, coupled with an astonishingly handsome allure. With tousled white hair framing his face, a slight smile gracing his lips, and cheekbones that sculpted a striking visage, his upturned phoenix eyes and chiseled features rendered him a paragon of Western beauty. Mengmeng found herself unexpectedly captivated by his striking appearance, her eyes narrowing into slits as she gazed at him. Yet, she couldn't help but notice that his eyes seemed somewhat small. Right. I haven't reported this matter to the base yet." Li Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality, preparing to convey the information. A man nearby, named E, swiftly intervened, tapping him on the forehead. "Are you foolish? Do you want that gang of bastards from Aulay to find out?" "Hey, why did you hit me?" Li Xiao protested, a look of grievance on his face. "This won't stay hidden. The scent from this little female is simply too intoxicating." A man leaning closer to Mengmeng suddenly inched toward her, inhaling the air around her with an almost mesmerizing fascination. Mengmeng couldn't comprehend the words spoken by the man before her. Seeing him so engrossed in his scent exploration, she shrank back in her chair, frightened. "What are you doing? Was there something about her scent?" Even if there was, he shouldn't be getting so close. He was nearly pressing against her. "Lu, don't frighten her." Yuan observed the little female's startled expression and promptly intervened to stop Lu. Realizing the fear he had instilled, the short-haired Lu waved his hands in a flurry. "Don't be scared. I mean, harm. Your scent is just too delightful." "Huh? What scent? I want to smell it too." Li Xiao, oblivious to the situation, pushed forward but was swiftly restrained by the others. Can't you see this little female is terrified? What if you scare her into a fit? Goodness, she's dressed too lightly, isn't she cold? And she isn't even wearing shoes. Changing clothes, Li Xiu hurried off to the storage room, returning with a set of protective clothing and a pair of black boots. The fabric of her outfit was far too flimsy to Yuan and the others. Her white camisole resembled a tattered rag, easily torn to shreds. Her bare shoulders and delicate, smooth skin were exposed, and with a mere lift of her arms, the enchanting contours of her figure became glaringly apparent. Unbeknownst to Mengmeng, who was as rare as any precious object in this world, she looked utterly enticing as she huddled helplessly in her chair, her moist, grape-like eyes gazing at Yuan and the others with an adorable innocence, particularly accentuated by her subtly alluring fragrance. Had it not been for Yuan and the others' rigorous training that kept their primal instincts at bay, they would have pounced on her in an instant. Li Xiu presented the clothes to Mengmeng, attempting to communicate despite the language barrier. Clothes, wear them, and you won't be cold. He gestured animatedly as he spoke. Mengmeng quickly grasped the intent of the red-haired man. You want me to put them on? With the eyes of the group fixed upon her, she accepted the clothing, but was left utterly perplexed. Where was she supposed to change? Was she to do so here? But there were so many people around, all staring at her with intense scrutiny, she felt far too shy to comply. Thus, her face flushed crimson as she clutched the garments tightly, shrinking back into her chair. For her, this chair felt like the safest haven. Though the muscular men before her displayed cautious kindness, the intensity of their gazes felt almost predatory, as if they wished to consume her whole. Let's give her some space. Yuan, perceptive as always, recognized the little female's discomfort and ushered the few reluctant men out of the control room. Finally, she was alone. Mengmeng exhaled a sigh of relief and unfolded the metallic protective suit. However, upon inspecting the adult-sized clothing, she furrowed her brow. Isn't this outfit a bit too large? How am I supposed to wear it? But then she thought it might be better than her flimsy camisole. So, using both hands and feet, she slid her legs into the suit, followed by her arms. To her astonishment, as she zipped up the suit, it adjusted perfectly to her form, molding itself to her figure. Wow, how magical! She exclaimed, utterly fascinated. The suit accentuated her curves, providing a newfound sense of security. Hey, I'm all dressed, she called out to the men who had stepped back, unsure if they understood her words. Fortunately, her process of changing clothes took a while, and sensing the time was right, Yuan and the others re-entered the room at her call. The moment they laid eyes on Mengmeng, a chorus of gasps echoed around the room. Unlike the male physique, the suit clung to Mengmeng's form, highlighting her delicate and enchanting figure. A group of men who had only ever seen other men were utterly unprepared for the sight of a woman's form. Blood would be spilled, and saliva would flow. The scene was both comical and breathtaking. Even Yuan, usually so composed, widened his eyes in astonishment. He thought to himself, if they brought her back like this, the Aule crowd would surely go insane. At that moment, a mechanical male voice from the aircraft announced, 1,000 meters from the base, everyone prepare for landing. Yuan was the first to react. We can't let her appear like this when we land at the base. Li Xiu, go grab a cloth for her to cover up. The others understood the gravity of the situation, and before Li Xiu could act, the short-haired Liu hurriedly searched for a piece of cloth, draping it over Mengmeng's shoulders. The humanoid female beast. Mengmeng was bewildered, assuming they had covered her with a cloth because they thought she was cold. She wrapped herself tightly, leaving only her head exposed. The man with the short hair who draped the cloth over her pointed toward a chair. You sit there for now. Once we reach the base, we will call for you. He spoke deliberately, striving to appear gentle and soft. Mengmeng furrowed her delicate brows, observing his actions. Fortunately, his intentions were not difficult to decipher. She quickly nodded and walked toward the chair, sitting down under their watchful gazes. Upon sitting, when she looked up, she found the eyes of the 7 or 8 handsome men fixated on her. Mengmeng felt utterly perplexed. Was she some rare creature? Why was every one of her movements met with such curiosity? Moreover, their eyes brimmed with a fascination that made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Boss, we discovered this female. Shouldn't we allocate her to us when we return? The man sitting opposite Mengmeng, named Elon, appeared excited, his gaze firmly fixed on her, unabashedly revealing his greed. Of course, Li Xiu echoed with fervor. If it weren't for the boss holding him back, he would have lunged forward to claim his primal territory with Mengmeng. The other men remained silent, yet their thoughts echoed the same sentiment. I believe we should consider what the little female herself thinks, Yuan remarked, observing Mengmeng as she strained to comprehend their conversation, appearing bewildered. His eyes also betrayed a deep yearning for the female, but he maintained his composure. He did not wish for any coercive actions to occur in the presence of the reluctant female beast. No, my friend. Is it not customary for the one who discovers the female to enjoy her first? I have yet to witness any other base requiring the consent of the female before engaging with her. The one with the buzz cut held an opposing view, his expression one of entitlement. However, Yuan narrowed his eyes in contemplation, pondering, have you ever encountered a humanoid female? For centuries, only the wolf tribe has discovered one. And that was a female who had not yet evolved into a humanoid form, lacking any fundamental consciousness. They certainly acted as they pleased, but look at this female. She clearly possesses the capacity for thought. Upon finishing his statement, all the men turned their gazes toward Mengmeng, who flinched at their collective scrutiny. What now? What are they discussing about me? Are they deliberating how to accommodate me? If communication were possible, she would surely express that as long as they provided her with food, she would be willing to do any task. At this moment, unaware of the circumstances, Mengmeng could only force a smile, one that appeared more sorrowful than joyful. The men were taken aback. Aside from Yuan, the other 7 had evidently failed to recognize that this female possessed thoughts, rendering her even more enigmatic to them. On this planet, finding an unevolved female beast was a rarity, occurring only once every few centuries, let alone one capable of emotional thought. Beyond merely satisfying physical needs, a female with intellect could offer comfort to males, allowing them to experience the nearly extinct phenomenon of romantic compensation, a sensation that almost none of the beast men on this planet had ever tasted. Yuan contemplated the dire consequences of forcibly taking advantage of a female. What if she could not endure it and chose to take her own life? The men were alarmed, as it was evident that, apart from Yuan, the other 7, driven solely by primal instincts, had not considered this grave issue. What should we do then? Li Xiu felt an unease, knowing he could touch her, but only watch. The buzz-cut man fixed his gaze on Mengmeng and declared, "Isn't it simple? If we treat her well enough, she will eventually accept us." Truly, Lu proved to be the second most cunning beastman in the group, second only to Yuan. Quickly formulating a solution. With his suggestion, the other more naive beastmen grasped the concept, albeit somewhat perplexed, and began to ponder. They promptly abandoned the notion of coercing Mengmeng, adopting an approach that was as tender as if she were made of glass, coddling her as if she were the epitome of a perfect partner, creating an experience more enchanting than any dream. At that moment, Elon contemplated a serious issue. While we might have recognized this problem, could Or and his companions be equally aware, with their savage nature and brutal methods? Would this delicate female not be subjected to abuse or worse upon her arrival at the base? Thus, they must keep this knowledge from them. Yuan asserted, "Have you not noticed that he has yet to report the discovery of the female beast to headquarters?" However, it was evident that the Lord would not remain oblivious to the situation. Lu reminded with a troubled expression, "I had no intention of concealing anything from the Lord." Yuan replied nonchalantly, his narrow, slitted eyes already devising a strategy. "Upon arriving at the base, I will first meet with the Lord to explain the matter in detail, confident that he will understand our course of action. If necessary, I will communicate effectively with Aule. As the sole female of this planet and the continuity of our race are at stake, I trust he will not act inappropriately." That said, they could never have anticipated that upon returning to the base, they would encounter Aule and his companions, who had just returned from a hunt. What a coincidence! "What did you harvest today, Captain Yuan?" As they disembarked from their craft, the two parties crossed paths. Aule maintained his characteristic tone, adopting a sarcastic demeanor whenever he encountered Yuan. Among all the orcs in the base, Aule was the most physically imposing, with a robust physique and well-developed muscles, exuding an aura of dominance and arrogance. As the leaders of 2 elite teams within the base, Aule and Yuan had always been at odds, each secretly vying for superiority, especially with the upcoming election for the next Lord looming. It was satisfactory. The energy crystals we found this time are sufficient to sustain the base for a month. Yuan smiled, his eyes nearly narrowing to slits, appearing amiable, yet Aule was well aware of the cunning schemes hidden beneath that facade. In stark contrast to Yuan's composure, the 7 beasts behind him showed signs of anxiety. As the craft landed, they swiftly concealed Mengmeng from head to toe, hiding her within the crowd. To avoid raising Aule's suspicions, Lu discreetly elevated Mengmeng to a height equal to their own, ensuring that from Aule's perspective, nothing seemed amiss. Poor Mengmeng, unaware of the unfolding situation, was hoisted like a criminal. Had it not been for the red-haired man beside her, gesturing for silence with an expression devoid of malice, she would have undoubtedly cried out in alarm. Suddenly halting, Mengmeng found herself perplexed, struggling against the urge to lift the fabric covering her head. Listening intently to the surrounding sounds, the atmosphere was rather pleasant. Hearing Yuan's response, Ale nodded. Despite their underlying rivalry, they had to acknowledge each other's prowess as formidable opponents. Time to go, Ale remarked casually, no longer paying attention to Yuan and his group as he led his 8 or 9 subordinates, hands in pockets, ready to depart. A wave of relief washed over the 6 or 7 individuals clustered behind Yuan, yet they waited until Ale and his group had left before daring to move. The landing platform of the craft was situated at the base's lowest level. Just as Ale and his companions were about to enter the elevator, a man close behind him seemed to sense something amiss. He squeezed beside Ale and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Boss, have you not noticed that there is an extra person in their team?" Hearing this, Ale turned his gaze back and indeed spotted an additional individual among the tightly concealed figures. Was it not rather peculiar? Unbeknownst to me until now. Have you noticed how tightly those members of their team are wrapped? Do they not find it uncomfortable in this heat? In their attempts to remain inconspicuous, they have enveloped themselves entirely, including Mengmeng and Li Xiao, while Elon has also swathed herself from head to toe. If all goes according to plan, they should successfully escort the little female beast into their designated division. However, they did not anticipate encountering Ale here. Of course, Yuan had mentioned that Ale, with his brawn and lack of intellect, typically focuses only on matters of personal concern, and any issues that arise are usually brought to his attention by others. As expected, Ale withdrew his long leg poised to step into the elevator, crossing his arms and casting a leisurely glance at Yuan and the others. "Hey, are you up to something shady?" His sudden inquiry caused a palpable tension among the 6 or 7 individuals behind Yuan, while Li Xiao instinctively tightened his grip on Mengmeng's hand. "Ah!" Mengmeng cried out sharply, the sound echoing through the spacious and vacant landing platform, amplifying her distress. What was that sound? Aor furrowed his rugged brow, his hawk-like gaze piercing toward the source of the noise behind Yuan. Simultaneously, his straightened nose twitched slightly, detecting a delightful and sweet aroma wafting through the air. He had never encountered the scent of a female before. In fact, no canine in this base had. This unique fragrance was undoubtedly a potent allure for canines with keen senses. Aor felt an insatiable curiosity stirring within him, an instinctual urge to rush forward and investigate. Yet he restrained himself, revealing a sly grin that showcased his fangs. "Yuan, what treasure have you concealed?" From the moment Mengmeng emitted that sound, Yuan's heart sank. However, as the captain, he maintained his composure, narrowing his eyes with a facade of calmness, betraying no hint of panic. "It's nothing. Merely captured a young wolf from the tribe." In a world where females were exceedingly rare, some weaker males were relegated to mere playthings, and Yuan spoke with unwavering discretion. Yet Aor remained skeptical. "Is that so?" If Yuan, the ever-serious one, suddenly indulged, I might believe it a little. However, the sweet aroma was not something a male could emit. Even the purest scent of a newborn wolf cub belonged solely to males. Yuan's heart continued to plummet, feeling helpless. The scent of the young female was too potent to conceal. Despite their meticulous efforts upon disembarking from the craft, they had failed to mask it entirely. "You don't believe me?" Yuan continued their subtle game, his eyes crinkled in a smile devoid of any other emotion. Aor scrutinized his irritatingly smug expression, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Yet recalling his previous missteps with this cunning figure, he hesitated. Competing with Yuan's intellect was futile, having learned from past experiences. He recognized that some matters could not be approached with subtlety. If Captain Yuan claims so, how could I dare to doubt? As he spoke, he took a step toward the lift, successfully catching sight of the relieved expressions of those behind Yuan, which only solidified his suspicions. The next moment, before anyone could react, he made his move, his speed astonishing as he reached the vicinity of Mengmeng and her companions in the blink of an eye. Yet Yuan was not one to be easily outdone. He dashed forward, intercepting Aor just as he intended to strike at Mengmeng. Seeing the confrontation erupt, Aor's companions began shedding their garments, rolling up their sleeves to reveal their muscular physiques, cursing as they charged into the fray. Upon witnessing the precarious situation beside Mengmeng, the red-haired Li Xiao exclaimed, "It's up to you now, little beast." Subsequently, he joined the fray alongside others. The scene descended into chaos. Some, in their fervor, transformed into their primal canine forms, emitting feral howls that echoed through the air. Mengmeng, shielding her head, struggled to comprehend the turmoil, her heart racing at the unsettling sounds. Goodness, has the battle truly begun? And why are there beasts? Lixiao, demonstrating a modicum of wisdom, shielded Mengmeng as they hastened towards the elevator. Yet, just as they were about to enter, a phantom minion from or seized the opportune moment to pounce. In his human form, Lixiao's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the morphing canines. Acting on instinct, he relinquished his hold on Mengmeng, who was abruptly thrust aside. Confused, she hastily removed the obscuring object from her head. With wide, astonished eyes, she beheld one of the most fantastical scenes of her life. The red-haired man collapsed onto the ground, the sound of his bones reshaping resonating clearly, and in an instant, he transformed into a massive reddish-brown hound, engaging in a fierce struggle with a similarly large gray-furred dog. Scanning the battlefield, aside from Yuan and Or, who retained their human forms, the rest were essentially a tumultuous assembly of ferocious beasts clashing with one another. Mengmeng had never encountered such a scene before, and she was so frightened that she nearly fainted. What on earth was happening? How could a person transform into a ferocious beast? Despite her fear, her instinct for self-preservation was strong. She curled her body, attempting to diminish her presence, and tearfully sought refuge in a corner that appeared relatively safe against the wall. Amidst the fierce battle with Yuan, Ale did not forget to steal a glance in Mengmeng's direction. Upon seeing her, his mind seemed to short-circuit. A human female beast? Taking advantage of this moment, Yuan swiftly sent Ale flying, then nimbly leaped to Mengmeng's side, enveloping her in his protective embrace. He repeatedly reassured the frightened female beast, "Do not fear. You are in no danger." Ale, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his mouth, revealed that his punch was fueled by personal grievance. He closed his eyes and raised his head, bellowing, "Stop fighting." The imposing presence of Captain Ale was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, all combat ceased. At that moment, the elevator dinged, and the door swung open to reveal an authoritative elder. The leader of the canine clan was an aged dog who, upon hearing of Ale and Yuan's brawl, had hurried down, abandoning his previous tasks. While it was acceptable for the two to brawl outside, why could they not find peace within the base? Could he not enjoy a moment of tranquility? Upon discovering that the fight was over a human female, his old eyes settled upon Mengmeng, and for the first time, the usually composed, benevolent elder, who remained unflinching in the face of adversity, displayed a look of astonishment. However, as the leader of the canine clan, he quickly regained his composure. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze from Mengmeng, casting a stern look at Ale and Yuan, commanding, "You two, come here." As if recalling something, he glanced back at Mengmeng and beckoned her to join them. "Let us go upstairs." Yuan, behaving like a gentleman of refined understanding, did not adopt a forceful demeanor toward Mengmeng despite the leader's instructions. Instead, he communicated through gestures, indicating that they were to ascend the elevator together. "Are we going up in the elevator?" Mengmeng had calmed down, comprehending Yuan's intentions through her senses. Though her movements were somewhat hesitant, her slow response tested Ale's patience. The burly figure stepped forward and grasped her wrist, pulling her toward the elevator. "Ah!" The sudden tug startled Mengmeng. Yuan's heart sank, and he quickly followed, reclaiming Mengmeng from Ale's grip. "Be gentle, do not frighten her," Yuan reminded in exasperation. Mengmeng clearly felt a closer and more courteous demeanor from Yuan, as she tightly concealed herself behind him. "How could I possibly be unkind? If it were those little rascals, I would have simply yanked them." The soft and tender sensation in his hand had vanished, leaving Ale quite displeased. As he spoke, his fervent gaze remained fixed on Mengmeng, who was sheltered behind Yuan, imbued with a distinctly wild and possessive intent. As Mengmeng stole a glance from Yuan's shoulder, she was instantly startled by the intensity of his gaze. The knowledge that this man could transform into a beast only amplified her terror, conjuring visions of her vulnerable self being devoured whole. With these thoughts in mind, she instinctively pressed closer to the man before her, though she suspected that this well-meaning individual might also possess the capacity to become a beast. He instilled a greater sense of safety than others did. Noticing her fear, Yuan quickly offered a reassuring smile, his voice softer than water. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Although she could not comprehend his words, Mengmeng felt a notable sense of comfort. At this moment, a flicker of jealousy ignited in Or's eyes, And he coldly taunted, "Her affection for you is of no consequence. Just wait and see how the old man divides things. Do you think her liking you will guarantee that you receive everything?" Yuan furrowed his brow in response, "Or, she belongs neither to you nor to me." "Oh, here we go again. Must you always wear that expression of good versus evil? I have told you countless times that kindness cannot resolve every issue." Or crossed his arms, his demeanor haughty and his gaze frigid. To him, only direct and effective methods could swiftly achieve the desired outcomes. Yuan, however, found it tedious to engage in further debate with him. At that moment, the elevator chimed as it reached the top floor of the base, which served as both the residence and conference room of the base leader. "You have arrived," the leader, Fark, remarked, turning to face the trio after having been previously turned away. Mengmeng lingered beside Yuan, her demeanor markedly more timid compared to the upright postures of both Yuan and Oriai. She anxiously glanced around the imposing and serious conference room, her expressions the most animated among them. The Lord, observing her discomfort, cleared his throat, prompting Yuan to fetch a chair for her. Yuan paused momentarily, then with a warm smile, complied. Oriai, equally taken aback, smirked mischievously, teasing the old fellow for his rare display of consideration. Yuan and Oriai, both trained by the Lord, contrasted sharply. While Yuan exuded a gentle nature, Oriai, with his defiant spirit, often referred to the Lord as the old fellow, a liberty the Lord permitted. Noticing Oriai's increasingly irreverent remarks, the Lord interjected, "All right, Oriai, I am growing old, and managing the entire base consumes enough of my energy, leaving me little time to contend with you over a female beast." Oriai, feeling somewhat disenchanted, bristled at the old fellow's age-related musings, which always seemed to hint at a desire to relinquish his position of authority. Meanwhile, under Yuan's repeated gentle encouragement, Mengmeng finally settled into the large, comfortable chair. The fact that she was seated while the others remained standing left her feeling both honored and bewildered. "Now, let us discuss the allocation of this female beast," Oriai stated bluntly, proposing a rather straightforward approach. "How about I challenge you into a duel? The victor takes the female." Eager to engage, he assumed a combat-ready stance, his bones cracking as he prepared, his inherent aggression bubbling to the surface, eagerly awaiting Yuan's response. Yuan, however, did not spare him a glance. Instead, he earnestly addressed the Lord. "My lord, I have a suggestion regarding the distribution of the female." Known for his thoughtful ideas, the Lord nodded for him to continue. "It appears that this female does not comprehend our language, yet she possesses her own thoughts. I believe it is essential for her to become proficient in our tongue. And furthermore, she should have the autonomy to decide her own allocation." Oriai, upon hearing this, immediately voiced his disagreement. "I am not in favor of that." He pointed accusingly at Yuan. "It is evident that she favors you. Allowing her to choose would yield an obvious outcome. Then why not question why she seems to prefer me?" Yuan countered calmly. "Your penchant for violence will only serve to instill fear in her." Furious, Oriai opened his mouth to retort, but Yuan coolly interrupted. "If we force her into a decision she does not accept, compelling her to act out in desperation, would we not be undoing our efforts?" The Lord nodded in approval, satisfied with Yuan's comprehensive reasoning. Oriai, previously ready to retaliate, found himself at a loss for words. "Then what should we do?" He scratched his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I understand." The Lord discerned Yuan's intent. "Very well. Let us proceed with your approach to the matter of the female beast, Yuan." With a graceful arch of her brows, Yuan clenched her fist against her chest and declared, "As you command, my lord. I shall ensure she is well taken care of." Having received the Lord's approval, Yuan prepared to escort Mengmeng below. "Wait, what does this mean? Is this already decided?" Oriai exclaimed, still in a state of confusion. "What are we supposed to do?" His bewildered inquiries to Yuan reflected his frustration with the convoluted nature of their conversation. Why could they not speak plainly? Yuan offered him a knowing smile. "Well, think it over for yourself. If you cannot even figure this out, how do you expect to contend with me?" With a preliminary understanding established, Mengmeng found herself alone in a surprisingly spacious room, complete with a private washroom and all the necessary amenities. Yet, she felt that the decor was rather austere, consisting solely of a solitary bed, a desk by the window, and a rather monotonous wardrobe. Although the walls were adorned with books and other decorative items, the overall ambience struck her as stark and uninviting. Unbeknownst to her, this was already the most lavish accommodation within the canine clan. Only Oral and Yuan enjoyed such privilege. She casually picked up a book, only to discover that the script it bore was unlike any she had encountered before. The convoluted characters rivaled the complexity of Sanskrit, and after a few futile glances, she tossed it aside in frustration. Leaning back, she reclined on the generously sized bed, closing her weary eyes. The day's events had been both exhilarating and perilous. At one moment, she contemplated her current situation, realizing it was not entirely bleak, especially with the silver-haired man by her side, who seemed to treat her kindly. Yet, she soon found herself pondering the possibility of returning to her former world. She longed for her modest studio apartment, which she had inherited after her parents passed away, leaving her with enough funds to purchase it. She managed her monthly expenses through her nursing job, leading a life that was largely uneventful, save for the occasional pang of nostalgia for her parents. Overall, she was quite content with her existence. The bewildering transition to this new realm left her perplexed. As her thoughts drifted, she gradually succumbed to slumber. In the ensuing month, she was under Yuan's tutelage, with Oral supervising her intensive language studies. Mengmeng exhibited a remarkable aptitude for learning, swiftly acclimating to her surroundings. Gradually, she began to cultivate a rudimentary understanding of this world. However, the deeper her comprehension grew, the more it filled her with trepidation. An orc realm, extraterrestrial monstrosities, and a scarcity of females. What on earth was this? Hey, what are you so frightened of? Aor lounged behind the command platform, one arm resting casually on the surface, legs crossed nonchalantly, as he gazed down at the sole student who had graced the academy in the past month. Mengmeng, upon hearing the inquiry, lifted her gaze from the book and pointed to herself, inquiring with a hint of uncertainty. Are you speaking of me? She communicated with him in a somewhat unfamiliar tone. Who else could it be? Or's expression danced between a smile and a smirk, finding her demeanor quite amusing, and he mimicked her intonation playfully. Mengmeng, stutter. Does that evoke fear in her? She pondered. Indeed, it does. The scarcity of females rendered her acutely aware of the predatory glances cast upon her, reminiscent of those who had feasted upon her essence. She soon recognized that she was, indeed, the sole woman in this base. No, she replied, her voice faltering, as she curled her neck and bit her lip, striving to project an image of fragility and helplessness, the kind that would elicit sympathy and provoke a protective response. Yet, such tears could not easily be soothed. This tactic worked wonders on the men of the base. Whenever she exhibited vulnerability, they would shower her with kindness, fearful of her well-being. However, Or was impervious to her charms. His irritation at her antics only fueled his desire to tease her further. Abandoning his relaxed posture, he rose, his imposing figure exuding an undeniable air of authority as he approached her. He plopped down onto her desk, declaring, "You cunning female, do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts." His towering presence and piercing gaze dominated the space around her. While she felt a measure of comfort around other men at the base, Or genuinely instilled fear in her. She vividly recalled the incident just days prior when she had been pinned against the wall, nearly losing her first kiss. At that moment, the urge to flee surged within her. Or, Yuan interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Stop bullying her. The ability to cultivate plants is something, indeed. Just refrain from perpetually tormenting me." Mengmeng buried her head, feeling a wave of unease within her, adopting a feeble and vulnerable demeanor in the eyes of outsiders. Yuan truly lived up to her expectations, always stepping in for her whenever there was a problem. Aole cast a sidelong glance at the back of her head, snorting dismissively, "You think too highly of me. How could I possibly intimidate her?" Look, he hadn't even touched her yet, and already someone was stepping in. Just last time, he had her pinned against a wall for less than a minute, and for that old man had punished him by sending him to the 5th District's restricted area to seek out crystal energy, resulting in him enduring 2 weeks of discomfort. Yuan narrowed her eyes and smiled. "You are too hasty. Your request to the Lord for supervision was merely a pretext to cultivate feelings with her, wasn't he it? I've changed my mind. It's time to force her hand." Aole replied coolly, menacingly advancing towards Mengmeng. Having come to realize that these orcs were not the ruthless savages she had initially imagined, Mengmeng's fear of them had lessened, though she still felt a bit intimidated by Aole. Nevertheless, she could not rely on others for everything, so she steeled herself and met Aole's sharp gaze. "Commander Aole, I am currently the only plant master in the base. If you harm me, the Lord will surely not let you off easily." Indeed, just half a month ago, Mengmeng had discovered her remarkable ability to accelerate plant growth. This planet had not only eliminated females, but had also eradicated even the most fundamental aspects of nature, including basic plants. Within the base's treasure house, even the previously common wild grasses were treasured and preserved. As for how she uncovered her plant-growing ability, it was during a tour of the treasure house, led by Yuan. She had absent-mindedly thought about a container labeled with chili seeds, wondering if planting it in soil would yield growth. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the chili seed visibly cracked, sprouting roots and shoots before their eyes. In just a second, she witnessed a miraculous scene that one would typically only see on television, while documentaries required endless hours to capture such moments. She achieved it in an instant. Mengmeng was so overwhelmed with excitement that she nearly fainted. Oh my! The glimmer in Or's dark eyes revealed that the little white rabbit had finally shown her sharp teeth. Instantly, he became intrigued. Threatening me? Or grasped her chin with a firm hand, his gaze teasing. To him, Mengmeng's threat was nothing more than a mere tickle, igniting a fervent restlessness within him. "Let go of me," Mengmeng exclaimed, her face flushed with anger and tears brimming in her eyes. Why was this guy always so touchy? She struggled against his overpowering grip, but it was futile. In that moment, she resolved that she would ask Yuan to teach her self-defense the very next day. Enough. At that critical juncture, Yuan intervened, swiftly rescuing Mengmeng from Or's grasp and protectively pulling her behind him. "Or, you've gone too far." With the smooth sensation in his hand gone, Or pouted, casting a half-smile at Yuan. "I refuse to believe you can always protect her." Yuan, rendered speechless, questioned. "Must you resort to such forceful measures?" "Indeed." Or tilted his chin defiantly, embodying a tyrannical demeanor. "I will do as I please." "Fine, do as you wish." Yuan replied with a knowing gaze, seemingly resigned, yet when he turned to Mengmeng, the gleam in his eyes overflowed with satisfaction at her reliance on him. "Don't worry, Mengmeng, with me around, he cannot harm you." In the spiral-shaped base, Mengmeng beamed sweetly, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. Yuan felt a swell of pride, his smile deepening. Or raised an eyebrow, fuming. Was this a flirtation right in front of him? Did they truly disregard his presence? Anger surged as he moved to grasp Mengmeng. But Yuan, quick as lightning, sidestepped to block his hand, turning his back to, or while gently pushing Mengmeng's shoulders to guide her out. With a cheerful tone, he whispered in her ear, "Mengmeng, it's almost mealtime. Shall we head to the dining hall?" On this planet, a day consists of 30 hours, with 4 meals and 8 hours allotted for sleep. Sure, the two departed, leaving Or behind to stare in disbelief, his eyes wide with confusion. The entire base resembles a colossal iron mass shaped like a top, vertically suspended at an elevation of 10,000 meters, with a broad elliptical center narrowing to circular ends. It comprises 9 levels, where the atmosphere remains perpetually spring-like, fueled by a renewable crystalline energy sourced from the ground. This white crystal serves a singular purpose: to sustain the base's operations. The dining hall is situated on the 6th level, where lords and commanders like Aolei and Yuan are treated with equal regard, sharing meals and seating with everyone else. The food they consume consists of a meat paste derived from monsters, which Mengmeng has been eating for a month. The flavors vary. Some are sour, others sweet, salty, or even bitter, resulting in an array of peculiar tastes. However, due to the processing, it is quite flavorful, arousing Mengmeng's curiosity about the origins of the meat. Yet, after witnessing the dismemberment and processing of a giant pig-like monster, its skin covered in warts resembling that of a toad, she spent an entire day and night retching and could not eat for 3 days. Ultimately, hunger compelled her to relent. As she scooped a spoonful of the white meat paste from her bowl, she resolutely averted her thoughts from what monster it might have originated from, opting instead to down it with her eyes closed. "Oh, it seems you've adapted rather quickly," Aolei teased with a sly grin, having followed Mengmeng and Yuan into the elevator and plopping down opposite her. At that moment, they were the only 3 occupants of the dining hall, as their tardiness had allowed the others to finish their meals and depart, which relieved Mengmeng. She had often been the center of attention while traversing the base. "I can eat what you eat," Mengmeng declared, aware that refusing to eat would only lead to hunger, unless she could stimulate the growth of those plants to have some variety in her diet. Have Lixiu and Lu not returned yet? Though she possessed the ability to encourage plant growth, they still required fertile soil to thrive. Lixiu and several others had been dispatched to the surface to gather soil. Beneath the base lies vast expanses of yellow sand and soil, occupied by those monstrous beings, and compounded by the nearly devastatingly harsh conditions on the surface. The beastmen are unable to survive down below. Even if they could, they have grown accustomed to life above the base. They should be back soon. They're not far from here, Yuan replied, thoughtfully offering Mengmeng a cup of clear water, which is extracted through a complex process using the crystal energy and is sufficient for the fewer than 30 beastmen residing in the base. Just as he finished speaking, Li Xiu communicated that they had indeed returned to the base. Upon hearing the news, Mengmeng was filled with excitement and immediately cast aside her spoon. Dashing out of the dining hall, upon reaching the ground and witnessing Li Xiu emptying dozens of bags of yellow sand, Mengmeng was taken aback. Noticing the peculiar expression on her face, Li Xiu inquired, "What is the matter, Mengmeng? Isn't this the kind of soil we need?" To which he clarified, "This is sand, not soil." Regardless of whether it was Li Xiu or Yuan Nor, both only classified the bizarre creatures of the surface. Anything else found on the ground was unanimously deemed as mere refuse. "I see," she replied, "then let us proceed with our task." Li Xiu hurriedly tidied up, preparing to venture deeper underground once more, but Mengmeng stopped him, saying, "Li Xiu, don't be so hasty. You all should dine first. I will join you shortly before we descend together." Mengmeng believed that her presence could be of assistance to them, and it would also facilitate a quicker identification of viable soil bags for planting. Upon hearing her intention to accompany them, the men became flustered, or was the first to voice his opposition, exclaiming, "No? Hey, female, do you have any idea how perilous it is down there?" Yuan rarely aligned with or concurred, acknowledging the lack of safety. The depths were teeming with ferocious beasts. The dangers were manifold, and should anything happen to you, we must primarily be cautious of the other beast tribes discovering Mengmeng's existence. Thus far, their canine faction had concealed Mengmeng, the sole female in human form, quite effectively, ensuring that neither the wolf tribe of the 5th district nor the leopard tribe had become aware of her presence. Mengmeng found herself perplexed by their intentions. A sense of urgency gripped her, despite the perilous situation below, which she had experienced firsthand. She recognized that discovering a suitable soil pouch could significantly enhance the growth of the plants. Thus, she hurriedly assured them, "I will stay close to you and will not be a burden." Furthermore, she mused that she could not remain sheltered beneath their protection indefinitely. Should danger strike one day, lacking the ability to fend for herself would render her utterly useless. Did they truly intend to confine her like a panda? Such a life did not appeal to her in the slightest. Her thoughts were not unfounded. Indeed, this pack of canines harbored such an intention, wishing for Mengmeng to indulge in leisure, carefree and blissfully residing within the base, which was, after all, the privilege and treatment that females were afforded on this planet. However, recognizing her steadfast determination and wishing to avoid her displeasure, the group of beasts, led by Yuan and Ao Lei, huddled together to deliberate in private. "What should we do? Should we let her go?" Ao Lei insisted. "We ought to adopt a firmer stance with this female and compel her to submit." Yet, such an approach would surely displease Mengmeng, and her unhappiness would lead her to ignore them, perhaps even to tears. "Commander Ao Lei, can you bear to see her cry?" Li Xiu remarked, his heart aching at the thought of Mengmeng's tears cascading down her cheeks. Beside them, Lu vehemently disagreed with Ao Lei's approach, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at him. "Commander Ao Lei, you should reconsider your brusque demeanor. Should you truly hurt Mengmeng, the entire base will not let you off easily. You dare to threaten me?" Ao Lei's fists cracked ominously, ready to teach Lu a lesson. Yuan intervened. "Enough? We are here to discuss whether Mengmeng should go down or not. Calm yourselves. I have decided to respect Mengmeng's choice and allow her to go. Once on the surface, we will do our utmost to protect her, with particular caution regarding the wolf and leopard clans." Mengmeng squinted her eyes, observing the few beasts who were whispering furtively among themselves. She found it perplexing. After all, they were merely contemplating a descent to the ground. Yet their deliberations seemed to stretch on interminably, shrouded in an air of mystery. Just as she pricked up her ears, preparing to eavesdrop, they reached a consensus. "Mengmeng, we have come to a decision here. Both Ao Lei and I will accompany you down. It will be beneficial to have support in case anything arises," Yuan spoke gently. In the end, the group from Zone 7 decided to proceed as planned. Once Li Xiu and the others finished their meal, Mengmeng boarded the aircraft with them. And to ensure complete safety, Ao Lei even added 5 more personnel to their ranks. Mengmeng's decision to venture to the surface was deemed a significant matter by the base. The Lord swiftly became aware of this, but chose to honor Mengmeng's wishes, emphasizing the importance of Or and Yuan in safeguarding her. Mengmeng found herself somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated that her mere excursion to the surface would be met with such grandiosity by the personnel at the base. As if she were preparing for a momentous expedition, the base housed a modest contingent of fewer than 30 individuals, divided into two principal teams, one led by Yuan and the other by Aolei, with both commanders accompanying Mengmeng, while the remainder remained stationed at the base. The surface within a 5-kilometer radius was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, rendering even the daylight hours shrouded in a gray haze. Fortunately, there was no need for Mengmeng to venture forth and search step by step. The aircraft was equipped with the capability to survey the surrounding area, which enabled them to promptly locate Mengmeng. The region where our base is situated is referred to as Zone 7, in addition to which there exist Zones 5, 6, and 8. In total, this expanse comprises 20 distinct zones. Mengmeng listened attentively as Li introduced the regional map of this area. In truth, she had acquired a general understanding of it while at the base. This expanse is referred to as the territory, divided into 20 districts. The largest of these is District 1, which is also the most densely populated with aberrant beasts and various mutated species. The resources there are plentiful, making it a place that even formidable orcs dare not venture into. Indeed, no orc resides there. Following this is District 2, which also harbors aberrant beasts but has an orc base for habitation. Progressing upward to District 20, one finds the gathering place of the orcs, a thriving and prosperous locale, home to the cunning and powerful Fox clan. As for District 7, where Yuan and his companions reside, it can only be regarded as of middling status, shared with the Leopard clan and the Wolf clan. Mengmeng listened as they spoke of the Wolf clan in the 7th district, notorious for their ferocity and bloodthirsty nature. It was said that a female they had previously encountered was taken by them, and rumors circulated that she had met a tragic end at their hands not long ago. The speaker, Elon, was known for his adeptness at gathering intelligence. He could recount every skirmish between the Leopard clan and the Wolf clan, along with the latest gossip and whispers, whenever questioned. Upon hearing his words, aside from Yuan, Oral, and the 3 beast gods who displayed little reaction, the others exhibited disdain and anger, particularly Li Xiu and Mengmeng, whose expressions were vividly contrasting. Li Xiu was filled with indignation, while Mengmeng's face reflected a palpable fear. She felt a profound sense of relief that she had been rescued by Yuan and his companions. Had she fallen into the clutches of the Wolf clan, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Females were already a rare commodity, and how could they commit such despicable and cruel acts? Li Xiu's face contorted with hatred, only to be followed by a chilling thought. If Mengmeng had been captured by them, what horrors would she have to endure? There was little that could be done, for the law of the beast men dictated that whoever first discovered a female held the right to her, with no other beast clans permitted to interfere, as Elon lamented. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng shivered and bit her lip, questioning the lack of rights afforded to females. Noticing her fear, Li Xiu hurried to reassure her. Mengmeng, rest assured. Such things will never happen to you. Aolei scoffed, reclining in his chair while casting a sidelong glance at her. Are you frightened? Do you comprehend how well we treat you? As a gesture of gratitude, should you not express your appreciation, little female? Perhaps by bearing a plump offspring? Mengmeng glanced at Aolei, then at the others, seeking confirmation that Aolei's words reflected her innermost thoughts. Li Xiu, noticing her timidity and recalling the bullying she had endured from Aolei during this period, hurried to reassure her. Mengmeng, do not heed Commander Aolei's orders. We require no such gestures. All we ask is for you to bear a healthy little cub for everyone at our base. Li Xiu's handsome visage bore an innocent and sincere expression, with his mind steadfastly fixed on this singular goal. She had anticipated a response suggesting she need not feel obliged or that no display was necessary, yet what emerged was even more startling than Aolei's assertions. To bear one for every orc in the base. Mengmeng's mind momentarily faltered, leaving her in a state of shock, unable to close her mouth. She believed that only Or was fixated on that matter, but unexpectedly, the entire base seemed to be fixated on her womb for reproduction. Or let out a chuckle, questioning, are you comforting her or scaring her, Li Xiu? What? How am I frightening anyone? Li Xiu retorted, then glanced at Mengmeng's expression, which unmistakably revealed her astonishment. He became flustered, Mengmeng, did I truly frighten you? What had he just said? Which phrase? Was it the one about needing her to bear a little chubby baby for our base? Yes, that must be it. His panicked demeanor was akin to that of someone who had committed a grave error, leaving Cheng Mengmeng both amused and exasperated. Just as she was about to respond, Ilan chimed in, reassuring Cheng Mengmeng, "Don't worry, Mengmeng, we won't force you. The Lord has issued a strict command. Everything must be approved by you first. So there is no need to fear Commander or." However, upon hearing this, or scoffed, what he desired, he would pursue, and who would dare to impede him? The first little cub in Mengmeng's belly must undeniably be his. After Cheng Mengmeng finally sighed in relief, she felt grateful that they were still somewhat humane. "Mengmeng, come here and take a look. Are these the Earth capsules you mentioned?" Yuan gestured for Cheng Mengmeng to approach the display screen from his position at the command console. The console was a circular touchscreen surface adorned with numerous buttons that Cheng Mengmeng could not decipher, while above it, 6 or 7 screens illuminated the space for everyone to see. The images flickered, revealing scenes from the ground, including the mutant cockroaches she had encountered upon her arrival, alongside bizarre creatures she had never seen before. Upon witnessing a colossal monster reminiscent of Godzilla, she shuddered. What is that? The massive creature towered hundreds of meters high, effortlessly grasping a smaller monster with its bare hands and devouring it after a few chews. When it spotted the aircraft soaring above, the beast extended its gigantic claw in an attempt to seize it, but Yuan skillfully maneuvered to evade its grasp. Yuan explained, "That is a croc beast, residing in the forbidden zone of our 7th district. It can only move on the ground. As long as we do not seek it out, it will not come after us." Is Cheng Mengmeng the only one in the 7th district? Indeed, such colossal creatures are more prevalent in the 1st district. Cheng Mengmeng had been contemplating a life on the surface, but now that hope had been entirely extinguished. As the scene on the screen flickered once more, she suddenly pointed at a display, exclaiming, "What place is this?" The image revealed a vast canyon, shrouded in a humid atmosphere, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the brown earth below, seemingly saturated with moisture. "This is the very soil I seek," Cheng Mengmeng exclaimed with delight, having traversed so many paths only to finally discover her goal. Yuan and the others exchanged glances. As long as it was not a restricted zone, there was no place that our group would shy away from. Aor rose, stretching his limbs, appearing ready to embark on an ambitious endeavor. The others, too, were fully equipped and prepared for action. As Cheng Mengmeng gazed in bewilderment, just about to inquire, Yuan gently placed a hand on her shoulder and softly said, "Mengmeng, you and Lixiu wait up here. We will descend to gather some soil and return shortly." Once they had ventured below, Cheng Mengmeng, through the display screen, realized the perilous nature of the surroundings. Barely had Yuan and the others touched the ground when something beneath the earth seemed to sense their presence and erupted from the soil. Upon closer inspection, she gasped in astonishment at the sight of an enormous red-eyed rat, towering to the size of a human. As it surged forth, it charged towards the nearest array. Startled, Cheng Mengmeng cried out, but she soon witnessed Array raise his firearm, dispatching the colossal rodent with a single laser shot. "Do not fret, Mengmeng. These are merely wild rats that cannot evolve. The evolved ones would never linger in such a place," Lixiu reassured her, drawing closer to elucidate the situation. Cheng Mengmeng was astonished to learn that there were evolved mouse demons. Indeed, they are quite rare, predominantly residing in the 10th district. Much like their namesake, they are timid by nature, often ingratiating themselves with the powerful beast tribes, who summon them at will. Cheng Mengmeng remained silent, her anxious gaze fixated on the screen displaying Yuan and the others. Lixiu, instead of feeling irritated, leaned in closer to her, the delightful and enchanting sweetness of his scent wafting through the air. In such proximity to Mengmeng, Lixiu's expression was one of sheer delight. He thought to himself that even without the prospect of offspring, simply being by Mengmeng's side was enough to bring him contentment. On the screen, Aolei and his companions were dealing with the rat monsters, while Yuan and the others busily filled bags with soil. Before long, they had filled their bags to the brim, and once they returned to the spacecraft, Cheng Mengmeng let out a sigh of relief. In the 4th level of the base, designated by the lord of the city for Cheng Mengmeng's agricultural endeavors, Yuan and his companions made multiple trips to gather soil until the 4th level was completely filled, gradually revealing an open-air garden before everyone's eyes. Cheng Mengmeng finally had the opportunity to sow seeds. She buried all the treasured seeds from the base into the soil. Much to the satisfaction of the base's lord, who entrusted her with this task without any reservations. She planted edible seeds such as peppers, potatoes, tomatoes, green beans, and strawberries, while allowing the wild grasses to remain undisturbed in their preservation. On the first day, under the influence of her extraordinary abilities, all the seeds sprouted. However, she soon realized that overexerting her powers would leave her dizzy. With this understanding, she proceeded gradually and, by the 7th day, was able to savor her first tomato. The taste, upon taking the first bite, was reminiscent of a long-lost dream. "Delicious, isn't it?" she asked with a smile, glancing at Li Xiu, who had been her steadfast companion during this time. Among everyone in the base, he had contributed the most. "Delicious," Li Xiu replied, his handsome face glowing. He had never tasted anything so sweet and tangy, so juicy and delightful. It was truly exquisite. They decided to bring some to the Lord and Yuan and, in due time, aim for mass production so that everyone in the base could enjoy it. As they joyfully shared their recent harvest, they soon witnessed the delighted expressions of everyone tasting the tomatoes. The entire base echoed with exclamations of how delicious it was. Once this rare delicacy was mass-produced, thoughts of trading with other beast tribes for additional supplies began to circulate. They hoped to exchange for more protective gear, as they had been relying on crystalline energy to barter with the leopard tribe for such equipment. Those individuals often took advantage of their access to inflate prices, leaving them frustrated and powerless. Once tomatoes could be produced abundantly, Mengmeng turned her attention to cultivating potatoes and peppers. In less than 2 days, both crops matured, and she eagerly prepared a simple stir-fry of peppers and potatoes. Lacking a stove in the base, she constructed a makeshift one in the cultivation area. As for the frying pan, after hearing her description, Yuan and the others found one for her in less than an hour. Next came the essentials: oil and salt. In the base, the orcs primarily consumed processed meat paste, so these two ingredients were naturally absent. However, Mengmeng had her own solution. Recalling the salty meat paste she had previously tasted, she requested that the orcs processing the meat set aside some fat, thus providing both oil and saltiness. When the plate of stir-fried peppers and potatoes was served, it was merely a single dish, yet its vibrant colors far surpassed the monotony of the meat paste. The rich aroma wafting from it was a scent that neither Li Xiu nor Elan had encountered since their voices first emerged, and it was enough to make anyone's appetite awaken. Mengmeng, seizing the moment, served 2 generous bowls to Li Xiu and Elan, while she herself indulged in a bowl. For these past days, their diet had consisted solely of meat puree, which, though nutritionally adequate, lacked variety, leaving Mengmeng feeling as if her palate had nearly withered. "Wow, this is delicious," Li Xiu exclaimed eagerly after just a single bite, showering praises. Elan, too, devoured his portion hungrily, mumbling his admiration. "I've never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. Mengmeng, please give me another bowl. I want some too." In a short while, the two had polished off the contents of their bowls, which filled Mengmeng with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Don't rush. There's plenty more," she exclaimed. Although her culinary skills were modest, she could effortlessly prepare simple dishes. After the 3 had shared the meal, the pot of spicy stir-fried potatoes had almost run dry. Mengmeng has not forgotten about Yuan and the others. At this moment, they have ventured out of the base to gather crystal energy, leaving Li Xiu and Ian to accompany her, while also alleviating some of her physical labor. Mengmeng prepared another dish, first presenting a generous bowl to the Lord, and then reserving the remainder for Yuan Aolei and the others. Rarely indulging in a hearty meal, Mengmeng beamed with satisfaction, while Li Xiu and Elan both let out contented burps. If only there were rice, Mengmeng sighed, lamenting the absence of wheat seeds in the base. Had they been available, she would have cultivated them, ensuring she would never again have to consume that unappetizing meat paste. "What is rice? I shall fetch some for you," Li Xiu inquired with curiosity, resolutely determined to provide whatever Mengmeng needed. His desire to savor any dish she prepared was eclipsed only by his yearning to remain by her side, willing to brave any peril for her sake. Elan, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "Indeed, do tell me what kind of seeds these are, and I shall check the archives at once." Mengmeng let out a soft exclamation. Speaking of wheat, once harvested, it could be processed into rice, flour, and more. Rice, when cooked, transforms into a delightful meal. Despite searching the collection hall numerous times, she had yet to find it. "Do you know where else I might find these seeds?" she inquired of Elan, who was well informed, akin to an encyclopedia. After pondering for a moment, Elan, true to Mengmeng's expectations, shared what he knew. I recall that the Wolf Clan's collection hall possesses such grains. Really? Sheng Mengmeng's eyes sparkled, but quickly dimmed again. If it's with the Wolf Clan, it would surely be difficult to obtain. Not necessarily, Ilan countered. Even though our 7th district is solely inhabited by the Wolf Clan, we could explore other districts for alternatives. He patted his round belly, content after a hearty meal, eagerly anticipating what delectable dishes Mengmeng would conjure next. Upon hearing his words, Cheng Mengmeng, who had just felt disheartened, instantly regained her spirits. How could I have overlooked that? Determined to acquire wheat as soon as possible. She had spent the past few days sowing nearly every seed in the base's collection hall. Peanuts, sweet potatoes, radishes, and more, each yielding bountiful harvests. Consequently, Lord Faku had designated a special area as a storage warehouse for her surplus. However, to prevent spoilage from excessive yield, she encouraged Yuan to scout other districts for potential exchanges. Yuan readily agreed, but just as preparations for departure were underway, an unforeseen incident occurred. Cheng Mengmeng has surprisingly ovulated. It is utterly bewildering. Since her arrival here, she had not experienced her menstrual cycle, yet she has ovulated. What does it signify for a female to ovulate in this world of beast men? She had just stepped out of her room when Yuan, who had appeared composed moments before at the door, suddenly flushed crimson. Cheng Mengmeng stifled a yawn, just about to greet him when she was abruptly met by the towering figure of Yu and good morning. He exclaimed, pressing her against the door as he leaned close, inhaling deeply near her ear, as if she possessed a unique fragrance. His breath quickened, yet upon closer inspection, it was clear he was desperately restraining himself from something. Seeing Mengmeng's surprise, Yuan noticed something unusual. Yuan, what is the matter with you? Mengmeng asked. Have you ovulated? Huh. Cheng Mengmeng wore a bewildered expression. How could she possibly know when she was ovulating? The only time she experienced any significant sensation was during her menstrual period. No, that couldn't be right. Cheng Mengmeng was uncertain. Isn't ovulation something that occurs only after Aunt Flo arrives? Yuan fixed her with a disordered gaze, his typically composed demeanor faltering for the first time, a sight that Cheng Mengmeng had never witnessed before. With cautious inquiry, she asked, Yuan, are you all right? Mengmeng, you cannot go out like this. The scent of female ovulation was utterly overwhelming, leaving him nearly incapacitated, let alone the others like Aole. If she were to step outside, it would undoubtedly cause chaos throughout the entire base. He could vividly imagine how the uncontrollable orcs would ravage Mengmeng. You must retreat to the treasure house and hide until the ovulation period has passed. Only then can you emerge. Yuan's breath came in hurried gasps, warm and laden with tension, brushing against Cheng Mengmeng's face. Cheng Mengmeng suddenly realized that Yuan's behavior was perhaps a consequence of her ovulation. As they stood so close to one another, her delicate visage flushed a rosy hue, and Yuan, observing her intently, found his gaze deepening with intensity. Very well. Cheng Mengmeng hurriedly acquiesced. Yuan, suppressing his discomfort, straightened up and released her from his embrace, instantly alleviating the suffocating atmosphere surrounding them. Hurry along. I shall explain to them where you have gone. Oh, all right. Cheng Mengmeng replied repeatedly, turning back thrice as she made her way to the collection hall. Once she had departed, Yuan gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. He inhaled deeply, and as the peculiar sensations within him subsided, he couldn't help but chuckle. This is quite the predicament, Mengmeng. While he could temporarily restrain himself, he could not guarantee his composure in the long run. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he concluded that it was imperative to maintain his initial perception of Cheng Mengmeng, avoiding any actions that might provoke disdain, while simultaneously reinforcing his defenses. The collection hall housed glass display cases containing an array of seeds and artifacts, alongside the skeletal remains of ancient and bizarre creatures. Cheng Mengmeng had previously encountered one colossal specimen that towered several hundred meters high, resembling a dinosaur fossil she had seen. Even more immense than the Godzilla-like monstrosity from her earlier experience, leaving her utterly astounded. As she wandered through the exhibits, she mused that the ovulation phase typically lasted 2 to 3 days. Thus, it would be prudent to explore the other treasures within the collection hall, which housed rare artifacts she had never before encountered. As she meandered, she eventually found herself in the innermost cultivation chamber. According to Yuan, this was the place where the beastmen nurtured embryos. Inside stood a 2-meter-high glass cylinder filled with a milky, viscous liquid, atop which floated a translucent membrane. Within, Resembling human ovarian follicles, small lumps of flesh presented a pale pink hue, yet remained formless. She had inquired at the time, if this technology for cultivating embryos exists, why is there still a need for females to reproduce the next generation? Yuan's response to her was that this form of cultivation is inherently unstable. Even if a successful orc is bred, unfavorable conditions may prevent certain orcs from evolving into humanoid forms. More alarmingly, nearly all the orcs that have been bred recently are stillborn. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the deteriorating environment or if the world itself seeks to eliminate these orcs. The success rate of cultivating embryos has significantly diminished. Previously, one could achieve a success rate of 50%, with at least 1 out of 5 capable of evolving into a humanoid form. However, under the current breeding techniques, the probability of success has plummeted to nearly 0. Nonetheless, those that have succeeded are predominantly found in districts 17 to 20, where orc populations are abundant, and the more formidable orcs possess superior capabilities, leading to a higher prevalence of effective cultivation techniques. Yet, reports suggest that even in those regions, the chances of success have recently decreased dramatically. The reasons for this decline remain unknown. It is worth noting that this embryo cultivation technique is limited to situations where female reproduction is impossible, as locating a female is exceedingly challenging. Some orc tribes that cannot find females must rely on cultivation to propagate their kind. In District 7, only the canine and feline tribes have managed to create new life through cultivation. As for the wolf tribe, they recently acquired a female orc, which, after incessant breeding, successfully birthed several wolf pups. Tragically, the female ultimately succumbed due to exhaustion from giving birth. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng couldn't help but shiver, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude that it was Yuan and his companions who had discovered her. She cast one last glance at the cultivation chamber before turning her gaze elsewhere, just as she was about to proceed to her next destination. A fleeting shadow caught her attention from the corner of her eye. Who could it be? Mengmeng's gaze immediately shifted, as upon her entrance to the collection hall, the overhead lights had been activated, illuminating the space in its entirety. Yet, amidst the numerous display cases, clarity remained elusive. Yuan, is that you? She inquired, suppressing an inexplicable fear within her, for only Yuan was aware of her visit to the collection hall. After a brief pause without a response, she moved closer to the spot where she had perceived a fleeting shadow, only to find nothing behind the display case adorned with wild grass. Was it merely an illusion? Mengmeng murmured to herself, harboring no belief that this orc realm harbored any supernatural entities. Instead, she found the grotesque beasts roaming the ground far more terrifying than any specter. In her moment of puzzlement, she remained oblivious to the tall figure stealthily approaching from behind. Today, the canine tribe welcomed guests. 2 circular flying vessels hovered at the entrance of the lower hangar of their base. Upon learning of the esteemed visitors, Lu hurriedly gathered a few individuals to open the hangar doors, allowing the vessels to descend to the lowest level of the base. From the vessels emerged 10 imposing men clad in dark protective gear, their muscular physiques evident. The leader, with short brown hair and a small braid tied with a red string at the back, possessed dark skin and a well-defined physique, exuding an aura of charm. Upon seeing Lu, he flashed a mischievous grin, revealing his sharp canines. "Ah, why is it only you to greet us today? Where are Yuan and Aole?" In certain regions, the ambitious beast tribes often waged wars against others, relying on their superior lineage. The mixed orc tribes in the 20 districts were no exception. In their 7th district, the wolf tribe harbored desires to annex both the canine and leopard tribes. However, with formidable warriors like Aole and Yuan among the canines, and fierce fighters within the leopard tribe, the wolf tribe's ambitions to unify the 7th district were far from straightforward. Given this context, the relationship between the canine and leopard tribes had grown increasingly amicable, with frequent visits exchanged. However, due to Mengmeng's presence, Lu found himself hoping for the leopard tribe to refrain from visiting today. He regarded the leopard tribe's elite captain, Niao, who had approached him with a greeting, and inquired about his apparent busyness. "Hey, didn't you know that your base is capable of mass-producing that?" Niao pondered, momentarily at a loss for the name of the round. "Rock-hard vegetable. Potato," Lu interjected kindly. "Ah, right. It's called potato," Niao exclaimed, recalling that the vegetable could be mashed into a delightful dish with some seasoning. He had heard that it could also be fried or sautéed, methods he had yet to experience, and wondered where the canine tribe's chef had learned such techniques. "If you can mass-produce it, Yuan," he began, just as he spotted Yuan descending from the elevator. He called out to him eagerly. Yuan turned his gaze toward Niao, his silver hair damp and slightly tousled, suggesting he had just showered. He looked sharp and stylish in his casual attire, clearly not planning to venture out today. Niao, what brings you here today? Finally encountering someone from the canine tribe with whom he could converse, Niao, who had been hesitant to disclose the purpose of his visit to Lu, found relief in Yuan's presence, as it spared him the need to relay the message twice. Considering Lu was not the decision-making captain, with a swift motion, Niao pushed past Lu and approached Yuan, eager to engage in discussion. I also wish to consult with Aolei. Upon hearing the mention of Aolei, Yuan furrowed his brow, evidently having not seen him throughout the day. It has come to my attention that there shall be an auction in Zone 9 in 7 days, featuring a female beast up for bidding. This is not merely a trivial matter, as it is a rare commodity, unlike the common potatoes produced by your base. With our stock of Leopard Clan protective gear, let us join forces to secure that female beast, which we could share solely between our two clans, and the birth of cubs would be imminent. Neo, however, was not particularly intrigued by how Yuan's group managed to produce potatoes, for every base possesses its own unique individuals with special abilities. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since any cubs had been born in their breeding chamber, and if this situation persisted in a mere century, the Leopard Clan of Zone 7 would likely be reduced to nothing more than an empty shell. The clan leader was deeply concerned about this predicament. Yet, despite Neo's lengthy discourse, Yuan appeared to be lost in thought, his countenance heavy with worry. Yuan, what are you doing? Did you not hear me speaking? Neo asked. A hint of displeasure etched upon his handsome, dark features. However, Yuan's expression remained grave. His usually smiling eyes were now filled with a profound seriousness. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp an urgent realization as he widened his eyes and swiftly retreated into the elevator, leaving the onlookers in a state of confusion. What is happening? After a moment, Neo regained his composure, recognizing that Yuan's demeanor suggested something significant was afoot. Yet even if there were pressing matters, it was unbecoming to dismiss him so casually. He expressed his dissatisfaction to Lu. Is this how your canine clan receives guests? Where is Aolei? Where has he gone? Clearly, he felt a closer kinship with Aolei. Although Yuan's squinting eyes appeared amiable, they concealed a multitude of thoughts. Lu, equally perplexed by Yuan's abrupt actions, understood that something was amiss. He offered a polite smile in response to Neo's inquiries and replied nonchalantly, I am not certain, Captain Neo. Perhaps you should return for now. I will convey your message to Captain Aolei shortly. Excuse me for now. Before Neo could protest, Lu hurriedly entered the elevator with his team. Hey, what is going on? Neo felt slighted and quite displeased. He had initially intended to turn back, but was suddenly struck by curiosity. What could have transpired within the canine clan today? With this question lingering in his mind, he resolved to follow and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Mengmeng, under the bright overhead lights, sensed a massive shadow enveloping her from behind, clearly the silhouette of a person. Startled, she quickly turned around. Oh, Before she could even utter the full name, she was suddenly pinned to the ground. Aolei's imposing figure pressed down upon her, his breathing erratic, and his dark eyes fixed intently on her. The unusual expression mirrored one she had recently witnessed on Yuan, causing her heart to race with alarm. Aolei, what are you doing here? Please, get off me. She spoke with an air of guilt, shifting her body in an attempt to escape the confines of Or's embrace. However, Or swiftly seized her delicate waist, pulling her back and firmly anchoring her beneath him. His breath was heavy, and his deep-set eyes were filled with a suppressed fervor, teetering on the brink of eruption. You are aroused and in need of release, he stated. Panting, with unwavering conviction, Mengmeng, bewildered, stared at him as Yuan claimed she was ovulating. However, in the presence of Aolei, the narrative shifted. Regardless of the version, her current predicament felt perilously insecure. I don't feel anything, she replied, both foolish and astute, implying she required no alleviation. Yet, Aolei dismissed her words, bowing his head to bury it in the nape of her neck, his fervent breath caressing her delicate skin. Startled, Mengmeng's voice trembled. Aolei. On a flurry of anxiety, she attempted to push his head away from her neck, but it proved futile, leaving her to awkwardly cradle his face. Aolei, calm down, she implored, deliberately muttering that Yuan had managed to endure, and that his fortitude ought to surpass that of Yuan. She had anticipated that such flattery would embolden the arrogant Aolei, prompting him to assert his superiority over Yuan. However, Aolei drew in a deep breath, tilting his head in sheer enjoyment, pressing his nose closer to the palm, cradling his face. Internally, he marveled at how intoxicating his magnetic scent was. I am undoubtedly more capable than him, though not in this regard. That worthless Yuan, even in such a state, had the audacity to endure. It was a disgrace to masculinity. Indeed, when Yuan had pinned Mengmeng against the wall, Ale had been nearby, astonished at the sight, thinking Yuan had finally lost control. Yet, Yuan's subsequent actions had left him profoundly disappointed. Thus, he had followed Mengmeng after Yuan's departure. Initially, he was unaware of the reasons behind Yuan's loss of composure with Mengmeng, but the understanding dawned upon him now. This female was in heat, exuding an irresistible aroma that was difficult for him to resist. Mengmeng gazed at him, startled as he inhaled deeply towards her hand, swiftly retracting it. The fervor in Or's eyes instilled a sense of dread within her. It dawned upon her that Or was not akin to Yuan or the other orcs in the base. He was truly capable of anything. Or, I am a botanist in the base. As you have seen, the potatoes I cultivated have exchanged for numerous protective suits. If you were to do anything to me, I would let all those plants wither away, she threatened, yet her resolve waned as she spoke. Or chuckled, displaying an air of indifference. What was just one botanist? He had no need for such trifles. As he spoke, his large hand began to wander, causing Mengmeng to jump in fright. Stay away from me, she struggled desperately, tears welling up, her free hands flailing wildly at his face, leaving marks upon her skin. Damn it! Or winced in pain, reluctantly releasing his grip on Mengmeng just as Yuan appeared from seemingly nowhere, twisting Or's arm and delivering a heavy punch to his face. The onlookers were astonished to witness their captain having the strength to subdue Or, a behemoth of a man. Indeed, when pushed to the limit, one can unearth unimaginable strength. Mengmeng, are you all right? Yuan inquired, helping her up, to which she shook her head, signaling that she was fine, and hurriedly hid behind him. Or, ever the robust figure, quickly regained his composure after the blow, glaring intently at the duo. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a grimace of annoyance on his face. Yuan, I wonder how long you can protect her. Once the entire orc world becomes aware of her existence, our whole base will be unable to shield her. It would be better to shut your mouth. Yuan interrupted coldly. Then let us keep it a secret. Or responded with a chilling laugh. Is that so? Paper cannot contain fire. A being as unique as Mengmeng cannot be concealed forever. You may not speak. I may not speak. But who will remain unaware? Unless. Yuan narrowed his eyes. It is you who lets this information slip. And I too. We of the Leopard clan will not divulge this matter. Just as Yuan and Or faced off, a sudden commotion erupted at the doorway. Niao from the Leopard clan dashed in, his eyes fixated intently on Mengmeng behind Yuan. Lu gasped inwardly, thinking it was over. Niao, weren't you told to return? Return? Not a chance. Niao rejoiced in his decision to stay. Protect the only female beast. The two adversaries, upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Niao, felt a simultaneous weight in their hearts. The words "this is bad" surfacing in their minds. How did Niao from the Leopard clan end up here? Oriai sprang from the ground, his aura stabilizing as he approached Neo, clasping his shoulder. Neo, what brings you to our canine clan today? I heard your feline kin are deliberating on matters regarding the auction in the 7th district. However, Neo paid him no mind, evading Oriai's grasp and attempting to bypass him. Oriai, don't obstruct me. What has caught my eye? A female. Indeed, a genuine female. Moreover, a humanoid female unlike any I have ever encountered. Who would have thought that your clan harbors such a rare treasure? I have underestimated you all. At this moment, Lu, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, stepped forward. Captain Oriai. Captain Neo has come to seek you out. He mentioned a matter he wishes to discuss. No. Oriai interjected, not allowing Neo a chance to respond. Then let us proceed to the conference room. His towering figure shielded Neo from catching a glimpse of the enchanting female, moving left whenever Neo did, and mirroring his every attempt to shift right. Damn it, let me through. Neo fumed, struggling for a clearer view. Let us head toward the conference room, Oriai reminded him. Meanwhile, Yuan, displaying a harmonious understanding, turned to Mengmeng, speaking softly, Mengmeng, let us return to your quarters. Oh. The two then departed in another direction. Neo watched helplessly as the humanoid female slipped away from beneath his very nose, his frustration mounting. Damn it. I barely caught a glimpse. Once Yuan and Mengmeng had successfully departed, Oriai released his hold on Neo. I shall take my leave. His expression was indifferent, clearly displeased. his temperament shifting faster than the turning of a page. While he could quibble with his own, he remained steadfast in his loyalty to those within his base in front of outsiders. This was the reason why, despite the apparent discord between him and Yuan, the base continued to function smoothly. It was a matter of principle. Upon witnessing Oriai's disregard for him, Neo exploded with anger. Wait. Now it is my turn to stop you. That was a female, wasn't he it? Humph, if you wish to play this way, I shall not hesitate to expose the existence of a female in your clan. Let us see how you handle the aftermath. Neo threatened. Lu, overhearing this, panicked, pondering how to navigate this precarious situation. Just as he was about to negotiate, Oriai narrowed his eyes and spoke first. You misjudged what you saw? How could our canine clan possibly possess such a rare species? That was merely Yuan's pet, a young male beast, right, Lu? He shot a glance at Lu. Prompted by Oriai's cue, Lu quickly chimed in. Yes. That was our Captain's pet. Captain Yuan recently acquired it and dotes on that little male beast. Neo scoffed. You must think me a fool. The scent, do you truly believe I am blind to it? Wait a moment. I shall report this matter to our leopard clan leader. If nothing else, I will inform the wolf clan as well. Or fixed his gaze upon him for a while. It seems that Neo is not easily persuaded. Thus, he shrugged off the responsibility and tossed the issue to Lu, declaring that he would let Yuan resolve it himself, for he always appeared so resolute. With that, he strode away, leaving Lu in a state of bewilderment, drenched in sweat. No, wait, Captain, or are you giving up just like that? What do you mean? Neo suddenly advanced towards Lu, demanding, bring your Captain Yuan out. I need to have a serious talk with him. Lu forced a smile, realizing that concealment was futile. He could only respond, Captain Neo, please wait in the conference room. I will fetch Captain Yuan immediately. With that, he hurried off to find Yuan. After escorting Mengmeng to her room, Yuan, aware that Neo would not be easily dismissed, took his leave. On his way back, he coincidentally encountered Lu. Boss, that Neo. Yuan raised a hand to interrupt him. I am aware. I will handle it. Where is he now? Lu quickly replied. I have asked him to wait in the conference room. Very well. In the conference room, Neo did not have to wait long before Yuan arrived. Ah, Captain Yuan. You have finally come. I have been waiting for you for ages. Neo welcomed Yuan with enthusiasm upon his arrival. Yuan looked at him with a bemused expression and said, Captain Neo, please speak plainly. Neo was taken aback, scrutinizing Yuan from head to toe. When did the usually roundabout Captain Yuan become so direct? Compared to Yuan, he preferred dealing with the straightforward Oregon. However, if he was to speak plainly, so be it. That female beast, our leopard clan must have a share. Without allowing Yuan to respond, he quickly added, that female must give birth to a leopard clan cub for each of our 35 warriors. If Mengmeng were present, she would surely faint. Meanwhile, Mengmeng, resting in her room, suddenly sneezed. What on earth? Why did I sneeze? She glanced at her comfortable outfit, which she had specially designed for modesty and suitability. Yuan remained impassive. That is not something I can decide. Upon hearing this, Neo realized that indeed, Yuan had no authority in the matter. Then I shall consult your leader, or perhaps our leader can discuss it with yours. Our leader has no authority either, Yuan replied, raising his hands in exasperation. What do you mean? Neo stared at Yuan, utterly perplexed. Then who has the authority to decide? Upon witnessing the situation, Yuan candidly expressed that the decision ultimately rests with the female beast herself. As you have observed, this female creature has evolved into a humanoid form, making her the sole female of her kind in this beastman realm. Consequently, she possesses her own thoughts, which distinguishes her from those untransformed females. If we were to force her against her will, one can only ponder the potential repercussions. Captain Neo, after reflecting on Yuan's words, was momentarily engulfed in contemplation, soon recognizing the possible outcomes. Are you suggesting? Indeed, Yuan affirmed. Captain Neo, you may not be aware, but our canine tribe also yearns to propagate. Recently, we have been endeavoring to build a rapport with this female beast, striving for her willing consent to engage in copulation. Furthermore, she is the only humanoid female we possess, and we, as beastmen, ought to cherish her greatly. I hope you comprehend this matter. Should you report back to Lord Siming, I trust you will convey our canine tribe's sentiments. I sincerely wish for a collaborative effort between our canine and leopard tribes to protect this singular female beast. Having absorbed Yuan's reasoning, Neo decided to relay this matter to the leopard tribe's leader. Upon learning that the canine tribe harbored a female beast, particularly a humanoid one, Lord Siming of the leopard tribe set aside his official duties and arrived at the canine base within half an hour. After reaching a consensus with the canine leader, Fa Ku and Yuan regarding the joint protection of the female named Mengmeng, Lord Siming presented an additional condition. To cultivate a bond with her, he insisted that Mengmeng, irrespective of her willingness, must alternate her residence between the canine and leopard bases every 7 days. What? Upon hearing the news, Mengmeng stood frozen, her mind swirling in disbelief. Was she truly being shared? Had Yuan consented to this arrangement? In a daze, she turned to the side and questioned Li Xiu, who, noticing her eyes welling with tears, clumsily attempted to offer comfort. It's only for 7 days, just 7 days. After that, you can return to our canine clan. Captain Yuan assured us that the leopard clan would never harm you. Otherwise, we would not let them go unpunished. Yet, her sorrow seemed to stem from something deeper than mere reassurance. A profound sense of betrayal enveloped her. She had observed that these beastmen appeared to lack the instinct to monopolize a female. Rather, they regarded the sharing of a female as a noble and sacred duty, driven by the scarcity of their kind. Even someone as domineering as Aolei had not envisioned claiming her solely for himself. Very well, she thought. As long as they do not compel me to bear offspring, it matters little where I reside. However, if she were to be forced into motherhood, her preferred partner would undoubtedly be Yuan, yet he had turned around and sold her out. When would this ordeal commence? She felt utterly despondent, resigning herself to fate. Today, Li Xiu felt even more dejected. He would be without Mengmeng for 7 days, deprived of her culinary delights. So soon? She sighed, resigned to her fate. In preparation for Mengmeng's arrival, the leopard clan mobilized all their beast men, with 5 aircraft landing at the canine clan's base. Clad in dark protective gear, the leopard warriors formed 2 orderly lines, creating a solemn and grand spectacle. This was their clan's most exalted welcoming ceremony. Lord Siming of the leopard clan paced at the forefront, his rugged visage framed by short black hair and a scruffy beard, a black eye patch covering his right eye. As a middle-aged man, his greatest aspiration was to have a legacy of his own in his twilight years. He craned his neck towards the closed elevator, his anxious demeanor palpable. Not only Lord Siming, but also Niao and the 30-odd leopard warriors behind him awaited with bated breath, their eyes wide with anticipation, eager to glimpse the one-of-a-kind humanoid female from the beastman realm. Within the elevator, Mengmeng, enveloped in protective gear and draped in a black cloak, was escorted by the canine clan's leader, Feiko, along with elite commanders Yuan and Aolei. The atmosphere was laden with an unspoken tension. Mengmeng could comprehend a little. Yet even the perpetually smiling Yuan wore a gloomy expression on his handsome face. Aolei's face was even more stern, as if he bore the burden of everyone owing him a debt. Lord Feiko glanced at the 3 of them, pondering what was amiss. Typically as steady as a mountain, they now seemed too intimidated by the atmosphere to utter a word. However, towards the female Mengmeng, he revealed a tender smile, saying, "If you find yourself bullied by the leopard clan, you must inform me. Our canine clan would risk our very existence to protect you." Mengmeng, who had been brooding, was taken aback. She had not spoken to Yuan all day, nor had she even glanced in his direction. Even when Yuan sought to meet her gaze, she deliberately averted her eyes. Although she understood that Yuan's intentions were to safeguard her, the feelings of grievance and anger within her were overwhelming. In a society that strongly values human rights, she felt as if she had been subjected to sharing without any say in the matter. Well, aside from the next time she might be discovered by other beastmen, she could at least relish the fleeting sense of freedom and safety. Listening to Lord Feiko's words, she eventually found solace. Truth be told, everyone had treated her quite well. So well, in fact, that she had little to complain about. Gratitude was indeed warranted. Moreover, without Yuan and the others, she might not have survived at all. "All right, thank you, my lord." Mengmeng sweetly smiled, revealing her first genuine smile of the day. Feiko was captivated by her enchanting smile, and after regaining his composure, he repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good." A tinge of regret lingered within him, wishing he were a few decades younger. Inside the lift, the previously oppressive atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably with Mengmeng's smile. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan initiated a conversation. "Mengmeng, do not worry. I will take Li Xiu and the others to the leopard clan to see you." Mengmeng responded softly, yet averted her gaze from him. Yuan, however, displayed a satisfied smile, his narrow eyes gleaming with delight. The fact that Mengmeng could respond to him indicated that her anger had diminished significantly. Aole cast a sidelong glance at them, letting out a cold snort. At that moment, the elevator chimed, and the two heavy iron doors swung open from either side. Mengmeng was somewhat prepared, yet she was still taken aback by the spectacle before her. The air was thick with the sound of countless gasps. More than 30 pairs of eyes were fixated on her, radiating a predatory gleam akin to that of wolves and tigers. Mengmeng remained remarkably composed, for she had encountered such gazes among the canine tribe long ago. Yet, she could not fathom how her petite figure, delicate rosy cheeks, long ebony hair cascading to her waist, and the unique scent that starkly contrasted with that of the males, rendered her an object of awe in the eyes of these leopard tribe beastmen. Noticing that the group of leopard tribe beastmen had yet to regain their composure, Fa gently cleared his throat as a reminder. Lord Siming, if the leopard tribe finds it inconvenient today, you may come to collect her tomorrow. Siming, finally roused from his reverie, hastily responded, it is indeed convenient. So this is Mengmeng? He took several steps towards Mengmeng. His singular eye fixated upon her from the outset. He reached out his hand, intending to take hers, only to be met with her polite yet resolute refusal. Siming was not offended. Rather, he interpreted her action as a sign that this female preferred to avoid physical contact. He wore a cautiously amiable expression and, in a most gallant manner, said, Mengmeng, the flying vehicle you shall be boarding is just ahead. You need not worry. It is immaculate and will ensure your utmost comfort. At this moment, Mengmeng came to a realization. The lord named Siming had intended to guide her towards the aircraft. Displaying a look of contrition for her earlier rudeness, she followed Siming as he led her towards the aircraft arranged for her by the Leopard Clan. The Leopard Clan's base is situated to the west of Zone 7, where a colossal triangular structure hovers at an altitude of less than 10,000 meters, encircling an even more immense, diamond-shaped edifice of a dark hue. After Mengmeng bid farewell to Yuan and the others, she boarded the flying vessel of the Leopard Clan. As she watched the craft depart, Oriai suddenly scoffed at Yuan, questioning whether he truly believed that the leopards would refrain from taking action against the female. Unlike him, they did not hold the rules of the base and team spirit in such high regard. Otherwise, Mengmeng would have already been thoroughly exploited countless times. It was inevitable. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan managed to articulate, I believe the majority of the beastmen would share my sentiments. However, while Mengmeng is by my side, I shall ensure she suffers no harm. Conversely, I trust that other beastmen will stand ready to protect her in my absence. Moreover, we have no choice. Should we refuse the leopard's demands, it could sour our relations, inviting aggression from the covetous wolf clan. Furthermore, the truth of Mengmeng's humanoid nature will eventually come to light, necessitating foresight for the future. You are indeed generous, Oriai sneered, convinced that it was imperative for Mengmeng to bear his first offspring. The moment she stepped onto the leopard clan's base, she found herself amidst the 7-day rotation between the canine and leopard clans. Aside from the difference in living conditions, everyone treated her quite well, and she began to accumulate more companions eager to engage her in conversation. Although there were those who leered at her with unmasked intent, any offense directed at her would promptly be met with retribution from Lord Siming. Subsequently, upon discovering her unique ability to cultivate life-giving plants, Lord Siming generously contributed seeds from the base's treasured collection and arranged for her a dedicated planting area, mirroring the setup at the canine base. So, it turns out Mengmeng possesses such a remarkable ability. I had assumed that potato was discovered by some chef from the canine clan, Siming remarked, watching in curiosity as Mengmeng buried a seed in the soil, expressing genuine admiration. In his effort to foster a closer bond with Mengmeng, he cleared the base of all leopards, ensuring that only he and she remained in each other's company. Mengmeng furrowed her brow, as the intentions of Lord Siming were exceedingly apparent. Yet, being on his territory, she could not afford to act impolitely. She donned a somewhat aloof smile that concealed her true feelings. Indeed, I have also cultivated edible vegetables and fruits such as carrots and peanuts. Oh, I see. Siming gazed into her eyes, striving to convey genuine interest. What seeds are those that you have buried in the soil? Bamboo. I believe I mentioned it to you earlier. Lord Siming. Mengmeng sighed inwardly, patiently reminding him. Did I inquire about that before? Siming frowned as he recalled, seemingly remembering having asked upon entering, but dismissed it with a wave. Perhaps I simply forgot, he remarked casually. It was evident that his thoughts were far from the matter of the seeds. Mengmeng, while engaged in her tasks, found herself in a conversation with Ming, who persistently sought to maintain their dialogue. She responded when she had the time, otherwise, she feigned ignorance. Despite this, Ming remained undeterred, resolute in his intention to stay by her side. Even when one of his subordinates approached him with a report, he merely stepped a couple of meters away, glancing at the industrious Mengmeng while signaling to the subordinate. Since Mengmeng arrived at the Leopard clan base, Ming, the Lord, had deliberately prohibited anyone from approaching her, rendering it challenging for the clan's beastmen to catch a glimpse of the rare female. At this moment, the subordinate, who had come to deliver news, finally beheld Mengmeng for the second time, unabashedly staring at her with an enamored gaze, despite Ming's presence. After a considerable pause without any words from his subordinate, Ming, incensed, delivered a light slap to the back of the subordinate's head. "What are you dawdling for? Speak." He cast another glance at the preoccupied Mengmeng, who appeared wholly absorbed in her own tasks, indifferent to their conversation. The subordinate, wincing from the light blow, quickly straightened up, adopting a military stance. "My lord, the traitor Sane has been apprehended and is currently at the execution platform, awaiting judgment." Upon hearing this news, Ming's face blossomed with a triumphant smile, his single eye gleaming with delight. "Excellent. The Leopard clan has been blessed with good fortune lately. Not only have we discovered a precious humanoid female, but we have also captured Sane today. The thought of him collaborating with outsiders to harm our kin fills me with ire. At the execution platform, is he?" His fists clenched, cracking with anticipation as he yearned to punish Sane immediately. Yet, he did not forget to address Mengmeng. "Mengmeng, continue your work. I'll be back shortly. If you require assistance, let Yeli remain to aid you." Yeli, the subordinate who had just reported the news, was taken aback at the prospect of being left behind, his expression transforming into one of elation. "It's quite all right. I can manage on my own," Mengmeng politely declined, not noticing Yeli's crestfallen demeanor, as she wished to avoid burdening others. Her words doused Yeli's excitement like a bucket of cold water, causing his smile to freeze in an instant. Observing this reaction, Ming, not an unfeeling lord, aimed to foster connections between his kin and the female in his absence. That won't do. In case any arduous tasks arise, having someone to assist is always prudent. He then departed without giving Mengmeng a chance to refuse, leaving her alone with Yeli. With a silent sigh, Mengmeng had only been away from the dog clan for 3 days, yet she found herself missing Yuan and the others. After all, she had spent more time with them, and their relationship was far from unfamiliar. In contrast, upon arriving at the Leopard clan, she had to rekindle her communication with the local beastmen. While she did not feel averse to it, she found it somewhat tedious. In stark contrast to her lethargy, Yeli was brimming with excitement, trailing closely behind Mengmeng. She had no tasks for him until she accidentally bumped into him while stepping back, prompting her to assign him the task of fetching water, to which he enthusiastically complied, showcasing his impressive chest muscles and robust arms in front of her. Mengmeng couldn't help but feel her eyelids twitch. She had to concede that the males in this world were muscular and strong, with many resembling the broad-shouldered, rugged Olii. Even someone like Lixiao, with a boyish demeanor, possessed well-defined and bulging muscles. 2 hours passed, and Ming had yet to return. However, Mengmeng had completed most of her tasks and decided to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. To her surprise, the path to the kitchen led her past the execution platform that Ming and Yeli had mentioned earlier. She remembered seeing a large circular platform upon her arrival at the Leopard clan, adorned with several iron frames and thick chains. Curious about its purpose back then, she now realized it was indeed an execution platform. At that moment, she saw that 4 iron chains were securing a shirtless man to the circular platform. His face was obscured by his long black hair, but his robust physique rivaled that of Olii. Suddenly, 2 individuals stood on the platform, one of whom was wielding an iron whip, striking the man mercilessly. Each lash cracked against his flesh, causing blood to bloom across his chest and back, a sight both shocking and disturbing. Yet, the man remained silent, likely having succumbed to unconsciousness behind his veil of dark hair. "Stop! Stop!" The other person on the platform, noticing Mengmeng's approach, quickly commanded the whip wielder to halt. Lord Ming had instructed them to continue punishing Sane, but to cease when a female beast appeared, demonstrating the Leopard clan's respect for females. The crack of the whip suddenly ceased, and as Mengmeng walked along the path, confused by the abrupt silence, She looked up to find both men staring at her with foolish grins, their attention fully captured by her presence. Mengmeng could only respond with an awkward smile. And then, under the guidance of Yeli, continued towards the leopard clan's kitchen. Did you see that? The female smiled at me. Of course. She smiled at me too. When do you think it will be our turn to have a mate? I don't know, but Lord Siming said everyone will have a share. After Mengmeng walked away, the two continued their fervent discussion, completely forgetting about the matter of Saren receiving 500 lashes as instructed by Ming. Their conversation was animated, filled with fervent aspirations of mating with the female, oblivious to the fact that Saren, who had displayed no emotion despite the torment he endured, now opened his eyes. Those eyes gleamed with a brilliance surpassing that of the chains binding him, peering through the strands of hair that obscured his face, gazing in the direction Mengmeng had departed. Meanwhile, Mengmeng, curious about the execution platform, voiced her inquiries to Yeli, who was leading the way. Yeli's disposition bore some resemblance to Lishio's. He was talkative and somewhat restless. Delighted by Mengmeng's conversation, he willingly recounted Saren's story. Saren had previously been a commander of our leopard clan, a peer of Lord Siming. However, after Lord Siming ascended to his position, Saren, feeling discontented, conspired with outside forces to invade our leopard clan, resulting in the deaths of 3 brothers from our clan at their hands. Mengmeng let out a soft exclamation, realizing the truth of the situation. However, it was her first time witnessing punishment within a beast folk base against one of their own. She had always believed that beastmen, much like the canine tribe, would coexist in harmony and camaraderie. Although she had observed Oriai and Yuan engaging in a brawl upon her arrival, it had been a harmless display, causing no substantive harm. Yet, it now seemed that the only tribe capable of true peaceful coexistence was indeed the canine tribe, as that was all she had witnessed thus far. Subsequently, her interest in San waned. When she next heard news of him, it was revealed that the leopard tribe had decided to sentence San to death, with the execution scheduled to take place in 2 days at the gallows. For the past few days, San had been bound there, deprived of food and water, subjected to 500 lashes each day. Occasionally, Ming would take out his frustrations on San, although such disgraceful behavior was carefully concealed from Mengmeng. Even the execution itself was deemed unfit for her eyes, as it was feared that it might tarnish her pure vision. On the day of the execution, the gallows were surrounded by the entire leopard tribe, their malicious gazes fixed upon the condemned San, hurling insults and reveling in his misfortune. It was a day when their former commander found himself as a prisoner. Those willing to stand in San's defense had been dealt with by Ming, leaving only a few who had fled to other areas. Mengmeng remained oblivious to the intricate machinations of the leopard clan, although her curiosity urged her to steal a glance. Ming's implication was that such a scene might haunt her with nightmares. It was said that the condemned beastmen would be transformed back into their feral forms, only to have their heads severed with a blade. After the blood had been drained, they would be cast from a height of 10,000 meters, serving as nourishment for the monstrous creatures below, as well as the mutants. Mengmeng believed that it should not evoke any terrifying emotions within her, as she had previously watched numerous bloody films. However, she found herself powerless when others prevented her from going. If it were Yuan, she could have played the charming card and persuaded him to let her go, yet now, in the leopard clan, she felt unable to forge the same intimacy as before. Consequently, she busied herself in her little garden, yet even in this sanctuary, she could hear the raucous cries from the execution platform, incessantly urging for Saren's swift demise. As Mengmeng immersed herself in her work, the outside world gradually descended into chaos, a fact she remained oblivious to. It was only when the door of the cultivation chamber was violently flung open, the iron gates crashing against the wall opposite her, that she snapped to attention. What on earth is happening? She stared in astonishment at the 2 doors that had been forcefully propelled, marveling at the extraordinary strength behind such an act. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, a swift gust of darkness surged towards her, enveloping her completely. In an instant, she found herself whisked away, being carried out of the cultivation chamber. Indeed, she was being seized, to be precise. A colossal black panther had gripped her by the scruff of her neck and was now bounding through the territory of its kin. Mengmeng had never experienced such an extreme sport. Her scalp tingled, and she felt on the verge of fainting. In her heart, she cried out for help. Where was Lord Siming? What about Yeli? And that Neo? What about all the orcs at the leopard clan base? This was dire. The female had been captured. Amidst the chaos, someone screamed. The Black Panther darted away at incredible speed, and in the dizzying whirlwind, Mengmeng glimpsed several orcs transforming, including the one-eyed Siming. He was a spotted leopard, matching the Black Panther's speed as he pursued alongside it. Saren, release the female. I will give you whatever you desire. Siming squinted, conceding. He had not anticipated that Saren had already freed himself from the chains and, in the final moments of execution, launched an attack, cleverly seizing the female. Fine. Having worked together before, Siming certainly could not underestimate Saren. However, the female was still in his grasp, should anything happen to her. Explaining it to the canine clan would be exceedingly difficult. Indeed, the entire beast race would be concerned. This was a rare, humanoid female beast. At that moment, the entire leopard clan donned protective gear and surrounded them, weapons in hand. Saren remained unperturbed, carrying Mengmeng towards the location of the parked aircraft. Yet, they were also encircled by several others, all watching him intently. Saren opened his mouth, and whether by design or accident, the warm, damp tongue brushed against the skin of Mengmeng's neck, causing her to shiver, as she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her neck. The Black Panther only needed to exert a little force to snap it with ease. Aircraft, Saren said succinctly, his voice low and hoarse, as if he had not spoken in a long time. It was evident he needed an aircraft. Siming understood his implication. Neo hastily objected, "My lord, we cannot let him have it. We worked hard to capture him. If he escapes this time, where will we find him again? What can we do?" Mengmeng is in his hands. Neo was at a loss for words. Compared to Saren, Mengmeng was indeed more crucial. Siming promptly made a decision, addressing Saren. "We can provide you with an aircraft, but you must release her." The Black Panther raised its chin, its sharp eyes scanning the still Mengmeng. And with a barely audible nod, it agreed. "Deal." Siming waved his hand, signaling those guarding the aircraft to step aside. In that moment of distraction, Saren transformed back into human form, easily scooping up the discarded Mengmeng as if she were a small rabbit. Feeling the solid, hard chest behind her and the scorching large hand gripping her neck, Mengmeng felt utterly helpless. The warmth radiating from that hand seemed to remind her that her life could be extinguished at any moment. Mengmeng felt an overwhelming urge to scream. However, after overhearing the recent conversation between Ming and the others, she deemed it wiser to refrain from acting impulsively. She suppressed the impulse to cry out, allowing Sane to lead her toward the spacecraft. As Sane was about to lift Mengmeng onto the vessel, Ming quickly interjected, "Are you having second thoughts?" Sane remained silent, fixating a cold glare at Ming. Meanwhile, Ming had already strategized his next move. Once Sane released her, he would rally everyone to encircle the spacecraft. Having collaborated with Ming before, Sane could glean a hint of his intentions, but Mengmeng, standing before him, remained oblivious. She swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow, maintaining a facade of compliance as a captive. Although her exterior appeared docile, her inner turmoil was palpable. Why had this man not yet released her? Was he contemplating a change of heart? Should he decide against releasing her, she would not hold back. As she contemplated the prospect of biting him when he least expected it, Sane made a sudden move. Wordlessly, he grasped her neck and pushed her out of the spacecraft. Yet his grip on the back of her neck did not waver. Internally tormented, Mengmeng discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Ming and the others, facing the standoff, also felt a sense of relief. Just as Ming anticipated Sane's complete release of her, he took decisive action. Mengmeng was abruptly yanked backward with a forceful pull, drawing her back into the spacecraft. The door of the vessel was immediately sealed shut. Outside, Ming reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of curses. "Damn it, Sane! How dare you deceive me?" As Mengmeng was pulled aboard the spacecraft, she felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. Overcoming her fear, she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Did you not promise to release me? How can you go back on your word?" The individual who had dragged her aboard merely released her and proceeded toward the command platform, responding to her inquiry with a curt, "Non-committal hum-hum?" Mengmeng gaped in astonishment, having never encountered such an unabashed yet earnest individual. Perfectly poised and impeccably stylish, Mengmeng wished to continue her protest. Yet San evidently lacked the patience for such antics. He cast her a frigid glance, compelling her to silence. Mengmeng suddenly realized that she was the one being kidnapped. The assailants were indeed kidnappers. Although they were also beast men, they showed no interest in her, a rare humanoid female. Unlike other beast men who would gaze at her with fervor upon sight, Noticing her silence, Sane began to operate the aircraft with utmost seriousness. After experiencing a setback at Sane's hands, Mengmeng, feeling the stark contrast, dared not provoke him further. Fearing that he might actually snap her neck in a fit of displeasure, she could only bite her finger, suppressing her fear as she huddled in the corner. The aircraft surged forward, closely followed by several Leopard Clan ships, with the foremost one piloted by Meng himself. His expression was ferocious, and he cursed vehemently, vowing to turn them into a sieve. He forcefully pressed a red skull button nearby, unleashing a barrage of laser projectiles aimed directly at Sane's aircraft. Mengmeng watched in horror as the projectiles densely approached on the 1-meter-wide display screen, headed straight for their vessel. Mengmeng was nearly taken aback, holding her breath. She watched as that Sane effortlessly evaded several attacks. Subsequently, he appeared to activate a speed booster. Mengmeng distinctly sensed the acceleration of the aircraft. As the scenery on the display swiftly whizzed by, the intense pressure of the high speed rendered her breathless, and an unsettling discomfort settled in her stomach. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as she felt on the brink of asphyxiation, the aircraft abruptly halted. The hatch was opened. Mengmeng rushed out only to be overwhelmed by a fit of retching. Once she had finished, she noticed that the aircraft had landed on the ground. Disregarding the presence of Saren, who had also emerged, she dashed back toward the aircraft, exclaiming, "What a joke! This is the ground, a surface teeming with monstrous aberrations." However, Saren, having taken just a few steps, turned around and yanked her back with a silent yet forceful grip. "Let go of me. I refuse to go out." Mengmeng protested vehemently, struggling against him. She longed to return to the base, to her home. Indeed, this world of beastmen was far from pleasant. She yearned for her cozy little nest. "I won't die," Saren stated succinctly, mistakenly believing her fear was the primary concern. Yet, she was indeed terrified, though her overwhelming desire to return home brought tears to her eyes. Saren observed her, furrowing his brow. Surrounded by rugged warriors, he had witnessed weaker males bullied to tears. But this was the first time he encountered a female like Mengmeng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, delicate and captivating, reminiscent of a fragile blossom. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip on her arm slightly, yet he continued to lead her in a specific direction. Mengmeng was compelled to move forward, her tears having ceased, replaced by a curious gaze surveying her surroundings. The desolate expanse of the yellow earth lay barren, with not a blade of grass in sight. The air was thick with haze, limiting her vision to merely 2 meters, yet it was evident that it was indeed daytime. Where to? The unknown instilled a sense of dread within Mengmeng, prompting her to stammer a question. However, the man ahead seemed oblivious to her plight, striding purposefully as he pulled her along. Several times, Mengmeng struggled to keep pace, nearly colliding with him. The two continued their slow march deeper into the fog, marking the end of Mengmeng's months of comfort. Strangely, despite their journey, no beasts or mutants appeared, allowing her to momentarily believe that the horrors displayed on the screen were mere illusions. Before long, Sane halted, revealing a large structure mostly buried in the yellow earth, surrounded by numerous other edifices, most of which were also concealed, with only fragments visible. Yet, the structure before them could accommodate 4 to 5 individuals, presenting itself as a commendable shelter. Nevertheless, Sane dragged her inside, retrieved a suitcase, and then pulled her back out. They retraced their steps until they returned to the spacecraft, leaving Mengmeng speechless and bewildered. Why not land the spacecraft directly at that location? Mengmeng, unable to contain herself any longer, murmured her discontent regarding Sane's actions. She questioned why he insisted on bringing her along when he could very well go alone. Did he fear she might escape? In this desolate place, there was nowhere for her to flee. Ahead lay the territory of the Wolf Clan. Sane, as taciturn as ever, offered a brief explanation, which Mengmeng considered an act of great kindness. Yet, his succinct words were utterly incomprehensible to her. What did it mean? Were they forbidden to enter the Wolf Clan's domain? Did they possess some sort of radar? Upon voicing her thoughts, Mengmeng finally grasped the situation. Oh, so that was it. By this time, Sane had already disregarded her, unlocking the newly acquired suitcase with his fingerprint and tossing a large hooded cloak in her direction. Mengmeng hurriedly caught the item, only to unfurl it and discover a black cloak, her face etched with confusion. She contemplated wearing it, pondering her upcoming encounter with others. Her current identity was indeed not suited for exposure before any unfamiliar beastmen. Yet, a pressing question lingered in her mind. Whom were they to meet? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, but her question fell on deaf ears as the others remained engrossed in the contents of the suitcase. Casting a sidelong glance, she noticed a jumble of unfamiliar items within, the only one she recognized being a firearm. Then, she witnessed Sane brandishing an object resembling a syringe, plunging it into his arm without regard for the blood spattering around him, before donning a protective suit. The sight made Mengmeng feel quite uncomfortable. However, it must be said that once the suit tightened, it accentuated his robust physique, revealing a perfect blend of muscular definition and alluring tension. Mengmeng's amateur evaluation, if placed in her former world, would undoubtedly epitomize the ideal model physique, garnering admiration from numerous women, although she herself harbored no interest in such matters. Subsequently, Sane, seemingly oblivious to her presence, activated the flying apparatus once more. Mengmeng observed him selecting a destination on the map, which indicated the 5th district. The 5th district, she recalled hearing about an auction taking place there, commencing in just a few days. However, what could Sane possibly want in the 5th district? Suddenly, a terrifying thought exploded in her mind. Could it be that he intended to take her to the auction? Surely not. If he truly brought her there, it would reveal their location, wouldn't it? Wouldn't Si Ming and the others come charging in at that point? Mengmeng's rather dim mind finally experienced a moment of clarity. However, her uncertain analysis led her to conclude that Sane could easily sell her off and abscond without a trace. This notion proliferated in her mind, pushing her to the brink of despair. Sane, intently focused on the display screen, unmistakably sensed her intense emotional turmoil and took a moment to cast a glance her way. Mengmeng immediately revealed her signature charming smile, cautiously inquiring, what are we going to do in Zone 5? The rugged San gazed at her for an unusually long moment. Upon arriving at Zone 5, his gaze lingered, imbued with an intensity that suggested he was utterly captivated. How rare it was. San truly displayed a rare expression of attraction towards the female. Mengmeng was somewhat taken aback. Having always perceived him as a steadfast and unyielding man, to an almost exasperating degree, his ironclad will seemed impervious to any force, rendering him an anomaly in this realm of orcs. To her surprise, Sane, with a stoic expression, averted his gaze yet addressed her inquiry. I am going to purchase something. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It was a matter of buying, not selling. How absurd. She was certainly not an object. The aircraft sped along its course, but suddenly veered off unexpectedly. The navigation display emitted a series of urgent beeping alarms, startling Mengmeng. As she glanced at the screen, she noticed that the aircraft's trajectory had deviated. Sane casually pressed a button on the control panel, silencing the insistent beeping. Where are we headed? Although Mengmeng was filled with curiosity, she dared not inquire further until the aircraft came to a halt before a vast cavern on the ground. Mengmeng was abruptly pulled down and dragged to a corner beside the cave entrance, where Sane finally released her. As she stood there, bewildered, Sane's gaze lingered on her face for a fleeting moment before he instructed, stand here and wait. Wait here for what? Mengmeng wore a face full of perplexity. Yet Sane offered her no opportunity to inquire, striding into the cave with long, elegant legs. Mengmeng felt a stir in her heart. Is she really being left here? Her almond-shaped eyes flickered as she gazed at the spacecraft in the distance, its hatch firmly shut. She realized that returning to the vessel was impossible, let alone escaping with it. Furthermore, she lacked the skills to operate the spacecraft. Wait a moment. Could it be that Sa'in always pulls her down from the craft to prevent her from piloting it away? Mengmeng's lips quivered in frustration as she slapped her forehead, lamenting how she had never considered commandeering the flying device to make her escape. Just as her mind wandered into a maze of thoughts, a series of thunderous bangs echoed from the cave, accompanied by the anguished cries of some creature. Suddenly, a severed head was hurled into view. Upon recognizing the grotesque object, her heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. It was the head of some monstrous beast, or perhaps a mutated creature, adorned with dark horns. And the gaping wound at its neck indicated that it had been violently torn away. In a matter of moments, the body of this head came into sight, a serpent-like creature, as thick as a barrel and measuring 3 meters in length. It was being effortlessly dragged out by San, perhaps due to the dim lighting within the cave. San brandished a knife, slicing into the serpent's belly to create a gaping wound the size of a fist. Without a flicker of hesitation, he reached into the creature's abdomen and extracted a small, thumb-sized organ. Was it a heart, liver, or perhaps a spleen? Mengmeng speculated about the nature of the snake's liver, while Sane casually wiped something in his hand before producing a small, brown drawstring pouch into which he placed the object. As he performed these actions, he cast a glance towards Mengmeng, his gaze inscrutable and unsettling. The intensity of his stare sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to glance around in a bid to alleviate her discomfort. Meanwhile, Sane finished securing the unidentified entrails and approached her. His towering presence loomed over her, evoking a palpable sense of pressure. Mengmeng fixated on the drawstring pouch in his hand, her mind racing with the thought that he might be intending for her to consume its contents. Alarmed by this notion, she swiftly clamped her mouth shut, resolutely biting down on her teeth. Sane frowned at her defiant stance, and with a decisive tug on the pouch's long cord, he unceremoniously slipped it around Mengmeng's neck, leaving her no room for refusal. As Mengmeng exhaled, it was not to indulge in food, yet she found herself puzzled as to why she was required to carry such an item. Before she could voice her curiosity, a foul stench emanating from the pouch overwhelmed her senses, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The putrid odor of decaying entrails assaulted her nostrils. What kind of innards could rot so swiftly? Moreover, why on earth was she compelled to bear such a thing? Without allowing her a chance to decline, San insisted. The liver fruit will mask your scent. If you endure it long enough, you will grow accustomed. This was the phrase that Mengmeng heard most frequently from San throughout the day. Gradually, she understood the purpose of this so-called liver fruit. It was likely to disguise her overwhelmingly feminine aroma. However, she had absolutely no desire to carry it. Mengmeng hesitated, her words caught in her throat. In the exchange of glances between the two, Saren's indifferent gaze left her no room for refusal. She was once again pulled onto the aircraft, enduring the acrid scent that assaulted her senses. However, Saren was right. After a while, one became accustomed to the odor. Mengmeng took her original seat once again, this time remaining vigilant as she observed Sane's maneuvers at the control panel. She concealed her intentions adeptly, avoiding detection. The aircraft swiftly arrived at its destination, the bustling commercial city at the heart of Zone 5. Once, Zone 5, like many others, was home to scattered orc bases. But a few years prior, it was unified by the Rabbit tribe, which connected the 4 disparate bases through bridges and established a thriving commercial hub at its center. Today, Zone 5 flourishes more than its counterparts. Although it does not rival the grandeur of Zones 15 to 20, it boasts a considerable population, drawing numerous orcs from other regions for trade. Sane parked the aircraft in the public area of the commercial city, settled the parking fee, and guided Mengmeng to the upper level of the marketplace. As she stood in the central plaza, awe-stricken by the spectacle before her, it felt as though she had unlocked the gates to a new world. The sci-fi scenes she had previously only witnessed in films now materialized vividly before her eyes. Aircraft resembling automobiles glided seamlessly through the air, while 7 or 8 towering skyscrapers were interconnected by transparent tracks. The train-like transportation system only revealed itself when in motion along these tracks, and the throng of orcs bustling to and fro was simply overwhelming. Mengmeng gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, her mouth agape as if it could scarcely accommodate a large egg. However, Sane offered her no opportunity for exploration, insisting that she don her cloak and guiding her towards a nearby cylindrical high-rise. As she curiously observed the bustling passers-by, Sane whisked her onto a transparent elevator. Contrary to her expectations of ascending, the lift plunged downward. After descending through 100 floors, they emerged onto a dilapidated street, where iron bridges crisscrossed in midair. Flanking the thoroughfare were numerous rundown shops, teeming with a cacophony of goods, illuminated by vibrant neon lights, establishments selling clothing, hairdressing services, props, and various other enterprises that Mengmeng could readily identify. Mengmeng gazed in astonishment, her jaw dropping at the stark contrast between the upper and lower sections. Ultimately, San led her into an upscale bathhouse, aptly named the Enchantment Cave. Mengmeng gazed at the 3 characters, pondering what sort of bathhouse could be dubbed the Ecstasy Cave. Upon her entrance, she would soon comprehend the true meaning of ecstasy. The atmosphere was filled with steam, and a myriad of men, mostly in the nude, filled the space. Some merely draped a white towel around their waists, offering scant coverage to their modesty. The baths were arranged in a square formation throughout the expansive facility, where men mingled in a cacophony of voices, some indulging in the warmth of the water, others partaking in drinks and merriment, while laughter and conversation echoed around them. At the pool's edge, There were skilled attendants dedicated to providing massages and relaxation. And in a more provocative twist, she witnessed a slender worker, blushing profusely, being forcibly ushered into a private cubicle. Mengmeng was taken aback, nearly losing her composure. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently collided with a man passing by her side. The man was clad in a bathrobe, and had she not been so startled, she would have certainly cried out. Nevertheless, she instinctively uttered an apology. The scent emanating from her body elicited a look of disdain from the man, prompting him to retreat a few steps, his lips poised to unleash a torrent of foul language. Yet, upon hearing Mengmeng's voice of apology, he froze in surprise. The sound was soft and delicate, entirely unlike a man's voice, although her face was obscured by a hooded cloak, leading one to initially assume she resembled a frail male orc. The voice that emerged was unfamiliar and possessed an enchanting quality that sent shivers down one's spine. Captivated, the man reached out as if to tug at Mengmeng's cloak, only to be thwarted by Sane, who pulled Mengmeng behind him, fixing a sharp, icy gaze upon the man. Though silent, the overwhelming aura of intimidation emanating from him caused the man to falter. Despite being the one who had been bumped into, he found himself apologizing profusely. Sane, not wishing to escalate the situation, cast a cold glance at him before leading Mengmeng further inside. The man watched them retreat, suppressing his emotions while internally cursing. No wonder he's so protective, with a voice like that. It was the first time he had ever heard such a tender and melodic sound. Had he been in Sane's position, he would also have shielded her. Feeling a pang of envy before seeking out someone for a massage, Sane guided Mengmeng through the bathhouse and into a narrow alley behind it, where a few scattered pedestrians wandered amid buildings constructed from sturdy iron sheets, none exceeding 2 stories in height. He halted before a 2-story building, where 3 or 4 iron barrels overflowed with garbage, exuding a foul stench that attracted buzzing flies. Mengmeng observed, finally spotting something familiar from her previous world. Go on. Do what you must. Every time I ask for your help, you only create more trouble. You drive me mad. Just as Sane was about to knock on the door, a curse echoed from within, the voice young and reminiscent of someone around Lu's age, albeit laced with hostility. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. A timid voice, also youthful, followed, exuding a sense of timidity. Didn't he mean to? When have you ever not meant to? Damn it! Sane's hand descended upon the door with a crisp knock, breaking the tirade from within. Immediately, they heard hurried footsteps and the sound of objects being toppled over. Another round of curses followed. Open the door. Whether it's this that's been knocked over or that, can you be of any use? I apologize. With this expression of regret, the sound of the door lock being forcefully pulled open resonated from behind the door. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, emerged before the two. His long black hair partially obscured his forehead, with most of his bangs concealing his eyes, leaving only his nose and thin lips visible. Clad in loose white garments, he averted his gaze from Sane and the other, bowing his head in shyness and insecurity, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Mengmeng listened as Sane called him Lilan. The young man suddenly lifted his head, his eyes, hidden beneath his bangs, sparkling with life. The lethargy that had previously enveloped him dissipated, revealing a brilliant smile akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Sane, you finally arrived, he exclaimed, his grin reminiscent of a child's joy. The people inside the room, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. One individual, sporting a disheveled mane of golden hair and clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and white trousers, was strikingly handsome, exuding a more masculine aura than Lilan. Saying, wow, it's really you. I was starting to go mad. I'm almost driven to the brink by Lilan. I've never encountered such a useless orc in my life. Nothing he does is right. Do I not have to stay here any longer? I'll just go in and pack my things. The golden-haired youth was overwhelmed with excitement. This place had merely been a temporary refuge assigned to him and Lilan by Sane, who had mentioned reconvening in 3 days. Yet, astonishingly, a week had already passed. Wait, Sane interjected, stopping him. Let us go inside first. He then pulled Mengmeng into the room. After closing the door, the 2 young men finally noticed Mengmeng's presence beside their brother Sane. Who is she? The golden-haired youth asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Why is she so well concealed? He was clearly talkative and did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. Lilan, standing nearby, regarded Mengmeng with a questioning gaze, though he was cautious not to be too overt, allowing only a glimpse of his curiosity through the strands of his dark hair. Female, Sane stated succinctly. maintaining his typically reserved demeanor as he reached up to pull back Mengmeng's hood. In an instant, Mengmeng was revealed to their eyes, her shoulder-length hair and exquisite features captivating them, as if she radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. The golden-haired youth, who had initially been puzzled, now widened his eyes in astonishment. His mouth agape, rendered speechless. Lilan, too, appeared taken aback, his lips slightly parted, his eyes, concealed beneath dark locks, gleaming with a brilliance that outshone the stars. Even though this world could not see them. Where did you find her? The golden-haired youth stammered, finally regaining his composure after a moment. Trembling fingers pointing at Mengmeng in disbelief. This is even more astonishing than Lilan successfully accomplishing anything. No. This cannot be compared. Females are the heavens, while Lilan is the earth. They are entirely incomparable. Mengmeng felt a bit embarrassed by their astonished expressions when she suddenly heard Huang Mao's words. Wondering where she had come from. After all, she had been captured. The thought of having to follow this Sane around everywhere made her mood plummet. Sane, however, did not respond to Huang Mao, understanding that this chatterbox would inevitably discover that the female was taken from the Leopard clan's base, thus unveiling the fact that he had been captured and nearly failed to return. Huang Mao's name was simply Ong. I will visit the auction house in a few days. You all keep an eye on her. Remember, do not let her reveal herself. What? Ong exclaimed upon hearing that Sane would be gone for a few days. How many days are we talking about? Just one day of rest, Sane replied. But could you give a definitive answer for the latter part? Ong fell silent under Sane's icy gaze. Ong rubbed his forehead, thinking that as long as there was a female beast around, staying a few more days wouldn't be so dreadful after all. Sane then turned to the consistently obedient and low-profile Lilan, who, upon being called, quickly lifted his head. His eyes glimmered through his hair, and a childlike smile graced his lips, seemingly revealing his gentler side only in Sane's presence. Sane, rest assured. I will look after the female, Lilan assured. Sane nodded, though what he truly wished to convey was not this. He had experienced Lilan's clumsiness firsthand, not out of blame, but concern that he might become despondent. Offering a reassuring pat on Lilan's shoulder, he advised, take your time with your tasks. Lilan's smile broadened. Unlike those who often scorned him, Sane always offered encouragement. Yes, Lilan replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Ong scoffed from the side, dismissing his usefulness, as he seemed inept at everything. As Sane departed, he cast a glance at Mengmeng, his eyes seemingly conveying a warning. Do not even think of escaping. Even if she were to flee, as a female in this 5th district, she would not achieve anything noteworthy. Mengmeng was acutely aware of her predicament. Rather than fleeing only to fall into another perilous situation, it was wiser to remain here. For at least the 3 orcs present had not cast any judgmental glances upon her perceived impurity. Shortly after Sane had departed, her stomach began to grumble audibly. A reminder of her hunger. Since leaving the Leopard clan base, she had not consumed anything. The stalwart Sane had seemingly never considered the possibility that Mengmeng, as a female, might experience hunger. Ah, are you hungry? Anger, with his keen ears, caught the sound and hurried to rummage through the iron cabinet, searching for something to eat. Meanwhile, Lilan, noticing that Mengmeng was still standing, kindly attempted to bring a chair closer to her. However, in his eagerness, he stumbled, tripping over his own feet, and with a loud crash, he fell along with the chair in a rather undignified manner. Mengmeng observed in astonishment as he maneuvered. Could he truly trip over himself? As expected, it elicited another thunderous roar from Ong. Can you please refrain from causing such chaos? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Li Lan's face flushed as he repeatedly apologized, though it was unclear whether his contrition was directed at Mengmeng or Ong, as if uttering those 3 words could absolve him of all his transgressions. It's quite all right. It's quite all right. Are you unhurt? Mengmeng approached and righted the fallen stool, inquiring softly of the prostrate Lilan. I'm fine. Lilan murmured, his head bowed, the timbre of his voice so faint that, were it not for Mengmeng's proximity, it would have been nearly inaudible. Mengmeng extended her hand to assist him, saying, please rise, the ground is filthy. Lilan was momentarily taken aback, allowing Mengmeng to help him up. However, he lifted his head slightly, his gaze peeking through his disheveled hair, casting a glance at her, reminiscent of how he looked at Sa-in, dark and bright. Ong, observing from the side, felt exasperated. Lilan, you have hands and feet. Why do you need assistance? He placed the dried meat and water he had rummaged through on a nearby table, then pushed forward, forcing Mengmeng to release Li Lan. Little female beast. Do not concern yourself with him. Aren't you hungry? Eat quickly. We cannot have you starving. He urged Mengmeng to sit in a chair. The recently discovered food lay before her. His enthusiasm was overwhelming, and Mengmeng felt it inappropriate to protest. After expressing her gratitude with a smile, she began to eat under the gaze of both males. Ong watched her intently, and even Li Lan's eyes were fixed upon her, filled with curiosity and intrigue, as if the act of eating would be different for this female compared to them. Indeed, it was different. She exhibited such gentleness while eating. Mengmeng savored each bite, delicately placing pieces of the dried meat into her small mouth, chewing slowly. Her round cheeks would sway as she chewed, needing at least 5 or 6 bites to swallow a piece the size of her palm, unlike their method of devouring it in one go. The dried meat seemed to be processed, somewhat coarse and dry, and after finishing one piece, she refrained from reaching for another. With 2 sets of eyes upon her, she found it difficult to continue. After taking a sip of water, she ceased eating, prompting Ong to inquire, "Why have you stopped? Is it unpalatable? When Brother Sa-in returns, we shall have him buy some meat paste. It tastes better than this dried meat." "No, I am full," Mengmeng replied hurriedly. In Ong and Li Lan's perspective, being full meant it was time to sleep. They hastily set about tidying up the second floor, during which the clumsy Li Lan faced a barrage of reprimands from Ong. Eventually, Ong could no longer tolerate it and ordered Li Lan downstairs. Mengmeng, feeling guilty for not being able to contribute after a satisfying meal, insisted, "I will go up and help as well." Li Lan attempted to stop her, but his reflexes were sluggish, and he could only watch as Mengmeng ascended the stairs with determination. Upon reaching the second floor, Mengmeng surveyed the entire space at a glance. There were only 2 beds and a scatter of miscellaneous items, while Ong was busy pushing the 2 single beds together side by side. Mengmeng was quite taken aback. Apart from the disorder, she had anticipated the presence of a man's musky scent, but to her surprise, there was none. It was only later that she learned the entire building, though modest, was equipped with a basic ventilation system. Ong later explained to her that as long as one kept up, Orc residences generally possessed some rudimentary intelligence systems, which naturally required crystal energy for operation. One day, after a long and tiring journey, Mengmeng collapsed into bed. However, mindful that the 2 beds belonged to Ong and Li Lan, she soon found herself wide awake. Upon awakening, she heard Aang's furious voice echoing from downstairs, clearly indicating that Li Lan had made yet another mistake. Blinking away her sleepiness, she glanced at the wide-open door of the second-floor room and realized, to her astonishment, that she had slept unguarded. Listening to the commotion below, she mused that had Saren been present, she might have taken precautions. Yet, she could discern that the 2 individuals downstairs bore no such intentions. Rising from her bed, she made her way downstairs. There, she found Li Lan standing with her head bowed, seemingly at a loss, beside a pot of spilled soup. Ong, meanwhile, was cursing as he tidied up the mess. With each curse that escaped Aang's lips, Li Lan would meekly respond with an apology, as though "I'm sorry" was the only phrase she could muster. Mengmeng gazed upon the scene with a tinge of sympathy. Ong, seemingly engaged in the preparation of her meal, exhibited a rare diligence. In his typically brusque manner, he took the time to boil the jerky in a pot, adding a selection of seasonings to achieve a texture akin to that of minced meat. He had never approached any task with such earnestness before, although his movements appeared less coarse. The mere thought that this was meant for the female inspired him to cook with meticulous care. Mengmeng was unaware, believing that this was merely their way of preparing food. As she descended the stairs, Li Lan was the first to notice her. You're awake." Then came a surprised, "Ah, female, you've awakened so soon? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? I haven't finished cooking yet. Since you're awake, please take a seat, and soon you can taste the meat soup I've prepared. It should taste similar to that meat paste." While calling to Mengmeng, Ong busied herself with tidying up, not forgetting to instruct Li Lan to set the dining table. It was rather peculiar. Although Ong expressed disdain towards Li Lan, she continued to urge her to complete her tasks, perhaps hoping Li Lan would succeed in accomplishing something worthwhile. Mengmeng was beckoned to sit beside the table. Feeling somewhat bashful, she suggested to Ong that he need not trouble himself on her account, as she was not particularly hungry. However, Ong insisted that she should sample the offerings. Thus, she cast a somewhat uneasy glance at Li Lan, who was diligently tidying up the table. Everything was proceeding smoothly, yet Li Lan seemed destined to make a blunder. Despite her carefulness and attention to detail, she inadvertently knocked over a cup of water, spilling its contents entirely onto Mengmeng. Mengmeng seemed unbothered. Yet Lilan appeared to have committed a grave error. In a fluster, she took a clean cloth and hurriedly wiped Mengmeng, repeatedly uttering apologies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it was not my intention. Fortunately, Ong had just stepped out to the warehouse to fetch something. Otherwise, Lilan would have surely faced a barrage of harsh reprimands. Mengmeng hurriedly reassured him that everything was fine and reminded him that Ong would return shortly. Lilan was taken aback, halting the apology that lingered on her lips. At that moment, Ong did return, yet he remained oblivious to the peculiarities occurring in their vicinity. Mengmeng observed Lilan, who remained frozen in place. Gently wiping the water stains off the table, she raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling with warmth. In a soft voice, she reassured him, it's all right. If something isn't done well, it can always be redone. Every task can ultimately be accomplished. She noted that Lilan often spent his time apologizing. Coupled with the immense pressure weighing on his heart, most people, aside from Saan, seemed to express disdain for him, lacking the timely encouragement that could prevent him from making mistakes in everything he undertook. Mengmeng was uncertain whether her thoughts were right, yet she could only offer encouragement to the young man before her. She awaited Lilan's response, but to her surprise, she found Lilan staring at her with a dazed expression, as if she had uttered something of great significance. What Mengmeng remains unaware of is that no one has ever encouraged Lilan in such a manner. Even Sa-en, whose words are few, merely offers consolation followed by a brief encouragement, without reiterating the notion of persisting in the face of failure. The turmoil within Lilan is far more profound than one could ever imagine. Thank you. Mengmeng did not anticipate such a strong reaction, yet she distinctly heard the words of gratitude. At that moment, Ong had prepared the meal and joyfully arranged the bowls and utensils. You hardly ate during the last meal, so this time the flavors are sure to be delightful, Ong thought, still convinced that Mengmeng's previous lack of appetite was due to the unpalatable jerky. Hastily, he served a bowl and presented it to Mengmeng, exuberantly urging her, do enjoy it, do eat. Mengmeng could hardly withstand his fervent enthusiasm, and under the fervent gazes of the two before her, she reluctantly took a spoonful and placed it in her mouth. It was indeed much softer than jerky, though its flavor fell short compared to minced meat. However, she had no particular interest in the latter either. Yet, with Aang's unwavering gaze upon her, she found it difficult to refuse and ultimately consumed all the broth in her bowl. Upon placing the bowl down, she realized that neither of them had partaken in the meal. Aren't you two eating? She inquired. Ong replied, this is just for you. Lilan and I are having jerky. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 pieces of jerky from a nearby canister, tossing one to Lilan before gleefully nibbling on his own. Since the earlier incident, Lilan's gaze had frequently drifted towards Mengmeng. Although the attention she garnered was largely due to her femininity, the significance in Lilan's eyes had evidently shifted. Another day passed, and Mengmeng found her interactions with them quite pleasant. Ong consistently sought to engage her in conversation, showering her with affection and care. During their discussions, Mengmeng learned that Ong, like Sane, was a leopard, whereas Lilan was surprisingly a member of the rabbit clan. This revelation astonished her. The notion of a leopard and a rabbit forming a bond was utterly unexpected. Throughout their time together, whenever Lilan made mistakes in his tasks, Mengmeng would promptly encourage him to continue with his unfinished work, rather than allowing him to linger in apologies. The results were indeed remarkable. Within a single day, Lilan successfully completed a task, leaving Ong utterly astonished. With exuberant exclamations of delight, it was evident that Aang's reprimands towards Lilan had softened significantly after that. Mengmeng continued to encourage Lilan, whose confidence soared as she savored the experience. However, it was not long before Saan returned, astonishing Ong and Lilan with his swift arrival in less than 2 days. Upon entering, his demeanor was serious as he cast a glance towards Mengmeng in the corner. We can leave this place now. At this, Ong leaped with joy, urging Lilan to gather her belongings. Before long, everyone had gathered at the location of the parked spacecraft. Mengmeng was utterly perplexed by Sane's sudden decision to depart once more. Although her curiosity piqued, she found herself unable to inquire further. Sane was the first to leap onto the aircraft, subsequently reaching out to pull Mengmeng along. Ong, ever considerate, offered his support from behind, while Lilan wished to assist as well, yet found his hands burdened with too many belongings. Mengmeng was ushered onto the aircraft. Turning around, she intended to assist Li Lan with her luggage, but at that moment, an aircraft came to a halt 100 meters away. It was commonplace for aircraft to come and go in this area. However, what was extraordinary was that Mengmeng spotted a familiar face. Descending from that aircraft was none other than Yuan, accompanied by Li Xiao and others, individuals whose names she could readily recall. She felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, but she quickly suppressed it, stealing a glance at her companion, saying, to see if he had also noticed Yuan and the others. To her dismay, that fleeting glance caused her heart to race. Sane was indeed fixated on her, casting a cool glance towards Yuan's direction, clearly having detected their presence. With a gulp, Mengmeng swallowed hard, initially planning to seize the opportunity to warn Yu, and while Sane was unaware. However, at that moment, her mouth flew open in haste, but Sane was swifter, covering her mouth with one hand while the other secured her waist. Mengmeng, her feet lifted off the ground, struggled futilely against his superior strength, ultimately being effortlessly ushered into the command center. Close the door, Sane commanded in a stern voice, unaware of the circumstances. Ong and Li Lan quickly complied. Sane's imposing figure pinned Mengmeng against the front of the command center, his hand still clamped over her mouth while the other deftly maneuvered the controls. The aircraft swiftly powered up and departed at high speed. After Yuan disembarked from his aircraft, his acute senses caught a fleeting shout, but a quick glance revealed nothing amiss. Boss, what's wrong? Lu inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. It's nothing. Perhaps he misheard. He misses Mengmeng so much that it led to an auditory hallucination, he replied. At that moment, an aircraft soared overhead. Below, Yuan briefly glanced up before retracting his gaze. Let us proceed to the auction house post-haste. Boss, do you think Sane will appear at the auction house? Li Xiao asked. Upon learning that Mengmeng had been captured by a traitor from the Leopard clan, he was frantic, wishing he could immediately confront Sane. As soon as he received the news that Sane might be in District 5, he rushed over without delay. Yet, upon arriving at the auction house, they still found no sign of Sane. Could it be that the information was incorrect? Yuan remained silent, his expression grave and solemn. The relentless days of toil had left him with little time for grooming, resulting in a stubbled jawline. At this moment, he contemplated the situation. Convinced that the information was accurate, there was only one possibility: San had departed prematurely. Suddenly, he recalled the aircraft that had soared above him moments earlier. On the vessel, now far from the 5th district, San still had not released the person in his grasp. San was caught off guard, finding himself reluctant to part with the soft figure before him. It was not until a sharp pain surged through his palm that he instinctively let go, causing the individual to swiftly retreat to the farthest distance from him. Mengmeng's cheeks flushed, as she just sensed something extraordinary. This man actually reacted. Is he out of his mind? Isn't he supposed to be a stoic and unyielding warrior? In the moment before, Mengmeng felt an overwhelming sense of security in the company of these individuals. Yet, in the next instant, she was engulfed by an unsettling darkness ahead. Mengmeng wore an expression of tension and vigilance. What should I do? What should I do? Surely this fellow wouldn't cause a scene before Li Lan and Ong? The innocent and harmless Ong, unaware of the underlying tension between the two, inquired, Boss, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Sane closed his eyes briefly, striving to suppress a surge of emotion until his face became impassive, though the tightly clenched fists at his side betrayed a hint of his inner turmoil. Enough nonsense. Come and take control, he commanded, then turned and entered the adjacent washroom, never once casting a glance at Mengmeng. Oh, Ong responded, albeit somewhat baffled, wondering why there was suddenly hostility directed at Mengmeng. After spending several days together, he had learned her name, and upon witnessing his elder brother's aggression towards her, he felt a pang of anxiety and was about to step in with words of comfort. Fortunately, no further altercation ensued, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the alarm dispelled, Mengmeng quietly exhaled, yet her heart remained heavy, sitting wordlessly in the chair behind. Although Ong was focused on controlling the aircraft, he noticed Mengmeng's fear and reassured her. Mengmeng, don't be afraid, brother Sane won't harm you. Mengmeng gazed at his somewhat dim-witted expression, momentarily at a loss for words. She could only curl up in her chair, her face reflecting a non-committal demeanor. This brief interlude allowed Mengmeng to momentarily forget about Yu and Li Lan, observing from the side, glanced between the washroom and Mengmeng. Ultimately fixing her obscured gaze upon Mengmeng, her eyes shrouded in ambiguity, her thin lips pressed tightly together. Before long, the washroom door swung open, and Saan emerged. Mengmeng, akin to a startled bird, fixated her gaze intently. This piercing stare caused Saan, who had just regained his stoic demeanor, to twitch his jaw momentarily. Nevertheless, he approached the command platform with an air of calm composure, feigning nonchalance. Mengmeng's gaze was fierce and alert, yet she resembled a small, clawed kitten, devoid of any sense of threat. Sane had been seated for half an hour, and for that entire duration, she had been fixated on him. Just as Sane's taut expression was on the brink of breaking, Mengmeng suddenly grew weary of her scrutiny. It seemed that this individual was unlikely to make any further advances. Perhaps the recent turmoil had left her both physically and mentally exhausted. For now, drowsiness began to envelop her. She closed her eyes, albeit hesitantly, wary of falling into a deep slumber. Time passed in a blur, and in her haze, she felt a warm surge beneath her, prompting her to furrow her brow, albeit imperceptibly. Her monthly visitor, long overdue by nearly a month, had arrived at this inopportune moment. She struggled to open her eyes, but her efforts were in vain. Her eyelids felt as though they were laden with lead, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weakness. Her body oscillating between chills and heat, as if she were running a fever. What was that scent? She wrinkled her nose, inhaling the atmosphere around her. Sane too furrowed his brow. Lilon, though somewhat slow to react, soon grasped the situation. The heightened senses of the beastmen enabled them to detect a faint metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Following this odor, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Mengmeng, who, despite her struggle against fatigue, sensed something amiss. No, she needed to get to the restroom. In that moment, she summoned every ounce of willpower to resist. Finally, she managed to rise, but with a sudden thud, her legs gave way beneath her, sending her crashing to the ground. Her resistance had failed. The abrupt movement exacerbated her condition, and an even greater rush followed. Instantly, the metallic scent in the air intensified. Sane was the first to react, rushing toward her. Closely followed by Lilon, Anon quickly squeezed in as well. All of them yearned to lift Mengmeng, but none were as swift as Sane. As they beheld Mengmeng's unnaturally flushed face, concern etched across their features. What had transpired? How could she be bleeding? Ah, brother. It must be your roughness that harmed Mengmeng. On exclaimed. The only incident that came to his mind in relation to her bleeding was the earlier encounter. Sane's lips twitched, disregarding Aang's accusation. One hand held Mengmeng, while the other frantically searched for any possible injury, his movements haphazard and invasive. What are you doing? Do not touch me. Mengmeng's complexion was flushed, her consciousness relatively clear, yet her body felt weak and powerless, her hands making futile struggles. Sane. It seems that Mengmeng's injury is in this area, Lilon interjected timely, guiding the disoriented Sane's attention to the location she indicated. If I surmise correctly, that spot likely pertains to the female reproductive area. However, why is there bleeding? With this question lingering in his mind, Sane lifted the cloak that covered Mengmeng's legs, revealing a small amount of bloodstains in the loose fabric of her trousers. Ah, it's right here. His excitement surged, as if he had uncovered the answer to the mystery. He reached out to tug at Mengmeng's trousers. In Aang's perception, he believed that the reproductive organs of humanoid females would bear a resemblance to theirs, having never witnessed them firsthand. Even though he was curious, the knowledge he had acquired about females from various tribes was based on the anatomy of non-evolved female beastmen. How could he possibly possess any understanding of human female anatomy? Wait, I'm fine. Realizing Aang's intentions, Mengmeng was startled and struggled frantically, but her efforts were as futile as drawing water with a bamboo basket. Aang's movements were swift, and in an instant, Mengmeng felt a chill against her skin. She hadn't even had the chance to resist. In that fleeting moment, her mind, along with the blood coursing through her veins, froze in shock. An astonishing transformation. Mengmeng had never envisioned encountering such a scene in her lifetime. Is this place bleeding? Ah, so this is how females are. It is quite different from us. Indeed, it is rather dissimilar. Should we apply a tourniquet? Mengmeng found it difficult to accept the situation. With a roll of her eyes and a few spasms, she completely fainted amidst the ongoing conversation. The 3 individuals engaged in research had yet to notice her abnormal state. Their gaze remained fixed on a particular spot, but as they continued to observe, the initial curiosity shifted into something else entirely. Suddenly, they fell silent, and an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of blood. mingled with an enigmatic aroma that was difficult to decipher. It was Sane who first averted his gaze, his handsome face gradually reddening from neck to ears, as an inner voice admonished him that such scrutiny should not be directed at this position. Next was Li Lan, who, with a flushed face, lowered his head, appearing as if he had come to a sudden realization. Only Ong still seemed inclined to reach out and investigate further, his reaction clearly abnormal. His face was even more flushed than anyone else's, and his hand moved instinctively, as if unable to restrain itself. With a sharp clap, Sane swiftly intervened, pushing that hand away. He cast a cold glance and was taken aback to find Ong's expression as if he had been struck by the scene before him. His eyes wide with shock. Sane, Mengmeng has fainted. Li Lan finally noticed Cheng Mengmeng's unconscious state, drawing the attention of the other two back to reality. Sane quickly found a clean cloth to place under her and laid her flat, then urgently instructed Li Lan to fetch a blanket. Having given his command, he turned towards the control panel, deftly maneuvering the controls, setting the destination of the flying vessel to the Mengmeng base. The Mengmeng base, located underground, was a haven for the most nefarious individuals, a place that was seldom documented on maps due to the constant threat of monstrous assaults from above. Its strategic location and exceptional concealment systems made it the longest-standing surface base to date. Under the dim yellow lights, Cheng Mengmeng gradually regained consciousness. Her senses clouded as she heard voices conversing. This humanoid female possesses some unique attributes. The bleeding is merely a normal physiological occurrence, nothing to be alarmed about. Furthermore, she has the perfect uterine organ for nurturing embryos, with a functionality surpassing that of the most advanced incubators in District 20. Truly an exceptional reproductive specimen. Sane, why not give it a try now? She could conceive in about a week and bear offspring in 3 months. The voice was brimming with excitement, nearly overflowing with emotion. And Cheng Mengmeng was certain it did not belong to Sane or his companions. Don't tell me that. How could she faint? Sane was more concerned about why Mengmeng had lost consciousness rather than her potential for reproduction. If it was indeed a normal physiological phenomenon, how could she have passed out? Perhaps it was induced by overheating or some form of stimulation. The old academician of the Mouse clan, Tenfuzi, stroked his chin in contemplation. Renowned for his fervor in medical research, particularly concerning the anatomical structures of various beastmen, his obsession had reached an almost frenzied level. His fixation once led him to unlawfully capture a rare female beast for dissection, resulting in his expulsion from the Mouse clan, relegating him to the depths of the Mengmeng base, where he eked out a living by treating beastmen. Sane recalled the scene of the three of them observing. Mengmeng, you're awake. Upon Mengmeng's awakening, both Li Lan and Ong had been unwaveringly attentive by her side, never leaving her for a moment. They simultaneously noticed her regaining consciousness, and Ong expressed his delight immediately. Hearing the commotion, Sane and Tenfuzi rushed over. Tenfuzi casually produced a flashlight, inspecting Mengmeng's eyelids and pupils. Just as she discerned the figure of a balding old man in a white coat, she found herself subjected to the intrusive examination of her eyelids, light streaming in forcefully. Please, I'm awake, and you're shining a flashlight in my eyes. They're already blurry. Wonderful. Everything appears normal. Tenfuzi exclaimed, his murky eyes gleaming with a frenzied light once more. Sane swiftly intervened, pulling him aside with a cold warning. Focus on the examination. Do not entertain inappropriate thoughts. Of course, Tenfuzi stammered. That is a humanoid female. Even with 100 lives, I would not dare. My only interest now lies in her reproductive capabilities, and the likelihood of her offspring successfully evolving into beastmen. It is a profound pity, however, that at my age, I can no longer produce viable sperm. Otherwise, with the prowess of our Mouse clan, we could surely have a litter of 12 or 13 pups. After Cheng Mengmeng awakened, she found it somewhat challenging to confront reality, particularly when faced with the three individuals whose gazes towards her had undergone a profound transformation. Following a day of acclimatization, she ultimately succumbed to the incessant chatter of Ong, who, much like the revered Tang Sung, possessed a unique charm. Mengmeng, are you thirsty? I've poured some water for you to sip, Ong said, cradling a cup of water while seated at the edge of the bed, his expression a blend of eagerness and bashfulness. Mengmeng, do take a sip. You haven't had any water for half the day. If water doesn't appeal to you, perhaps a morsel of food would suffice to settle your stomach. Mengmeng, fret not. Li Lan is in the process of stitching a cloth for you to use. Soon, you shall be able to rise and move about. If Cheng Mengmeng were to disregard him, On would remain persistent, cautiously leaning closer. Mengmeng? Mengmeng? Mengmeng. At this moment, Cheng Mengmeng would relent, seizing the cup and draining it in one go. As she returned the cup, their eyes inadvertently met. Aang's face instantly flushed, his gaze shifting away as he received the cup, finally remembering to compliment her. Remarkable. You finished it all. Cheng Mengmeng was taken aback by the astonishing transformation of Aang. It was as if he had unlocked the hidden pathways of his spirit. Previously, he spoke to her without a hint of shyness. But now a mere utterance would make him blush, and a fleeting glance would send his eyes darting away, resembling a bashful boy in the throes of first love. Such timidity was something one would expect only from Li Lan. The aforementioned Li Lan was diligently engaged in stitching, her long hair concealing her eyes, leaving only her mouth and chin visible. The strip of fabric in her hands was rapidly taking shape, soon to be filled with absorbent fluff, eerily reminiscent of the sanitary pads she had once used. Cheng Mengmeng couldn't help but commend Li Lan for her remarkable talent. Without ever having described the form of a sanitary pad, Li Lan had managed to craft one tailored to her needs. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside as Sane returned from his outing. He carried an assortment of items, including several sets of clean clothing and, most importantly, the fluff for stuffing the fabric strips. After casting a brief glance at Cheng Mengmeng, he set down his burdens. Observing Cheng Mengmeng's spirited demeanor, he turned his attention to a watch-like device on his right wrist. After a series of presses, a transparent interface, about the size of a palm, materialized, emitting a series of beeping sounds accompanied by images and text messages. Cheng Mengmeng had never encountered such an object. It is said that in the world of orcs, the creation of such high-tech gadgets requires exceptionally intricate craftsmanship, as the entire orc realm relies on crystal energy for power, which cannot be supplied infinitely. Consequently, many technological aspects possess inherent limitations. Cheng Mengmeng harbored significant doubts about the origins of the items procured from the auction house. Mengmeng, do taste the insect root I have prepared. Aang continued to ardently offer his culinary creation, demonstrating an unwavering dedication in this endeavor, as it was the only means to bridge the gap between him and Cheng Mengmeng. What? Insect root? What on earth is that? Cheng Mengmeng stared in astonishment at the items he handed her, several brown tendril-like objects. Noticing her puzzled expression, he proceeded to explain, his demeanor a blend of shyness and earnestness. It is said that these are the tendrils of a spherical creature found on the ground, which possesses no offensive capabilities, often encountered by orcs while searching for crystal energy. They are frequently hunted for a culinary treat. The taste is mildly sweet and sour, far from being unpleasant. Cheng Mengmeng, filled with skepticism, took a tentative sip under Aang's eager gaze. Instantly, a sweet and tangy flavor unfurled on her palate, reminiscent of kiwi, albeit milder. So is it delicious? Aang asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at her. The taste was quite acceptable, she observed him, resembling a child awaiting her praise. Cheng Mengmeng, unwilling to disappoint him, nodded and said, delicious. With the soft fur brought back by Sane, Li Lan began to unpack it, and Cheng Mengmeng readily joined in, taking on the entire task herself. After all, she felt quite embarrassed. It was akin to asking a man she had known for only a few days to purchase feminine hygiene products, a rather awkward predicament. At last, once everything was completed, she was finally able to move about. She had heard that the elderly man who previously treated her was a rodent-type orc named Tanfusi. Due to his friendship with Sane, this elder generously allocated a spacious room for them to reside in. As a healer capable of treating orcs, he was quite esteemed within the Siming base, and the base lord had even designated this 3-story residence for him to live in and to treat the orcs who sought his expertise. Even though he had been previously expelled, his treatment was still remarkably favorable. This elderly doctor visited her 3 times a day, his face benevolent and kind. Yet ever since her first awakening, during which she overheard his conversation with Sane, Cheng Mengmeng intuitively sensed that his intentions were not entirely pure. When would her menstrual cycle conclude? Sane, eager to depart, found himself compelled to pose this question to Tanfusi. Upon hearing this, Tanfusi's eyes gleamed with excitement. What? Do you wish to sow seeds? If it were not for his prior acquaintance with the elder, Sane would have already dealt with him harshly. Noticing Sane's expression grow cold, Tanfusi exclaimed, why are you so obtuse? A humanoid female. Even if not for procreation, one should at least indulge in the pleasures. He continued, do not tell me you are frigid, or do you possess a peculiar preference for males? In truth, since his acquaintance with Sane, She had never witnessed him making an effort for any female beast, with the sole exception being this instance, where a member of the rabbit clan had become a rebel in the leopard clan's base. Tanfusi's eyes widened in surprise. That Lilan. You silence. The more Sane listened, the darker his expression became. A taciturn person, he scoffed at the need for explanation, giving Tanfusi a look that conveyed, I will tolerate you this once. Now answer my question. Tanfusi, well aware that Sane might indeed resort to drastic measures, hastily responded with a laugh. Soon, it should be in 3 days. Or at the latest, 5. Tanfusi, a true luminary in the field of medicine, had proven to be quite accurate in his assessment. The days of Mengmeng's confinement indeed spanned from 3 to 5. By the 3rd day, the scent of blood upon her had diminished. Yet Sane still adhered to the 5-day standard. On the 4th day, feeling stifled, Mengmeng resolved to venture outside. She initially believed Sane would refuse her request. As he had consistently restricted her freedom, to her surprise, he acquiesced. With departure imminent the following day, Sane granted her this rare indulgence. Suddenly feeling inspired, Mengmeng contemplated an idea. The Siming base was constructed beneath the earth, a colossal cavity carved into the ground, housing a spherical structure fortified with steel to prevent collapse. Upon witnessing this scene, Mengmeng was once again taken aback. For this outing, Sane personally followed her, accompanied by Ong and Lilan. She noticed that the aircraft they piloted was situated adjacent to the residence of Tanfusi. That night, while everyone else slumbered, she quietly slipped away. Having observed Sane's operations, she touched a button on the underside of the aircraft, and the hatch immediately swung open, accompanied by a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft. Mengmeng was taken aback, her heart instinctively racing. Yet in the next moment, she plunged recklessly into the cabin. The door shut behind her with a sound neither too loud nor too soft. From the 3rd floor of the building behind her, Sane, who had been dozing lightly in a chair, abruptly opened his eyes. He scanned the room with heightened alertness. Noticing that Un and Lilan were soundly asleep on the floor, while the only bed in the room was disturbingly empty, the thin blanket tossed aside. Cursing under his breath, he leaned out of the iron window to gaze at the area where the flying vehicle was stationed. Meanwhile, the craft, under Mengmeng's unfamiliar operation, was slowly ascending. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Why is it so slow? Mengmeng was in a frenzy, her heart racing as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. She glanced anxiously around the control panel and finally spotted a button resembling an acceleration function. At that moment, Sane leaped from the 3rd floor, his agility evident as he swiftly propelled himself and seized a metal rod beneath the flying vehicle. As Mengmeng pressed the button, she experienced a brief moment of descent in the aircraft. It was at that instant that the vehicle accelerated, which she attributed to the thrust of the acceleration, promptly dismissing it from her mind. Sitting excitedly at the command console, she gazed at the transparent panel displaying her navigated destination, the canine base of Zone 7. Zone 7. Here I come. You want? I am on my way. The aircraft sped toward the exit of the Siming base, while Sane made an effort to keep his body pressed against the bottom, avoiding detection by the exit surveillance scans. Anyone who spotted a figure clinging to the exterior of the aircraft would undoubtedly be suspicious, potentially halting the vehicle and exposing Mengmeng's identity as a humanoid female. He concealed himself adeptly, remaining undetected as the aircraft smoothly departed from the Siming base. Mengmeng, filled with joy, relished the exhilaration of controlling an aircraft for the first time. Resting her chin on her right hand, she fixated on the control panel while humming a cheerful tune. Upon exiting the Siming base, she realized that the entrance was situated on a desolate expanse of desert terrain. Through the panel, she observed a multitude of other aircraft entering and departing. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, with fog nearly enveloping the ground, compelling her to rely on the monitor before the command station to survey the outside world. Bored, she stared at the display when suddenly, she heard a series of thudding sounds as someone climbed outside. In an instant, her heart raced to her throat. With no time for panic, she hastily pressed several buttons on the control panel. The image on the bottom right corner of the screen shifted, revealing a shadow moving at the base, quickly making its way to the cargo door. Mengmeng's heart skipped a beat as she turned her gaze sharply towards the cargo door behind her, her hands and feet turning icy cold. How could Sane be there? This scene was more terrifying than a horror film. She endeavored to calm herself and rushed over to ensure that the cargo door was securely shut, knowing that Sane could not force it open. In the next moment, a series of loud thuds echoed, bang, 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 as Sane pounded relentlessly on the door, each strike powerful enough to dent the surface. Well, it seemed Sane might indeed be capable of breaching the door. Mengmeng was in a state of panic. She hurriedly scanned the command console for any means to bring Sane down, but upon inspection, her heart sank. She had no knowledge of how to operate the aircraft's defense system. In her desperation, she inadvertently pressed the descent button, feeling the display on the panel plummet from 2,000 meters to 1,000 meters. If this continued, they would crash. Where, oh where, is the ascent button? Mengmeng was utterly overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, she frantically pressed various buttons on the control panel, and to her surprise, she inadvertently hit the right one. The aircraft began its ascent. However, below, Sane was thrown about by the sudden jolt, nearly feeling nauseous from the experience. What on earth is happening? Sane gritted his teeth in frustration. Just as both of them breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously, the aircraft's alarm suddenly blared. The incessant beeping echoed. The display screen flickered chaotically, and the buttons on the control panel began to flash erratically. What is going on? Mengmeng's anxious eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. Outside the cabin, Saren detected the anomaly of the spacecraft and, in a fit of anger, struck the cabin door with a clenched fist. This female must have pressed something that caused the malfunction of the craft. At that moment, the spacecraft was plummeting rapidly. "Hey, female, open the door," Saren shouted toward the cabin, losing his usual calm demeanor. However, the alarm from the control panel drowned out his voice, and Mengmeng remained oblivious. She stared blankly at the control panel, utterly at a loss, her hands and feet trembling. Yet, if she did not devise a solution, her fate would be sealed. Just when it seemed hopeless, she suddenly spotted a stop button at the very top, encircled in red, bearing a warning. Regardless of its function, she decided to take a gamble. A dying horse could be treated as a living one. With a decisive press, she activated it. At that moment, the spacecraft descended to an altitude of 500 meters, preparing for a high-speed crash, while Saren furrowed his brow, ready to seize the opportunity to leap to safety as they neared the ground. Unexpectedly, the craft was jolted mid-air, creating a buffer, and ultimately collided with the ground from a mere 100 meters, bouncing and rolling before coming to a stop. Its body crumpled in various places, and the cabin door flung open. Saren had already leaped to the ground, while Mengmeng, disoriented from the impact, slowly crawled out of the battered spacecraft. She exhaled heavily, relieved to have finally touched solid ground. Steadying her dizzy head, she emerged from the wreckage and stood firmly on the ground. The surrounding fog was unusually dense, obscuring her vision entirely. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed through the mist. Mengmeng gazed intently in that direction, gradually becoming aware of Sane's presence. Sane. She had already steeled herself for the possibility of being captured by Sane, rendering any attempts at concealment unnecessary. Yet, when she called out, there was no response. Instead, the strange noise grew increasingly peculiar, resembling the low rumble of some monstrous creature. Following that, a rustling sound emerged from the thick fog, as if something was drawing nearer to her. Mengmeng instinctively sensed that the entity before her was perilous, prompting her to retreat uncontrollably. After taking a few steps back, the creature finally revealed itself. Towering at 2 meters, it possessed no eyes, only a gaping maw that extended to the back of its head, filled with rows of chillingly sharp fangs, from which an unidentified liquid dripped ominously. Its back was adorned with jagged spines, and it stood upright on 4 legs. She had encountered this malevolent being on the display panel while assisting Ewan in transporting soil, a gathering place for aberrations adjacent to the forbidden zone of Sector 7. Overcome with terror, she momentarily forgot to breathe and turned to flee towards the spacecraft. However, a black panther suddenly lunged from the side, seizing her and tossing her onto its back. Instinctively, Mengmeng clutched the panther's neck. "Are you foolish? Why are you still running towards the spacecraft?" came the voice of San, emanating from the panther's mouth. Mengmeng pouted, on the verge of tears, clinging tightly to his neck as she exclaimed, "There's nowhere to run. All around us are these aberrations." Although she had only seen one, she was acutely aware that more lurked within the unseen mist. Sane was at a loss for words. Given Mengmeng's feeble abilities, escape seemed futile. Sane moved with remarkable swiftness, yet the creature behind them was equally quick, swiftly closing the distance. It was evident that the tail they had managed to shake off was about to be grasped. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Mengmeng, feeling anxious, tightened her grip around Sane's neck, her lips moving as if to produce sounds. Sane remained silent, yet his pace noticeably quickened, propelling the creature behind them a distance of 2 meters. However, The commotion they caused attracted more of the hidden creatures lurking in the thick fog. Two towering beings emerged from either side, launching a flanking assault against them. Mengmeng's heart raced wildly, almost leaping from her chest. However, Sane proved remarkably agile, evading the danger with swift movements. Yet, he was oblivious to the two monstrous creatures charging at him from the front, and before he could react, he was violently propelled away by the force of their collision. Mengmeng was flung out with a forceful momentum, emitting a piercing scream. The rapid descent plunged her into a brief state of unconsciousness, lasting no more than 5 seconds before she jolted awake, struggling to sit up. As she glanced in the direction of San, she noticed that he had regained his human form and was encircled by 4 or 5 monstrous beings. At that moment, both parties were locked in a tense standoff. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, San slightly turned his head, tossing a small device at her feet, and with a furrowed brow urged her, "Hurry and leave." Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape. How could she possibly escape in such a situation? The watch on her wrist displayed a contact signal from the 7th District Canine Clan. What did it mean? Was it an invitation for her to call for help? This thought flickered through Mengmeng's mind as she hurriedly crawled over, picked up the watch, and ran without hesitation. Her swift and decisive actions left Sarn, who was about to confront 5 grotesque creatures, utterly astonished. Sarn's handsome face twitched slightly. It was, after all, his wish for her to leave. The creatures, noticing one of their potential meals attempting to flee, immediately sprang into action. Yet, Sarn would not grant them such an opportunity. He leaped onto the back of one creature, his formidable assault successfully thwarting the advances of these monstrosities. However, facing 5 was undeniably a daunting challenge. True to their reputation as the second most formidable creatures in the beastman world, any intelligent beastman would typically steer clear of them. Yet today, he had no choice but to engage. In less than 3 minutes, it became evident that he was at a disadvantage. His body had already sustained numerous gashes, bloodied and mangled. Mengmeng had not actually retreated far. She merely sought refuge in a corner to activate the wristwatch for assistance. However, she found herself unable to unlock its mechanism. What should she do? Should she turn back to inquire how to operate it from that fool San? This notion briefly flitted through her mind before being promptly dismissed. She feared that if she were to return and pose such a foolish question, San would undoubtedly lose his composure. It was unclear how much time had elapsed while she struggled with the wristwatch when suddenly, a thunderous low growl reverberated, resonating like an earth-shattering roar. Boom, boom, boom. The sound resembled colossal footsteps, each thud sending violent tremors through the ground, akin to an earthquake. Mengmeng suddenly recalled that this place seemed to be the territory of that colossal beast. At that moment, a series of low, mournful cries emanated from the direction of San. Mengmeng was taken aback and, disregarding the watch on her wrist, rushed back. The 5 bizarre creatures appeared to be profoundly terrified of the colossal monster, fleeing in a flash and leaving behind Sarn, who lay in a pool of blood, already wounded by them. Mengmeng was filled with trepidation, disregarding the increasingly approaching footsteps. She rushed to support the unconscious San, laboriously retreating to the side of a massive stone, seeking refuge. Clinging tightly to San's body against the stone wall, she ensured that their figures were concealed from any view above. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the colossal footsteps drew near, only to recede into the distance once more. It was not until the tremors faded away that Mengmeng finally exhaled in relief, shifting her focus to San's condition. Upon her first glance, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. San's upper body was marred by glaring scratches and the cruel bites of sharp fangs, a sight that was truly horrifying. San lay with eyes tightly shut, lips pressed together, his complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Mengmeng, disregarding any thoughts of seeking help, tore a significant portion of her trousers, first binding the bleeding on San's arm, and then on her chest. However, the injuries on San's body were far too numerous, and she was left with barely enough fabric to cover herself as she struggled to dress the wounds. Observing that blood continued to seep through the cloth, a wave of concern washed over her. She instinctively reached out to wrap her hand around the bleeding area on San's arm. With her other hand, she retrieved the wristwatch once more, attempting to unlock its potential. At that moment, she felt a sudden warmth emanating from her palm, which rested upon San's arm. This warmth was akin to the gentle embrace of sunlight. Startled, she withdrew her hand, only to be astonished further as the bleeding ceased entirely from the previously wounded area. Unbelievable! Her mouth agape, she pondered whether she possessed not only the ability to nurture plants but also a gift for healing. Suppressing her excitement, she swiftly pressed her hands over the largest gash on San's other arm. Her gaze remained fixed on the wound, where she observed a faint green luminescence flowing between her fingers, accompanied by the familiar warmth. As the warmth faded and the green glow dissipated, she was astonished to discover that aside from a few traces of blood, the gash on San's arm had essentially healed. Without further hesitation, she proceeded to heal all of San's injuries. However, this exertion took its toll on her, inducing a profound sense of fatigue. Her eyelids grew heavy, and dizziness clouded her mind. Reluctantly, she leaned against San, closing her eyes to rest. This place belonged to the forbidden area of Zone 7, the realm of gigantic beasts, where other abnormal creatures dared not venture, let alone the mutants that appeared as mere ants in the eyes of these colossal monsters. Mengmeng was not overly concerned about safety issues as she fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how long she had been asleep when she awoke. Finding that Sane still lay beside her, eyes firmly shut, showing no signs of awakening. How peculiar. She reached out to touch Sane's forehead, finding no trace of fever. She then proceeded to examine Sane's body for any unhealed injuries. Upon inspecting the area below Sane's waist, she realized she had focused solely on the upper body, neglecting the lower half. But how could she administer healing? Remove his trousers? Ultimately, she decided to disregard the area in front. She lifted the hem of Sane's pants and found no wounds. After casting a final glance, she concluded that Sane was indeed in a deep sleep. With that, she chose to seek a more suitable place to rest, when suddenly, her attention was drawn to a protrusion near the stone wall against which Sane leaned. To her astonishment, it was a vine, only as thick as her index finger, yet Mengmeng was certain it was a plant. In this barren ground, the presence of flora was quite astonishing. Shortly thereafter, she spotted a small mound of withered tree roots at the other end of the wall, large enough to fill her palm, undoubtedly dead for many years. Continuing her search, she confirmed there were no other plants before returning to the initial vine. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the vine, uncertain of its botanical classification. After a moment of contemplation, she placed both hands upon it, and a gentle green light enveloped the vine. Approximately 5 minutes later, tender green buds began to emerge from the top of the vine. Mengmeng's face lit up with surprise. She had merely wished to experiment, yet she had unexpectedly succeeded. She then continued to wield her extraordinary abilities, causing the buds to unfurl their verdant leaves. Soon, new buds began to emerge, and under Mengmeng's relentless encouragement, the tender green branches visibly elongated, climbing and extending across the stone wall, intertwining as they went. Half an hour later, the entire stone wall was adorned with lush foliage, interspersed with clusters of green fruit. Mengmeng's eyes sparkled as she took a closer look. Grapes. She bit into one, and the long-forgotten tanginess flooded her senses, igniting a yearning to indulge. Swallowing hard, she suppressed her eagerness and continued nurturing the vines for another half hour. Only when the grapes turned a rich purple, plump and inviting, did she finally relent. With a sense of urgency, she plucked the nearest bunch, casually wiped it and stuffed it into her mouth. Truly, it was exquisite, delicious. Her muffled praises echoed her delight, so delectable that tears nearly filled her eyes. Having consumed a dozen ripe clusters, only 2 or 3 remained, and although she contemplated plucking more, her gaze fell upon Sane nearby. Perhaps it was wise to leave some for him. After satisfying her hunger, she turned her attention to a small tree stump, eager to discern the type of tree it was. Without hesitation, she invested another half hour, watching the sapling sprout and grow. The tree before her posed a challenge. It took a good half hour to reach her waist, yet she could vaguely identify its species. Observing the needle-like leaves and the straight trunk, she realized it was a pine tree, hardy and easy to cultivate. Suddenly, an audacious thought crossed her mind. Could she possibly nurture an entire forest in this area? Then she could live on the ground, and the forest would belong entirely to her. The mere thought filled her with joy. Yet it was quickly extinguished as she recalled the colossal beast lurking within the forbidden zone. It seemed rather daunting. In an instant, her elation turned to despair, leaving her devoid of the motivation to continue nurturing the pine trees. Dejected, she returned to sit beside Sane. Glancing at the man leaning against the stone wall with his head tilted, eyes closed, and breathing steadily, she noticed a small, indescribable insect that suddenly emerged and slithered past her feet, making its way into the gap of the cloth wrapping around Sane's arm. In a flash, Mengmeng stifled a scream and sprang to her feet. Grabbing Sane's arm, She hastily unwrapped the cloth. The insect was exposed before her, and with lightning speed. She flicked it aside, crushing it underfoot with a resounding crack. Yet, she remained vigilant. She meticulously removed all the cloth from Sane until she was certain no more of those insects lingered. Could it be that the creature was drawn by the scent of blood? Her gaze fell upon Sane's exposed chest and arms. Every inch of his skin marred by congealed blood, with several dried clots. The insect had likely been attracted to one of those bloodstains. Alas, Mengmeng sighed softly, quietly picking up the scattered strips of cloth beside her, diligently wiping the blood from his arm. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, her head bowed. Thus she remained oblivious to the fact that Saren's eyes were gradually fluttering open. Earlier, when Mengmeng had begun to unwrap the cloth, he had shown signs of awakening. And now he was fully conscious. He immediately noticed Mengmeng grasping his arm, discarding a large clump of congealed blood onto the ground beside them. Nearby, there were also disheveled strips of cloth stained with blood. Saren furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on Mengmeng, who had evidently changed from long sleeves and trousers to a tank top and shorts. Most perplexing was the fact that despite having sustained severe injuries, he felt no pain whatsoever. Moreover, he distinctly recalled having called this female to come to him. His mind was awash with questions. Why had she not fled? Mengmeng was attentively wiping when she suddenly heard a voice above her. Startled, she jumped up and let out a brief exclamation. She clutched her chest and shot a fierce glare at San. Why? If you are awake, could you not make some noise? San, who had been awake for some time, had simply gone unnoticed by her. He had not anticipated her to be so diligent in her task. Why was she cleaning? With this thought in mind, he glanced down at himself. His upper body was stained with large patches of blood and clotted remnants, yet there were no visible wounds. It was Mengmeng who had been cleaning the blood from him. The scent of blood on you attracted that insect, so I thought I would help. Now that you are awake, you can take care of it yourself. Mengmeng aptly clarified, tossing the cloth strip into his hands. Upon hearing her words, San noticed the crushed insect nearby. He paused for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Mengmeng, his eyes profound. Thank you. You're welcome. Mengmeng settled back beside Sane, leaning against the stone wall. Her mind lingered on how to activate the wristwatch, her almond-shaped eyes darting with thoughts, calculating quietly within. Noticing her presence, Sane discreetly averted his gaze, picking up the cloth to continue the task that Mengmeng had left unfinished. Silence enveloped them for a moment. However, Mengmeng soon shattered the stillness between them. How do we leave this place? She inquired. Sane casually wiped himself down, discarding the cloth beside him. Then propped his legs against the stone wall, extending his left hand towards her. The wristwatch. Mengmeng promptly returned it to him, quietly drawing closer. Their shoulders nearly brushed against one another. Sa'an. Her breath unexpectedly invaded his space. Even without a focused gaze, he could discern her smooth, round face. Fair and rosy, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch. Clutching the watch in his hand, he momentarily recalled the question he had posed upon awakening. Yet it was evident that the opportunity to inquire further had slipped away. What is it that you desire? Mengmeng was taken aback, fearing he might discern something amiss, and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, Not at all. I am merely observing your operation. In the next moment, Sa'in pressed a button on the special material of the watch strap, and instantly a screen sprang to life before her eyes. Mengmeng stood in profound silence, the weight of her thoughts resonating like thunder. The urgency was palpable. Lock onto my location and dispatch an aircraft, the figure projected from the wristwatch commanded. What is happening? How did you end up there? Tan Fusey appeared on the screen, accompanied by a striking figure with golden hair. Brother San, where have you and Mengmeng gone? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Where is Mengmeng? Mengmeng quickly replied, I am here. Upon hearing the response, Ong finally calmed down. Mengmeng, do not be afraid. We shall come to fetch you immediately. As the words fell, the screen went dark. Sa'an returned the watch to her wrist and remarked, They will arrive shortly. Mengmeng let out a soft sound of surprise, and soon after, she heard him speak again. Moreover, I shall escort you back to the Canine Clan's base. You need not concern yourself with thoughts of escape any longer. Really? Mengmeng inquired, her voice tinged with skepticism. Indeed. Originally, Sane had successfully departed from the Leopard Clan's base, rendering Mengmeng's presence unnecessary. On the contrary, her presence had attracted the pursuit from Yuan, causing him considerable distress. As Sane spoke, he rose to his feet. Upon turning, he noticed the grapevines climbing up the stone wall. As Mengmeng listened to his seemingly genuine response, she felt an immense joy swell within her. She observed his gaze fall upon the grapevines, and a novel sparkle emerged in his usually indifferent eyes. With great enthusiasm, he climbed up to pluck several bunches of grapes. Come, come. Taste the grapes that I have cultivated. Grapes? You grew these? Unbeknownst to Sa-en, who had temporarily captured Mengmeng, she possessed the extraordinary ability to stimulate plant growth. Indeed, they remain on the ground. Mengmeng, filled with pride, extended a cluster of grapes towards him. As Sa-en took a bite, the sweet and tangy flavor unfurled upon his palate, presenting him with a taste he had never encountered before. Although he found it quite delightful, his expression remained rather subdued, merely reflecting a sense of novelty towards this unfamiliar delicacy, consistent with his naturally indifferent demeanor. Nevertheless, observing the triumphant look on Mengmeng's face, he sincerely offered a compliment, stating, "Not bad," noticing that he had only taken a single bite and seemed to lack further enthusiasm. After all, he was a man of few expressions. He contrasted sharply with the lively and passionate nature of his peers, Ong and Rixiu. Mengmeng did not press the matter, yet she inquired if he would like to eat, as it could serve to satisfy his hunger for the time being. San did not decline. Instead, he devoured the remaining food, clearly relishing it. Then, his gaze fell upon a tree nearby. Mengmeng mentioned that it was known as a pine needle tree. During this time, she also noticed several stumps of pine needle trees. She speculated that this area must have once been a forest of pine needle trees. Furthermore, she conjectured that these withered plants were unique to this forbidden zone, likely due to the presence of the colossal beast. Other regions rarely saw mutations of aberrant creatures venture into this territory, thereby minimizing the destruction of this soil. Mengmeng envisioned a scenario where she could revive the lifeless pine needles, imagining the possibility of cultivating an entire forest of pines within this forbidden zone. Lost in her reverie, she was suddenly jolted by a tremor beneath her feet, accompanied by the resounding thuds of colossal footsteps approaching. Through the thick fog, the enormous creature loomed closer. A stern expression crossed Sane's handsome visage as he swiftly pulled Mengmeng behind the stone wall. This was their sole refuge. Escape was futile, even for the swift Sane of the Leopard clan, who opted for concealment. The two held their breath, poised in anticipation for the thunderous footsteps to recede, but instead, the sound grew louder, halting ominously nearby. The atmosphere became palpably tense. After a moment of silence, with no further movement detected, Sane furrowed his brow. Yet in the next instant, something felt amiss. He abruptly lifted his gaze. Mengmeng found herself frozen in place at the sight of him lifting his head, her pupils trembling slightly, and instinctively followed suit. Above them loomed the colossal head of a monstrous creature, its brownish-black armored visage riddled with grotesque bumps. As it gazed silently down upon them with its enormous, unblinking eyes, Mengmeng's heart skipped a beat, her breath momentarily caught in her throat, and she forgot to scream. Yet, Sane instinctively reached out to cover her mouth. The two remained frozen, their bodies rigid, as the monstrous creature stood still, and they dared not move. It felt as though a century had passed before the creature's nostrils, the size of barrels, exhaled a powerful gust. The force of its breath rustled the pine needles around them. At last, that colossal head began to shift, inching closer. Mengmeng's eyes widened as she fixed an intense and urgent gaze upon Saren across from her. What should I do? It seemed Saren sensed her unspoken query. His hand, resting beside him, encircled her slender waist, preparing for their escape. Just as Saren's large hand tightened around Mengmeng's waist, the monstrous creature gently nudged the nearby pine tree with its nose, slightly parted its massive jaws, and extended its tongue to uproot the tree, chewing it voraciously before lifting its colossal head back into the air. Just as they braced for more perilous actions, the thunderous sound of footsteps resounded once again, echoing as it departed. Saren, Mengmeng, and Sa-en gazed into each other's eyes, their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment. Had they truly just walked away like that? It took them a moment to regain their senses, only to realize that they had inadvertently drawn too close, with Mengmeng nearly nestled against Sa-en's embrace. The warmth radiating from their skin intensified the sensation between them, further magnified by their unwavering gaze. Mengmeng found herself ensnared in the depths of those profound, lustrous eyes that had gradually lost their initial allure. In the next instant, her cheeks flushed, prompting her to retreat hastily. What was happening? She felt an unexpected warmth. Why had they not yet arrived? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, leading Mengmeng to feign nonchalance as she waved her hand to stir a breeze. Sane, observing her slightly awkward demeanor, still felt the lingering sensation of her slender waist. For the first time, an unfamiliar desire to have a female bear his offspring stirred within him. Previously, he had shown no interest in the notion of any female creature producing progeny for him. Regardless of how fiercely others competed for those females, he regarded it as inconsequential. To him, the act of procreation or any related matters should always be founded on affection. It should be soon, Sane replied to her. Mengmeng's state of recovery was remarkably swift, her thoughts shifting to other matters. Gazing at the pit left behind by the monstrous creature that had uprooted it, an idea suddenly struck her. What if there existed a possibility of fostering a harmonious relationship with that beast, thereby allowing her to remain on the surface? She shared her notion with Sane, who immediately opposed it without a moment's hesitation. No, that is far too perilous. Although that colossal fiend posed no threat to us just now, one cannot guarantee it will not do so in the future. Mengmeng exuded confidence. The allure of remaining on the surface was too enticing, offering her a sense of freedom. Did you not witness it moments ago? That monstrous creature could have easily devoured us, much like it would a pine tree, yet it chose to disregard us entirely. I suspect it might be herbivorous. If she could entice it with a pine tree, perhaps she could tame it. Regardless, she was determined to give it a try. However, Sane's perspective was starkly different. He deemed the situation perilous. No, I cannot allow you to stay here, he asserted. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng widened her eyes in disbelief. Did you not promise to escort me back to the canine base? If I am not returning there, then you may leave me here. Her expression conveyed an unwavering insistence on remaining. Sane's handsome features betrayed a hint of discomfort. Had he just met Mengmeng, he might have abandoned her. Yet, at this moment very well, he relented. I shall remain as well. Mengmeng, why do you linger? Sane, to protect you, and then, to bear a few leopard cubs for him. Sane, tall and robust, possesses a slim waist and a well-defined physique, with strikingly deep-set features that, in Mengmeng's eyes, resemble those of a Western visage. His chiseled facial contours are both captivating and profound, particularly those eyes, akin to the vast expanse of the starry sky, now fixed upon her with unwavering focus and earnestness. Mengmeng was not entirely naive. She could discern the gaze in Sane's eyes, which bore resemblance to that of Aol and the others, yet there was a subtle distinction. If this world were truly on the brink of extinction due to the scarcity of females, compelling the beast men to rely on her for procreation, she would have already chosen her partner, Yuan. As for the others, they were of no consequence. She averted her gaze and waved her hand dismissively, asserting her independence. Sane frowned and narrowed his eyes. Are you certain? This female was rejecting him, albeit with a hint of meekness. Absolutely. Mengmeng's response was somewhat evasive, and she couldn't even muster the courage to meet Sane's gaze. What a jest! Even before her unexpected journey, she would never have dared to venture out alone at night, let alone in this perilous world of orcs. Nevertheless, despite her trepidation, she knew she had to adapt to her surroundings, transform herself, and conquer her inner fears. Sane's eyes narrowed dangerously. Although she was clearly frightened, she adamantly refused him. Refusal, is it? Fear not, for he would ensure she acquiesced. Sane was reluctant to prolong the conversation, casting his gaze upon the wristband he wore. They were approaching. Not long after he spoke, something glimmered through the thickening fog, and a soundless circular aircraft descended gracefully before them. Ong was the first to leap from it, followed by Lilan, yet there was no sign of Dr. Tamphus from the Siaming base. Meanwhile, Mengmeng had shifted her focus to the pine trees, formulating a preliminary plan to fill the area with them. Should she discover other flora, that would be even better. Subsequently, she intended to erect a shelter at the stone's location. Furthermore, once she managed to contact Yuan, she would transfer all the fruits and vegetables she had cultivated back at the base. Such aspirations were delightful, yet she soon realized that she would ultimately require Sane's assistance, particularly in reaching out to Yuan. While she contemplated the pine trees, she noticed Ong rushing towards her. Aware of the dangers in the vicinity, Ong only dared to speak once he was closer. The group exchanged greetings, and upon learning that Mengmeng had no intention of leaving, Ong exclaimed in surprise, "What? Mengmeng, you plan to stay here?" Mengmeng quickly urged him to lower his voice. "I disagree. This place is far too perilous." Ong shared the same sentiment as Sane, and Lilan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Mengmeng waved her hand dismissively, assuring them that it was fine. Glancing surreptitiously at Sane, she seized the opportunity to say, "The people from the canine base will assist me. All you need to do is help me contact them." This statement caused Sane to raise an eyebrow. Ong, who had only just learned of Sane's intention to send Mengmeng back to the canine base, inwardly chastised his elder brother for making such a decision. After all, he had only just begun to grow close to Mengmeng. Nonetheless, he resolved to remain by her side. His cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment as he gazed at Mengmeng. "Must it be the people from the canine base? I can stay and help you." Ong was determined. If Mengmeng did not agree, he would stubbornly refuse to leave. Meanwhile, Lilan timidly raised her hand, stammering, I can also help." Sane suppressed a smile, managing to maintain a composed expression. "Well, it seems we have no choice but to stay here for the time being." At that moment, he donned the clean garments brought by Lilan, regaining his usual poised demeanor, his dark eyes fixed intently on Mengmeng, as if silently questioning, "While you may refuse me, can you truly bring yourself to deny them?" Mengmeng is indeed someone who finds it difficult to refuse others. She concedes, "All right, very well." Sane is quite pleased with this response, and he is also curious to see if Mengmeng can truly tame that colossal beast. Mengmeng's plan was swiftly set into motion. Over the course of a month, she rejuvenated the nearby dead pine trees, each reaching nearly 3 meters in height, thus creating a sparse grove of pines. During this period, she discovered that her extraordinary ability had a limit. She needed to rest for a day after each use before she could harness it again. Consequently, to cultivate a denser pine forest would require several months. Along the way, she also stumbled upon other plants, though she was not in a hurry to awaken them. Additionally, having cultivated a vegetable garden, she found herself devoid of surplus energy. The revelation of her plant-reviving powers left both Ong and Lilan astounded. At first, they urged her to demonstrate her abilities repeatedly. Unsurprisingly, she received a barrage of praise from Ong, who was always eager to commend Mengmeng. He believed that this was a delightful way to express his affection. Mengmeng occasionally finds herself in a state of awkwardness, yet at times, she revels in the sweet nothings showered upon her. Who doesn't delight in melodious words? Subsequently, she delineated a suitable area for the construction of a dwelling. In this regard, Sane recommended the building of a metal house, as such structures are notably more robust and reliable. After a moment of contemplation, Mengmeng consented to the proposal. After all, the orcs, accustomed to living in metal huts, possessed this technology. 2 days after Mengmeng implemented her plan, the giant creature reappeared. Much like before, it uprooted a pine tree, lowered its colossal head, and fixed its enormous gaze upon them for a fleeting moment before departing. The sudden appearance of the giant left Mengmeng and her companions feeling like startled birds. However, its reaction validated Mengmeng's hypothesis. The giant indeed posed no threat to them. "Wow, it truly does not attack us." Ong was quite astonished, aware of the terror these giants instilled. Due to their immense size, he had previously taken detours with his brother Saren when collecting crystal energy on the surface. In fact, the entire orc world harbored a similar attitude towards the giants, one of fear and reverence. "Indeed, it seems somewhat docile," Mengmeng remarked, her words laden with implication. Saren, understanding her insinuation, couldn't help but stifle a laugh and chose to remain silent, unwilling to dampen her spirits. While the giants had a penchant for consuming pine trees, the notion of taming them was far-fetched. Merely coexisting peacefully would be a significant achievement. Subsequently, the giant visited every 2 days, its thunderous footsteps echoing as it uprooted a pine tree before casting a brief, intimidating glance at them. However, over time, Mengmeng and her companions became immune to its presence. Fortunately, Mengmeng's ability to restore her powers kept pace with the giant's tree uprooting, and she even had ample reserves. Otherwise, the aftermath of the giant consuming all the pine trees would be an uncertain risk she dared not contemplate. The metal hut was swiftly constructed, a 3-story building equipped with comprehensive facilities. Every aspect, from the operation of its amenities to the building's camouflage features and the indoor climate control system, required crystal energy for activation. Thus, Saren and Ong found themselves with an increased responsibility of gathering crystal energy. Among the 3, 2 would venture out to collect, ensuring one remained behind to oversee Mengmeng or assist with various tasks. At times, when time was of the essence, they would exchange other goods at nearby bases for crystal energy. However, most often, they personally embarked on collection missions. On one such day, Saren took Lilan out, But their expedition for crystal energy proved less than fortuitous. Li Lan sustained a severe injury, a deep gash across his chest, bleeding profusely and quite alarming to behold. Li Lan lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale. A dual personality? What happened? How could he be so gravely injured? Although Ong feigned disdain for Li Lan, he genuinely cared for his well-being. It was an accident, Saren admitted, a frown etched upon his brow. Though Saren remained silent. Ong surmised that Li Lan, in his reckless manner, must have caused the mishap. However, given the severity of the injury, it was neither the time for blame nor reproach. He hurried downstairs to retrieve the medical supplies, rushing down the stairs in a flurry. Mengmeng found herself unable to call out to him in time as he moved ahead. In truth, a medical kit was not a necessity. She herself embodied the very essence of one. Casting a glance at Saren beside her, she scratched her head and smiled, suggesting, "Perhaps I shall give it a try." Saren raised an eyebrow, narrowing his elongated eyes at the notion of her attempting such a task. Memories of his swift recovery from injury flooded his mind. Was there indeed some hidden secret at play? Though he remained silent, his expression conveyed unspoken consent. On the second floor resided Saren and his companions, with 3 rooms designated for each of them. At that moment, within the confines of Li Lan's room, a pristine bed lay waiting. Li Lan lay there with her eyes tightly shut. A gaping wound marred her chest, inflicted by the claws of an unknown beast. The flesh was torn and raw. Although Saren had managed to staunch the bleeding with a rudimentary treatment, her condition remained dire. Mengmeng, feeling the urgency of the moment, hastily placed her hands over the wound on Li Lan. As Sane observed her gradually widening eyes, the hands that enveloped the injury began to emit a gentle green glow. Even from his position, Sane could sense the warmth radiating from her touch. This female possesses a healing ability? It was astonishing. No wonder he had awakened from such severe injuries as if nothing had happened. Initially, he thought his wounds were not too grave. Coupled with the orc's naturally robust healing capabilities, minor injuries often healed after a good night's sleep, leaving him vibrant and full of life the following day. At that moment, Ong rushed up the stairs, and Sane raised a hand to halt him, signaling for silence. Confused, Ong quickly turned his attention to the remarkable sight of Li Lan's injuries visibly mending under Mengmeng's healing hands. His eyes widened in disbelief. This Mengmeng, she. He was so astonished he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, Sane urged him to remain quiet, and he obediently stood by, quietly observing Mengmeng's healing process alongside Sane. Time passed, and eventually, Mengmeng withdrew her hands. She had expended considerable energy with her powers today and could not heal Li Lan's wounds in one go. Resolving to recuperate thoroughly, she decided to postpone her plans for nurturing plants until the following day, dedicating herself solely to Li Lan's treatment. It appeared that a second session would be necessary to fully heal him. Rising, she turned to the 2 behind her, her face reflecting fatigue. Clearly a result of overexertion of her abilities. In contrast to Mengmeng's condition, Ong was far more concerned for her well-being. "Are you exhausted from treating Li Lan? Whether it's a second or third time, just do what you can. Do you need me to help you to rest?" he inquired, his expression filled with genuine concern. Sane, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. Was it truly so draining to use her abilities? Mengmeng was utterly fatigued, her eyelids heavy with sleep, and she longed for a bed to surrender to her weariness. Nevertheless, she declined Aang's offer, assuring him, "It's fine, I can walk by myself." Her room was located on the 3rd floor, an entire level dedicated to her sanctuary. Despite her reassurances, Ong remained unconvinced, trailing closely behind her. Was she truly all right? Yet, in the end, Ong accompanied her to her room, gently assisting her to lie down and ensuring she was tucked in with a blanket before he departed. The following day, rejuvenated, Mengmeng hurried to tend to Li Lan's injuries. He had been unconscious throughout the night. Although Ong had taken care of him, he had developed a fever. Ong had administered medication and injections, yet there seemed to be no improvement. Mengmeng was left alone in Li Lan's room, due to insufficient power supply in the house. Sa-in and Ong informed Mengmeng before departing, entrusting the care of Li Lan to her. Just before they left, Mengmeng urged them to exercise caution, emphasizing the importance of avoiding any incidents akin to Li Lan's injury. Ong flashed a grin and reassured her, stating that with Mengmeng around, even injuries were of little concern. Mengmeng couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow, upon discovering her healing abilities, became increasingly attached to her, showering her with compliments at every turn. Nevertheless, she reminded him to remain cautious. After exchanging words, he happily followed Sa and out the door. Sa continued to speak, leaving behind the message entrusted to her by Li Lan. Naturally, she assured him not to worry. Mengmeng sat by the edge of the bed, where the person lay, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. The perspiration clung to his hair, revealing the upper part of his face, including his nose and forehead. It was the first time Mengmeng truly beheld his features. He possessed a broad forehead, long, feathery eyelashes, and a straight nose. The contours of his cheeks were smooth, and she had previously admired the elegant shape of his lips, which, when he was shy, would slightly curve upwards at the corners. He was undeniably an attractive individual. Mengmeng recalled the way he often averted his gaze during their exchanges, a quintessential trait of an insecure personality. However, with the passage of time and their shared experiences, Li Lan had shown signs of progress. After fully tending to the wounds on Li Lan's chest, she took a damp cloth and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed that the person lost in slumber was dreaming of something, as he instinctively grasped her wrist. Even in his sleep, he murmured apologies. Mengmeng let out a sigh, rising to prepare to change the water in the basin. Suddenly, a tremendous force yanked her down. She found herself pulled onto the bed, where the unconscious Li Lan had inexplicably awakened. At that moment, he was propped up on his arms above her. Li Lan, you are awake? Mengmeng was taken aback, gazing at Li Lan, whose eyes had now opened wide. Above her, Li Lan stared blankly at her, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she breathed heavily. Mengmeng observed something amiss about him. He appeared to be awake, yet entranced. She suspected he had fallen under some enchantment. Just as she was about to push him away, Li Lan above suddenly broke into a disconcerting smile. That grin was wickedly obsessive, brimming with exhilaration. Mengmeng. Mengmeng gazed at his face, one that would rarely display such a smile, momentarily taken aback. In truth, I had been secretly observing you, yearning to caress you, longing for you to bear me a child. Would you do that for me? I beseech you, Li Lan, what has come over you? Is this still the same Li Lan who would shy away and avoid eye contact? Could it be that you possess a dual personality? Yet, Li Lan paid no heed to her inquiries, appearing dazed as he leaned closer to her. I am aware that with Brother Sa in and on present, it is not my turn. However, why must I be relegated to the last position? I do not wish to be last. He rambled on, expressing his impatience, for waiting too long felt unbearable. I do not want to wait that long. Mengmeng attentively listened to his every word, her gaze fixated on his expression, ensuring he remained in a state of delirium. As she began to call out his name, Li Lan, his lips swiftly sealed her utterance. Indeed, a person in such a disoriented state exhibited a remarkable boldness, extending his tongue towards her, a damp, fervent sensation. Mengmeng felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt, her first kiss. In the next moment, she frantically pushed Li Lan away with all her might. However, the usually frail-looking individual now possessed an astonishing strength, and despite Mengmeng's efforts, she could not budge her. In a sudden burst of frustration, she delivered a resounding slap to Li Lan's face. Li Lan immediately covered her cheek, sitting up with a look of utter grievance directed at her. Mengmeng gazed at him, thinking that he should finally come to his senses. However, just as she was about to speak, Li Lan suddenly moved, forcefully cradling her face in his hands and descending upon her with an even more fervent kiss. The intensity of Li Lan's embrace left her speechless, as he held her with an extraordinary strength, one hand lifting her arms above her head while the other swiftly unfastened her trousers. Mengmeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it over? Was she going to be sent away? Li Lan drew closer, her fervent kisses becoming increasingly passionate. In the midst of her confusion, Mengmeng felt something prod her. Just as she was pondering this, the grip on her hand loosened, and Li Lan released her, leaning against her shoulder as if succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Lan, she called out, remaining in a daze for a moment. Once she confirmed that Li Lan was unresponsive, she pushed her away, stood up, and dressed herself, carefully assessing her feelings. This sensation prompted her to glance back at Li Lan, her expression laced with incredulity. As a man, if Li Lan exhibited such speed, it was truly unprecedented. Was this the nature of the Rabbit clan? How perplexing. Frustrated, she decided to disregard the unconscious Li Lan and descended the stairs alone. Throughout the day, she toiled in the vegetable garden in front of her house, having recently sown seeds brought back by Sa in from another base just 2 days prior. The garden now held 2 varieties of crops, greens and tomatoes. She was unaware of how Sa had acquired these seeds, only hearing that he had ventured to a remote base, and that certain beast clans, with whom he had previously established rapport, would not divulge his whereabouts. She enclosed the garden with a fence, and the vegetables, nurtured by her efforts, were nearly ready for harvest. The grapevine she had previously planted was also provided with a simple trellis, relocated beside a pine tree. Both the fence and the trellis were constructed from the wood of the pine tree. Sa-in and his companions possessed a saw capable of cutting through iron, which was remarkably sharp, slicing through it as easily as butter, and effortlessly reducing several trees into various lengths. In truth, she preferred bamboo, but had yet to find any. Sa-in had often suggested using iron for her fence and trellis, but upon reflection, Mengmeng concluded that would suffice, as it was more cost-effective. In the beastman world, wood was scarce. Most structures were primarily made of iron. Given the current population, the usage of iron was not abundant, though it was not inexhaustible, and it came at a considerable price. The iron dwelling they currently inhabited was obtained by Sa-in through the exchange of substantial amounts of crystal energy and rare items. In this world, crystal energy served as the primary currency, being more direct and efficient. While crystal energy could regenerate, it only existed on the surface. And due to the prevalence of monstrous and deformed creatures, the beastmen had to venture in groups to collect it, all while facing threats to their lives. Mengmeng was unaware of the extent of the crystal energy that Sane had exchanged, but she had gleaned from On that the majority of it was supplied by Tanfuzi, who allegedly had some agreement with Sane. In her endeavor to cultivate her vegetable garden, she had also excavated a small pond nearby. This forbidden zone was surprisingly moist, unlike other areas. The dense mist in the air was laden with moisture. As she deepened the pond, water gradually began to seep in from the bottom, alleviating the need to search for additional water sources. Concurrently, she had gathered various edible plants and familiar vegetation discovered within this restricted area, relocating those she recognized. As for the unfamiliar plants, she revitalized them, allowing them to remain in situ while she periodically checked on their progress. Shortly thereafter, Sane and Ong returned. Having just finished watering a section of her garden, she wiped the moisture from her hands and gazed at the descending aircraft. As the hatch opened, Ong burst forth, followed closely by Sane. "You have returned." Mengmeng habitually greeted her companions, yet was taken aback by the unusual expressions on their faces. Just as she was about to inquire about their well-being, another aircraft descended from the dense fog. This vessel appeared somewhat familiar, and her recognition solidified when the cabin door opened, revealing Yuan and Li Xiu Lu disembarking. After several days apart, they had finally located Mengmeng. "Yuan!" Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she rushed forward. Did San manage to get in touch with the canine clan? On that day, he had promised to assist her in establishing contact, yet he had not mentioned it again since. Despite her gentle reminders, the responses were always vague. In the ensuing busyness, she had also forgotten about it. Yuan watched as Mengmeng approached, realizing just how much he had missed her during their separation. His heart was heavy with longing and guilt, for he deeply regretted agreeing to the terms set by the Leopard clan. His misguided decision had ensnared Mengmeng, and throughout the days spent searching for her, he had incessantly chastised himself. In this moment, all he desired was to embrace her tightly. "Mengmeng, I've finally found you. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you?" Before he could reach her, Li Xiu rushed forward and enveloped the sprinting Mengmeng in a warm embrace. "Yuan, I've missed you too," she replied, gazing up at the towering Li Xiu, whose stature dwarfed her own. He resembled a younger brother, playful and affectionate. Meanwhile, Lu could hardly contain his displeasure at seeing Li Xiu monopolizing Mengmeng's attention, still clinging to her long after their reunion. "That's enough," he exclaimed, pulling Li Xiu aside and flashing a smile at Mengmeng. "Mengmeng, I've missed you too." His expression hinted at a desire for a hug as well. "Ah, Lu, what are you doing?" Li Xiu shouted in frustration, having been displaced after only a brief embrace. The softness and warmth of the female's body had been delightful. The other beastmen who followed behind cast envious glances, eager to partake in the affectionate reunion, reveling in the opportunity to embrace the lovely female. This journey had certainly been worthwhile. "All right," Yuan interjected, sensing the situation was spiraling, and glanced at San, signaling it was time to discuss matters at hand. "We have an agreement." Mengmeng felt perplexed, yet she followed the others into the room. After listening to their conversation for a while, she learned that Yuan and his group had sought them out on their own. Sane and his companions had been discovered while collecting crystal energy, and a confrontation had ensued between the two parties. Sane had earnestly wished to shake off Yuan and his team, but their formidable strength allowed them to pursue relentlessly, even into the forbidden zone. Ultimately, unable to evade them any longer, he was compelled to concede. During this time, Yuan's pursuit was even more tenacious than that of the Leopard clan. After much contemplation, Sane resolved to engage in a serious discussion. He had heard tales of Captain Yuan's prowess while at the base, and upon meeting him today, it was evident that the reputation was well-deserved. Sane offered polite remarks, his expression a blend of amusement and irony. "It seems, Captain Sane, that I have kept you quite occupied these days," Yuan said, his smile appearing amiable. Yet his words concealed sharp barbs. Sane maintained his composure, acknowledging, "Indeed, we have both been somewhat troubled by our circumstances. However, it is a situation born of necessity." He referred to the capture of Mengmeng, taken aback by the Dog clan's relentless pursuit. Although the Leopard clan had also deployed personnel, their efforts were nothing compared to the Dog clan's persistent pressure. Yuan let out a soft laugh, clearly understanding. "May I take her with me now?" Yuan inquired, casting his gaze toward Mengmeng, who appeared hesitant to voice her thoughts. Ong, standing nearby, was anxious to speak but was silenced by Sane's gesture. He raised an eyebrow and opened his hands, inviting them to proceed. At that moment, Mengmeng grasped Yuan's hand and stepped outside. "Yuan, I do not wish to leave," she hesitated to express. Yuan furrowed his brow. Why? The joy he had just experienced upon finding Mengmeng was instantly doused, akin to being splashed with a bucket of cold water. Could it be that Mengmeng had developed feelings for Sa'an and the others? After all, he was the one who had known Mengmeng first. This speculation filled him with regret over his previous decision once more. Mengmeng promptly expressed her intentions. "When I first arrived, did you know I was on the ground?" What of it? Yuan and the others have never inquired about Mengmeng's origins. For her identity as a humanoid female is already sufficiently remarkable, while they have occasionally been curious. Their interest in her background pales in comparison to their fascination with the very notion of a humanoid female. Mengmeng found herself at a loss when it came to articulating the inexplicable circumstances of her sudden journey to this realm. Nevertheless, she carefully ventured. "I once resided on the surface, a place abundant with verdant forests and the sweet melodies of birds, in stark contrast to this land, where monstrous beings roam and desolation reigns, barren and lifeless. This unforeseen event has unveiled to me this forbidden zone, still adorned with remnants of ancient, withered trees. I believe I can restore it to a thriving forest." As she spoke her innermost thoughts, she confessed, "In truth, I yearn to live on the surface once more." Upon hearing her words, Yuan's expression softened instantly. Ah, so that was the reason. A sense of relief washed over him, and his demeanor grew more gentle. "If that is the case, I shall support you. However, this place is perilously dangerous. I will remain to protect you." "Really?" Mengmeng was taken aback by his prompt agreement. "What about your responsibilities at the base?" "I shall manage both," he replied, overseeing affairs on both fronts. Upon the agreement being reached, Yuan promptly resolved to construct another metal shed adjacent to the existing one. In order to avoid detection by Aule and his companions, Yuan specifically instructed his subordinates to maintain utmost secrecy. Yuan's decision to remain was unexpected for San, who had anticipated that Yuan would refuse Ngmeng's proposal, or perhaps even forcibly take her away. Instead, he not only acquiesced, but also displayed considerable leniency, highlighting the significance he placed on Ngmeng. As Yuan busied himself with the construction of the metal shed, the unconscious LLN finally regained consciousness. With disheveled hair and bleary eyes, he descended the stairs. Roused by the sounds of activity, "LLN, you're finally awake. Are you feeling better?" Ng glanced at him from the doorway before turning his attention to the bustling group next door, his expression rather displeased. "Oh, it seems our place is about to become quite lively." LLN stood frozen, momentarily disoriented from his slumber, until his gaze fell upon the industrious figure of Ngmeng amidst the crowd. In an instant, his drowsy eyes sharpened with clarity, fixated intently on her slender silhouette. Suddenly recalling something, his expression paled, and he found himself unable to control his legs, which began to follow her instinctively. Mengmeng was engrossed in her task of tilling the soil in the vegetable garden while observing Yuan and the others constructing their dwelling. Beside her lay various seeds that Yuan had brought from the base. Upon hearing someone call her, she turned to Seely Lawn, who had just regained consciousness. Remembering the events that had transpired earlier, She felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet reassured herself that Li Lan, in a state of confusion, likely had no recollection of it. You're awake, she stammered. However, she found it impossible to act as if nothing had occurred. Thus, after uttering her words, she turned away and resumed her work, deliberately distancing herself from Li Lan. This only rendered Li Lan's complexion even more pallid as she anxiously followed, and in a moment of desperation, she tugged at Cheng Mengmeng's sleeve. Mengmeng, that day? To Cheng Mengmeng's astonishment, this fellow actually remembered what happened that day. Li Lan, oblivious to Cheng Mengmeng's unusual expression, continued, I apologize for what transpired that day. Cheng Mengmeng turned around abruptly, her voice raised. What did you do that day? You mustn't say. Her tone startled Yuan and others who were busy, drawing their attention towards her. Mengmeng, what is the matter? Li Xiu inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the two. Yuan, who was hammering away on the rooftop, also directed his gaze in their direction. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, prompting Cheng Mengmeng to quickly reassure them. It's nothing at all. Please, continue with your work. Then, turning to her companion Li Lan, she urged, come here. Let us discuss this elsewhere. Okay, all right, Li Lan replied, retreating slightly, her deep gaze obscured by wisps of hair as she watched Cheng Mengmeng walk away, before hastily following her. Although Cheng Mengmeng insisted it was nothing, the curiosity of the onlookers lingered. It was not until they reached a pine tree that Cheng Mengmeng finally came to a halt. Li Lan spoke first, flustered. I apologize, Mengmeng. I acted without properly expressing myself. Cheng Mengmeng's brow twitched slightly. He indeed recalled that incident. Wasn't he supposed to be in a state of confusion? Yet, Mengmeng, I truly implore you cease this. Cheng Mengmeng interrupted him, saying, you need not dwell on that incident. Consider it as if it never occurred. Please refrain from speaking of it to anyone, and I shall remain silent as well. Li Lan stood in stunned silence, her face devoid of color, as if she were gasping for breath. How can we simply pretend it never happened? Mengmeng, very well, I must attend to my duties now. You have just awakened and should take care to rest well. Return to your room for now. After Cheng Mengmeng finished speaking, she left him behind, leaving Li Lan standing alone for quite some time. Since then, they had remained in a state of tension. Yet Cheng Mengmeng endeavored to treat Li Lan in a perfectly ordinary manner, while Li Lan cautiously monitored Cheng Mengmeng's expressions. Even the usually oblivious Ong noticed the peculiar atmosphere. What is going on between you and Mengmeng? He whispered to Li Lan when they were alone. Li Lan was at a loss for words regarding this matter. When Ong inquired, he could only hang his head in silence. Ong, seeing his reticence, grew impatient. Hey, I'm talking to you. Li Lan's face turned pale, and with a hint of irritation, he replied, don't ask, before rising and walking away. Ong was taken aback. He never expected the usually compliant Li Lan to display such defiance. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Lan's unfriendly demeanor towards someone. Although somewhat vexed, his curiosity about what transpired between Li Lan and Mengmeng only intensified. Li Lan had been perpetually morose, and while Cheng Mengmeng was aware of this, she had chosen to act as if nothing had happened, despite the fact that she had stolen his first kiss, which had not led to any substantial relationship. Reflecting on that day, she sometimes felt uncertain. Although she sensed something had penetrated, the moment had passed too quickly for her to truly feel anything. Yet, she believed it likely that nothing had occurred, for even the most frail of men could not be so swift. That day, after the giant creature had gnawed on a pine tree, it curiously glanced at them before walking away, its thunderous footsteps still echoing. Once the creature had completely departed, Li Xiu exclaimed, wow, it truly didn't attack us. His wide eyes reflected his astonishment at witnessing such a scene for the first time. Others were equally stunned into silence. See, I told you so, Cheng Mengmeng declared triumphantly, a sense of achievement swelling within her as she realized she had managed to establish a rapport with the giant creature, which brought her immense satisfaction. Yuan also displayed a look of relief, suggesting, in that case, let us settle down here comfortably. Boss, I heard from Yi Lan that Captain Aolei has been inquiring about our whereabouts. This fellow was still relentless in his search for Mengmeng. Should we inform him? Absolutely not. Cheng Mengmeng chimed in, engaging in their casual banter. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Ong and Li Lan appeared to be neglected. Ong, feeling disgruntled and helpless, thought, why can't these people just disappear? If they did, it would be him accompanying Mengmeng, but now he couldn't even squeeze in. Li Lan's gaze remained fixed on the group chatting, particularly on Cheng Mengmeng. For the past few days, wherever she was, His attention never wavered from her. Oh dear. Suddenly, amidst the light-hearted banter, Mengmeng let out a painful cry, clutching her abdomen, her face marred by confusion. What's wrong? Yuan and the others hurriedly approached. Concern etched upon their faces. Ong and Lilan, alerted by the commotion, rushed forward as well. Mengmeng, what's the matter? You seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Ong, more anxious than anyone else, felt a surge of worry within. He silently lamented the presence of these people, believing their arrival had somehow caused Mengmeng's discomfort. Though he dared not voice such thoughts. Beside him, Lilan struggled to squeeze through, her expression revealing an even greater urgency. Mengmeng felt a wave of embarrassment as she noticed the concern and anxiety of those around her. Oddly enough, she sensed a gentle kick from within her abdomen. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another kick resounded from her belly. She knew she was not mistaken. Her eyes widened in disbelief, rendering her speechless. Observing her unusual expression, Yuan and the others understood that something significant was amiss. They swiftly carried her back indoors, summoning Sane, who was attending to matters outside, and also invited Tan Fuzi to come over. Tan Fuzi, equipped with a stethoscope, attentively listened to Mengmeng's abdomen. Initially, he appeared nonchalant, but soon his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, his aged eyes widening as if he had stumbled upon a new world. This expression only heightened Mengmeng's anxiety, prompting her to ask, "What is it? Surely, there's nothing strange inside me?" Her face reflected sheer terror. Could it be some bizarre parasite growing within her, poised to emerge in a gruesome fashion? The mere thought of such a visceral scene made her tremble uncontrollably. Mengmeng, do not fret. How could there be anything unusual in your healthy belly? Even if there were, Tenfuzi would surely resolve it. And urged, casting a disapproving glare at Tenfuzi for taking so long to reach a conclusion. Indeed, it must be a figment of your imagination, Li Xiu chimed in, his words echoing in sentiments, as he often shared a similar temperament. As impatience began to brew among the group, Tenfuzi finally spoke, surveying the faces around him. There is nothing sinister. However, this female appears to be pregnant. What? Impossible. What do you mean? The group reacted with disbelief, struggling to accept such a proclamation. Even Mengmeng found it hard to believe, as if struck by lightning, her gaze slowly drifting towards the unassuming Lilan, who stood amidst the crowd. Lilan, equally astonished, shot a look back at her. Tenfuzi, surely you must be mistaken? How could she possibly be pregnant? Sane frowned deeply, harboring a million doubts, and for the first time questioning Tenfuzi's medical expertise. He was certain that no one had laid a hand on Mengmeng. They had all been vigilant, especially he and Yuan, wary of each other's intentions. Tenfuzi, surprised by Sane's incredulity, responded, Is this not your child? He mumbled, astonished that someone else could have gotten there first. Although his voice was low, the others caught wind of it, and Sane's face darkened like a pot's bottom. Rest assured, I am not mistaken. She is pregnant. As for the species, I will need to fetch my equipment for further examination. There is no need for that. At this moment, Lilan, who had been silent in the crowd, suddenly spoke up, his unwavering gaze fixed on the daydreaming Mengmeng. His lips parted slightly. It is mine. Mengmeng never anticipated that he would take the initiative to confess, nor did she foresee that just a few fleeting moments of intimacy would ensnare her heart. The atmosphere suddenly descended into an uncanny silence, with everyone fixated on Lilan. Particularly, Yuan's expression darkened, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. How absurd. The female he had protected for months, nurturing their bond, had unwittingly succumbed to this situation. The gazes directed at Lilan were so filled with animosity that one could almost feel the desire to devour him. Ong was beside himself with rage. Lilan, I never imagined you would finally come to your senses at this moment. So this is what all those days of feuding with Mengmeng were about. How could you? His words faltered as he realized the implications. No wonder Mengmeng had been acting so coldly towards him of late. In a fit of anger, he rushed forward and landed a punch on Lilan. Lilan did not flinch or evade, and a bruise instantly bloomed on his cheek. But his gaze remained fixed on Mengmeng. Not only Ong, but also Li Xiu was ready to charge at him to deliver a blow. You scoundrel! Captain Yuan had consistently emphasized the importance of not coercing Mengmeng, and now it seemed all was lost. Mengmeng would undoubtedly demand to end it all. However, before he could reach Lilan, he was intercepted by Saren, who urged him to calm down. Let's see what Mengmeng has to say about this. With a sweeping glance at Yuan, His gaze gradually fell upon Mengmeng, who lay on the bed. Almost everyone's attention converged on her. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Mengmeng's lips twitched as she remained oblivious to the expectant and urgent looks surrounding her. Her eyes met Lilan's, who had just received a punch. They locked gazes tightly, his eyes brimming with anxiety and remorse. He wished to convey that he could take responsibility, that no amount of apologies would suffice, yet he vowed unwaveringly that he would never betray her. I know someone like me is beneath your notice, Mengmeng. Regarding that day, you've always insisted it never happened, but I cannot pretend otherwise. I truly cannot. Mengmeng, could you grant me a chance? I will grow stronger, capable of protecting you, and earn your acknowledgement. Lilan suddenly raised his head, his steadfast gaze piercing through to Mengmeng, in that moment shedding all fear and weakness. Mengmeng parted her lips slightly. How could she possibly be indifferent to the loss of her virginity? However, the era in which she once resided instilled in her a belief that life itself held greater significance, far beyond the trivialities of existence. Initially, she thought it was merely the loss of her first kiss, yet now, in a melodramatic twist of fate, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant. Her feelings towards the current situation and towards Lilan were indeed quite intricate. Just moments ago, observing Lilan's expression, it was evident that he had not anticipated this outcome either. Well, she could never bring herself to terminate the life growing within her, as it was a living being. Moreover, Lilan was the biological father of the child. Lilan, I remain indifferent to your sense of responsibility towards me. I only hope that you will embrace your duties as a father in the days to come. Mengmeng averted her gaze from Lilan, lowering her head as she spoke softly. As her words fell, Lilan's eyes sparkled with a brilliance that surpassed even the vastness of the starry sea. Wait, Mengmeng, have you truly forgiven him so easily? This is far too lenient on that scoundrel. Li Xiu interjected, his indignation palpable, as if he were the one expecting a child. The others shared expressions that conveyed their belief that Mengmeng's kindness was indeed too generous towards him, eagerly anticipating the moment to deliver just desserts. However, Lilan remained unfazed. Even if he were to be struck down, he would harbor no complaints. In contrast to the discontent of the others, the expressions of Sa, In, and Yu were laden with deeper significance, while even Tanfuzi exhibited a look of anticipation for future spectacles. Very well. You may leave now. I wish to rest for a while. Mengmeng spoke as she reclined, and naturally, everyone dared not linger any longer. One by one, they offered her words of encouragement to rest well before departing from her room in small groups. Although they had learned that the life growing within Mengmeng was of Lilan's lineage, he still went to great lengths to transport the instruments from home. Meticulously examining her abdomen, to his astonishment, he discovered that she was carrying 2 children, 1 male and 1 female. Both fully formed, and set to be born in approximately a month. His expression blossomed with delight. It was wonderful. The presence of a female child was a remarkable sign. If they could be successfully delivered and evolve, it would herald a monumental transformation for the entire orc world, effectively resolving its reproductive challenges. What? She was to give birth in a month? It was hard to believe. What a fantastical world this was. Upon hearing his words, Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced between the instruments by the bedside and her flat, unresponsive pregnancy belly. Over the past few days, aside from feeling a few gentle movements from within, she had experienced no other sensations. She even questioned whether she was experiencing a false pregnancy. Devoid of the most basic signs such as morning sickness, would there be any danger during childbirth? Lilan inquired cautiously from the side. Having devoted himself to attending to Mengmeng day and night, fearful of any misfortune befalling her. Even at night, he would lay out a mat at her door, vigilantly watching over her. You needn't worry at all. Given her condition, she could easily bear a dozen children, let alone just 2. That brings me great relief. Lilan replied, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. After listening, Mengmeng found the situation to be exceedingly surreal. However, when it came to the thought of childbirth, she felt a sense of reassurance, having previously heard about the pains associated with it. Yet, considering she was only 2 months into her pregnancy, she believed it would not pose much of a challenge. Time passed swiftly, and soon a month had elapsed. Everyone stood anxiously outside Mengmeng's room, as if preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Mengmeng, who felt no signs of impending labor, was compelled by Tanfuzi to remain in bed. She was convinced that Tanfuzi had miscalculated the timing. She did not even feel the slightest indication that labor was imminent. Yet, Tanfuzi was adamant that today was the day, seemingly more precise than even an expert in gynecology. I think we should just let nature take its course, Mengmeng suggested. Tanfuzi disagreed, insisting, what if the baby were to fall and get hurt? Mengmeng, you should listen to Tanfuzi. Lilan, on the other hand, was not concerned about the child. His primary worry was for Mengmeng's well-being. Mengmeng, with a sense of resignation, decided to acquiesce, lying silently. However, this stillness soon became rather tedious, and she felt herself on the verge of slumber. Recognizing her drowsiness, Lilan incessantly engaged her in conversation. Yet even his efforts failed to rouse her fully. Just as she was about to drift off, an unusual sensation stirred in her abdomen, something sliding downwards. She jolted awake. It's coming. It's coming, exclaimed the delighted voice of Tanfuzi nearby. Instantly, she sat up, eager to catch a glimpse, but Tanfuzi was quicker. All she managed to see was the translucent amniotic sac before it was whisked away into the incubator. With palpable excitement, he assured them, there's no rush to look. In a month, once they have successfully evolved into humanoid forms, I shall bring them to you. All right, Lilan replied, somewhat dazed as he gazed at the child cradled in Tanfuzi's arms. As a newly minted father, he felt a tad overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Mengmeng's expression was one of sheer astonishment. She actually gave birth, and the first offspring is not even human. She was undeniably curious, but also hesitant, pondering why the newborn did not cry. Was it due to their being beastmen? A sense of insecurity washed over her. Yet she soon dismissed the thought as Lilan insisted she rest. She lay down for a day, and by the following morning, she felt invigorated. In fact, she could have risen the day before, but Lilan insisted she remain in bed. She had not anticipated how effortless childbirth would be, even escaping the need for a confinement period. As for Tanfuzi, her curiosity was piqued. Although everyone reassured her that everything would be fine, she was determined to take a look. Inside the incubator, 2 fist-sized bundles of flesh were curled up within, but the murky liquid inside obscured her view. She could vaguely discern 2 chubby little feet. To facilitate research, Tanfuzi had constructed an additional facility adjacent to the iron house that Mengmeng and her companions had built. Thus, should she wish to observe, she need not travel to the base. However, Tanfuzi did caution her not to disturb him unnecessarily, while granting both her and Lilan the privilege to visit at any time they desired. Lilan supported Mengmeng, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on the incubator, a gentle, paternal smile gracing his face. Mengmeng, it won't be long now. In just a month, they will evolve into humanoid forms, and then we can hold them in our arms. Mengmeng let out a soft sound, still somewhat unable to adapt to the notion of stepping into her mother's role. After all, there lingered a hint of resistance within her. Nevertheless, she chose to embrace the flow of life. Subsequently, she resumed her daily routine, nurturing the withered flora within the forbidden zone. Most of the plants near her dwelling had thrived, and as the greenery flourished, the surrounding mist gradually thinned, no longer obscuring her vision to merely a meter ahead. However, in the more remote areas, the fog remained dense and disorienting. To avoid losing her way, she tied a rope around herself. If the 300-meter cord reached its limit, she would return home. As a precaution, Sane entrusted her with his wristband. Fearing the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, Mengmeng casually chose a direction, the bracelet indicating north. She made a note of it and then proceeded to walk in the opposite direction. Following closely behind were 2 individuals assigned by Yuan to ensure her safety. Initially, Lilan had been clinging to her side, but was called away by Tanfuzi for tasks, accompanied by Ong. As for Sa'an, he often acted independently and had already set out, his behavior often elusive. The 2 accompanying her were named Hig and Gu, who remained steadfastly by Mengmeng's side, displaying remarkable diligence. Whether she requested their assistance or remained silent, they were ever present, engaging in conversation during idle moments. Though having company for conversation was a pleasant diversion from monotony, human nature often compels one to attend to urgent matters. Excuse me, I have something to attend to. Please wait for me here. Initially, the 2 were somewhat perplexed, furrowing their brows in inquiry. However, upon seeing Mengmeng's insistence not to have them accompany her, Hig discerned the situation and swiftly prevented Gu from continuing his questions. He turned to the slightly blushing Mengmeng and said, "You go ahead. We will wait for you here." Mengmeng sighed in relief and hurriedly turned to leave, unaware of the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 2 behind her. Her pace was swift as she retraced her steps and happened to overhear their conversation. "Gu, are we truly not seizing this opportunity?" This is a splendid moment. If we engage with the female and ensure she bears our offspring, the likelihood of her conceiving a female is considerable. And I am immensely curious to experience what it is like to be with a genuine female. Captain Yuan has always emphasized the importance of respecting females and advised against coercing them. But look, she easily forgave those from the rabbit clan who forced her. So it cannot be as severe as Captain Yuan suggests. Go. Are you seeking death? Captain Yuan has yet to make a move. It is not our place to act. Hige, but, do you not desire it? Go. I do, yet given our status, we cannot dare to overstep Captain Yuan and the others. Hige suddenly lowered his voice, suggesting, therefore, we might take this chance. Once the act is done, the female will surely forgive us. Mengmeng concealed herself behind the tree trunk, their voices gradually fading until she could no longer discern their words. After a considerable time, feeling assured that she had not left any trace of her eavesdropping, she boldly stepped forward, deliberately making her footsteps louder. Indeed, upon hearing her approach, the two ceased their hushed conversation and turned to her, exclaiming, Mengmeng, you're back. Yes, shall we continue? All right. Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to complete the tasks they had planned for the day. She had overheard their discussion and concluded that they would not pose a threat to her at this juncture. Moreover, she could not afford to reveal her awareness of their conversation. Throughout the journey, she remained largely silent, her preoccupation with tasks preventing her companions from noticing her reticence. She quickened her pace, eager to distance herself from the two. Eventually, she returned to the corrugated iron house without incident. However, upon this return, she noticed that the majority of people regarded her with a different gaze, perhaps due to the shifting dynamics of her circumstances. The malevolent glances, which had always been present, had recently become increasingly pronounced. She suddenly recognized that her situation had been precarious from the very beginning. This overwhelming sense of insecurity filled her with anxiety. She longed to confide in someone, but found no one with whom she could share her fears unreservedly, not even Yuan. Could she dare to reveal that his subordinates harbored ill intentions towards her? Would Yuan side with her, or with his men? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Oh, but there was Li Lan. He was the only person who harbored no ulterior motives towards her, especially since she had borne his child. Yet, she did not underestimate him. Given his combat abilities, it would be challenging for him to protect her amidst the throng of orcs. If he could merely avoid being bullied himself, it would be a blessing. However, after much contemplation, she concluded that Li Lan was indeed her best option. That evening, when Li Lan sought her out, she ushered him into her room. His astonishment was palpable as he stepped into Mengmeng's sanctuary. Following their previous encounter, their relationship had softened considerably. Yet she had still forbidden anyone from entering her room, himself included. Mengmeng, is something the matter? Li Lan inquired cautiously, inhaling the delicate fragrance that permeated the space. A mixture of anticipation and trepidation in his voice. Memories of her soft lips flooded his mind as he reminisced about their kiss. As he pondered, Mengmeng closed the door behind them, pivoted, and grasped his shoulders firmly. Despite his slender frame, Li Lan stood at nearly 6 feet tall, towering over her, and his gaze involuntarily fell upon her rosy lips. Li Lan, there is something I wish to discuss with you, and you must not disclose it. What is it? He asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. Have you ever considered leaving this place? Mengmeng hesitated, feeling a deep reluctance to part with this place. However, compared to the prospect of incessantly giving birth in the future, she felt that relinquishing it was not an insurmountable sacrifice. After all, she could always seek out another suitable region for cultivation. What? Leave here? There was no such thought in her mind. As long as Mengmeng was present, so too would Li Lan be. He promptly expressed his sentiments and, at that moment, he finally discerned the unusual change in Mengmeng. What is troubling you, Mengmeng? Why the sudden inquiry? Do you wish to drive me away? Have I faltered in some way? His complexion turned pale in an instant. Mengmeng, observing the abrupt change in his expression, discerned his misinterpretation. No, what I mean is, should we consider relocating once Tansif returns the child to us? She suddenly lowered her voice, emphasizing in conclusion, just the two of us. Upon hearing her words, Li Lan exhaled in relief, only to be met with the exhilarating prospect that followed. Leaving this place, just the two of them. He gazed at her intently, his eyes sparkling like they had been struck by a celestial delight. Well, of course, that sounds splendid, he exclaimed, his joy rendering him somewhat inarticulate, yet he promptly agreed, fearing that Mengmeng might reconsider in the next moment. To him, this was an acknowledgement of his status as her partner. As for the possibility of other companions in the future, he was indifferent. However, amidst his ecstatic elation, a perplexing question lingered. Why had Mengmeng made such a decision? Mengmeng, what has come over you? Why the sudden desire to leave this place? Li Lan furrowed his brows, recalling her earlier fervent declarations of wanting to settle here for the long haul. What had prompted this change of heart? Upon hearing his inquiry, Mengmeng eagerly shared her thoughts with him. Li Lan, after listening to her, fell into contemplation. In this world of beast men, where the presence of females is nearly non-existent, it is undeniable that the primary responsibility of females is to procreate. He had witnessed numerous female beasts treated like puppets, subjected to the desires of multiple beast men. And even those who had just born offspring were thrust into a new cycle of breeding. It seemed that at some point, the feelings and consciousness of these female beasts were disregarded due to their failure to evolve into humanoid forms. The majority of beast men were concerned only with the reproductive organs capable of producing offspring. Initially, he had felt a strong aversion and even opposed the treatment of female beasts. Yet his efforts had yielded little effect. But now, should Mengmeng be subjected to such treatment? This was something he would resolutely not permit. Mengmeng, rest assured, I will not allow such a thing to occur, he declared, his eyes reflecting a firm resolve. However, Mengmeng was oblivious to this determination. Of course, I will not allow myself to face such a fate either. Therefore, once Tenfusi returns our child to us, we shall depart from this place. Leaving this place was not enough. She must grow strong to protect the child and safeguard Li Lan. Thus, the following day, she sought out Sane, rather than Yuan, to teach her basic self-defense techniques. Learn self-defense? Sane questioned, his deep gaze assessing the somewhat reserved Mengmeng standing before him. It is unnecessary. In the next moment, he declined her request. With so many beastmen present, was there really a need to protect the only humanoid female? Why should Mengmeng go to such lengths? Mengmeng felt a surge of anxiety. Why wasn't he anyone teaching her? It took her considerable resolve to seek him out. She gazed at the tall man before her. Although he harbored similar sentiments towards her, after several encounters, he proved to be relatively more dependable, exhibiting considerable capability. She had contemplated approaching Yuan, who would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. However, after that incident, she found it difficult to face his subordinates. Why the sudden desire to learn? Sane did not provide a direct answer, but posed a question instead. Indeed, Mengmeng, why the sudden interest in self-defense? Do you feel unsafe here? Rest assured, Brother Sane and the captain of the canine clan have long devised a safety plan for you, ensuring that a portion of their team is always present to safeguard your well-being. Ong, standing nearby, looked equally perplexed. Li Lan, seated beside them, moved her lips, eager to speak on Mengmeng's behalf. However, Mengmeng preempted her response, stating, It's not that I feel unsafe. It's about being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. What if something unexpected occurs, and you're unable to arrive in time? I must be capable of protecting myself. Sane raised an eyebrow at her reasoning, his sharp gaze leisurely traversing her face. Why not seek out Yuan? Isn't this female quite trusting of the canine clan as captain? Mengmeng's lips twitched slightly, pondering how difficult it was to deceive Saren. Wasn't he supposed to be preoccupied? She casually concocted an excuse, yet she wasn't entirely mistaken. The Yuan base was indeed bustling with activity. Was it true? Saren wore a half-smile, for he knew that regardless of how occupied Yuan might be, it would invariably accommodate Mengmeng's requests, no matter how trivial they seemed. As Mengmeng twitched her lips, preparing to pull at her eyelids, a question lingered regarding Sane's intentions. Why could he not simply acquiesce, considering her prior efforts to mend his wounds? Just as Mengmeng contemplated alternative approaches, Sane slightly raised his noble chin and declared, Very well. However, I shall be quite stern. Beside them, Ong sighed softly, as Sane's subordinate. He was well aware of the latter's unforgiving nature, both in the past and present. Yet, when it came to Mengmeng, he might show a modicum of leniency. Or so he hoped. Li Lan wore a worried expression, having experienced Sane's terrifying demeanor firsthand, having once received special treatment himself. Thus, he gently tugged at Mengmeng's sleeve, suggesting, Mengmeng, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. He wished to convey that he would undoubtedly safeguard their little family of 3. Mengmeng would never concede. She had already spoken her intentions aloud. Moreover, these were merely techniques of self-defense, not an arduous task of carrying a heavy sack around. How challenging could it possibly be? On the very day Sane agreed to her request, training commenced. In the open space before the door, Cheng Mengmeng donned a set of lightweight protective gear and tied her hair into a ponytail. She observed as Sane demonstrated the moves alongside Ong, and within a single round, Ong found himself on the ground, defeated by Sane. The self-defense maneuvers resembled those she had previously seen on television. Sane then instructed Ong to step aside and turn to Cheng Mengmeng, encouraging her to mimic the actions first and, most importantly, to memorize the movements. Cheng Mengmeng stepped forward, mimicking his actions. She hooked her right foot around San's left hind leg and clasped her hands upon his shoulders, bracing herself to exert force. However, her petite stature made her appear almost as if she were merely clinging to his shoulders in the eyes of onlookers. Cheng Mengmeng herself felt her movements were awkward. She prepared to retreat and try again. The voice of San echoed in her ears, urging her to complete the action. He stood still, his piercing gaze slightly lowered, resting upon her fair profile. It would be inappropriate to disturb you. Upon hearing the words, Cheng Mengmeng's figure paused momentarily. In the next instant, she exerted herself with great force. However, Sane's towering presence remained steadfast, unyielding in its stance. Cheng Mengmeng had long anticipated that her opponent would remain motionless. Yet she was taken aback by the fact that he didn't even stir a hair. Unfazed by this, she resolutely attempted several more times. Her tender little hand, resting on his broad shoulder, radiated an unusual warmth, and the scent was so intimately close that Sane found himself stirred by her persistence. On her fifth attempt, Sane finally spoke softly, urging her to cease her efforts. In the face of such overwhelming physical strength, you cannot budge me even the slightest. Do you wish to continue? He still hoped to persuade Cheng Mengmeng to relent, as there were countless individuals eager to protect her. As Cheng Mengmeng caught sight of his slightly disdainful gaze, an indomitable spirit surged within her. Do not underestimate me. Suddenly, she advanced, firmly gripping his shoulders with both hands. Her right foot poised to press against his left leg in the same manner as before. Sane's expression remained indifferent. Did she truly wish to attempt this again? The two onlookers sighed, their voices tinged with resignation. Alas, Mengmeng, your petite form renders the effort akin to mere tickling in Sane's eyes. Had he been in her position, perhaps he could have made an impact, but it would hardly have been enough to topple him. The crux of the matter lay in the disparity of strength. Lilan observed in silence, a disquieting voice within him whispering that they were too close. Just as everyone assumed that Cheng Mengmeng's assault would yield the same result as before, her right leg unexpectedly altered its trajectory, bending at the knee to target Sane's vulnerable area. Sane instantly narrowed his eyes. Years of training and his naturally quick reflexes allowed him to react in an instant. He sidestepped slightly, evading the blow, and with one hand, he seized her right ankle, lifting her upside down before him. Ah! The sudden inversion elicited a startled cry from Cheng Mengmeng. She had not anticipated his speed. Had she not initially concealed her intention to strike that spot? What a formidable man! Sane held her as one might a small rabbit, his gaze descending to her legs, which were now tightly encased, barely revealing any contours. This perspective stirred something within him, causing his throat to involuntarily shift. It was worth noting that this female always encased herself so thoroughly. The only occasion he had witnessed her bare arms and legs was when he had been injured, after which she had consistently concealed herself beneath long garments. Why such caution? Little female. Saying, you must release Mengmeng. She is quite uncomfortable. Lilan rushed forward, eager to rescue her. Let me go? Your grip is painful. Cheng Mengmeng struggled, but midway through her resistance, she fell silent, her head tilted towards the ground. Gazing ahead at the entrance of the iron structure constructed by Yuan and the others, a silver-haired figure clad in a snug white protective suit leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing her with a smile. Upon catching her glance, the corners of his mouth curled upward, yet the mirth in his eyes evoked an unsettling chill within Cheng Mengmeng. Yuan crouched to meet her gaze, his smile warm yet enigmatic. Mengmeng, I've been back for quite some time. Why haven't you come to welcome me? His voice drew the attention of the others. His sudden appearance left the other three, aside from Sane, momentarily stunned. Noticing Cheng Mengmeng's silence, Yuan continued, are you busy? It seems I have interrupted you. Do carry on. He feigned an apologetic demeanor, rising and preparing to retreat into the building. No, Yuan. Wait a moment. Cheng Mengmeng awoke abruptly, hastily attempting to extricate herself from Saren's grasp. Hey, Saren, could you kindly release me? Saren, noticing her vigorous struggles, remained silent yet relinquished his hold. Had it not been for Lilan and Ang's presence nearby, Cheng Mengmeng would have undoubtedly tumbled clumsily to the ground. Once she regained her footing, she turned to the individuals beside her and apologized, Pardon me, I must excuse myself for a moment. She then hurriedly pursued Yuan. Ong observed Cheng Mengmeng dashing away with a hint of jealousy, pondering what was so special about the canine tribe members. Li Lan too fixated on the direction Cheng Mengmeng had taken, reflecting on what she had confided to him over the past few days. In truth, Mengmeng treated everyone similarly. He defended her, saying, "Well, she has always been like that." Ong, casting a sidelong glance, retorted, "Really? When have you seen Mengmeng cling to us in such a manner?" Li Lan remained unfazed, thinking that since Mengmeng was destined to leave with him, he had no concern over whom she chose to be affectionate with. Meanwhile, Saren tidied up and remarked, "I must take my leave." "Oh, brother, you're leaving so soon? Aren't you going to rest for a few days?" Ong promptly shifted his focus, inquiring further. "We must act soon. There is no time for idleness," Saren replied coldly. "Very well then." On the other side, Cheng Mengmeng quickly caught up with Yuan, who had not ventured far, but had merely settled into a lounge chair in the living room. "Yuan, when did you return?" After Cheng Mengmeng caught up with her, she inquired and confirmed that she was indeed unaware of Yuan's return. Otherwise, she would not have attended training today. "Last night." Yuan poured herself a glass of water, but she also remembered to pour one for Cheng Mengmeng, placing it beside her as a gesture for her to sit down. "You were asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. I originally intended to surprise you this morning, but you seemed quite busy." Yuan took a sip of water and then raised her eyes to Cheng Mengmeng, seemingly innocently revealing a hint of curiosity. "What were you just doing?" "Just now." "I was learning self-defense," Cheng Mengmeng replied candidly, at that moment unprepared to conceal anything, glancing around to ensure his subordinates were not present. Self-defense? Yuan recalled that Cheng Mengmeng had mentioned it before, though it had slipped from their conversations due to various circumstances. Observing her bright-eyed and beaming demeanor, Yuan remarked, "I can teach you too." "Well, I have already discussed this matter with Sa'an," Cheng Mengmeng responded tactfully, thinking it inappropriate to tell Sa'an that she wished to change mentors. The idea of having Yuan and Sa'an teach her together was simply out of the question. Yuan's smile faltered slightly as she scrutinized Cheng Mengmeng carefully. "Mengmeng? Huh?" Cheng Mengmeng replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting away as she looked at Yuan, unaware of why she felt suddenly uneasy. "Recently, it seems you have been distancing yourself from me." The smile in Yuan's eyes vanished, replaced by a more profound expression. Cheng Mengmeng hurriedly denied it, chuckling lightly. No, you must have seen it wrong. Haven't you been busy lately? I wouldn't want to disturb you." However, Yuan paid no heed to her jovial demeanor. He had come to a firm conclusion, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Have I not been doing well lately? Or perhaps I haven't been by your side enough. Is there something in particular that has become tiresome for you?" And with that, he departed. Upon hearing his trio of inquiries, Cheng Mengmeng opened her mouth in surprise. Observing his wounded expression, she began to question whether her recent neglect of him was indeed a misstep. Yet, even so, the gravity of his words felt exaggerated. She was already growing weary of the situation. "Yuan, where are your thoughts wandering?" "I merely sought to learn a few self-defense techniques from Sane." Yuan gazed intently at her, noticing the way she struggled to mask the flicker of evasion in her eyes. He sensed that his intuition had not misled him. Drawing closer, he proposed, "Why not return to the base with me? This way, I can often be by your side, and you can continue pursuing your desires. Rest assured, I will ensure that the previous troubles with the Leopard clan do not recur. Shall we return to how things once were?" "Return to how things once were? How is that possible? I already have a child." She replied, "Yuan, I can still pursue my own endeavors here. There is no necessity to return to the base." She spoke steadily, resolutely rejecting the notion when the time called for a definitive refusal. "Is that so?" Yuan responded with a forced smile, realizing that perhaps he had been too demanding. At that moment, an unfamiliar ache surged within him. He lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions, attempting to ease the throbbing pain. Yet, how could he so easily relent? After all, it was he who had first recognized Mengmeng and brought her to the base. "Very well, since this is your decision, I shall respect it. However, I still choose to remain by your side and protect you." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes sparkling with warmth, his smile returning to its familiar radiance. Cheng Mengmeng hesitated to speak, for she would soon be departing from this place. She nodded, acknowledging Yuan's words. Yuan perceived a hint of indifference in her response, yet he found himself powerless to elicit the sweet smile she once so readily bestowed upon him. His heart was filled with a profound sense of helplessness. He resolved to devise a way to ensure that only his presence occupied Mengmeng's thoughts, suppressing the discomfort within. He gently spoke. I have no obligations today. I can accompany you throughout the day. Is there anything you need my assistance with? As he said this, he rose to his feet, extending his hand towards Cheng Mengmeng, his expression softening into a tender smile. Cheng Mengmeng gazed at him in a daze. Today, she had not intended to engage in any particular activity. However, observing Yuan's demeanor, it seemed that he would persistently accompany her in whatever she did. Reluctantly, she remarked, Well, today, the vegetable garden needs some tilling. Yuan smiled charmingly, replying, Very well, I shall assist you with that. You may simply observe. All right, she conceded. Yuan's extraordinary enthusiasm made it difficult for Cheng Mengmeng to refuse. She felt as though she were being led by the nose. She squatted beside the vegetable patch, watching him as he emulated her actions, his long fingers deftly wielding a small shovel to turn the soil. Occasionally, Yuan would seek her guidance. Cheng Mengmeng had no choice but to cooperate with him throughout. Along the way, Li Lan suddenly approached, abruptly interrupting their fragmented conversation. With an expression of excitement, Mengmeng shared that the child had evolved remarkably well and could now be taken out of the incubation chamber. Is that truly the case? Cheng Mengmeng was equally delighted, for she was about to accompany Li Lan. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Yuan and asked, Yuan, would you like to join us for a look? At that moment, Yuan had already risen to his feet. Noticing her glance, which assured him of her awareness of his presence, a soft light flickered in his eyes. Perceiving her eagerness, he replied, You go ahead, I will follow shortly. All right. Cheng Mengmeng nodded, and then hurriedly rushed into the room of Tanfusi. Shortly thereafter, she beheld a wondrous sight. Within 2 cribs, 2 cherubic infants lay peacefully asleep, swathed in warm, plush blankets. One baby raised its chubby little hands above its head, while the other contentedly sucked on its tiny thumb, both lost in a fragrant slumber. Cheng Mengmeng never anticipated that the evolution described by Tanfusi would culminate in the form of an infant. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tanfusi exclaimed, It is a success, a triumph. The female beast has successfully transformed into a humanoid. From this moment forward, the entire world of beastmen holds promise. Li Lan leaned beside the crib, her hand reaching out to caress the sleeping child, yet hesitant to disturb the peaceful slumber. Her anxious and cautious demeanor evoked a surge of affection within Cheng Mengmeng as she gazed upon the 2 adorable infants. The string of maternal love within her heart was gently plucked, and tears of joy welled in her eyes. Li Lan, supporting her shoulder, hurriedly reassured her, Do not cry. They are both well. Let us bestow names upon them, she suggested, diverting Cheng Mengmeng's attention. Names. I am at a loss, Cheng Mengmeng admitted, her gaze shifting upward to Li Lan. How about naming the boy June and the girl Yu? Cheng Mengmeng listened with approval, nodding in agreement without delving into the implications. Ong, observing the affectionate exchange between the 2, couldn't he help but step forward, his handsome face tinged with shyness as he inquired, Mengmeng, when might I have the opportunity to share a child with you? Cheng Mengmeng, with her expression less than favorable, caught Li Lan's attention. Li Lan, visibly irritated, exclaimed that Mengmeng had just given birth and naturally needed time to recuperate. Ong, realizing his impatience, was taken aback by Li Lan's rare display of anger. He sheepishly addressed the 2, conceding, All right, it is my haste, please do not be upset. Meanwhile, Yuan, arriving just then, observed the scene in silence, remaining taciturn. At that moment, Mengmeng exchanged a fleeting glance with Li Lan, and a silent understanding passed between them, solidifying their plan. Yuan, oblivious to their intentions, found the shared glance rather striking. That evening, the 2 discreetly boarded the aircraft with the child. No one suspected their motives, as Li Lan had merely stated he needed to return to the rabbit clan base. As for why there was no doubt regarding Mengmeng's departure, it was because everything around her was of her own making. How could she possibly leave? Yet, she did. Once aboard the aircraft, Mengmeng sat in a state of confusion, but Li Lan attentively tended to her emotions. He assured her, Do not worry, I am taking you to a place that is absolutely safe, where no one will find us. In recent days, Li Lan had grown significantly more self-assured, executing tasks with a newfound steadiness. The likelihood of errors had diminished considerably. He could even go an entire day without mishap. No longer did he face disdain or reproach for his mistakes, nor did he find himself in a cycle of incessant apologies. Cheng Mengmeng, filled with curiosity, inquired about their destination. You will know once we arrive, Li Lan replied with a reassuring smile. Their aircraft silently glided into the rabbit clan's base, specifically descending beneath it. Mengmeng soon discovered that beneath the rabbit clan's base lay an underground realm reminiscent of the Siming base. It was vast, akin to a grand palace, yet devoid of any signs of life, appearing to have been long abandoned. "This is my studio," Lilan introduced without waiting for Mengmeng to ask. Upon hearing Mengmeng's words, a question mark appeared above her head. "Your studio?" she exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. Lilan had already activated the lighting, illuminating the entire studio as bright as day. Against the wall, a glass cabinet displayed a row of protective gear. Looking sophisticated and high-end, clearly a cut above anything she had encountered before. On the opposite side, another glass cabinet was filled with an assortment of weaponry, both large and small, some of which she could not even name. In the center of the room, a 10-meter-long control console was cluttered with various components, presenting a chaotic sight. "Indeed, if we are here, no one will find us," Lilan remarked as he tidied up the large bed against the wall. The white bedding had been carelessly tossed aside, yet it appeared quite clean. After uttering his previous statement, he picked up a wristband from the bedside and addressed it. "Please bring me a fresh set of bedding and some food. Make sure to bring plenty, something easy to digest." "Ah, you're back." A man's surprised voice came through the wristband, quickly followed by the realization of his duties. "All right, I will prepare everything you need right away." Upon witnessing this scene, Mengmeng's face was etched with astonishment. What could be the true identity of Lilan? With a workshop and servants, the spectacle before her made it difficult to reconcile with the previously timid demeanor of Lilan. Turning to Mengmeng, Lilan noticed her look of disbelief and shyly scratched his head, saying, Mengmeng, I actually have another identity in the rabbit tribe. I am a weapons technician. Most of the fine weapons and protective gear in the orc world are developed by me, so you need not worry, as long as I am here. No one can harm you." He had intended to share this with her earlier, but had never found the right moment. He then glanced at Mengmeng, whose hair perpetually obscured his gaze, her modest demeanor reminiscent of their first encounter. "It's all right, but I truly did not expect you to be so remarkable," Mengmeng replied, her admiration evident as she gazed at the finished products in the display case. It turned out that Lilan had concealed his talents so deeply. Hearing her praise, Lilan smiled brightly. "It's nothing special. I just have a fondness for developing weapons, and I have received acknowledgement from everyone." He regarded her with humility, though it seemed more like a simple expression of his passion for his craft. Mengmeng felt an even deeper admiration, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a peculiar weapon, the muzzle as large as a trumpet. Intrigued, she inquired, "What is this?" Lilan approached with keen interest, earnestly providing her with a detailed introduction. When he spoke of his favorite things, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his demeanor radiated newfound confidence. After concluding his explanation, he seemed to recall something, mentioning that Brother San had requested this particular weapon, believing it could help reclaim the dominance of the Leopard clan's base. Mengmeng was taken aback, having just heard something extraordinary. No wonder San had been elusive recently, always shrouded in mystery. She had a lingering suspicion that he was plotting something, and it turned out to be this matter. At that moment, the items requested by Lilan were swiftly delivered. He had initially instructed that they be left at the doorstep, insisting that the attendant must depart immediately after placing them. Naturally, the servant dared not linger. Lilan retrieved the necessities, first offering the food to Mengmeng, urging her to eat a bit to satisfy her hunger, while he busied himself tidying the bedding so that she could rest comfortably. "All right," she replied. Mengmeng, after just a few bites, found herself satiated and proceeded to feed the two children beside her. It was then that she realized, for reasons unknown, she seemed to be devoid of breast milk, and it appeared that this world lacked dairy products altogether. Curiosity compelled her to inquire of Lilan whether the orc realm had a bovine tribe. "Indeed, it does," Lilan responded. However, upon further reflection, Mengmeng considered that even if there were a bovine tribe, it would consist solely of bulls, leaving no source of milk. Subsequently, she cradled the little Yaya, offering her food as the tiny mouth emitted delightful cooing sounds, while her small hands flailed excitedly, and her little head nestled into Mengmeng's embrace. Suddenly, she felt a pressure in her chest, followed by an unexpected surge of something emerging. Mengmeng was momentarily stunned. Is it possible? Does she have milk? Driven by maternal instinct, she turned to glance at Lilan, lifted her garment, and little Yaya approached, drawn by the scent, eagerly opening her mouth to latch on. The initial suckle caused her discomfort, prompting a soft gasp to escape her lips. What's wrong, Mengmeng? Li Lan immediately heard and rushed over. Stay back. Mengmeng turned her back to him and hurriedly spoke up. Although Li Lan was the father of these two children, she had not yet allowed him to observe the act of breastfeeding. What is the matter? Li Lan inquired, furrowing his brows as he stood there. Mengmeng hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her thoughts. Nurse the baby. Nurse the baby? Li Lan stood still. Yet his concern for Mengmeng's situation compelled him to step closer and investigate further. Due to the scarcity of female beasts in the world of beast men, Li Lan was unfamiliar with the concept of nursing. Mengmeng discerned the perplexity in his words and proceeded to elucidate, stating that she was nursing, which provided superior nourishment for the infant and advised him not to approach. Very well. Upon hearing this, Li Lan observed that she appeared to be untroubled. Thus he refrained from pressing further. However, as he shifted to the side, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Mengmeng's lifted garment, revealing a small portion of her rounded form. His cheeks instantaneously flushed with warmth. So this is how one nurses. Indeed, it would be inappropriate to intrude. Thereafter, the two fell into silence, yet the atmosphere took on an oddly distinct quality. After Mengmeng finished feeding Xiaoye, she proceeded to attend to Xiao Junjun. Once both infants were satiated, she laid them in their crib, where they fell into a deep slumber. Observing her busy demeanor, Li Lan promptly handed her a set of clean clothes from the side. Mengmeng, would you like to freshen up? Here are your clothes. The washroom is over there. All right, she replied. Mengmeng, having just finished nursing, noticed milk stains on her clothing that indeed required washing. Nevertheless, she took her belongings and headed to the washroom. Observing her entry, Li Lan picked up the bracelet nearby, which had been flashing incessantly since Mengmeng began breastfeeding. He reached out to activate it, and an immediate message appeared. I heard you are back. I will come find you shortly. Li Lan frowned, realizing he had delayed his response. The sound of the password lock being entered at the door broke the silence, only to be attempted once without success, followed by another attempt. Li Lan remained silent, unwilling to open the door. At that moment, the individual outside ceased pressing the lock, presumably upon seeing Li Lan's reply. Are you still angry? I was in the wrong that day. I should not have treated you that way. However, my feelings for you are sincere. The urgency and anxiety of the other party were palpable even through those two sentences. Yet, Li Lan had no desire for further discourse, stating, please leave. If I need something, I will reach out to you. During this time, I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing me and do not disclose my return to anyone. After a considerable pause, the response came. All right, reach out if you need anything. Meanwhile, chaos ensued on Yuan's side due to Mengmeng's departure. It was evident they understood that Li Lan was responsible for taking her away, though Jin Luo was unaware of his intentions. However, it was clear that his position was not as simple as it appeared. The rain, having been pinned up for so long, mirrored the suppressed anger within, and once unleashed, it bore a formidable force. I have not signed, nor will I ever sign, Li Zichen declared gravely. To him, the Li family held immense significance. It was a legacy his father had protected throughout his life, one that he had begun safeguarding since the age of 3. Gao Xiujuan glanced at Jacqueline, then at Lu Wansheng, choosing not to say anything further before retreating to the kitchen. Gu Qiu hastily rose to greet Tang Lijia. As the entertainment industry places great importance on the relationships between seniors and juniors, in Tang Lijia's presence, she was undeniably a junior and could not afford to be disrespectful. The audacity to confront the initial stage of the sacred realm with mere illusory realm cultivation was indeed remarkable. A monk of the sacred realm was taken aback. Naylan Tongchuan exclaimed, watch out. Yet it was not he who struck, but rather a beam of golden light that soared forth from his storage pouch. Di Qing was detestable, and Di Fengming was not fond of him either, but that child was his own grandson, a member of the Qing family, and could not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. After much deliberation, the Mi family decided to personally seek out Di Qing for a discussion. Furthermore, upon witnessing Douyu being slammed against the wall by that Hu Liar's servant, she could not help but feel the urge to catch him, unwilling to see him harmed. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind: to eliminate Hu Liar. Anyone who dared to bully her would meet their end. However, this young master was not one to disregard the larger picture. In the current situation of being hunted, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and allow him to remain arrogant for a few more days. In the time that followed, a semblance of tranquility returned. Jiang Ruoshi picked up her son from school and found Yi Zilin seated in the living room, watching television. The faint smile on her face struck Jiang Ruoshi as peculiar. Since Zhou Yu was deeply inclined to eliminate Kai Mao, he would undoubtedly fall into the trap. Once Zhou Yu was ensnared, the entire plan could be set into motion. Zhao Fei's intricate scheme, akin to a series of link traps, was undoubtedly something Zhou Yu could not contend with. As soon as he placed one foot into the entire setup, escaping would be nigh impossible. With a sense of nostalgia, I recalled that on this very day last year, amidst the peach blossoms, human faces and flowers mirrored each other in vibrant hues. Yet now, the human face had vanished, while the peach blossoms continued to smile in the spring breeze. Everything felt so poignantly apartment. After circling around for quite some time, I finally spotted my target. Not far away lay a colossal fire beast, its entire form radiating golden light, as if it had been scorched by flames yet emerged unscathed. It seemed to possess considerable strength. After all, true gold fears no fire. Could it be that this creature had reached a realm where it was impervious to flames? I wasn't referring to you, that Arhat, I stammered, realizing I had to change my words to avoid incurring the wrath of the Arhat, as preserving my life was of utmost importance. The more I pondered, the more plausible this seemed. I hastily scrolled through several significant events on the recent Heroes Forum. What is your motivation for entering the propaganda department? Are you pursuing me? Li Ku inquired, causing a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Fang Haojia was momentarily taken aback, casting a quizzical glance at Wei, only to shake his head in realization. The bride's remarks sent shockwaves through everyone present, completely disregarding the groom's feelings. Lija declared, "We are not the armies of feudal lords. We are the righteous warriors of Qing Yunzhai. We have come to eliminate Dongjua." I observed the cold mockery and hatred on Zhanzhu's face, and chose to remain silent. Had her sister not been so obedient to Dongming's words, it would not have been inconceivable for her to slay me with a single strike. I can walk now, I thought. Yet, I was not so convinced. The last time I descended to the surface, I encountered Captain Aulay of the canine tribe, who seemed to be searching for something, appearing quite anxious. At that moment, another person stepped forward, standing on the right side of the main hall, and respectfully addressed the figure above him. Oh, the lord of the Wolf clan, Claude, leaned slightly, his figure emerging from the shadows. His hair was styled in a high ebony ponytail, and his ears adorned with shimmering silver earrings. The attitude of the princess was unmistakably clear. She sought redemption, yet did not wish to burden herself further. She would not leave. But what of him? Should he abandon the princess and attempt to escape? It was rumored that someone wished to meet Cao Cao, and as Cao Cao's personal guard. Su Chu felt compelled to verify this. However, to his frustration, Su Yu refused to acknowledge him. Do not act impulsively, Zhou Tsong advised, managing to retain a modicum of reason amidst the simmering fury of his subordinates, who were on the verge of erupting. They were in Jingxiang, and should a conflict arise, it would be to their detriment, especially since they were there on a mission to locate someone. Engaging in a senseless brawl would only jeopardize their purpose. Before anyone could react, a piercing cry akin to that of a swan resonated from the stronghold. The lower walls erupted with flames once more, forming a figure resembling an 8-character smoke dragon, merging with the previously billowing smoke, which now enveloped the stronghold in thick clouds. Jun Ziheng, Jun Tong, and Si Jingming led the dowry towards Jun's residence, while Bai Qingtian had just settled into the princess's estate alongside the indulgent princess. Who are you referring to? Have you forgotten me? Hualong's voice resonated leisurely as a young man approached, his steps measured. In that moment, Fu Mingxiao felt a surge of resentment towards Fu Minghua, realizing that speaking to her had invited a plethora of troubles. Meanwhile, Fu Minghua had already married, and to a prince at that, who would dare to penalize her. As an overwhelming energy surged forth, the surrounding atmosphere shifted. Gu Tianpeng was engulfed by a chilling sensation reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. I have achieved fame for centuries and have never engaged in such a principled transgression. As the renowned Kagaya Sword Saint of Byzantium, I hold a certain status. I truly cannot divulge this information, the Kagaya Sword Saint declared solemnly. Upon their arrival, each individual drew their bow, eyes glinting with predatory intent, some even knocking arrows, their tips glinting coldly in the frigid wind. As Sang Yaya returned to her residence, dawn had already broken. She noticed a note left by Yuan Jinxia and resolved to tidy up her blood-stained garments, which had been torn by a dog's paw, before descending. In contrast to Russia's grand satellite systems, this particular system was decidedly simpler. Its specific functions could only be ascertained once the internal computer system was connected to a power source. Judging by the complexity of the data interface, It appeared that the corresponding satellite was merely for civilian use, perhaps with limited reconnaissance capabilities. Time was indeed of the essence, irrespective of the realm. Intelligent beings have always extolled the virtues of time. Phrases like time is gold, the young must strive lest they regret in old age, and 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye resonate across cultures. Oh, it seems Li Lishuan has not taken the field since the reorganization of the lineup. What is Li Lishuan's current condition? A question was posed with urgency. It appeared that the infernal figure of Yanluo could no longer withstand the pressure. As he leaned slightly forward, drawing the gaze of all present towards him, Yuan Jinxiao recalled a moment when he, alongside 2 other physicians, had discussed the topic of in vitro fertilization in the presence of the esteemed Li Deqiu, who had offered a rather dismissive opinion. At that time, a young doctor had expressed considerable skepticism, causing Yuan to feel a bead of sweat trickle down his back. In the highlands of Jialigong Mountain, he had once found himself ensnared by Neza's magical silk, rendering him utterly powerless to escape. The ordinary Medusa possessed merely a combat capability of level 7, which paled in comparison to the 15 of Sally. Yet, with her petrifying gaze, Medusa could vanquish other beings of equal rank. Moreover, armed with the Medusa S-bow, even the formidable Sally would find herself in a position of desperate flight before her. The leader of the rabbit clan, Mengmeng, momentarily startled, was unaware of the stranger's identity. Yet, instinctively, she hastily pressed the button to close the door. With a resounding clap, a pair of hands wedged themselves against the door just as it was about to shut. In the fleeting moment before the door closed completely, the unfamiliar man on the opposite side swiftly squeezed through the narrow gap. Mengmeng, clutching the frightened Xiao Junjun, could not help but exclaim, Li Lan, who are you? Unexpectedly, dense snowflakes began to fall from the vast, dark sky, gradually blanketing the earth. Li Macho was aware that the ancient tomb was laden with traps, yet this was precisely within the calculations she and Jia Yi had devised. Without hesitation, she darted upward, reaching for Granny Sunday. He had never uttered a single word, and he was equally baffled as to how Bo Hanya possessed such knowledge. At that moment, within the biological testing chamber, although Su Ming's consciousness was remarkably clear, his body was engulfed in agony. 2 fourth-generation mechas, shadow assassins, charged towards the entrance, their particle swords slicing through the air. The gown was a strapless, floor-length mermaid wedding dress, featuring a satin base adorned with a layer of delicate white tulle. However, Su Ming did not refute her. If he truly found himself in dire straits, returning to inherited junkyard would not be an unappealing option. And thus he spoke to Su Yuan. Suddenly, Su Ming halted, turning to gaze at the statue, his eyes piercing through the falling maple leaves towards the solitary figure. As if he had traversed the passage of millennia in that moment, Hisui began to feel a surge of tension. Previously, he had only heard Jiang Wan mention a simple ball. The leaders behind him could only follow suit as they entered, and the department manager, upon seeing the leaders arrive, put forth his utmost effort. In those days, Ning Zhong was a beloved figure among martial artists, a veritable star, yet inexplicably vanished, leaving many fans in discontent. Is there an issue with the work? Zhang Dongming called out several times upon seeing his son return, but received no response. It seemed that only recently had Jisua confirmed her own heartache. She could not fathom why she felt such distress. Contemplating these possibilities, she felt as though she might suffocate, her heart seemingly on the brink of cessation. In the next moment, amidst the radiant light, black and white intertwined, and the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surged, as if boundless power was coalescing. Later, Cheng Shifei met his demise after slipping on a banana peel he carelessly discarded while intoxicated. Zhu Xianhua was disinclined to acknowledge Lu Xian. Even though the latter had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, the divine transformation was not beyond hope, considering he was still in his 30s. They had schemed throughout half of the Dao calendar, plotting the path to enlightenment since the inception of the 9th Dao calendar, yet their aspirations remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, within the divine court of the deified list and the human realm, 2 figures were intertwined with enigmatic energies. Still struggling? I shall dismantle your 7-star demon suppression array, rendering any rescue efforts futile. Imo Walua observed their desperate state and continued to act. Her earlobe bore 2 blood-red bite marks, sending a chill down my spine. Observing this, the Ming Army's captain, witnessing the chaos, had rallied hundreds of soldiers for reinforcement. Yet, the front line had devolved into utter disarray. Even their arrival seemed futile. What should we do? I lamented. Let's just toss it aside. Who was the first to compose poetry in praise of the peach blossom spring? The realm of deities has long been devoid of conflict. Following the ascendance of the heavenly illusion gate, it has nearly become the sole dominion of that entity. Yet now, chaos reemerges. Amidst this tumult, something gleaming caught Kim Tion's eye, a ring, resplendent and translucent. "Congratulations to the city lord, congratulations!" exclaimed the maidens and guards, all kneeling in reverence. At that moment, he turned to Mengmeng, disregarding Li Lan's attempts to intervene, and stepped forward to introduce himself with grace. "Greetings, I am William, the brother of Li Lan, with whom I have played since childhood, and the leader of the Rabbit clan. And you? What is your name?" Hello. My name is Mengmeng." Mengmeng was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the rapid shift in his emotions, as if the fleeting glimpse of hurt she had perceived was merely an illusion. "Boss, should we not set up the formation?" Zhang Rui gravely inquired of Li Hao, his expression somber as the aircraft approached. Noticing Li Hao lost in contemplation, Chen Yuling refrained from disturbing him and instead made her way towards the side of the spirit stone mountain. Subsequently, all the cells within him awakened like a ravenous beast, voraciously consuming the power of the stars. This potent amalgamation of energy surged forth like a colossal beam of light, stimulating the concealed entities within the depths of the Yin void, inflicting a severe injury upon the seventh genius of the outer court and compelling a prominent inner court student to retreat, though only for a few steps. Was indeed an admirable feat witnessing the profound transformations brought about by the 10th celestial shift. Huang Shang, momentarily shielded from the temporal rain's threat in Fengdu City, felt his expression grow increasingly grave. It was only later, with the assistance of the White, that they managed to vanquish their adversary, yet even so, it instilled within her an overwhelming sense of dread. The vast population of the universe rendered the lives of the weak exceedingly dispensable. Suddenly, Guo Wei grasped the hem of Li Ming's garment, leaning closer, inhaling his presence. The Tai Jinren bore an impassive countenance, reminiscent of an ancient deity. He slowly parted his lips, his voice deep and resonant, as if echoing through countless epochs. "Wait, I am not a master, merely an ordinary commoner. In truth, it is you whom I should address as masters." Hearing the incessant use of master from both parties made Nia Feng feel quite uncomfortable, prompting him to swiftly intervene. Jing Yang sat quietly in the palanquin, awaiting her turn, when a slender, pale hand silently extended through the palanquin's entrance, as if inviting her in. Pei Yi set down her exquisite handbag. Her heavily pregnant form made it quite challenging to find a comfortable position. Watching Pei Yi's slow descent, Fu Xinrui felt a pang of sorrow. Will I also experience such a day? Will I ever reach that point? Outside, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing hastily rescued Sun Wukong, then turned to flee into the distance. Qin Xiling, well-versed in her mother, the Bodhisattva's transformation and recultivation, was acutely aware of the role played by the blissful Junren. Thus she hesitated slightly. The glorious system had dispatched the profiles of the opponents for the subsequent 7 elimination rounds to my inbox, and upon reviewing them, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Just as Ruo Xian, Yu Ting, and Jin Xin departed, a streak of escape light surged from behind Qi Lingyun and the others, swiftly darting towards the battlefield behind Lingyun. In the shop, while Fu Guowei was still completing the handover, Lung Huading left him a note instructing him to find Lung Qian at the Wangfu after finishing. Ga. Is it not the lack of shame that allows one to become a disciple of the saints? What say you, Taoist Mingi? The figure clad in black let out a strange laugh and addressed the man in red. I was elated to collect nearly 1,000 gold coins and several low-tier gemstones that had scattered about, deeply impressed by the alarming drop rate of the mud dragon. After shaking hands, Qin Tian scratched his head, somewhat puzzled by the sudden joy displayed by the round-faced individual, yet recalling the ranking of the All-State Martial Arts Academy. A semblance of understanding dawned upon him. Naturally, Sun Zhongsai had not anticipated that the first words spoken by Qin Feng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, would be a simple command to leave. It was only when Li Lan summoned William that Mengmeng realized how foolish she had been to believe that device was merely for patrol. Rumor had it that it was a clandestine weapon employed by the Serpent Clan for intelligence gathering. If my conjecture is correct, this device was undoubtedly aimed at you, William asserted with certainty, noting that their Rabbit clan possessed nothing of value that would attract the Serpent Clan's envy. In terms of military weaponry, they were not significantly superior. The Serpent Clan, Zhao Ming, whose hair had been dampened by the flowing water, was now dry. As the turbulent river cascading from the mountain had become increasingly distant from his body. Under the blazing sun, the heat radiating from the sun caused even the most vibrant sprouts to wilt and lose vitality. At this moment, the opportunity to acquire treasure was not as pressing as the life or death stakes of failing to establish a foundation. Whether for the potential riches within or for the storage bag itself, Yeshua possessed ample patience and was willing to take the time to ponder before proceeding. There was no notion of anyone being abandoned. Everyone was simply in different locations, yet our destination remained that singular exit, and we would undoubtedly encounter others along the way. The height difference between Shimuza and Sakura was considerable, forcing her to bend down to better support Sakura and prevent her from falling. Perched in the tree, I panted, observing the wild boar below anxiously circling, at first glance appearing unremarkable, but upon closer reflection, I realized the dire situation. This was no mere circling. It was using its formidable tusks to dig into the earth, attempting to uproot the tree. This was serious. I quickly scanned the surroundings for alternative escape routes. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, causing the keen-eyed ghost to stifle a chuckle. However, at that moment, the state exhibited by Yunling was unmistakably one of extreme agony, as if an unbearable pain was wreaking havoc within her. A bird alighted before a white combat uniform, the only one of its kind amidst the various styles. Though ill-suited for nocturnal operations, it was an excellent choice in the glacier's snowy terrain, regrettably. The battlegrounds were unlikely to feature such a pallid environment. As the fluorescent lights flickered, a multitude of cultivators on the stone platform began to be teleported away. With merely half a month remaining, the number of cultivators still present on the platform had dwindled to less than half of those who had initially embarked on alchemy. I immediately executed a forward roll, tumbling towards the edge of the knife, swiftly dislodging it, and casually tossed the plump fellow's engineer shovel and Uncle Gio's bagua sword to them. Master, from which end have you returned? The earthly embodiment still habitually referred to Zhou Yu as the revered one. He vowed that in this game, he would utilize the epic assassin character card of Freddy Krueger, which he had acquired at a great expense, to dismember Yi Xiao into fragments. When Kong spoke these words, his tone was languid, as if discussing the weather, and the revelation he presented struck the gathering like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone momentarily astonished. Considering that Li Yuan might have merely registered at the Extraterrestrial Personnel Management Bureau and not visited the control base, the portly Zhang, despite his inner doubts, chose to remain silent. Witnessing Zue Qingfeng's earnest absurdity, Sui nearly believed it to be true. Had it not been for the glaring red ID above her head, she might have fancied herself a modern-day Doi. That colossal egg is indeed the magical cocoon I mentioned. Once the cocoon shatters and the old demon emerges, we shall be beyond salvation. Qing Xiu responded tersely, yet continued to flee without looking back. Huogui Wei Liamo was familiar. As he discerned that the people from the Ho family had come to fetch him, he immediately surmised it was Yin Shui. Chu Wangyu had manipulated Wei Li Mo's psyche, exploiting this ambiguous circumstance. Never mind. I shall meander for now and ascertain the general situation first, mused Yuan Shitianzun, reclining in his chariot, his eyes gently closed. Captured within one of the luxurious private rooms, Cheng Mengmeng and Li Lan accompanied two children, along with William. Under William's guidance, they entered the auction hall through a secret passage. Considering the commotion that a rare female might provoke, Cheng Mengmeng still opted for concealment, donning a spacious black hooded cloak that masked not only her, but also little Yeya's scent. As Cheng Mengmeng listened to the commotion below, she recalled having heard about a female beast at the last auction. Upon further reflection, Han Yin remembered that Dong Zhua had indeed sought his opinion during a visit to Kai Yong. Liu Bei scoffed, showing no sign of anger at El Bu's provocation. On the contrary, it only fueled El Bu's fervor. Before embarking on a series of spatial jumps, Lear activated the cryostasis system, causing the cramped cockpit to chill instantly. The pilot's seat secured him in place, while the life support system penetrated his body, extracting 1/6 of his blood and rapidly lowering his body temperature. As long as Lu Dazhuang had breath left, Yi Qiu could fully heal him. However, now that Lu Dazhuang wished to accept his treatment, Yi Qiu was disinclined to respond. Wang Dongshu couldn't help but cry out, his heart racing with an intensity he hadn't felt in years. The last time he experienced such excitement and anxiety was the moment he became a father. Yi Zishuan swallowed hard, despite the fabric barrier. He could still sense a tangible touch, his body reacting instinctively. Yang Ming instinctively caught the wine cup that soared toward him, asking in astonishment, "Does my son possess this ability as well?" Although Yang Ming knew that Yang Hao had recently acquired such powers, he was unclear about the extent of Yang Hao's capabilities. A few hired men, with the assistance of Han Yan's guards, hoisted the heavy coffin onto a rickety cart, which was then driven by the hard-of-hearing old servant Han Yan had encountered at the Zhuge family, heading out of the city. The boundless spiritual sense of Wu Ji had undergone a tremendous transformation. Even without releasing his spiritual awareness, he was aware that things had changed dramatically. Thankfully, there had been no fatalities last time. Otherwise, the responsibility would have been significant. Are you familiar with the background of that individual named Yi Zixuan? The deputy director. Chui Shangtian narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly awaiting Li Shishir's explanation. On the other hand, facing the speakers, the chanting posed the greatest harm to them. General Xiantian, should we first eliminate the fortresses surrounding Xia City before encircling the Xiantian victory of the black-helmeted, yellow-armored troops? Xiantian Sheng raised a finger, silencing his subordinate, Guofeng. James, with one arm around Yang, sprinted toward the restricted area, raising his hand to request the ball as he ran. Prior to this, Lin Shi had shared his thoughts with N.I. Lingwei, stating that he would not attend the exhibition unless something significant arose, partly because he couldn't spare the time and partly to train these siblings. After clearing the minion wave in the mid-lane, Mu Jing did not rush back to the city. Instead, he took a detour to confront the captain of Shang Mo's ship, as the captain could become a formidable challenge once fully developed. After taking a cold shower, Zhong Feng lay down on his bed. Although it was already past 10, he felt no trace of drowsiness. His mind was consumed by the letter entrusted to him by his mother, which had been handed over by Wu Ma. As anticipated, after the holiday, a quarter of the students were late, and the number of absentees soared into the dozens, revealing a situation far more dire than Chun Che had imagined. The forest had adorned itself in hues of red and green, with countless fallen leaves swirling in the wind, blanketing every corner and covering the earth with a vibrant tapestry. Even the city streets were laden with a thick layer of leaves. Bai Ling and Feng Nianyao were oblivious to the unfolding drama, while the vendor reveled in misfortune. Relieved that he had made his sales, bystanders eagerly anticipated his reaction, drawn to the spectacle. Mengmeng was completely roused from her slumber by the fervent debate surrounding her. With her hazy eyes half open, she felt a powerful tug pulling her to the left, while the individual on her right seemed unwilling to relinquish his grip, holding her tightly. "Ah, Claude, if we are to compare in such a manner, then we shall remain evenly matched. Regardless, I have made arrangements to mate with this female today." The strong hand gripping Mengmeng's left arm exerted greater force. Tang Yu's mobile device possessed a program capable of automatically blocking all surveillance within a 50-meter radius, not merely disabling them, but completely freezing the footage. After exiting the cave, the group advanced towards the parking area from the previous day. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle remained securely parked. The Bat had sensed the unusual activity in the rear compartment, yet he remained focused on driving. They were currently speeding along the mountain road, where a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. "Where are we headed?" Lin Wan fastened her seatbelt and turned to glance at Cheng Yu, who was at the wheel. He is merely responsible for online support. He need not even come to Switzerland, as he could provide assistance from America just as effectively. Tang Yu cast a sidelong glance at the Black Canary and remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Mo Gu was firing a gun with one hand, his eyes unblinking as 12 bullets struck the red star in swift succession, a display of unmatched prowess. The creature before them was a true superclass magical beast. Of further elevation, the sacred unicorn Pegasus. The name of the sword was indeed beautiful. The emerald hills resembled elegant brows, and the landscape was breathtaking, suggesting that its creator was a dashing figure, one who laughed at the world and reveled in the beauty of nature. More raindrops barely had the chance to escape. Upon contact with the azure light, they instantly transformed into transparent vapor. Were they truly stationed so close to the target, indifferent to all external disturbances? Luna, receiving her father's gaze, glanced at Fleming before approaching and placing her hand upon the vine. As the two exited the aquarium, Shang Yiyun sensed that Chen Feiyun had an insatiable longing. Whether for the marine creatures or something else remained uncertain. The Taizu long fist was indeed straightforward. It was said to have been created by Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin, with Tai Chi having drawn inspiration from this martial art. As for the matter of identity, given the character of Emperor Jingtai, it is likely he would never disclose it. Even in death. Reluctance? Perhaps. Yet, even if the sister felt such reluctance, she never harbored the same tender care and affection for Ronger as Brother Hui did. There was a hint of envy and self-pity in Ruoxin's tone. Lu Weiwei paused at the fissure for a moment before returning the phone to Shinkong. At this time, he had already begun to join Zhou Haitao in wielding shovels to excavate, intending to expand the crack and discover what lay within. Zhang Qinglong, positioned nearby, handed over equipment and transported soil, tasks he was well suited for. Perhaps he envied the hand fate had dealt him. Yet one must ponder that even destiny requires one's own endeavor to carve out a path. This situation appears intricate yet remarkably simple, imbued with a strong sense of artistry. Only those of great elegance could truly master such adornments. Di Qing, this is your retribution, Gong Yu remarked coolly, wiping the blood from his sword. His gaze lingering on the terrified Di Qing, whose fear was palpable. Ku Jinhao was the center of attention at this villa gathering. Upon hearing of his arrival, Old Lu approached with great enthusiasm. Gu Xiaoxiao observed their reactions keenly, noting how the Chun family transitioned from dread to a gradual calm. Throughout this time, she remained silent and motionless, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. This has become quite tedious. He must be dealt with one-on-one. Otherwise, we might find ourselves overwhelmed by the audience. Xiaobo whispered. Tong Kai was deeply conflicted and more than a little disheartened. It was his turn to win, so why was he losing? Upon hearing Mao Huiyan's words, the individuals inside grew increasingly skeptical of Jinger, beginning to pull her back. Seated together, the next moment, Cheng Mengmeng finally grasped the true power of a first breakthrough. Claude seemed to have awakened, displaying an unprecedented agility and spirit, coupled with an astounding endurance that left onlookers in awe. The notion that she might succumb to despair under coercion was entirely unfounded. All she cared about was her life. Fortunately, Yuan remained oblivious to her innermost thoughts, or else she would surely be filled with regret. However, upon hearing Long Tian's words, Cheng Mengmeng, along with Zhan Ming and Jing Peng, ceased to hold back and lunged towards those two delectable offerings. Nodding, Long Tian cast a glance at the still irate Zhu Yafeng, offering an apologetic smile before stepping into the hospital room. This is precisely why Duan Yu had yet to discern the true identities of Long Tian and his companions since their arrival. Humph, Christie scoffed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, they were within the Royal Knight Academy, under the scrutiny of thousands. Despite her position as the president of the Mage Association, she could not afford to act against Ron in such circumstances. Understood. A flicker of unease crossed Ron's mind. Since departing from Ryan Manor, he had not seen Chief Philip. And now the chief had come personally to the imperial capital, indicating something of great significance. This caused him some concern. Was Chief Philip here to confront him? Jing Ning self-deprecatingly mused that had it not been for her strong mental fortitude, after repeatedly facing inhumane treatment and experiencing the unfathomable, she would have long succumbed to despair. Even if I cannot slay the giant wasp, you all must endure until nightfall. That should be no issue, right? Ron inquired again. Moreover, the entire capital is designed much like a celestial beast perched at the foot of the mountain, poised to devour all that comes its way, exuding an imposing aura. From the grandeur of the majestic residences and the towering establishments of taverns and shops, one can discern the immense wealth of the imperial city. We have frequented the competition venue on numerous occasions, but previously we entered with the qualification for the finals, whereas this time we enter as one of the top 8. This distinction is indeed starkly different. The battleship's energy defense shield activated instantaneously, however. The energy shield of Atlantis evidently could not withstand the strike of a powerhouse at the level of millions, especially considering that Cam is no ordinary entity at that level. Here, nearly half of the forces from all directions have gathered, and upon observing, everyone is filled with vigilance. Presently, the majority of foes are still the insectoid beings. And once treasures are discovered, whoever claims them will become the target of all. Meanwhile, in the Holy Realm, numerous holy cities are abuzz with various rumors about the colorful primordial aura, Dodi Zhu, comprising a total of 54 cards, each crafted from wood into rough cards. Does not possess the comfort of true playing cards, yet it carries a unique charm. Upon arriving at this underground market, Lin Tian observed countless individuals peddling a myriad of items, predominantly antiques and other peculiar objects, but commodities such as food ingredients were conspicuously absent. Well, this, Zhao appeared as though he had just awakened, scratching his cheek, fatigue evident as he pressed the transfer button on the command platform. No, I cannot remain here. I must return to my true self and seek my inner heart. Song Tianji communicated through the heart of the elf to inform Angel that he intended to return. The supreme being of Qinggu is a member of the twin demon clan. Even if both his corporeal form and divine soul have dissipated, leaving only a fragment of floral essence, he remains a part of the twin demon lineage. Song Tianji could not help but marvel at the terrifying ancient beasts here, towering dozens of stories high, with tough skin and dense flesh. Ordinary spells are utterly ineffective against them. Contemplating this, Yuan Bao furrowed her brow, and regarding the subsequent events, she found herself unable to recall anything at all. This little female is doomed. However, should it not be Yuan and Sane coming to find her? Was that mechanical serpent not arranged by either Yuan or Sane? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, leaving Mengmeng in a state of perplexity. She donned a hastily crafted white robe from the wolf clan, her sleek black hair cascading gracefully to her shoulders, while faint traces of bruising adorned her delicate neck. Recently refreshed, her cherubic face seemed so vibrant it appeared to glisten with dew, and her large, enchanting eyes reflected a blend of astonishment and bewilderment as she beheld the porcelain-like Lu Mengchan. The elongated, phoenix-like beauty of her gaze was filled with incredulity and shock. Jiwei lifted his eyes, a cool glimmer passing over Zhou Dao before settling on the pitiful figure of Ling Xia nearby. This figure bore a striking resemblance to the red-haired beings from the outside world, adorned with a jade crown and draped in a flowing white robe reminiscent of a Qilin. I have a box, Feng Yi stated, producing a box seemingly from thin air. If one were to consider the third tier as ordinary, then beyond that threshold, one would already be deemed a celestial being. In his understanding, a family's spiritual land must be guarded by foundation-building cultivators to adequately handle unforeseen circumstances. On the ship's deck stood a solitary figure, motionless against the relentless sea breeze, clad in garments that whispered of stillness. Their long hair, a striking blend of black and white, cascaded down, with a peculiar gem embedded in their brow, and their eyes shone with a fierce crimson glow, resembling a deity. This sentiment was expressed by Jia Min. Lin Daiyu did not share this perspective. Yet, she dared not support Shichuan's notion of renunciation, thus relaying Jia Min's intentions faithfully. Before his demise, the elder of the Wang family had personally visited Qingyun's sect to congratulate Lu Chongxing and Xiao Xie on their matrimonial ceremony, an act that seemed decidedly amiss. Shortly thereafter, the Emperor Xuanwu emerged, furious, issuing decrees to investigate Princess Jia, demanding to uncover the truth. The extent of the palace's losses, and the whereabouts of the rebellious forces aligned with Princess Jiaha, including the apprehension of the entire Yong and Ho clan. Yi Mo had always harbored disdain for these cousins, and it was only natural for him to strike them. After all, their lack of discipline was evident, remarked his aunt, Yi Liangxia, with a hint of schadenfreude. The conversation then returned to the peculiarities surrounding Wang Pu, as strange occurrences continued to proliferate, necessitating a thorough examination. Sometimes, fate intertwines in curious ways. Shortly after Yifan departed, Tang Wanning also visited that CAF and witnessed Su Qing tightly clutching Yifan's arm. I need your father's contact information. There's a matter I wish to discuss with him, Lu Kunlun stated, indicating that his investigative team was out of their depth and that professional assistance was imperative, with investigative journalists being the ideal candidates. This time, Yumo's strength was noticeably diminished compared to before. Though each punch could send a ghostly Jiawang clan member flying, it merely displaced them without inflicting harm, causing Yi Mo to stagger back repeatedly, nearly retreating to the edge of the mist. I'm fine, but my sister remains there. Tang Wanqing spoke, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. Meanwhile, the American populace, filled with righteous indignation, clamored to take matters into their own hands, determined to utterly annihilate those who dared to attack their nation. However, after enduring that tumultuous experience, his strength had surged dramatically, effortlessly overpowering his adversaries. Her tone was gentle, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Yifan, yet she discreetly scrutinized his physique. Despite the new mayor's tall and slender appearance, his chest was well-defined, exuding a distinct masculinity that promised profound allure. Being with such a man would undoubtedly be an experience she would cherish deeply. On another note, Ahu called to inform me that Sun Hemming had largely recovered and inquired when I would be available, as the old gentleman wished to meet me personally. Just then, a furious voice echoed, "You promised that once I activated the cataclysm, you would release him. You said so." The tone was laced with boundless resentment. Observing the worried expressions on the Cheng family's faces, Cheng Hohot surmised that they were likely in considerable debt. Would these two allow such a situation to persist? Mengmeng, Claude repeated, as if whispering sweet nothings, his enchanting heterochromatic eyes gleaming with delight. Cheng Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by his utterance, her arms involuntarily breaking out in goosebumps, and she shivered slightly. What's wrong? Are you cold? Claude kept a watchful eye on Cheng Mengmeng, and upon noticing her reaction, a look of concern crossed his face, perhaps unbeknownst even to him, revealing his care for the female figure before him. Xiaoyu had indeed been intimidated by the oppressive demeanor displayed by Qin Luo, fearing that her unreasonable threats would provoke his disdain. However, upon hearing Qin Luo's harsh words, her eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Regner felt an abrupt increase in the pressure around his throat, and he weakly extended his hands, only to grasp at the dust beneath him. Gradually, as his breathing weakened, Regner noticed his vision becoming increasingly blurred. What brings you here? Regner inquired of the man while following Jeffrey in search of a suitable dueling ground. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly leaned forward, and the next moment, something warm brushed against her cheek. The old man was truly enraged. He picked up a large stone and, with a resounding crash, hurled it into the water near the person's head, causing the water to splash up to 5 feet high. Comradely, the three individuals from yesterday gazed at her, each face more animated than the last. The thunderous roar reverberated like a clarion call, shaking Yin Luo's heart, while the tremors from the earth caused his complexion to change. Since Rong Xia was so indifferent to the potential exposure of her system, I shall lend you a hand. However, the Rong family is rather insular, and it would be wiser to share the good things with the world at large. Qian Xining glanced outside, disregarding her own dignity. After all, she had lost everything in school. There was no need for pretense anymore. If one cannot let go of the past, it is far better to accept it openly. Be it him or Master Yu Ming, both are in the same boat. Without uttering another word, just based on Wei Qi Qianli's statement, Du Qiming's heart had been unwittingly captivated by Wei Qi Qianli. The last time he sure had inquired about her, he introduced himself first, as they were close friends. Xianyu had revealed her name as Qianyu. This time, however, the imposing Lei Tingwei did not introduce himself first and instead asked her. It would have been awkward had he been an adversary. Presumably, Lei Tingwei shared this sentiment. Thus, they began to be drawn to the new meteorite power, migrating towards the suburbs in search of sustenance. The location was the Songxin Art Gallery near the Academy of Fine Arts, a private gallery invested in by the art dealer, Boss Jiang. The refined aunt nodded calmly. Such occurrences were not uncommon during the selection process, whether due to mere coincidence or intentional manipulation. The palace attendants merely observed without intervention. Originally, he had thought that someone would seek him out while he was at the mine, or at the latest, someone would arrive uninvited the previous night to engage him in conversation. Having established the rules with her in-laws, Elian refrained from saying more, distributing 2 watermelon knives before she began to eat quietly with her husband and son. Is there hatred? In the depths of his heart, Yin Wuqing questioned himself. As hatred began to stir, a piercing headache ensued. The binding force emerging from the depths of his soul tightly controlled him, rendering him incapable of acting upon his animosity. How naive, Lin Yiming scoffed. This clinging nuisance had stumbled upon a secret that was rightfully hers. Had it not been for Han Fei's relentless pursuit, all of this would have belonged to her alone. Lin Yiming felt exceedingly magnanimous for not demanding her due, as the notion of sharing was but a dream. Suddenly, Gaofeng Buji opened her eyes wide, witnessing Zhang Donghai, clad in a flowing robe, soaring out of the window. Abruptly, 5 phoenixes descended from the sky, radiating a spectrum of colors, red, yellow, blue, white, and black, dancing above them. Hopeful, she whispered, I only wish to be with Lord Claude, nestling herself against him like a delicate bird. After much contemplation, Cheng Mengmeng concluded that this response was the safest choice. While the clansmen below rejoiced, their space remained undisturbed, as Claude and Bai Yi awaited Cheng Mengmeng's reply. Yet, unexpectedly, Claude felt his heart skip a beat in that moment. Shall we go visit her? Dabai said with a smile, offering a tissue from his pocket to Tong Tong. Although he had allied himself with the Duke of Anping, the Duke, with ambitions for the realm, could not afford to chase after Sun Bin daily. Thus, under Jiang Nao's persuasion, he temporarily set aside his pursuit of trouble with Sun Bin. Other children joined in the excitement, exclaiming, Yes, another new swan has arrived. They clapped their hands and danced, rushing towards their parents. The old village chief, Zhang Dafeng, with his dark skin, weathered face, and lewd expression, appeared particularly disreputable, his years of smoking revealing a set of yellowed teeth that were quite intimidating. Unfortunately, this was a private gathering of the Wheel King, attended solely by officials closely aligned with him. The remaining officials had either perished in previous power struggles or been dealt with by Shuizi, who, upon seizing true authority over the Wheel King, began to exhibit unprecedented strength. By the time Tuoba Si and his men arrived, the battle had long concluded. Wang Jia Luzhong and others were bound and discarded like bundles of rice. Tuoba Tao was directing the cleanup and repair of the walls. Occasionally, powerful waves of energy surged, threatening even the great Luo Golden Immortals, while several quasi-saints attempted to break through the ominous clouds. Yet none succeeded, as the darkness was overwhelmingly formidable. In the next instant, the claws of the non-human phantom struck unhesitatingly at the skull of the approaching green-armored beast. The tree hollow was utterly empty, with nothing caught within. Lu Bufan flexed his fingers, realizing they were still his own, yet he beheld nothing. He once again closed his eyes, concentrating intently on his hands, yet regrettably, he yielded no results. Meanwhile, several of Lu Xin's electromagnetic battle vehicles suffered a reduction in health due to the onslaught of the dazzling laser beams. A faint gray smoke, albeit not overly dense, began to rise mournfully from the gravely wounded battle cars. My wife, Zhen Yi, walked through the mountains with an overwhelming sense of fear, her gaze filled with helplessness and the loss of the crowd. Yet, she was reluctant to depart, compelled to wander amidst the mountains, engulfed by anxiety. It was merely the 7th level, and without even an entry ticket, who possessed the inclination to engage in conflict. A celestial being from a secluded cave remarked. No one voiced any dissent. The hermit was adept at disguise, while Luo Xinghua naturally exuded a sense of mystique, akin to an American, and Zidian specialized in mountain warfare, making their combination quite fitting. The Wolf Squadron had initially come for training. Naturally, they were bound for the battlefield. Upon hearing Li Jinghao's words, we all nodded our heads in agreement, though a degree of confusion swept over everyone. The passage was unremarkable, although dimly lit. We had acclimated to the shadows. Goodness, to be a man, one must bear responsibility, Du Haitao declared, puffing out his chest and lifting his head, exuding a striking masculinity in that moment. I hope we are not on the wrong path. A flicker of concern crossed my mind as trepidation loomed in the darkness. I simply wished to converse with the proprietress. Otherwise, the stifling atmosphere became even more oppressive than upon my arrival. After a courteous introduction, we settled into our seats, where the attendants promptly served us wine. A dream? Zhao Guozhong exclaimed in astonishment, fearing he had misheard, craning his neck to seek confirmation from Ran Xinian once more. I have changed my mind. Mengmeng suddenly felt a jolt. Is Saren here? Is he looking for her? Realizing that her emotions were running high, she hastily began to eat to mask her agitation. However, Claude, being remarkably perceptive, caught a glimpse of the girl who was engrossed in her meal. He was already aware of Mengmeng's connection with Saren. He chose not to expose her, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes, surprised that Saren had arrived so soon. He calmly instructed, let him wait in the main hall. Chui Yuan's complexion changed dramatically. He swiftly turned to see an ethereal elder floating in the air behind him. Although Yuan Zhou's ancestor appeared frail and aged, with the semblance of a feeble old man, his eyes gleamed with a piercing coldness as they scrutinized him. Minutes later, Mu Fengye and his team, who had been searching from the rooftop, encountered Sakura, who had been searching from below. Unlike Xiang Zui's ferocity or Xiang Yu's sinister demeanor, the expression on his face was one of innate ferocity, a fierce countenance that seemed to be second nature. You scoundrel! What have you done to this child? Nakazaki's negative persona abruptly awakened, only to find that his hands were immobilized, forcing him to endure the pain while glaring fiercely at the figure before him, Shang Yue. I, Ouyang Kaixian, recognize myself as a Chinese national. My pursuit of studies abroad is merely to acquire and embrace new knowledge. Your mindset is excessively conservative, and how dare you slander me so? Do not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing the rotund man's accusation of him being a fake foreigner, Professor Ouyang became agitated. Qi Lianmu's sword danced through the air, sending splinters flying. However, the earlier decisive momentum dissipated. The sword was sheathed, hands shifted, and he lunged at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming met his advance with a solid defense. While Qi Lianmu's footwork shifted seamlessly, drawing his sword at high speed once more, executing a double flash of the blade. Unexpectedly, Li Qiu spoke at length. a stark contrast to the taciturn individual that senior brother Mu Fei had described. Yet, Yizhua could sense the warmth in Li Qiu's tone. Evidently influenced by the benefactor he mentioned, though Yizhua remained unaware of the person's identity or which clan they belonged to. Humph, then let it be. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Mingfeng's eyes as he snorted disdainfully and charged directly at Qin Zi. His cultivation surged instantaneously. Stabilizing at the early stage of satin heart cultivation, white spiritual energy swirling forth as his palm sliced through the air towards the trio. Brother Zhuang, you possess remarkable spirit, Zhong Rushi remarked, genuinely pleased with Zhuang Zhongren's forthrightness. The assistant, glancing at Tang Xiaowan's almost frenzied demeanor in the rearview mirror, broke out in a cold sweat. Xian Wanqin rummaged through Lin Lin's bag for her phone, searching the contacts for a considerable time, but finding no entries related to her parents or relatives. Sheningcai's teeth clenched as she spat venomous words, prompting Lu Yuan how to cast a disdainful glance at her before returning his focus to driving. Do not be afraid. Remain calm. Xie Zhijuan softly murmured once more, gently wrapping his arm around Yun Qianqian, intending to feign a romantic couple. Perhaps in hopes that others would hesitate to challenge them. She seized Lu Xiao's hand, her eyes brimming with a sense of grievance, in Lu Xiao's presence. She excelled at feigning such vulnerability. To put it succinctly, the loss of reputation was imminent, threatening to squander the popularity they had painstakingly built. Beyond the machinations of Ming Yihan, Lu Xiao's public relations team was covertly orchestrating events from behind the scenes, concealing previous negative press, a testament to Lu Jinwei's influence. Upon witnessing Lu Xiao's determined stance, he extended a helping hand, thereby wielding considerable clout. If you do not wish to feed the lion, then do not provoke it. Ji Min admonished sternly. At this moment, they were indeed like grasshoppers on the same strand of a rope, bound to advance or retreat together. According to protocol, whether it be tea or coffee, 7 or 8 parts filled would suffice. Yet, Xian Nuaxin observed the cup before her, brimming to the point of overflowing. Her lips curling into a cold smile. Boarding the aircraft seemed unnecessary. The Wolf Clan orcs appeared somewhat awkward, for they had no need to conceal their scent. Such contrivances were of no use to them. Mengmeng was well aware that he did not possess it, yet she did. It had been personally crafted for her by Li Lan. Please wait for me here for a moment. I shall retrieve my own, she stated. The wolf tribe orcs instantly harbored doubts, yet considering the consequences that the scent of a female might provoke, they found it manageable. I shall also send you a pangolin. Totaling 60, would that suffice? Inquired the uncle who molded figurines. No need for that. The individuals have been apprehended, and the prosecutor has already sanctioned their arrest. Currently, all photographs and videos have been severed from the source. This matter has reached a conclusion. I merely wish to provide you with advance notice. Huang Jiaying communicated from the other end. Beasts. I shall come down to accompany you. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Shiyan suddenly felt a surge of blood rush to her head and dashed towards the rooftop. The training ground was bustling with people, and when Qinjuanda approached, it was only under the loud reproaches of Dong Kong and Fan Shou that silence was finally restored. Having faced Su Fong in several encounters, he had suffered defeat each time, and the incident had left him with a psychological shadow regarding Su Fong. I am Su Lai. I came across your earthworm breeding farm online, which also wholesales worms. I would like to inquire about the pricing, Su Fong asked. In the pitch-black depths of Longxi, 6 figures tirelessly traversed the darkness, crossing marshes and scaling hills, never daring to relax their vigilance. Fortunately, the faint glow of the underworld within the black domain prevented them from stumbling or misstepping on these rugged paths. Others would yearn for the opportunity to be slain by 4 level 100 white mages, yet they are not afforded such a chance. Ziqi remarked with a tone tinged with jealousy. So that is how it is. By the way, Brother Su, may I pose a few more questions? The current Zhong Yinwan was evidently insatiably curious. However, without warning, Hua Beichen surged forward, causing Lu Yuyu to wince in pain, her brows knitting together. Are you certain that if I eat this, I will be unharmed? If I were to perish, finding another like me would be impossible. Gu Chuan expressed his skepticism. Chen Nan squinted, acutely aware of the potent aura saturating the surroundings, even without utilizing the void god eye to observe. Trust in the county's officials was lacking. As was faith in the Lu family, however, there remained one individual in this world he held in the highest regard. At that moment, the silver lightning wolf emitted another furious roar, raising a colossal paw to strike at Chen Nan's head. Unlike the previous battle against darkness, the absence of bloodshed allowed Huizhu to retain a flicker of lucidity. Among the individuals present, they were categorized into several factions. One being the stewards of various halls within the Yuqing Pao Gu Association, alongside prominent figures and exceptional experts who constituted the backbone of the organization. In an effort to clear up the mess left by Sheng Yuansheng, Sheng Jingwo promised the Xiao family an irresistible advantage. This robot appeared to be implanted with biological chip technology. The teacher had mentioned that such implants would enhance a robot's ability to perceive human emotions. The film narrated the tale of an alcoholic man who, upon returning home, committed domestic violence, prompting his wife to leap from the rooftop with their child, unable to endure the torment. Subsequently, the man was plagued by nightmares, haunted by visions of his wife and child transformed into vengeful spirits seeking retribution on the 7th day after their demise. Since her birth, she had held a noble status and was inherently aloof, having had little to no interaction with the opposite sex. Presently, almost all professional players are integrated into the ACP League for unified management. No professional team can stand apart, as order is essential for structure. Going forward, it seems that only players recognized by the ACP League will be deemed true professionals. After witnessing the emergence of the stone tablet, Hitsugaya Toshiro extended his hands towards the ruins, capturing Du Tang, who had been knocked unconscious by his punch. A red-haired figure named Ong caught up, exuding charm in the sunlight. Upon seeing Cheng Mengmeng look up, he revealed an exceptionally gentle smile. So soft. Mengmeng's body is truly soft and comfortable. Noticing that Cheng Mengmeng did not push him away, Ong seized the opportunity to tighten his embrace. I will certainly protect you well. Do not be afraid. While his hands were busy, his mouth did not remain idle, chattering incessantly. Cheng Mengmeng had always been aware of the mysterious magical presence lurking within the Lingtai, which suddenly transformed into a cold iron prison, binding the esteemed Qingxiu matriarch inescapably. For the first time, she felt a sense of fear towards this young man. Following the guidance of Afurasenko, Gao Shui returned once more to the Lake of Salvation, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness entirely into the water. The immense soul power emanating from Aimlar continued to amplify its output, infusing the magical module with a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, making it shine even more brilliantly. The proprietor resolved not to hold you accountable. A voice, laden with the same frustration as Julie's, uttered these words, tinged with a sense of despair. As the saying goes, a master can discern skill with a mere gesture. Chu Jintan's swordplay immediately showcased an extraordinary elegance. His celestial sword, the cold jade, transformed with a flick of his fingers into a magnificent and vast milky white rainbow, gliding effortlessly like the wind across water, far surpassing the sword techniques of the enigmatic master Xianyu. Zhao Xiaoping, having indulged too much in drink, had not given it much thought until today when the memory resurfaced, prompting his previous remarks. Zhang Liao glanced towards the north and said casually, "Do you wish to see far-off places?" He had more to say, knowing that Yin Liang pondered whether Elbu would abandon him once the rabbit was caught. "Look, I am a good citizen. Assisting you in uncovering evidence to eradicate this malignant tumor is my civic duty. No need for gratitude." Liar brandished his pistol, shared his thoughts with the air, leaped over the low wall, and vanished into the boundless darkness. "I can assure you that Lu Lei would never engage in such trivial pursuits. Please, spare me from this tedium," Wei Yuan expressed with evident exasperation. "Impossible." Yu Ro's hand clutched tightly at Gong Sun Yu's arm, her expression brimming with determination. Zhuge Liang's inspiration was thoroughly ignited. He exclaimed excitedly, "Indeed. We shall arrange iron spikes in the center of the river. When their boats arrive, we shall pierce the hulls and let them flaunt their prowess in the water." A series of nefarious schemes, born from two seemingly righteous souls, unfolded. "Well, I will be cautious," Godu said, lowering his eyelids slightly, adjusting his glasses. His face still bearing that amiable and graceful smile, though beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Watching the smirking Ren Wang opposite him, a faint ghostly light flickered in his blue-violet eyes. Resolutely, she cast aside all distractions. With an air of composure, she turned away, harboring her own disbelief. In her prime, she doubted he could pose a threat to her. Yet, to her surprise, when she turned around, the national master was completely taken aback at the sight of her face. This startled Qi Diye, as the national master's expression was one of utter astonishment. It is rather peculiar. Before Su Chen could retreat in astonishment, the eyes of the bone of the first emperor emanated a blood-red glow, casting an eerie crimson hue across the entire expanse of heaven and earth. 3 chariots swiftly darted past the roadway, Yet only the foremost carriage was tethered to a single horse. "Grandmother, is there a queen of sorcery present? I have come here seeking her assistance to save my brother. She die?" Her words were abruptly interrupted by the individual before her. What sent shivers down one's spine was the sight of a gaping, blood-red maw behind them, complemented by those vividly lifelike eyes, resembling a grotesque smile. "May my forthcoming endeavors be met with success," Wang Lingyun declared as she placed her hand into the clouds, a radiant wave of white light emanating from her fingertips, gradually meandering to the edge of the cloud cover. "At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, shall we revisit the CAF where I took you for your birthday last year?" Came the voice of Wu Jie, filled with delight. The atmosphere settled once more. "Huh?" Mengmeng hastily sat up from Meng's embrace, gently patting his handsome cheek and meticulously inspecting him, relieved to find that he had merely fainted. She promptly assisted him to his feet, preparing to move towards a place of safety. At that moment, Sane emerged from the flying vessel, a trickle of blood staining his forehead and one eye. Yet overall, he appeared to be unharmed. Initially, Lan Rongyue was uncertain whether the individual in the celestial prison was indeed Yun Hao. She even intentionally allowed Yun Hao to overhear certain remarks without revealing any signs of his identity. However, when Ling Lu reproached the Rong family and Yen Kanglin, she distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, thus confirming Yun Hao's true identity. The crimson robe was once again pressed against the wound. The exposed segment of his jade-like arm, red and peeling, trembled spasmodically for a brief moment before falling still. Despite searching, she found no trace of the dragon soul, which drove her to the brink of madness. She was acutely aware that her elder brother ought to feel a profound sense of regret, for the destruction of the Bai family ancestral home was entirely due to him. Observing Bai Yao's furious demeanor, Bai Yu found the taste of the wine increasingly delightful. Drinking and watching the spectacle was indeed a supreme indulgence. The assembly of cultivators gathered here numbered over 1,000,000, each possessing strength surpassing that of the divine illumination. Mui gently shook his head, conjuring a long sword in his hand, then swiftly struck out with it, amidst a flash of icy blue light. Those individuals vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Upon learning that the Grand Elder had injured the Third Elder, Lu Ruobai felt an overwhelming sense of regret and, after enduring a brief pleasantry with the Grand Elder, sought out Hongxiu. From the moment of his birth, he understood that his existence was merely a necessity for that individual, a mere outcome without any profound significance. It was a disheartening realization that he was but a product of that person's desire for lineage continuity. Reflecting deeply, he pondered the tragic nature of his mother's life. "Very well, let this be our resolution. Everyone, do not panic. Since we have acquired the Dark Demon Stone, we will surely discover the entrance to the lost ancient path. Let us hold on a while longer. This predicament shall not endure for long," Ouyang Ju encouraged, despite feeling a twinge of anxiety. Her mother was incapable of achieving such feats, and even the favored Yan Zishi had not succeeded. Watching Lan Rongyue leisurely seated in the pavilion, she could not help but question within her heart. Could Lan Rongyue accomplish this? As this year's World Championship is being held in Korea, the distance is not considerable, and there is no need to adjust to a different time zone. The climate and environment are rather accommodating, particularly in terms of cuisine. The infantry squad, equipped with advanced weaponry, along with the 50 elite guards led by Valdo, resides separately in the Himalayan mountains and a mobile fortress, yet they all bear identical insignias. He yearned to approach and soothe the trembling form of Nan Yan, but his gaze was ensnared by her wounded, beautiful eyes, leaving him frozen in place. Yan Zhen observed the silent Cui Jinhua, as though he had glimpsed his own future, never once casting a glance in Yan Zhen's direction. Ren Shun, clutching the illusory sandglass, understood that only he could wield its power, and as a result, his words grew more resolute, merely for the sake of a more distant future. For the fiercer battles that lay ahead, he felt compelled to offer this warrior a subtle warning and guidance. Even she found herself in disdain of her own being, having not even glimpsed the face of the man who had robbed her of her innocence. Previously, one could ascend to level 2 simply by clearing a camp of monsters online, but such is not the case now. Without the experience bonus provided by the jungle knife, even clearing a camp will not suffice for advancement to level 2. Presently, his cultivation was lacking, and he feared the black-clad figures would escape, leaving him haunted by the knowledge that they would pursue him in the future, making his days restless. Suddenly, upon the utterance of those words, a sharp pain surged through Mengmeng's calves, and in the next moment, a tremendous force yanked her away. Caught off guard, She fell face first to the ground with a thud. Ah! Accompanied by her piercing scream, her body was dragged toward the depths of the pit. Claude almost immediately sprang into action to follow. Meanwhile, Sehen was not far behind, racing to the center, where Knixel appeared like a king among sports cars, rendering all others, save for Dongfang Lingyu's Aston Martin 1-77, utterly insignificant. He leisurely settled nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. The faces of the soldiers were comically swollen, as they were stung repeatedly by wasps, while the aggressive hornets loomed nearby. Humph, you always skip class. Even when you do attend, you often sleep at your desk. I heard that someone in our class works at a bar. Who knows what he would do in such a chaotic environment? Dream Shadow argued with Chu Feng. In the final examination, all sorts of scenarios could arise, and what had transpired was merely that he had achieved an excellent score. The heavenly tribulation seemed enraged. As thousands of bolts of lightning descended, striking the elder in white, who stood firm against the onslaught. At the moment he touched down, Taimuyan opened his eyes, gazing towards the position of the morning breeze, where a colossal white wing shielded him closely. Upon witnessing this, Taimuyan let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. I, at that moment, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Moreover, the fact that the Dark River Dragon could articulate speech caught me off guard. With a mighty roar and the fierce sword aura of the dragon ignited, it was apparent that the greatest concern for families when their loved ones embark on a journey is their safety. Thus, when someone arrives specifically to convey news of their well-being and to announce their imminent return, it is only natural for the family to be overwhelmed with joy and to offer their gratitude in the form of a token of appreciation. Within just a couple of hours, the entire city's military families were aware that Wang Jizhao's forces were returning to Xingyuan. Previously, in their fervent desire for vengeance, they had overlooked Luo Ping's tactics. Only upon witnessing the emergence of the malevolent puppet did they come to their senses, filled with astonishment. Brother Chu Feng, please deflate his tires. I want him to be unable to return, Zhao Jing declared, seemingly relishing the moment. Chu Feng, recalling Huang Yu, felt a surge of anger and set about executing Zhao Jing's plan without further thought. Duo gazed at her hands, unwilling to accept defeat, and once more exerted force in the direction of Shui. This time, including Wang Tuzi, everyone desperately surged towards the hospital entrance, for they were not there to engage in combat, but to create chaos. So how was today? Did it exceed your expectations? Li Kunyu beamed, as if he had awaited this day for an eternity. Meanwhile, Yi Yunqi gained further notoriety. The Lu family selected Wu from the Rongjuan Palace, while the Yin Duke's residents opted for Wu chosen by Yi Yunqi. In the meantime, Li Shimin resolved to lead a personal campaign, commanding 100,000 elite troops to assault Goguryeo, reclaiming the lost territories of Liaodong and avenging past humiliations. Even though he harbored feelings of frustration deep within, he had to endure, knowing that once he was free, he could manage these three obstinate individuals. Although he was only at the mid-stage of human immortality, his innate talent for alchemy had rendered him proud and unrestrained. Ling regarded him. His previous statements were entirely accurate, yet she sensed something was amiss. Observing the situation, Wenli did not respond but took a deep breath, leaping forward before turning to Zhang Wei. Jiang Qingqing had been closely monitoring Ji Bai's shifting expressions and, seeing that he did not seem to be lying, released her grip on his collar. Even confectionery could not silence Aunt Chun. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Aunt Chunda, surveying her for a moment, presumably suspecting that Aunt Chunda had provided some clandestine assistance. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions, the long-faced creature was knocked unconscious. Mengmeng narrowly escaped a calamity, but the crisis had not fully abated. An increasing number of long-faced monsters emerged from concealed corners. Eyeing them with predatory intent, Claude leaped gracefully to Mengmeng's side. Under the unwavering intensity of his gaze, she instinctively took a few steps back, only to be seized by the wrist. As everyone dined and engaged in conversation, the predominant topics revolved around Xiaotian and the lavish spread before them. Despite his fervent attempts to raise his voice, it came out as faint as a mouse's squeak, barely audible even a short distance away. "Isn't adjust you?" Song Siyu protested, tightening his grip on her arm, unabashed and unashamed. Meanwhile, the sand serpent, growing in power as it journeyed south, had garnered a reputation along the way. Yet with its vast numbers and lack of a solid base, it was bound to collapse eventually. After a bloody battle in Hi City, it managed to secure a foothold. Li Yaodong chuckled softly while chatting with Leisha for a while. Eventually, Leisha confessed her inability to teach him anything, leading Principal Hogg to decide that Leisha would take charge of her own arrangements. Vic will stay. You all should go rest, he instructed. Principal Hogg merely wanted Li Yaodong to be aware of the bounty placed on him, advising him to exercise caution. However, the dark forces were unwilling to concede defeat, continuing to counter with futile arguments. Yet, there were no new lines to offer. Anything spoken in defense of Lin Xinhuan was deemed the work of paid internet trolls. Get lost. Speak again, and I'll make you unrecognizable to your parents. Dai Yongkong, having regained his strength, delivered his threats with vigor. Yu Sheng prepared the sweet potatoes, spreading them out and sprinkling some dry grass over them before laying a few sticks on top to ignite. The long-standing relationship between the sovereign and minister had allowed Shi Zhichai to notice the subtle shifts in Yin Xing's expressions from the very beginning. The old woman neither confirmed nor denied anything, and Gu Chun was uncertain whether his speculations were accurate. Nonetheless, even if true, provoking the four sovereigns would be of no benefit to them. Shen Jinan sought counsel from Chu Jiangxiu regarding whether the research department should conduct additional examinations for talent recruitment. After a while, the group discovered that the peculiar sight before them had not sprouted from the table but was merely a painting. Seeing Long Ye remained silent. Beiqing Yuanhuang's expression darkened. General, Beiqing Yuanhuang is not a mere stepping stone. I do not desire battle, but I am not afraid to engage. Speak. The majesty of the dragon within his eyes surged forth, accompanied by the faint sound of a phoenix's cry, exuding an immense pressure that swiftly enveloped Long Yao before him. Should he unleash his full potential without reservation, this mortal from the human clan would undoubtedly stand no chance against him, even if he were to surpass him by 3 formidable realms. The crowd fought valiantly to hold back Yin Shizhua, while on the other side, the venerable Tian Yin relentlessly lashed at Gu Qingxi's spirit, each strike dimming it further. Contemplating this, Huang Dodo decided to play along with the scheme. For the purpose of his journey to the realm was solely to rescue Zhu Nong. However, unbeknownst to him, earlier that morning, Kato Kaiomesa had led his army in a surprise attack on Daoshan. Although this location was defensible, the garrison had let their guard down, and the invaders, well prepared and outnumbering them, engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately seizing the stronghold. Did you foresee the upheaval at the Immortal Path platform? Gu Chen recalled this person's impeccable foresight, unable to restrain his exclamation. Chu Zhou observed the advancing metallic giant and the looming dark hand with a calm demeanor. Gu Zhou and Li Jia discerned each other's concern for Wang Chao. Having already lost friends, how would Wang Chao react to the betrayal of another? Shu Jianyu shrugged and stepped aside, appearing disinterested, yet the slight inclination of her ear betrayed her. A colossal fist shadow, shimmering with spiritual energy, slowly solidified in the air, poised to strike the figure cloaked in black. Do you trust me? Claude fixed his gaze upon her, embodying an unwavering determination to entangle her further. Mengmeng was taken aback by his demeanor, opening her mouth as if to speak, realizing she had perhaps uttered unnecessary words of persuasion. Angrily, she retorted, then you may as well stay here alone. With that, she truly disregarded him and swiftly ran over to Sane. At that moment, Sane halted his battle. For reasons unknown, the long-faced creatures appeared oblivious to their surroundings. Qianqian and Chunshun exchanged exasperated glances, their expressions marked with resignation as they disdainfully shot a glare at Lei Xiaoqing, who then exited the ward first. Lei Xiaoqing stood frozen in place, feeling akin to a mute suffering in silence, contemplatively glancing at Long Jifei before furiously flicking his sleeve and trailing after the children out of the room. Lei's found Night Lily's actions somewhat perplexing, yet he cooperatively began to learn the song. Fortunately, Lei's possessed a natural musical talent, mastering it after only a few attempts. Upon entering the room, a robust figure suddenly lunged at her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence as the deity remained uncommunicative, leaving only the sounds of monsters being slain echoing in the background. Finally, Qingqing Hubian Chao could no longer contain herself and spoke again. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Lu Ying's face, but a subtle smile graced her lips, curving elegantly like a beautiful arc, radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring, soft yet not overpowering. Upon exiting the classroom, she immediately spotted Prince Hao leaning against the wall by the door. His black uniform was worn in a disheveled manner, hands tucked into his pockets, with slightly long dark strands of hair obscuring his eyes. Yet the brilliance emanating from them was strikingly bright. The silver flames clashed fiercely in an equally matched duel, with neither side gaining the upper hand for a prolonged period. Just as onlookers speculated the outcome of this encounter, a silver orb amidst the chaos suddenly shot a beam of light into the sky. A silver column as thick as an arm soaring heavenward, piercing the clouds. However, he seemed indifferent to the gang's affairs, not bothering to check the gang channel for its numbers. His comrades had mostly joined already, so there were no notifications flooding in regarding new members. Everything remained so quiet, waiting for an impending explosion of action. Lily, after a prolonged wait, was utterly speechless, wondering if his silence stemmed from uncertainty about how to bring her joy, leading him to give up entirely. Yi Tian turned to leave, fully aware that it would not be long before the striped tiger eliminated all the black-clad men. Subsequently, the unfortunate ones would be Shi Qian and Chen Mei. Although the devouring immortal curse within Long Hao had been dispelled, remnants of its influence still lingered in his body. As powerful members of the three flowers of the imperial capital, they held men in disdain. It seemed that apart from compelling Chen Fan, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, and the general of the rolling curtain, Xiao Wujing, to bow in submission, there were no other options available. Regarding the specifics of the lightsaber, Bai Xian could not recall clearly, but he had a vague sense that it was indeed formidable. Over the past 3 days, whenever they had a moment to spare, they would immerse themselves in cultivation. Mengmeng played the zither while Li Yin practiced his punches, absorbing the sensation of control conveyed through Mengmeng's music. Chen Fan wore a radiant smile, stroking his chin, for it was certain that the Monkey King Sun Wukong would never face defeat. The silver giant python was a native exotic species in this sacred realm, possessing terrifying combat prowess that could shake the very foundations of the 9 wastelands. Aside from lacking awakened intelligence, it had almost no flaws. Now, without further ado, here is a spirit testing stone. Simply place your hand upon it, and it shall reveal your spiritual roots and talents. Let us commence when I call your name. Step forward to partake in the assessment, said the elder in a calm tone. Moving behind Murong Chensi, he signaled for silence, and the crowd understood instantly, resuming their nonchalant chatter. Saren appeared quite pleased with the response. Excellent. A smirk graced his lips as his deep, cold gaze fixed upon Claude, while his right hand, unbeknownst to him, reached towards Mengmeng's nape, pulling her close in an embrace. Just then, a beast lunged at Mengmeng from behind, but Saren seemed to possess foresight, leaping forward while holding her. However, as they landed elsewhere, more beasts followed in rapid succession. Who did you hear call me Shadow? And how did you know I was here? Shadow inquired, voicing the confusion that lingered in her heart. Indeed, this was a significant matter that had caused a nationwide stir 3 years prior. Yet, when the police intervened for an investigation, nothing was uncovered, and the matter eventually faded into obscurity. At last, the day of appraisal arrived. Ladas departed from the hotel where he was staying to escort Qin Wei Yi from her home to the hospital. As soon as they entered the hospital, Qin Wei Yi's expression soured. Brother Qin, you truly are here. After He Bing had left, Song Lin's previously grim demeanor transformed into a radiant smile. Huang Zhu nodded, while old Zhu and Fong Li harbored no other thoughts. Originally, they had come to seek Zheng Hua, but now, upon encountering him, they harbored some speculations about the events of that year. They found themselves contemplating how to exit, yet simultaneously, more questions arose. Mr. Charlie, rest assured, what Bill can accomplish, I can equally achieve, Holkes replied with a smile. Although Charlie could not provide the exact identity of the assassin, he felt confident that, just as Bill had been able to discern the killer's identity from the available information, he too could achieve the same. What is it that you summoned me for? Shu Yao inquired as she entered the room, her tone reflecting her displeasure. Recently, she had been exceedingly busy, and at such a critical moment, Huang Jun's summons naturally irked her. At that instant, the satellite orbiting in space captured images that revealed nothing but darkness. What was the matter with him? What had transpired? He furrowed his brow and turned to inquire with Kola. After thorough investigation, Luo Mingdong found that, although there was no conclusive evidence, all indications pointed towards the Longquan gang. Thus, he brazenly launched another attack against them. The exit featured a colossal statue that had been moved, accompanied by over 120 similarly imposing statues on either side, leading directly to a towering ancient castle ahead. The brown-haired ruffian remained silent for a moment before abruptly gesturing for everyone to brandish their spring knives in a flurry of blade displays, or to heft iron rods upon their shoulders, or to swing golf clubs incessantly. Qin Bingwen shot him a glance, perhaps realizing his own guilt, and chose to remain silent as she walked inside. Tang Jin slapped himself lightly on the back, urging patience. Why could he not remember? A word could indeed determine fate. The relationship between Yang Zirui and Chen Guolin was notably close, and during the discussions, Logistics Minister Major General Luo Jiatai did not utter more than a few words apart from expressing his stance. Am I to meddle in their worldly affairs? The weapon spirit rolled its eyes in exasperation, yet soon expressed curiosity. The voice of the Sea King, slightly hoarse yet magnetic, resonated. I am right before you. It is merely that you have yet to notice. Qing Wei was taken aback. Was the Sea King truly beside her? Chao Hung gasped in surprise. Losing his balance and instinctively shielding his head with his hands, hoping to mitigate the impact on his legs, to gain experience on the battlefield. The two were tasked with commanding an artillery unit equipped with a cannon. Per the requirements, this unit's artillery had a large caliber and primarily fired explosive shells, with an impressive range clearly indicating that its main duty was to provide long-range support. She had grasped the general training process explained by the sergeant to complete assassination tasks, enhance one's strength, gather resources, and continue training the next batch of personnel, thereby creating a complete cycle. Mengmeng, filled with doubt, wondered if he had encountered some acupoint. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, Sane took advantage of her momentary comfort and moved his hands to her ankle, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain. It was but a fleeting moment, yet it prompted Mengmeng to let out a cry, only for the pain in her ankle to dissipate immediately afterward. She gasped in surprise, meeting Sane's gaze, which held an enigmatic smile. This is merely a minor injury. As Mengmeng cast an awkward glance at him, she called herself Wei Yu Tingshu, and with that, she ceased to speak further. With Muqing and Weiqing present, and given the proximity of the Fan Wangfu, it was unlikely that any trouble would arise, so she refrained from further persuasion. Summoning Muqing and Weiqing, they set off together toward the Fan Wangfu. Qinyan sighed and began to survey her surroundings. I noticed her gaze turning sinister, indicating that her malevolent thoughts were once again brewing within her. I was acutely aware of her intentions, knowing that this brewing malice would inevitably manifest itself towards me. Underneath a grand tree, the second individual lay drenched in blood, his battle attire stained crimson, a mixture of his own and that of 3 comrades. Observing He Chuli's silhouette, Zhang Cheng helplessly shrugged at the other team members, confident that, aside from him, none would dare to disturb He Chuli. Upon returning to Jingtian, Xuefei promptly informed Dana about the divorce, even presenting her with the divorce certificate. Yunji approached the Xiantian Tower, only to find herself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. Where could one venture in such a confined space? Yet, this was not the ultimate expression of Wu Ziqiang. After a piece concluded, the next scene left all the students dumbfounded. For not far from the intersection, 2 groups of figures, or rather, 2 packs of wolves, were gradually converging towards the center, effectively blocking the entire passage. Insu, come with me. Chun Chen gripped my wrist tightly. His anger directed at me was unlike anything I had ever witnessed. Jing Chunling and Wei Jing reminisced, while Xuefei and Zhao Ritian found little to discuss with them and departed after a brief greeting. Let go of me. By the time Qian Jiao regained her senses and began to struggle, it was evidently too late. Not here, but quite close. So it is permissible to circle around the ghost market first, Hu Tutu remarked with a smile. She appeared relaxed, yet there was a subtle movement within her sleeve, as fleeting red flashes darted by. If that isn't sneaking, then what is it? Yao Changjia suddenly felt a desire to laugh, and indeed, the corners of his lips curled upward. Fairy, what does that ruffian mean by the Lord of Heaven and Earth? Could it possibly refer to the celestial emperor of the central heavenly court? Mo pondered for a moment, unable to decipher the meaning, and thus began conversing with the peony fairy in his consciousness. Currently, we were entirely unaware of each other's numbers. Recklessly advancing might plunge us into peril. Bufan furrowed his brow, concerned for the wolf warriors, yet his anxiety did not equate to a loss of reason. He had encountered countless individuals along his journey, and it was evident that the enemy's numbers in this forest far exceeded their expectations. The prince had expressly instructed that this urgent matter concerning Qian Jiao should take precedence, so he dared not delay. However, just yesterday, his superior's superior, the chief of the police department, had personally summoned him, instruct him to fully cooperate with the esteemed scholar. Lord Gua, following the completion of the transaction with the Third Eye Emperor, he descended the stage amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd. Ascending next was a venerable elder from an ancient sect, Astute as he was, he could not fail to perceive the peculiar sentiment with which Buffon regarded him. His great-uncle. Spectators always yearn for greater spectacle. Those uninvolved tend to amplify their cheers and fervor, igniting a surge of adrenaline in the protagonists, leading to an eruption of uncontrolled emotions. Such scenes are undeniably exhilarating and thrilling, satisfying the cravings of all who are merely spectators. Thank you, but no, Mengmeng declined. She would seek an opportunity to speak with Leland, and also with William. Most importantly, she needed to take the two children away. After being warmed by the flames, her body noticeably regained some warmth, and Mengmeng felt revitalized. She stood and surveyed her surroundings, curiously inquiring, "Where is this?" "I don't know," Sa-en, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing her question and turned to look at the figure walking towards the riverbank. "If I were you, I would avoid getting too close." With a tinge of worry in his heart, Chaopeng performed some rudimentary treatment on his wounds at the hotel. He too had sustained injuries during the recent assassination attempt. Suddenly, a sword flew erratically from the sky, crashing against the wall beside him with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Noticing the familiar glimmer in her eyes, Songhui, we could only smile and refrain from saying more. "Are you lost?" The man in the blue robe did not respond to Feng Tianqing's inquiry, but instead asked for himself. The Chaos Celestial Sovereign unexpectedly arrived, and Tai-Bai, having failed to greet him properly, humbly sought forgiveness. Tai-Bai appeared at the front of the encampment, his face beaming with smiles, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Moreover, this was no ordinary spring mist. It could even elude Su Yang's perceptive abilities, to the extent that even his techniques did not respond, leaving him astonished. Even if she wished to assist Ji Liangying, the latter was but an egg. While the Jiulong Society was akin to a stone, and Officer Han was merely a somewhat firmer egg. Two eggs colliding with a stone would yield the same result, wouldn't it? The woman in green instead chuckled, "Senior brother, do as you wish. If my disciples violate the sex precepts, I shall not show leniency. However, if he wishes to defend himself, that is beyond my jurisdiction." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Hua. "Go keep an eye on Vijay. No matter the method, ascertain how his strength and aura have diminished to such an extent." Behemoth issued a deadly command. The sound of firecrackers erupted, and after Qin Yang completed his transaction, a broader smile illuminated his face, for at that moment, all the raw stones were presented. Under the relentless ridicule from Xing Tianyu, the Sphinx trembled, seemingly engulfed in rage, as if it were poised to pounce at any moment. During the morning assembly in mid-July, numerous officials openly impeached those who had violated the law, additionally implicating several previously outspoken opponents. Lan Zhichen's gaze darkened during the final match of the 5-3 series. Xiahou Chun faced Lan Zhichen, yet the latter was conspicuously absent, resulting in his automatic disqualification according to the rules. Yu Dong conveyed the rumors he had heard. "What brings you here? You should leave at once. My matters do not concern you," Lu Fangfang remarked, scanning the distance warily before promptly dismissing Fang Zheng. As time advanced a few days, Hua Qingtian seized every opportunity to accompany Yu Weiyan, whose demeanor gradually softened, her smile returning. Hua Qingtian felt immense satisfaction with this transformation. From the main gate, besieged by red ants, a lengthy path unfolded, flanked by towering ancient trees that stood majestically. The crowd remained apprehensive, recalling the earlier onslaught of the red ants. However, as they hurried along, no further attacks materialized. In the darkness, the landlord wore a sly smile as he casually placed the lantern on the table and retreated into the inner room. This method was, of course, prearranged before their parting. Whether he woke up or not was of no consequence. Quite impressive indeed, capable of melting tempered glass. This biological acid warrants further study. Make sure to collect its acid gland, he shouted into the microphone. After meandering for a while, the two finally reached a more open area, allowing Mengmeng to finally catch her breath. After a brief pause, she continued to walk alongside Sa-en, the rustling of their movements resonating loudly in the cramped space. Their breaths distinctly audible. At that moment, Mengmeng suddenly slipped, but fortunately, the agile Sane swiftly grasped her arm and pulled her back. Yang Yu also possessed formidable strength, for his sword had never been defeated in the ancient tree city. Even when pitted against the prodigies from other cities, he remained unconquered. However, they did not feel disheartened. After all, being surpassed by Yang Qi had long been anticipated. My cheeks flushed, regardless of the circumstances. The dragon soul was always the primary target. Even in the second world, I would eternally stand before them, yet the roles had now reversed. Fortunately, our camaraderie alleviated any embarrassment. It was merely a tactical necessity. Nonetheless, the final rumors were met with skepticism, for when the divine palace first appeared, the divine radiance enveloped the heavens and earth, inducing a feeling of tranquility and erasing all fatigue. How did you come to know Suanbong? Qinsong suddenly inquired, posing another question to Zhang Ying. The matters concerning the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Qian family had been temporarily resolved, and I was preparing to return to the capital. Outside the airport, Su Ningxin came to a halt. At the sound of a loud call, the other disciples of the Xinyun sect snapped out of their excitement, quickly realizing that the one being executed at the Heavenly Pool Square was none other than the renowned elder, Qingfeng Daoist. Although Zhou Liang had begun to make his mark, he was far from being able to contend with such established masters. They had to leave at once. Moreover, many understood that to continue surviving in the ancient Tree City, one could only rely on the Yang family, for they alone possessed the strength to resist the demon clan and the means to protect the countless citizens of the ancient Tree City. However, having followed Tang Shun through such blood-soaked experiences, they had grown accustomed to even more gruesome scenes. Thus they could now accept it with composure, at least no longer succumbing to relentless nausea as before. The chi within my body began to simmer, my momentum gradually intensifying. Shiba was already prepared. In contrast, the resistance among the Chang slaves from the west was notably stronger, yet it was still bearable. Justinian, I never expected you to remain so composed. Now that you are here, do not harbor thoughts of returning. The man spoke softly, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. In the realm of magical beasts, there exists a notion that those not of my kin harbor divergent hearts. After all, it is improbable to expect generosity from those of a different race. Having squandered several youth coins with scarcely a hint of effect, he deemed it wise not to squander this opportunity further. Ultimately, he never believed that such actions would yield success. They would only result in needless sacrifice. If the hired monks do not harbor ulterior motives, but fail the warrior's assessment, they become the hired monks of the trial grounds. Conversely, those who willingly become temporary warriors of the Qin Empire's trial grounds face inquiries and tests that are far more stringent and meticulous. The outcome of the battle in the northwest reverberated throughout the capital, eliciting significant reactions within the military. However, in the eyes of the court officials, Zhang Sheng had become an utterly discarded pawn. This time, due to Yi Zhang's ascension as an official disciple of the elite hall, he was granted the authority to hire 50 wandering cultivators at his training base. Consequently, Yang Junda and his companions ventured to the Taichu alliance of wandering cultivators, employing 30 wandering cultivators. If one merely harbors ordinary desires, they are unlikely to bear fruit. After all, the elixirs concocted by alchemists are intended for martial practitioners, crafted solely from spiritually infused herbs found within the world. Trivial matters, you ask? As Cheng Mengmeng observed him in a dazed state, she hesitated before calling out to him. The garment in her hand slipped to the ground, and Yuan's pupils fluttered, as if awakening from a profound dream. Mengmeng? He murmured uncertainly, his lips barely moving. Rising slowly, he approached her, his gaze filled with scrutiny and disbelief. The person he had tirelessly searched for over the past days suddenly appeared before him. Upon hearing this, although Zhou Yu promptly lowered his head in contrition, acknowledging his momentary lapse of memory regarding old affections, Lu Yin still lamented the vast chasm between individuals. If one repeatedly demonstrated superiority over him, even if the current sovereign harbored no intentions of unjustly executing ministers, he would not be overly favored. Yet, it was impossible to decline. Given Sima Hui's esteemed status and his significant benefaction towards Lu Yin, she could not refuse his invitation. However, urging her to invite Su Shu along felt rather burdensome. The accommodations in the room were comparable to the first-class quarters on the Zisha clan's ferry, and Gao would not be overly concerned with the living conditions. It turned out that practitioners were involved in this matter. Thus, it was only fitting to confront the practitioner who violated the principle of cultivators should not disturb the mundane world directly. It is not that I refrain from speaking. It is merely that the time has not yet come. Can I not take my time to explain it to you upon our return? Lin Tao's voice trembled with emotion, his pitiful expression finally eliciting a sense of compassion from Zhang Yi, prompting her to release her grip. Although Xian Tang maintained a composed facade, her ears blushed crimson, and her large, watery eyes nervously darted to the left to avoid the scrutinizing gaze of Lin Honglu on the right. only to inadvertently catch sight of a solitary figure standing in the distance. The heart of Baomu Zhongyang could indeed recover swiftly under the restoration of several powerful cultivators. Yet the spiritual sword buried in the sword tomb could not be mended merely by the assertions of Qinyu and others. As matters escalated to this extent, they became increasingly unmanageable, especially since Huang Su and the Huang family were entangled in the situation, leaving Su Shu regretting his past decisions. A look of anticipated understanding crossed Urchil's face, accompanied by a cold snort, as he swiftly evaded the attack from Baron S. Long's sword. After all, the star beasts, akin to void beasts, could traverse the void with ease, which was a significant reason for their desirability among people. He hurriedly made his way, continuously communicating with Yunyu over the phone, without the opportunity to inform anyone else. Certain technologies could be directly imported from obsolete foreign production lines, such as automobiles and engines. Moreover, Huang Yuan also spotted a rapidly approaching figure, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a suspected green demon, which further surprised him. Whether in DC or MW, every renowned scientist who had ever appeared was meticulously documented by Huang Yuan. Is that Dr. Zhou arriving? I'm fine. Perhaps we can let Dr. Zhou take the photos first? The individual currently taking pictures exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Bingquan, since she and Hao Jinlong returned from the countryside. They had not considered visiting the Zhou family. They never truly regarded the Zhou family with any seriousness. However, it matters little, for she is soon to enter the palace, and all will be revealed in due time. The door to the side room closed automatically after the two entered, clearly indicating that Master Hong Wang had no intention of allowing Chuntao and Wu Kei to join them. As for the trivialities, I shall not dwell on them. If you have flowers, monthly votes, or favorable reviews, kindly direct them towards this humble presence. After all, it is only fitting to secure a place on the monthly rankings. Is it not? In a fit of rage, Haruai Kasagano nearly erupted, and had it not been for the timely intervention of Shina Mafiu, who firmly grasped her arm, she might have truly charged forward. When Gratian's final decision was finally articulated, Justinia could no longer conceal the unmistakable excitement that illuminated her countenance. Swiftly, she instructed a guard to present a pre-prepared agreement, laying it out upon the table. Very well, Mengmeng said, gently patting his head and offering him a glass of tomato juice, encouraging him to drink. Now, go play with your mother. Little Junjun obediently nodded in response. Mengmeng took him aside to pick some grapes and engaged him in games they played during their childhood. Today, she refrained from venturing far to cultivate plants, opting instead to meticulously tend to the vegetables, grapes, and various fruit plants in the yard. At present, I too am a victim of this circumstance. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with a triumphant smile, while Tang Wu, Long Huansha, and Hei Feng had been watching the performance for a considerable time. The equivalent of wisdom is merely wisdom. The specific value, however, depends on the intensity of mutual desires. The ground at the cave's bottom had become treacherous, fissures cracking open as tree vines erupted from the soil, continuously reaching towards the sky. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Yingji turned her head and caught sight of a gleaming black nail, barely 5 centimeters from her neck, accompanied by disheveled hair and a face half decomposed. With one eyeball dangling precariously in its socket, Wei Wei began to narrate the situation in Alabasta, detailing her reasons for infiltrating the Baroque work studio and the intelligence she had gathered. The elder was momentarily taken aback, not expecting an outsider to intrude here, having not encountered another soul in quite some time. Did my father's demise and my own fall from grace not serve their purpose? Lung Huansha inquired, her tone chilling to the bone. Before Li could finish her sentence, Pan Wanyun shot her a fierce glare, prompting Li to obediently fall silent. Doreen, realizing that the old man was genuinely angry, restrained her demeanor, albeit reluctantly, as she stormed out in a huff. Ziluo, what troubles you? Why aren't you going to Jinggu? Feng Hongling looked quizzically at the hastily departing Mu Ziluo. However, those above had yet to speak. Seemingly rendered speechless by Xiao Zhan's revelation of himself, transforming into a business card, a celebrity of sorts, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. Ma Xianglan assumed that Zhang Yu had recognized the lucrative nature of this industry, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Yet upon reflecting on his determined efforts to protect Chu Mu Cheng, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. In this world, all are driven by profit. Who among the masses does not covet wealth? Given Zhang's humanity, perhaps having such a powerful benefactor would not be amiss. Naturally, by the time Mo Xiaodong boarded the earliest flight home, everything had seemingly settled. In a span of 10 days, Ashinasabi had led his troops into the Tianshan Mountains, dispatching agile scouts to ascend the peak for reconnaissance, only to discover that Fan Lihua had stationed her forces in the Chu-Lu Gorge, a mere 50 miles away, a day's march at best. The prince rested for 3 days, gradually regaining his strength and spirit, sending messengers daily to inquire about the situation in Chang'an, yet ultimately gleaning nothing. Fan Lihua, however, could distinctly sense his lack of conviction as he spoke. The ocean, though beautiful, was fraught with peril, claiming thousands of lives annually, a terrifying leviathan unmatched by any adversary. To be more precise, it was the scouts under the command of the chief of the Shimai Rue, currently stationed in Nanwindala, who had already been informed. Li Hao initially wished to express his ignorance, yet he genuinely feared that Li Ji would elevate Li Hong to the throne. The thought of having to bow to his own son and being unable to visit him at will was utterly distressing. The wretched individual feigned sympathy for Zhu Tohu, gazing earnestly at Zhang Xiaofeng, and inquired, "Do you understand why I have retained you?" Mu Jinxie, seated gracefully in a chair, raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip before posing her question. "Master, do you?" exclaimed, rushing to support the elder with the sword, only to be halted by a dismissive wave from the elder. Helena's explanation proved as effective as the binding spell of Sun Wukong, rendering Chi Yu the target immobilized. "What peace has resolved regarding your canine tribe's females? Clearly, they belong to our lord." A member of the wolf tribe retorted sharply. "Silence. You haven't even faced retribution for apprehending the individual." Oral, in a fit of exasperation, fiercely gestured with a fist as unyielding as stone. Meanwhile, Yuan's brow twitched slightly, urging, "All right, Oral, let us focus on the matter at hand." Thus, Oral, akin to a rebellious child, disregarded Yuan's counsel, asking, "Where's Mengmeng?" Time became immeasurable in the absence of a heartbeat, as Bai Lang lost track of how long had passed since he succumbed to the molten lava. He could only sense the burgeoning vitality enveloping him, gradually transforming from a spherical shape into a more human form. In the distance, a Mercedes G55 rolled into the courtyard. But prior to its arrival, someone had already noticed that a corner of the vehicle's rear had been sheared off, revealing a triangular cavity approximately 1 meter in diameter. If all else failed, she was willing to undertake measures to ensure that Old Master Hua had no chance to refuse. This convoy departed from Aksu Airport, its destination being the Wensu Tomer Grand Canyon, the headquarters of their sect, the Magan Sword Sect. The leader of the convoy, Tian Dongyang, was the son of Tian Chang, a prominent mine owner in Shaanxi, whose coal mine generated profits of 10 billion yuan in just the past year. This bidding project was pivotal to Huixing's success or failure. Even Linen was prohibited from participating. How could Mr. Hua possibly bring in an assistant who had resigned 3 years prior? Having obliterated his malevolent thoughts, the illusory figure within his heart gradually descended back to the surface of the lake, the ripples upon the water slowly calming. Presently, the initiative for song releases rested entirely with the vocal department, leaving Wang Mo with no option but to proceed gradually, despite his desire to participate. Possessing this poison equated to wielding the Poison King. No matter how formidable the poison, it would falter before the Poison King. Xiao Fan suddenly understood that Li Yi was referring to past events. Had she genuinely regretted her actions? Did she realize her mistakes? Everyone should already be aware of what I am about to say. Indeed, it pertains to our risk management, which is now in a state of utter disarray. Do we even possess a true risk management system at this juncture? Zhou Shi ascended to the podium, unleashing his fervent words. The incessant rain cascading from the heavens did not dare to touch him, for as it approached within a foot's distance, the misty vapor was deftly dispersed by the formidable winds conjured by his clenched fists. Suddenly, he recalled that trial, a non-existent judgment constructed within his consciousness by the omniscient observer. One must maintain a long-term perspective, Ophelia. We humans are but insignificant fragments of the vast cosmos. Any race intertwined with our fate deserves our alliance. Rest well. Once this matter is settled, we shall confront the Hydra. With that, Carter ended the call. Having journeyed through a whirlwind of events and detoured via a portal to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Lucian finally arrived at the makeshift research facility, fully prepared. Do what needs to be done, without concern, Zhou Shi thought. For any worries regarding the decline of the pound were far too distant. Qin Ming and his team typically undertook standard special operations, with individual bonuses peaking at a mere $100,000. Even the mighty Shui family, the overlords of Pingyang Town, could vanish from existence in an instant should they offend the Five Poisons sect, let alone this individual. You have yet to make a decision. How can I assist you? Zhou snapped, severing the connection. Parting words seemed effortlessly spoken, while Ji Qingzhou appeared ready, leading Gu Mingrue to speculate that Ji Qingzhou's visit today might be an attempt to keep him here. At this thought, Gu Mingrue's mood soured. Choose another, Mengmeng. We understand this may seem a daunting task, yet it is a situation you will encounter in the future. We are not without other options. In fact, this is akin to selecting a partner. Quality candidates will also be able to protect you. Alternatively, you may choose your partner from among us, thus eliminating the need for any competition. Yuan consoled her from the side. Cheng Mengmeng found herself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it is understandable. People often exhibit selflessness, and prior to encountering adversity, they appear to possess clarity and understanding. However, once faced with challenges, they frequently succumb to irrationality. And the precipice of tragedy often lies within a fleeting thought. As the adage goes, impulse is the devil, and it certainly holds truth. Qin Dua spoke. While Morongjua grew increasingly bewildered, his mind entangled with a myriad of thoughts that he could not unravel. Rin Jiahe lowered her gaze and let out a long sigh, taking a seat diagonally opposite him, silently acquiescing to his proposal. Her inner unease and apprehension had reached a peak, and her eyelids fluttered more violently than they had upon waking that morning. No, she could not possibly believe that Xiner could be such a person. It must be Feng Lingjing's machinations at play. Was he intent on severing all ties with the outside world? How cruelly he tormented himself at will. Feng Xiu had always left an impression of gentleness and humility, yet when he uttered that statement, he did not disguise his contempt for Feng Yi. It was still Tong Tong who truly understood my tastes. Mu Wan couldn't help but take another sip of the coffee, which was ordered for her by Yin Tong. Meanwhile, Mu Rongwei opened the box containing the Wei Zi peony and took out the hairpin made from it. However, the phrase uttered by Wei Wukai about being caught together merely referred to Yin Shiqing being unexpectedly trapped at the door after her arrival. In truth, Xin Yunjin was reluctant to draw lots, but due to Dong Xian's keen enthusiasm, she randomly picked one. Chu Xingchun had a private conversation with Shen Songzhu, urging her not to dwell on the matter. He had simply failed to rescue her. It is important to note that during his time as a loyal servant to the Wu Ji Lian Yu ring, he could not fathom why the other party would treat him so poorly. A fireball, imbued with scorching flames, surged forth towards the four individuals with tremendous force. Yet, it remained inexplicable why she had suddenly adopted a cold demeanor towards her family, redirecting all her energy towards those without any blood ties. The area was indeed chaotic. While the Jidan cultivator, Luo Yuan, was unafraid, encountering a Yuaning elder could still pose a significant threat. Each person has their own fate. When Xiaonyang was protective of her own, generally avoiding involvement with those deemed unimportant. Upon hearing the police inquiry, Luing instinctively glanced at Wang Yi. Her eyes filled with curiosity. At this moment, Xiao Su reacted, noting that Su Tongguang had never revealed his family background, merely stating that his hometown was in Suzhou City and that he was somehow related to the Su family. This location was on the outskirts of the Luo Xia mountain range, within the territory of the Qing Yuan sect, which allegedly had the presence of a golden core ancestor. Shen Songzhu sincerely expressed that Chu Xingchun should have been pleased. Initially, she felt joy, but as the conversation progressed, her spirits began to wane. As Qi Hongzhenrin's increasingly vague remarks continued, Qi Zhenzhen could no longer contain herself and cleared her throat, but ultimately refrained from interrupting the conversation. Feeling much better today. She wasted no time in preparing to take Zhao Yuru to Du Hang's place. Minair smiled and said, "Just wait until next time. If you dare to slack off again, while you train, I will reluctantly keep an eye on you, but don't let yourself truly falter." Since it could speak, it would be manageable. Negotiations could ensue. Liao Chen's anxious heart instantly calmed, for the ability to communicate implied the potential for negotiation. At worst, they could offer some benefits. As there was no deep-seated animosity between them, Cheng Mengmeng looked utterly speechless. "You are the pig. Your entire family is a pig. What kind of nonsense is that? How could Mengmeng possibly belong to the swine race?" It was utterly impossible. Ong, standing nearby, indignantly retorted, though he was quite curious about what race Cheng Mengmeng actually belonged to. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. Li Lan chimed in. "Mengmeng didn't mean it that way." At that moment, Sa-En stepped closer to Cheng Mengmeng. "However, if we calculate this, assuming an average combat strength of around 500, a strike from a noble would deplete at least 20,000 spiritual energy. Observing the paper crane, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. He quickly suppressed his distractions and reached out to catch the crane. As a wisp of true energy flowed, the paper crane did not dissipate into smoke, but instead circled around Lin Mu's ear before soaring into the sky. Even Qin Tian, from a distance, felt an urge to bow in reverence at the sight of the stone platform, an overwhelming sensation that restrained his impulses. Having previously accomplished the main quest of the system and reunited with Luo Binger, he was rewarded with a super experience pill. He wondered what level of cultivation he would reach upon consuming it. Those who feign profundity are a common sight. Yet there are also many whose true might commands respect and awe. Zhu Xin observed the vast confinement array, took 5 steps forward, then 7 to the right, and delivered a punch at an empty space, causing the entire array to shatter into fragments. Having shaken off the pursuit of over 100 Source Sage Realm experts and thousands of Source Great Sage Realm prodigies, was that not exhilarating? Accepting it as a makeshift solution, where in life is everything perfect. Qin Tian stepped forward, waving his hand, and half a trough of spirit spring liquid gurgled down his throat. They merely came because they saw Ling Xiao was about to be killed, believing that supporting the prince would yield benefits. The towering tree, surrounded by a faintly colored glow, crumbled into fragments, transforming into a mysterious entrance that shimmered with light. Li Xian tried punching a few times. With his current early-stage 7th hall cultivation, he still could not break the rock. Mother will surely recover, Chao Yin said as she stood up, walked around the chair, and embraced Li Jinger from behind. In this prison cell, Jiang Wei still wore a face of fear, gazing at the dark greenish walls surrounding him. Even several direct disciples of the Grand Elders and the Lord's personal disciples shared living quarters, not to mention the other disciples, who, like Wu Qin, possessed such grandeur, living alone upon entering the sect. She hardly ventured outside, and whenever she did, he would drag her back multiple times. What could she possibly accomplish? When Dugu Hixin calmed down, and Ao Bo and the others caught up, he finally regained his senses. Feeling relieved, it was fortunate that this territory was newly established by the Copper Corpse Bear, completely eliminating other formidable beasts. Otherwise, the earlier contention among the 5 would have surely placed Ao Bo and the others in peril. Master of the house, I Duo Yushui, began to speak but found myself at a loss for words. Due to her uncertainty about whether the elixirs truly remained in Qin Yuan, she found herself unable to broach the subject directly with her mother. The potential for discord between her parents raised concerns. Aligning with either could adversely affect her prospects for marriage. Thus, she resolved to defer the revelation until after her nuptials. Initially, she wished to remain uninvolved. Yet the incessant noise awakened her, and the brashness of the conversation irked her. With a visage reminiscent of a monkey, one could only question why any young woman would find him appealing. The emerald-eyed dragon, undeterred, retaliated fiercely as Aunt Zhang surged into the courtyard. Creating a path for herself amidst the throngs, she finally came to a halt near Zhang Ailian and her companions. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi returned to his quarters, where, despite months of absence, the diligent and devoted Daoist Qi had maintained the space immaculately. A decision had been reached, however. The involuntary circumstances surrounding her predicament weighed heavily on Mengmeng's conscience. Resolutely, she withdrew her hand, reaffirming her initial choice. Despite their insistence on granting her autonomy, their subsequent retraction betrayed a lack of respect for her agency. Feeling disheartened, she sought refuge behind Sa En, embodying a picture of vulnerability. After her words hung in the air, a momentary silence enveloped the group. It seemed that Jiang Bo's spirit quivered, as if he sensed the futility of continuing, his throat tightening with unspoken tension. The evening of New Year's Eve, ominous with the potential for dread, raised the question of the true nature of the term eliminate. Pei Youguang sighed, choosing silence as he dejectedly picked up a flat stone from the lakeside. The whirlwind strike plunged into the earth, carving a deep pit as its force was gradually absorbed by the soil, leaving him devoid of leverage. Upon entering the Jade Hall, Fu Mengli wiped away her tears and instructed the palace attendants to gather her accumulated treasures, gold, silver, and unmarked jewels, along with a letter. Instantly, her wound began to writhe, visibly healing at an astonishing rate, achieving complete restoration in mere seconds, leaving no trace of scarring. As for concerns regarding ulterior motives akin to those of the old Tong Ho, as long as he remained alive, such thoughts were unfounded. Before long, the 40 or so boxes were all opened, revealing the long-lost ancient paintings and raw stones. The items lost by her father, Yi Chang'an, were to be reclaimed in their entirety, multiplied 1,000-fold. While they pursued the suspicious individual, Yi Jiahong halted abruptly. Addressing his mother, "Please, proceed without me. I need to attend to a personal matter." Without awaiting a response, he signaled to Kuan Nu, who urged the horses onward with urgency. Meanwhile, Qian Yun and Mr. Tong, under the protection of bodyguards, entered the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Should they encounter the enigmatic listener, who might possess the upper hand, the eight-armed True Cool harbored a sense of curiosity regarding this matter. The high platform bore little in the way of superfluous decoration, rendering it somewhat incongruous amidst the wonders of this vast universe. This statement left one speechless. Even Omekahudal had not anticipated it. A hushed laughter emanated from one side of the altar, prompting Omekahudal to glance in that direction. There, the white light surrounding the celestial cloud master dimmed rapidly. With a forceful pull, the white fox caused the celestial cloud master to emit a desperate shriek, ultimately severing him in two and swallowing him whole. Amidst the flames that enveloped the starry river, three figures stood in a tense standoff: a musician, a muscular man, and what appeared to be a somewhat refined dinosaur. Gritting his teeth, the righteous man resolved to bravely confront the golden radiance, preparing himself to withstand the impending attacks from below. Although the nature of those attacks remained unclear, he had no alternative but to proceed as such. At this moment, Ehai's gaze fixated on the sword held by his father, sparking a sudden realization that left him astonished. The process of marrow cleansing was crucial for the advancement of young disciples' strength. For instance, after being baptized in the marrow cleansing pool, Tanyue's power surged directly to the 4th tier, surpassing the peak of the 3rd tier, achieving 2 significant stages. A nagging feeling of impending trouble arose within him at the thought of venturing out in his current state. Consequently, he retreated to the airplane's restroom, where Nero commenced his divine transformation. By midday, he had nearly instantaneously leaped from his seat and dashed to the office of Li Meyer on the upper floor. Noticing her pause, Lu Huaishan afforded her no time for hesitation, grasping her hand and pulling her forward. Zhang Ruo sat with her back to Qinshan, flanked by flourishing palm trees and various island plants. In the distance, the sunset clouds painted the horizon of vivid crimson. "You don't even know where you are. Send me your location on WeChat, and I'll deal with you when you return." Dong Fengyu gritted his teeth, then abruptly ended the call. Upon hearing this, Claude squinted at Ba Yi. The words struck a chord within him. Ba Ye's brother, Xian Yi, was a twin birth from the sperm of the former leader of the Serpent Clan. Although he bore an uncanny resemblance to Ba Yi, he was reclusive, socially inept, and prone to unpredictable behavior, often engaging in actions that bewildered others. His exceedingly peculiar nature rendered him unlikable to most within the Serpent Clan, leading to whispered discussions behind his back. Even the leadership position originally intended for him was now in jeopardy. Gu Fu slightly paused. Then a broad smile spread across his face. He offered Huobeisha a glass of red wine, intending to engage in a toast. Jiang Guiyuan turned his head, casting a fleeting glance at Cheng Yunjing, who immediately fell silent in fear. "Let us find shelter for the night at that coffin shop. Tomorrow, we shall set forth and continue our journey," the traveler said to Yun Shui. Upon hearing the elder's words, the traveler exhibited a contemplative expression. The sacred land of Ling Mountain was undoubtedly a place long yearned for by all practitioners of the Buddhist faith, as it represented the very stronghold of their beliefs. What time is it now, and you still concern yourself with such trivialities? I see you are merely 50 steps laughing at 100. Enough of this prattle. My second brother, I truly must commence my studies earnestly today, urged the chubby one. At that moment, Shuji felt a surge of power, as the previously sealed acupoints were forcefully unblocked by an overwhelmingly potent energy. The 6 divine forces of earth, wind, water, fire, heaven, and thunder surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into 6 streams of light that returned to Shuji's being. Meanwhile, in the downstream area, Tua discovered the hidden secrets within the mooncakes. It turned out that Lu Bowen's strategy during the initial discussions was remarkably clever. He seized the opportunity presented by the riverbank projects to improve the meals of the laborers, stealthily distributing mooncakes throughout the engineering camps across the entire Yellow River Basin. Yu Yang's heart began to race with anxiety and excitement. He hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket and composed a text message to send out. "Get out of my way." Gu Qin's voice was frigid, her gaze towards Cheng Yunjing devoid of any emotion. surrounding them. The frenzied monsters seized the chance to pounce wildly upon Di Jing. Lu, unfazed, graciously accepted the purse and thanked Jun Li, leading her into the house. It was as if he believed he had everything under control, yet such a significant incident occurred without anyone informing him. He felt a surge of anger within. Yet as an emperor, he did not allow it to manifest excessively. Every pot of flora here was shrouded in white mist, and a few pots had already changed color, mingling with other hues. On the table, there were a few simple dishes: stir-fried mountain mushrooms with cured meat, scrambled eggs, a bowl of chicken soup, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Upon regaining consciousness, Murong Tsang displayed remarkable intelligence. Although he feigned innocence before Tang Ning, he was candid in admitting partial fault in front of the Western Liang Emperor. Discussing the matters of warfare softened the emperor's heart, leading to repeated contrition and ultimately resulting in the severing of his own right hand. In the end, Rui took a piece of each of the 3 almond pastries, eagerly inviting her master to sample them one by one. Finally, a figure emerged from the Rongxi Hall. It was the ever-loyal Mama Rong, who had once been Lady Li's maid of honor, now married to a servant of the Lin family. Her husband serving as the family steward and she managing the Rongxi Hall. "What is the matter with you?" Flower Pear furrowed her brow, suppressing her discontent. Yet, glancing back at the heavily pregnant Li Mei, Flower Pear felt no regret for her actions, for she had acted decisively. She mentioned that recently, concubine Murong had been in high spirits and exceedingly kind to her, frequently bestowing gifts. Today, she had gifted osmanthus cakes and sent some for me to taste. On a cloudy day, Yin Tian quickly accompanied her with a smile. Having been teased, his expression turned momentarily dazed after a brief silence. He reflected that this place was indeed quite pleasant. Upon hearing the words, Mengmeng let the phrase "not bad" roll around in her throat. How does one articulate such thoughts? Unconsciously, she had given birth to 2 children, which could be seen as a lingering sentiment. She gazed dazedly at the rain-soaked sky, contemplating that it was all the same, no matter where one was. Noticing her silence, San shifted his gaze from her lips to her radiant profile. The night flickered between shadows and light as he quietly observed her for a while. Granny Yuan Xian seemed to possess an insatiable penchant for chatter, and Yin Ming found her words rather exhausting. Moreover, this individual was exceedingly intelligent, adept at learning, coupled with an extraordinarily keen business acumen and vision. To ensure their safety, the 2 procured some firearms, albeit outdated ones that were woefully inadequate. Li Jianming found himself at a loss for words, despite the multitude of sentiments swirling within him. All that emerged was a simple thank you. Lu Bai nodded. He was somewhat aware of his situation, but unfortunately, Bai Yi had minimal experience in clinical hepatobiliary surgery and had never broached the subject of surgery with Lu Bai. Although the collision had been quite severe, and the pain had subsided, it could not serve as an excuse for his reckless behavior. The president sneered, genuinely admiring Anderson, the smiling tiger, for his ability to simplify matters and present them as self-evident, leaving him unable to pinpoint any faults. Lan Yize gazed intently at her face, ultimately succumbing to the turmoil beneath her smile, as memories surged forth, enveloping all reality. Lu Xie had already sensed an unusual atmosphere outside, which was why he had chosen to leave the realm of beautiful women during such a precious moment. Due to an upcoming league match over the weekend, Simeone had only granted the team a half-day break. But how could that be possible, with the assessment looming in just 2 days? Where could Wang Lu procure a demon beast? He smiled wryly. Should their master truly fall victim to the folly of the 2, sustaining irreparable injuries, they would indeed be held accountable. This aspect puzzled Yi Qin greatly. Although the Hua family was involved, their annual business dealings were considerable. And given that this was over 20 years ago, how could one remember such details so vividly? Indeed, would they have to don bikinis to face them? Xiao Lan remarked, looking at Zhang Xier. Upon witnessing this, Fat Wang immediately snatched a bottle of purified water from his hands and delivered a forceful punch to his belly. Afterward, he was almost inclined to kick him twice, and had it not been for Yi Qin's intervention, then Jing might have truly acted out in public. Was it during that time? As Shifeng lowered his gaze, he beheld the familiar Biana basin held by the Elder of 100 Poisons. Instinctively, his outstretched hand froze mid-air, and his countenance darkened, as if haunted by a troubling memory. Yang Qi, aware of his own limitations in this dire situation, could barely discern the figure of old Chun, let alone mount a counterattack. He chose instead to shut his eyes, compressing his elemental shield to protect his vital points. The encircled individuals were engulfed in anxiety, a palpable sense of impending doom echoing within them. They realized that this ordeal would likely claim many lives. I can now walk unaided. Su Qing lamented for her beloved man, who subsisted on a meager diet and toiled daily. You know I am not referring to the matter of position at Manchester United. Or indeed in this world. No one can relegate me to the bench, responded Gong Yutong. Lu Han maintained a nonchalant demeanor, growing bolder with his gestures. Initially, he merely intended to tease Dilly Reba, but he was taken aback by her sensitivity, as a mere touch sent her trembling. Fan Sitong sought clarity this time. Recalling how Chen Fian and Ren Kaichen had similarly harmed her previously, though their explanations had varied. However, Cheng Mengmeng appeared somewhat reserved. She cast a glance at Sa and before diverting her gaze, yet still managed to greet him. Good morning. Li Lan, recalling San's earlier inquiry, remarked. I just conferred with Mengmeng about taking the 2 children to visit the rabbit tribe. Indeed, Sa En surmised, glancing at Cheng Mengmeng. Tomorrow, Tenfuzi will come by. He mentioned he wants to examine your health. Tenfuzi? A health check? Cheng Mengmeng pondered, just as Guan Er surged forward. His attention fixated on a youth wielding a pickaxe, who swung it forcefully. Guan Er instinctively recoiled, the pickaxe striking his shoulder with a resounding crack. He felt himself sink, as the youth lunged to retrieve the weapon. At that time, a number of ordinary civilians from the north were also sent to the Magical Academy in Stoke. Some possess extraordinary talents by nature, while others have been carefully orchestrated by Duke Merlin to serve as spies in the ancient capital. Currently, Xia Yun has sent word for Xiong Ti to hasten to the Feijin mountain villa in Ganzhou, where they will soon meet. Thus, Xiong Ti feels unburdened, and his long-simmering resentment surges forth, giving rise to an involuntary anger within him. Could this person be Bing Quang, the father of Bing Lan? There is indeed a resemblance. Li Hai also offers a subtle smile, warm and sincere, for Bing Lan can be considered an old friend and the elder of that friend, deserving a measure of respect in Li Hai's heart. Yi Feng snorts derisively, casting a disdainful glance his way, yet he does not exert all his strength. This punch is sufficient to confine him to bed for half a year. Just as they stand in stunned silence, a divine being, Lucifer, elegantly flashes forth, and with a swift motion, his sharp black sword pierces the chest of the 4-winged angel who had just taunted him. However, Tai Lei perceives this and, upon seeing 2 knights restraining Li Sana, immediately begins to chant her next spell. Neo Air gazes at Yu Shuang, not due to her beauty, but filled with reproach. For despite his efforts to stir up this tempest and covertly restrain Li Hai, his companions failed to rescue Ho Xiaoho in time, leaving him in such a predicament. A sly smile graces Xiong Ti's lips, reminiscent of a wolf that has just discovered a rabbit's burrow. Yet, he seems to forget that the chicken for frying must first be marinated to infuse flavor. This is the most time-consuming step before frying. At this moment, all present exchange fearful glances, awaiting the next words of Wenren Qianqin. In the Dragon Medical Hall, Western medicine predominates, with very few practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. The doctor who has stepped forward to fight is likewise a Western physician. Furthermore, the geographical context plays a significant role. In regions of significant economic development, the exorbitant land costs inevitably lead to outrageous pricing. Lu Huanyan, with the assistance of Lin Weiwei, has recently ceased to trouble her, and the two have made plans to visit a bar that evening. A young man cleared his throat, glancing at the alluring Lu Huanyan, reminiscent of a bewitching fox, before shifting his gaze to Shen Lanyi, clad in a white lab coat, wearing a mask, and with her hair neatly tied back. The trio of esteemed individuals exchanged humble remarks, leaving Ozhou and Jiang Yang in a state of indecision, unsure whether to respond or remain silent. Even if Feng Jiahui merely added a laxative to the drink, the revelation of such an act could bring her misfortune. Cursing under her breath, Lu Huanyan rushed into the laboratory, where the acrid scent of medicinal substances struck her, causing her to cough violently a few times. Upon witnessing the scene within, she felt a momentary disorientation. Her elder brother and the disciples of the demonic sect had fallen into his grasp, and while he currently appeared to be basking in glory, the impending retribution promised severe consequences. Presently, the streets of the market were patrolled solely by squads of security personnel, their boots echoing sharply against the cobblestones, creating an especially jarring sound. He could not dissect Cheng Mengmeng, so he devised a different approach. For this machine, he had expended great effort, personally traveling to the imperial capital of District 20 to procure high-quality instruments for modification. Nevertheless, the results were commendable. as the female reproductive organs and overall health were clearly observable. Upon inspecting the female reproductive system, he found it to be remarkably healthy, suggesting that it would not impede future pregnancies. He sighed inwardly, marveling at the complexities of human fertility. Confronted with Zhao Qian's ardent affections, Li Wei found herself hesitating this time. Hearing the approaching voices of Xu Jia and Li Xing, she hurriedly held the letter over the candle. And as the paper made contact with the sparks, it ignited instantly. By the time Li Xing and Xu Jia entered the room, she had already disposed of the ashes. As he sensed the blue light mech's intensifying power, the shape-shifting demon finally realized that his strength was steadily dissipating. At that moment, the departing essence of his demonic form diminished his power significantly, bringing it into balance with the inherent strength of the blue light mech. It was not that the environment was unfavorable, but rather that the space was insufficient to accommodate all his treasures, Su Yi remarked calmly. The formidable blood thunder sword, capable of cleaving the heavens, struck against it yet could not penetrate even a fraction. Bubbles swirled as an invisible force forcibly drove the saintly leader Mo Rong back 100 feet. However, the disciples of the Xian sect were few in number, with only a handful emerging in each generation. Lin Feng's cohort was particularly sparse. He had only heard his master mention an elder sister above him, yet he remained unaware of her whereabouts. Aluo was perpetually swamped with academic responsibilities, her schedule tightly packed, leaving little room for leisurely moments. At this moment, she squinted slightly, a smile gracing her lips. It is worth noting that Chu Chen's academic qualifications were not particularly high, and his command of English was rather mediocre. Yet today, he found himself able to comprehend every word spoken by the students around him. This took him by surprise. I will provide you with my bank card, which contains the 1 million I received today. Please withdraw it for my uncle tomorrow. Mu Tian entered the room and retrieved his bank card. Zhang Liang's backing was exceptionally formidable. In fact, most of these individuals were familiar faces, many being comrades of Zhang Liang's parents, wielding considerable influence in the military and political spheres. It was akin to the case of Duan Su, where the nearby military and police all knew one another. For the circle was quite small. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ming Qingda, knelt before the 2 grand armchairs. The sight of the translucent green gem adorning Mango's fair neck was a perfect match. Beauty complemented beauty. Even though Mango's natural demeanor leaned towards the cute and playful, with the jade adorning her, she exuded a newfound sensual maturity. They could not afford to lose. Defeat would mean not only the end of their lives but also the dissolution of everything they had previously acquired. Only he had seen what the night demon wolf truly looked like. The depiction on the white paper could scarcely convey its essence. Miraculously, even this limited representation could captivate anyone upon first glance. By the way, I feel that the bottleneck that has long troubled me is finally beginning to loosen. It seems that I shall soon transcend to the second layer of the innate realm, Lin Moli suddenly remarked. When Li Ji arrived at the hotel, he called Zhuge Meili to come out and meet him, perhaps due to her deliberate embellishment. She appeared far more radiant than yesterday. Upon seeing Zhuge Meili, he playfully slapped her perky backside and grinned. Why should I be the one to protect him? He has hands and feet. Why does he need protection? I wish to join the mission. Shunzi felled 120 grievances. Rain fell in a gentle patter, drumming against the workshop roof, creating a sharp contrast to the profound silence beneath. The giant grasped her. Good brother Xiao Ye's voice trembled and softened as she obediently listened to her brother's words. Meanwhile, the sounds from outside grew louder rather than diminishing. What on earth was happening? Mengmeng tightly covered the ears of her 2 children, preventing them from hearing what was happening. Had she known earlier, she would have sent the children to the rabbit clan with Lilan. At that moment, a loud crash reverberated from the closed door, indicating something outside was colliding. Who could it be? His phone must have run out of battery, which is why he couldn't be reached. Soon, I will inform him to come and find you, Fang Qian remarked. Xing Ying remained silent. At this juncture, only tangible actions could validate his worth. For idle talk was but a waste of breath. With the charge of the war horse, a piercing thrust was executed, allowing the heavily armored knight to deliver a powerful strike. The lance forcefully penetrated the icy armor, driving deep into the beast's hindquarters. Seeing Qinyu in such an enchanting guise stirred something within Lei Guan, and he could no longer restrain himself, his hands wandering, neglecting the system's reward sound chiming in his mind. The perfect voice echoed once more, ethereal and sacred, yet infused with fervor, prompting introspection in the hearts of all present. The The resonant query of "Do you know your sins?" galvanized the momentum of the entire Tianxiang temple, surging forth like a mountain towards Wuxin and Suyaki. Certainly, the subsequent advancements in the night space technology were unparalleled among the 10 clans, especially when paired with high-level, highly agile personnel, resulting in formidable combat prowess. However, for the nation, this prolonged development phase might not be the wisest choice. Yet, this remained a theoretical analysis, and the specifics were merely conjecture. At that moment, the handsome youth, supported by Kaya, slowly rose from the ground. Fu Yinyao had fulfilled her promise regarding the breaking stage pill. Although she indicated that it was a 7th-grade potion, requiring the personal refinement of the benevolent Master Rene. Just then, observant spectators noted that the paintings had revealed additional elements beyond the realm of survival. The apartment was impeccably maintained, with each room containing only 2 beds and an upper loft, presumably for the night staff to rest. Shi Yitao's divine bow was sent flying from his grasp, blood gushing from his mouth as his right arm and chest bones shattered, swept away like leaves in a storm to the distant stone wall. Unable to grasp the situation, he lamented the shortage of time, instructing firmly, "You all must remain in seclusion and not wander about aimlessly. Do you understand?" Gao Yitao raised his voice with impatience, as if the disciples of the ancient academy were exceedingly foolish. In the deep of night, Jia Weisheng found it impossible to sleep. Pushing open the door and stepping outside, the night was hazy, and a cool breeze continually swept by. "Brother, wait for me." Ye Changbin's voice suddenly pierced the nocturnal stillness. Li Xin found Li Hai and whispered, "Cousin, we must prioritize safeguarding our secret throughout the journey. Otherwise, it will all be too late." Li Hai nodded in agreement. "So, you chose to study securities when you finally entered university?" she inquired with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Consequently, whenever Lao Huang and Xiu Hong felt the distillery needed assistance or manpower, they would go to Long Kuan to lend a helping hand. With each passing experience, familiarity breeds habit. Once more, he leapt into the air, casting his gaze far and wide over the vast, golden expanse of the desert, where not a hint of oasis could be discerned. Today, the sun was obscured, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, rendering the earth an ashen gray. Zhao Hong and his companions progressed slowly along the scarcely populated official road towards Jizhou City. "My lord, the Imperial Army has dispatched a total of 30,000 troops." Once again led by Xiaojin, Zhang Lei reported decisively. That evening's ambush proceeded smoothly without hindrance until they encountered the formidable Liang Hong, a veritable obstacle in their path. Though the situation arose abruptly, and despite the inadequacy of their weapons, he managed to withstand the ferocity of the axe wielded by Mi Jin. The dense forest loomed ahead. Mengmeng, fearing that Saren might mistakenly believe that the giant creature would harm her, hurried to offer a warning. Just then, the warehouse door creaked open, and Saren emerged clad in dark protective gear, swiftly leaping onto the back of the giant creature, which remained oblivious to her presence. Mengmeng dared not reveal her astonishment. Thus, the colossal creature led the 2 of them, stepping cautiously as they proceeded in a singular direction. Mengmeng pondered that perhaps this colossal creature believed its territory was being encroached upon. "Since when have you become so earnest about cultivating your skills?" Yizhua surveyed Lai San with a hint of disbelief. Just as we were about to retreat, several indistinct shadows emerged from the vast expanse of white snow, hurtling towards us. By the time we discerned that they were flying stones, they were already less than 20 meters away. A voice shouted to evade the impending danger, and I immediately leaped aside. In that moment, Xiao Shire lacked her usual vivacity. Instead, her gaze towards Zhao Ming bore an added depth of compassion. "My beloved, do not jest. I have indeed heard of Zhuang Zhongren. Is he not the son of Zhuang Rushing? The Zhuang family is the 2nd most powerful clan in Lingyun Mountain. How could we easily contend with them?" Upon hearing Shin Shuiji's words, the master felt it was sheer folly. He recalled the soldiers wielding energy rifles and the individual flying vehicles soaring freely in the sky. "Uncle, what are you talking about? I truly do not understand." Morong Ingshuang feigned confusion. "Is that his obsidian?" Yang Shaokai fixed his gaze on Huadao, retracting the chain blade he had been wielding. The previous chaos of battle, compounded by the blood moon's glow, had obscured all distant sights. At such close proximity, he observed nothing extraordinary, merely a greater dexterity and precision in his movements. Even though Zhao Ming yearned for a peaceful slumber, he found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed. Under the guidance of Uncle Gio, The plump fellow and I commenced digging at the edge of the sinkhole, excavating the soil directly above us. As we were dozens of meters underground and did not need to dig downwards. Yu Lei Ying's face registered shock, her previously resolute gaze now fraught with anxiety, evidently exposed by the revelation of her greatest secret by Zi Tong. You, Huang Shafeijiang, are you serious? Can we not maintain a civil conversation? Why does this lead back to the question of who exactly Ling Chuan belongs to? Although this grand scheme diverged from expectations, Yu Jierer did not refuse, but rather accepted Lin Qiu's task and dutifully went out to patrol the streets. Despite having limited forces, they had obtained a substantial amount of provisions from the gentry in Hedong. Nonetheless, the long-term food supply remained insufficient. Before she could even weep, Bo Yuhan cast a glance that immediately silenced her tears. What significant matter is it? Does it pertain to our extraordinary abilities? Zhao Xian exclaimed with excitement. Clad in splendid 12-layered garments, the regal princess Jingu Qian Hiko resembled a Japanese doll as she sat at the foot of the steps. Xiao Yang forcefully pushed Bo Yuhan forward, intending to prepare something to cheer him up later, but now that he was present, her plan seemed futile. At this moment, Jian Shua, esteemed as the captain of the West Garden, wielded considerable power, and upon seeing Jian Shua's arrival, Nangong Yu offered a respectful salutation. Feng Xian shook his head. This yellow turban army seemed principled, and he had yet to discover any openings. Not eating? Do you expect this young lord to starve? He picked up the chopsticks and brought the food to his mouth. Considering it was prepared by her own hands, he chose not to criticize its unappealing appearance. After all, there would be ample opportunity to refine her skills in the future. Upon hearing Gao Zei's voice, Ingyin furrowed his brow. Observing Yuan Shao as she continued to search for the ring she was fixated on, anger tightened his fists, and he grasped Yuan Shao, turning her around. She carefully surveyed her surroundings. It felt as though a pair of eyes were lurking in the depths of the lush greenery, watching them intently. Mengmeng felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively moving closer to Sane. Sane, are we ready? She asked, her voice laced with apprehension as she cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Just as Sane finished filling the water, he turned to see Mengmeng's fearful expression, momentarily taken aback. Do not fear. I am here, Sane reassured her, lowering his gaze. This city, one of the most prosperous in the inland regions, surpassed even the likes of Beiluo City, and it served as the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance. Meanwhile, under Wu Miaohai's deft control, the mantis demon beast met its demise, yet the forget-me-not remained unscathed. The Crimson Serpent, injured and unwilling to continue the battle, hastily rolled away in a desperate attempt to flee southeast. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian felt a pang of trepidation. Surely, this sister could not be a doting sibling. Could she? No matter, Elder Ji declared, his demeanor nonchalant. Our task is simply to gather information. It is not a daunting challenge. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, exuding an aura of confidence. Given his formidable cultivation, should he encounter any traps, he would be able to evade them, much like the righteous dragon. Perish, you worthless fool. Xiao Zhu executed a swift kick, sending Qin Yi flying. If Sasuke were solely focused on replicating others' abilities, he would likely fall into the trap of being a jack of all trades, yet master of none. Despite possessing seemingly limitless potential, he would struggle to fully harness any single power. At his previous level, encountering a first-grade raw stone would yield only a 30% chance of discerning its fluctuations. Although Li Yuan did not intend to intervene in the affairs of the Spirit Rune sect, he remained with the Grand Elder and others, as his current knowledge was still woefully inadequate. Upon hearing Lu Luzhu reveal that Xiang Bawan had once been a frequent visitor to Qiushui Tower, Su Shi and Qin Wuhai exchanged knowing smiles. As Xiang Principal's gaze fell upon them, they feigned ignorance, obediently lowering their heads. Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the aunt's generosity, who promptly served her 2 generous scoops of meat, enough to fill more than 2 bowls. Tuan Jiwu suddenly fell silent, recalling that he had been the one orchestrating events from the shadows, never having communicated with Xia Kang. Now, he had transcended realms. What if he sought revenge? Seizing the remaining time, Zhang Xiaoxiao resumed preparing the pile of white radishes, first trimming the ends, then rinsing them in clean water before placing them beneath the eaves to dry, intending to slice them into thin strips for sun-drying the next day. Inquiring in Sizhouching might yield some of his rumors, as scarcely 6 months had passed. Tuan Zhiwu raised his head from his meal, casting a puzzled glance at Su Shi. The chef's demeanor upon returning from seclusion was rather peculiar. Previously, He had displayed an arrogant air following his cultivation advancements, yet this time he appeared remarkably composed. Yunwei harbored concerns regarding Zhang's restless heart, fearing he might become ensnared, leaving her in sorrow once he departs. Yun Emo set aside his bowl, drawing Jiang into his embrace and tenderly pressing his lips against hers, a kiss filled with fervor that truly embodied his affection. Upon arriving at their destination, they discovered that Jiang Yunxin had already prepared the meal, frying ribs with diligence. Are you suggesting that during our 2-day absence, we have merely circled in place, never truly venturing far? My mind was somewhat muddled, grappling with the peculiarity of it all. 2 days passed without uncovering the path forward. It felt like a cruel jest. Forget it. What esteemed lineage do I belong to? Can there be another noble descendant like me? Furthermore, I never intended to rely on this skill for sustenance. It is merely a circumstance of necessity. Given the elder's insistence, I shall contemplate this matter further. Huang Jun waved his hand dismissively. The antidote. She shot him a reproachful glance. However, Sion appeared more at ease, reassured that she was well. After confirming her wellness, he even smiled at Cheng Mengmeng's grievances. This indicated that Cheng Mengmeng cared for his words, which explained her recent unusual behavior. What are you laughing at? Cheng Mengmeng glared at him. I was filled with joy. Hence I smiled. Ah? She nearly choked, and in his delight upon receiving a definitive response, Yuchen cast a glance at Dang Kong, who was staring at the sky with a defiant expression. I apologize for the wait. Michael emerged from the changing room clad in a dashing black military uniform, holding a teacup as he seated himself before Enma. The rice of this era was rather unpalatable, primarily due to its recent selection from wild varieties. Before Mu Rongyi could finish speaking, he was promptly interrupted by Han Jianfei, leaving Mu Rongyi momentarily taken aback. Another contingent arrived from the Taihang Mountains. Unlike the El Liang Mountains, the Taihang Range had yet to establish a defensive line, and the troops there primarily engaged in guerrilla tactics against the enemy, adeptly disrupting supply routes as the opportunity arose. Utilizing a frying pan for jerky production proved inefficient. Lin Weiwei ingeniously constructed 2 roasting ovens using blue bricks and custom iron plates. Each oven was designed with 2 tiers, allowing for the simultaneous roasting of 2 pieces of jerky. The spacious ovens produced jerky that was significantly larger than that made in a frying pan, greatly enhancing both yield and efficiency. Nevertheless, Yi Chun could distinctly sense that his reflections on certain matters had become clearer, particularly regarding his training method that integrated electrical principles. Xia Ying, upon regaining her senses, became infuriated and attempted to strike Yan Qin, who promptly raised her phone towards Xia Ying. She is my classmate, and it is evident that you are bullying her, Guixian exclaimed angrily at Lin Baimei, his face flushed. This was due to the formidable defensive firepower of 17 warships coupled with 8 aircraft carriers. It was no jest. He was ruthless, a devil incarnate. Yet no matter his nature, he would never harm his own offspring. In the ensuing events, Xin Yang and Qian Yu experienced a shared journey, but along the way, overwhelmed by fear, she once again fell into disarray, only regaining her senses at the foot of the mountain when she found Qi Hui, bloodied and collapsed beside her. Before noon, when the sun had yet to reach its zenith, most members of the Dual Blade sect had already faced justice. This is splendid, the emperor declared before rising, accompanied by the empress and a throng of attendants back to the palace. The room full of people bid farewell to the emperor, while the Dogrong king led various tribal envoys and princes to council. The lord of Dunhuang cast a reluctant glance at Mu Shui, leaving behind a promise to settle the score later, before departing. It was not that Xiang Wan was unwilling to dig, rather, this region was an impenetrable fortress, embedded deep into the bedrock. It took a moment for him to comprehend the meaning behind this leap of thought. He inferred that Brother Liang's gun was unloaded, and thus deliberately provoked Han Dongling. Jiang Zishi gently caressed his wife's cheek, his movements imbued with tenderness and an abundance of affection. Helian Chi's piercing gaze swept over each minister, emanating an intensity that seemed capable of penetrating the very souls of those before him. In that moment, it became evident to all present that the realm of Lu Shetian was a force formidable enough to challenge even the 4 prominent families. I observed Lu Su's brow furrowed in concern, a shadow of worry clouding his eyes, prompting me to gently advise, it is unlikely, if they were buried beneath. There would surely be some trace left behind, yet, as you can see, there is none in this vicinity. Although this reasoning may not be entirely convincing, I find it hard to believe that the likes of Fengzi, Han Dongling, and their company would all have met such a fate. The Grand Princess noted that Mu Junxian did not refute her, and with Murong Che also in agreement, she appeared quite pleased with her own suggestion, a hint of pride gracing her features. However, he soon discovered the true nature of Mengmeng's claims regarding the antidote. After an entire night had passed, as dawn broke the following day, Mengmeng's body no longer burned with fever. In fact, she had enjoyed a restful night. San's attentiveness to her was unprecedented. Filled with an extraordinary gentleness and care, his considerable stature aware of its own strength, Mengmeng was immersed in an ethereal sensation, as if she had ascended to the clouds, a feeling she likely had never encountered before. Meanwhile, Li Yitzuan relentlessly pursued his target for 3,000 miles, penetrating deep into the northern desert, dedicating a year to bring back its severed head. It was here that he had originally received his mission, subsequently embarking on a journey to Dali to carry a corpse for Yi Weiming, honing his skills in the process. The 11th heir of the Lhasa family then slumped onto Jason's sofa. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that at the onset of the game, establishing a solid foundation was paramount. What was the point of accumulating vast wealth? Gudai Yusuker transformed into his purple form, the Titan form, and picked up the half-broken scythe of the Mantis Galangi that lay on the ground. Chingu detected no suspicious objects. His detection capabilities surpassed those of Hope. And while he could not perceive within the confines of space, the traces left during ingress and egress were detectable. A Jin observed Shun Mia recovering from his rampage and chose to disregard him, heading directly towards the next terminus, the Sea of Finality. A deep male voice resonated through the microphone. The person stiffened, their complexion shifting instantly. Sweat began to bead in the palm of their hand, and their heart raced. The moment Yi Weiming spoke, everyone present was taken aback, whether they were masters from the 6 major sects or members of the Mingjiao. None could have anticipated how Yi Weiming intended to have Kong testify. Qi Guan's ears turned slightly red. The warmth of Mo Shichen's skin against him was inexplicably heating him up. In the hospital ward, after the drama club members departed, Zhou Sumeng entered to visit Su Mengyao. It was only after signing the contract that I became aware, though Shenhua did not inquire. Yun Anning understood his unspoken curiosity, prompting her to explain voluntarily. Throughout a decade in Ming City, every year, Shangwan Suling would visit, staying for several days. Despite his few words and never residing at the Shu family home, Nangong Mo appreciated the silent companionship over those 10 years. Ultimately, he searched for half a day without discovering even a trace of physical remnants, not even a fragment of what had been refined. There was no need to knowingly tread into a den of tigers. Nangong Mo's stern demeanor caused Yi Chun to furrow her brow. I was merely jesting. Su Lan nuzzled against the man's neck, overwhelmed by comfort. This must be the enchantment of love, making one yearn to be close, without tiring of the proximity. Song Jinwan quietly took a step back, unable to gauge why her second brother dared not approach him. No, that is not it. I truly didn't mean to. I genuinely drank too much, but by the time your boss called, I was already somewhat sober. Mi Duo was still making desperate attempts to resist. His voice remained gentle, yet in that moment, it carried an unusual rasp and darkness. Given such circumstances, it was impossible for Dan Lian to take him to acknowledge their kinship through blood. At that moment, Bai Qingfeng hurriedly approached and swiftly briefed Shan Lian about the matters concerning the snow-capped mountains, after which Shan Lian followed Bai Qingfeng into the vehicle. Chu Yi's enchanting eyes lingered on Mengyu for a moment, seemingly contemplating the possibility of sharing a bed. Just as the three were engaged in conversation, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air, causing the surrounding gray mist to swirl violently, reminiscent of a boiling pot of porridge. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoxiao's words, Xu Ning also found it peculiar. Although she wished for Chu Weian to have a good relationship with Yan Dan, such a stark contrast naturally raised suspicions. The possibility of a snake-human hybrid could not be dismissed. Sane glanced back once more. Although he saw nothing, he remained vigilant, swiftly picking up Mengmeng. We should return for now. I will venture out to hunt shortly. Originally, he could have captured prey more swiftly, but with Mengmeng accompanying him, he opted to catch the creature she referred to as a wild chicken, for it posed no danger whatsoever. Mengmeng was reluctant to return, as it would mean being alone once more. Presently, the majority of the responsibilities at the Charity Education Foundation had been assumed by Lu Taotao. After 6 months of diligent effort, Lu Taotao had managed to organize the foundation's affairs with remarkable efficiency. Aside from the final review and signature, her cousin had little to occupy herself with. While danger undoubtedly lurked, It was a risk that had to be embraced, for it presented an opportunity. The Hulua Consortium sought to expand and must seize this chance, especially since we are not short of financial resources. Qin Hulua cast a glance at Li Qingming. The original owner of this body was a devout believer, willingly offering both his corporeal form and soul in devotion. Sister, have you never considered that everything you possess belongs to the Hulua Consortium? All of it is our Father's? What he grants you, you possess. What he withholds, you cannot seize, Qin Hachin remarked. The volume of drugs transported by them paled in comparison to the quantities handled by the Lion's Head gang, suggesting that the latter's sentencing would likely be nothing short of life imprisonment. What could that be? A 9-headed serpent? Amidst the shock of the lightning chain's power, the Bayou Man discovered an unusual creature in the lake. Just as he was about to withdraw, a cacophony of noise erupted around him, distracting his attention. The cold glimmer in Lei Guangjian's eyes flickered as he executed a series of extraordinary movements, swiftly appearing before Jiang Yun. With a single thrust of his sword, he unleashed 9 beams of sword light, each aimed at Jiang Yun's vital points. Were it not for Jiang Yun's cultivation surpassing that of Princess Yanyu, coupled with various ethereal powers and countless secret arts, as well as the activation of a divine technique, he would have stood no chance against her. His body surged through the waters of the Wangchuan River, stirring up waves of tumultuous fury. Li Ran pondered for a moment before extending 3 fingers to evade the pursuit of the red wolf, assist the gray wolf in escaping while ensuring our own safety. We have 3 strategies. Let us utilize these methods to search for clues within the room. Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any mockery, yet to Di He, who had recently been the subject of jest, it resonated differently. In the forest, enemies could be concealed anywhere, with danger lurking at every turn. Far more treacherous than the vastness of a desert. The extreme heat and relentless sun made it nearly impossible to find refuge in the desert. At temperatures soaring to 50 degrees Celsius, if one could hide, it would indeed be a ghostly phenomenon. My goodness, after all the kindness I've shown you. Is this how you repay me? Lao Jiao exclaimed, performing a backflip, his feet ensnaring the incoming dart, and despite his initial retreat, he halted abruptly after the maneuver. Dong Shuqian's words had been buried in her heart for an indeterminate time, yet they emerged at this moment. Attempting to extract the information she had sent was futile. It had been encrypted, rendering it incomprehensible to anyone outside their circle. However, Chun Shui was confident in her ability to send out the plea for help. The daily consumption of resources in Jinbiqing weighed heavily on Lao Jiao's heart. In his eyes, those resources rightfully belonged to the Celestial Empire, and their consumption by these individuals caused him profound anguish. Your Majesty, Wei was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the Emperor would intrude upon the birthing chamber, leaving her at a loss for words. However, these individuals had already discreetly dealt with matters when the 9th brother arrived, which is why the Celestial Army chose to launch their offensive from this location. Did you slay him? As he vanished completely from the cave entrance, Mengmeng finally exhaled, her entire being succumbing to exhaustion. She then surveyed her surroundings, resolving to seek her own salvation. Yet, this was a confined space. Aside from the entrance she had just entered, the walls surrounding her were shrouded in darkness. Gazing at her surroundings, her heart sank, and she couldn't help but wonder about Sane and his current state. She soon realized that her arrival here had indeed been fraught with calamity. We have been invaded by individuals from the future. I too had retracted my smile, adopting a serious demeanor. After all, discussing such a grave topic warranted a departure from levity. As for the furniture, though quite new, Chu Feng had a disdain for items previously owned by others. A sentiment echoed by Gu Shishir. Thus, a change was inconsequential. As usual, she endured tedious classes, listening to various instructors. Occasionally, she exchanged a few words with Lui Miao. Not only them, but even the demon King Bo Sun was taken aback, yet he could not deny the soundness of the words spoken by the demon of the abyss. Furthermore, the amalgamation of ice and fire could not possibly yield any of the 4 anomalous attributes. The origins of this creation by an ancient sage remained utterly incomprehensible. As the soul-informed party, Alan's father concealed all secrets within the basement, explaining why Zhou appeared 3 months prior to the graduation of the training brigade. Lu Jinsheng, with sword wings sprouting from his back, nearly obscured the entirety of Titan Peak. With a flick of his silver arms, a torrent of sword energy erupted from the sword dragon, coalescing into a colossal sword, its tip formed by countless enchanted blades, bearing down upon Zhang Yuanhao. The beast, with its keen senses, seemed to detect something amiss, restlessly pacing upon the dim rocky layers. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the vast underground, resonating incessantly. Drops of crimson blood fell from the sword onto the ground, the sound both heart-stopping and soul-stirring. Wu Hao cast a cold glance at the others, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand, devoid of any fluctuation of spiritual energy, appearing rather nonchalant. Ruan Shuang was taken aback by her own discovery, touching her lips, feeling a twinge of shame for her careless oversight. His terror stemmed from Li Yan's overwhelming flames, which made him acutely aware of the peril of life and death. At that moment, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Dragon Clan, a skill that could only be wielded upon reaching the realm of destiny alteration. Even the formidable Yazi lacked the slightest capacity to utilize it. Within the inner domain of the spirit realm, once a territory divided among the 8 great powers, now belonged to the enigmatic lord. Yet, regardless of past or present, the inner domain remained a forbidden ground for wandering souls beneath the realm of creation. Those souls that had not attained the level of creation could not enter without summons. Miss Xia truly exuded an aura of power today. Su Miao appraised Xia Jinxian from head to toe, noting that despite her commanding presence, Xia Jinxian was significantly shorter than her, and thus, no matter how imposing she appeared, she could only diminish in stature in comparison. Su Miao remarked with a hint of a smile. Pu Ming and Zheng Wu stood atop the building, observing the throngs of people in the safety zone, relishing the satisfaction it brought them. Li Lingtian was no fool. Bringing the formidable beings of the celestial realm to the entrance of the infinite world without collecting spirit crystals certainly indicated his confidence. Otherwise, he would have started collecting spirit crystals in the celestial realm. Tong Guang displayed a look of relief, saying, "As long as she is well, I harbor no further expectations in this life. Wherever young Master Mo goes, I shall follow." With that, he moved toward the silhouette of Mo Lan. The flames within a radius of thousands of miles erupted in a torrent of fire, causing the flame immortal sea to tremble. This encounter felt entirely different from the previous ones, devoid of any tension. Ironically, I felt even more anxious. Feng Erniu intently observed the bubbling broth in the pot before her, expressing her unease. One cannot remain idle. Xian Yi coiled her white tail, her hair disheveled, arms crossed as she sat opposite, meditating with her eyes closed. After a while, the food before her began to emit an irresistible aroma of meat, filling the cave with a scent that incited an overwhelming desire to feast. Yet, in such circumstances, Xian Yi noticed Mengmeng had no intention of eating and wore a pensive expression. He opened his slender eyes, casting a detached glance her way. In his view, if you were to reveal your immense and swift true form, which you have only spoken of and never allowed me to witness, it would be a mere blink of an eye for me to see it. No, your mere presence in our home is the greatest gift, Varlin's father exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Nangong Ming were nothing, disregarding the gaze cast upon him by Yao Ling, coldly donning his clothes. Countless spaces shattered, and the heavens trembled. This was an aura of forsaking others, a testament to a singular spirit. I am the only one. It appears that I have mistaken the 5 formidable martial saints before me for mere ants. After handling matters in the background, Bairong resolutely refused to turn around, unwilling to let Rua Xin see the wounds ahead. Understanding his predicament, Rua Xin reflected that he could easily tend to the injuries himself, thus he did not press further. However, the true essence of confronting such matters is revealed in the manner they unfold during this pivotal moment, allowing for the emergence of myriad possibilities. This grand live broadcast of the competition is of immense importance to networks like TNT and ESPN, which have dispatched their premier basketball commentary teams. As fans entered in an orderly fashion, these professional commentators commenced their duties. To be frank, initially, the red-haired youth paid little heed to Kiki Sakumo. Despite the latter's reputation as Konoha's white fang and his remarkable accomplishments in the ninja world, Alice's voice captured the attention of those around her, drawing their gaze toward Yonku. Upon observing Yonku's demeanor, the expressions of Duncan and his companions grew unusually grave. Raising an eyebrow, Yonku inquired, as he seldom indulged in chocolate and therefore lacked knowledge in this area. AAWA's Riven decisively reduced the opposing Yasuo's health to half, then unhesitatingly unleashed her ultimate, Gale Force, aimed at Yasuo, who was affected by her E-skill. This ability is occasionally employed to pursue foes or facilitate escape. Mostly, it serves as a means of traversal. At most, one might activate an E-skill before launching a team fight, Yet one must wonder, what is the purpose of learning an skill at level 1 in the jungle? Night, shrouded in mystery, and Meng Dong both arrived at similar conclusions. Those who play professionally possess nearly supernatural intelligence, allowing them to deduce the entire sequence of events based on the available clues without excessive mental strain. Mao Liyan rose slowly. Mei Fei was not expecting to give birth, but the overwhelming aura of the zombies had disturbed the child, causing restlessness and an urgent desire to emerge. Though the time for his dominion had yet to arrive. Super minions are inherently designed to influence lane dynamics. If the enemy dispatches super minions as well, it effectively neutralizes the advantage, rendering the intended lane pressure moot. Thus, the BF Team's pursuit of the UF Team's mid lane crystal is undeniably imperative. There's no time like the present. We shall go now, he exclaimed, for it was the Qian family's domain, and today was perfect for revelry. Jean Lu was animated. His words punctuated with enthusiasm. Observing this scene, Yi Shixuan furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from comment, stepping directly into her pink Lamborghini. The opening strategies of the blue and red teams are entirely distinct. One opts for a red jungle start, while the other favors a blue jungle initiation. This seemingly minor difference can significantly impact the overall coordination in the early stages of the match. Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. But did this not imply that this fellow had been secretly observing them all along? In a flash of inspiration, she thought to herself that she was clad in attire that now needed to be removed for a more thorough cleansing. Her statement was a blend of truth and fabrication. Yet Shen Yu merely gazed at her in silence. It remained uncertain whether this serpentine figure believed her or not, as his unwavering stare made Mengmeng feel increasingly uneasy. She suppressed her inner turmoil and reiterated that she was not lying. Her restoration of fast was merely a mental exercise, requiring little more than a flicker of thought without much physical effort. Was that not tantamount to doing nothing at all? The region of Liaodong is significantly larger than that of Goryeo, boasting substantial tax revenues. However, due to its remoteness and desolation, it has been overlooked. On the trending list, the top 10 spots were predominantly occupied by the news of him and Fu Qingyu visiting the hospital, despite his subpar performance. As an ADC who had contributed to his team's triumph at the MSI and aspired to reach even loftier platforms, he could not permit himself to falter twice in the same BO3. You foolish girl, where are you? Li Yuanying admonished. This is the tavern's front hall, bustling with people. And you are shedding your clothing. What has your father taught you? After discussions with 3 esteemed advisors, Li Er and his companions unanimously endorsed the views of Generals Li Jing and Li Ji, concluding that there must be an insider within Chang'an. Otherwise, the mere 40,000 isolated troops of the Turks could not hope to breach the city. The fragrance of flora and earth enveloped her. Having grown accustomed to the putrid air of the apocalypse, arriving here felt akin to stepping into paradise. Moreover, the situation worsened when, as Lulu emerged mid-lane, the G2 bot duo executed a tower dive and eliminated Lin Weixiang's Kog'Maw with ruthless efficiency. And Xingxing, Shenting, and an Yixuan were engrossed in a game in the living room when they noticed a visitor arriving, prompting an Xian to escort them to the tea room. What does this signify? It indicates that our team's skills are commendable, while the Shilla team seems less adept at football, Li Yuanying remarked dispassionately. Given the early hour, it was evident that the 3 could not partake in breakfast at the company today. Xiaobai resolved to prepare breakfast, peering into the refrigerator and finding it well stocked. Initially intending to cook noodles, he reconsidered, realizing that the company cafeteria offered noodles daily. Thus, he opted to prepare something different for them. Upon reflection, although the face was obscured, that robust and powerful arm appeared to belong to a man. Yulan, Shiyun is my sister, just like you. I earnestly conveyed to her, hoping to instill in her the understanding that, in my heart, she would forever remain my sister. In truth, while at home during peaceful times, there were seldom conflicts. However, once disputes arose over possessions, it resembled a dramatic palace intrigue. Dianwei and Guojiao were both reckless drinkers, while Xiahou Dun and Zhao Yun, though more temperate than the other 2, were still capable of consuming considerable amounts of alcohol. Had Li Yin surveyed the formations of Chao's army prior to their siege, he could have easily discerned their approximate strength. Although the forces of Chao's army far outnumbered the defenders within Minju City, had their true intentions been discerned beforehand, a more strategic arrangement could have been made. Just as Zhao Tuo intended to lift the fork once more, a blade was pressed against his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head, only to find Mu Chun holding a long sword with a smile upon his face. Completing these tasks would require several days. In addition, Ziyang had also sought out and strengthened others. At that moment, Yushi finally relinquished his form, revealing the Crimson Gate fully before the three of them. The King of Han commands me to follow the great general. If I were to learn of danger and flee secretly, it would be most unjust. Allow me to bid farewell to the great general, and I shall depart with my brother shortly. Upon hearing Xiangbo's words, Zhang Liang felt an ominous foreboding. Liu Bang had undertaken these actions without his knowledge. Otherwise, he would have surely prevented Liu Bang from sending troops to guard the Hanga Pass. Another pregnancy? His gaze was calm, yet revealing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Only then did Mengmeng realize she was unclothed. My clothes are over there. She hurriedly pointed to where her garments lay. The distance was not great, merely a few steps away, yet seeing he showed no intention to move, Mengmeng smiled at him, saying, "Please put me down first." As she spoke, she nudged him. Unbeknownst to Yi Qiu, after Hong Luan departed the courtyard, a trace of despondency crossed her features. Later, the great saint of Qilin, due to his bloodline, could undergo transformations, which further fueled Jiang Yushuan's envy. However, this was merely a consequence of the Qilin bloodline, rendering human envy futile. Jiang Yushuan had not anticipated encountering a technique capable of altering one's appearance. A 6th-layer Saint King not only disregarded an 8th-layer Saint King, but also looked down upon a 9th-layer Saint King. Infuriatingly, he boasted of having slain more than 1 or 2 9th-layer Saint Kings. Was there anything more arrogant in the world? He then forcefully tore away the canvas covering the sports car, revealing a striking red Ferrari before the crowd. Perhaps the intimacy of their actions rendered them hesitant to meet each other's gaze, as they averted their eyes in unison. "I shall go sleep in the car outside for a while." Song Jiaojiao awkwardly greeted and then hurriedly exited, finding a spot in President Mei's car to rest. Listening to Haiming's words, Zihuan couldn't help but smile. Even at this moment, he remained composed, his demeanor as light and untroubled as a gentle breeze. Yet in his eyes shone a remarkable confidence. Yi Fan concurred with his thoughts. After being overwhelmingly defeated by Jianjie, he deeply recognized both his own limitations and the inadequacy of the entire Shadow Gate. After all, in the eyes of the majority, Yi Qiu was a formidable individual, possessing strength that ranked among the top 3 of the 10 shadows, with only Meng Pingxiao expressing discontent, frantically targeting someone who had yet to arrive. At that moment, all the elders were swiftly vanquished, and Chu Tian seized the opportunity to swiftly transport Lu Yao into the Mist Pearl, thawing the ice encasing her. As they approached the mountain's peak, the air grew increasingly thin, and the blizzard intensified, rendering this area a realm of peril. William's faction was seething with fury. Yet they refrained from speaking, seemingly aware of Siki's prowess and hesitant to provoke him. "Are you still planning to watch the spectacle?" Xiao Machio teleported to the front of the main tent, addressing the enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, Mu Tuo, who had reappeared, was immobilized by gravitational control, unable to move an inch despite his efforts. In an instant, 2 forces of judgment collided, unleashing a tremendous power that engulfed everything nearby, even obscuring Xiao Machio's figure completely. In that realm, only resplendent gold and dazzling silver illuminated the surroundings, as the 2 powers intertwined seamlessly. The figure in the black robe, Anpu, appeared utterly astonished by his own failure, his gaze sweeping back and forth across Yifeng before he finally spoke in a cold, detached tone, devoid of any emotion. A formidable aura of ultimate perfection descended, laden with a chilling threat and murderous intent, as if Fang Qing would truly face lethal consequences should he dare to resist. This treasure cave was replete with cherished memories from his early life, yet as time passed, even the Ziyu Feihu clan had vanished. It was indeed time for this final remnant to bid farewell to the world. "Brother Xia, you cannot possibly contend with the evil wolf spider like this," Suro remarked, somewhat perplexed, positioning herself in front of Xiao Machio as if to prevent him from advancing. "Dead? Saren." She suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment, her face lighting up with joy. Indeed, Saren was unharmed. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, she softly called out to him, ready to rise, only to notice Saren shaking his head in the darkness. Mengmeng could only sit back down again. She scanned her surroundings and noticed that the snakes nearby had not detected Saren, before turning her gaze towards the Black Panther concealed in the shadows. With a hint of urgency, she mouthed, "I want to go with you." Zhang Yinxua disregarded the stares of those around her and strode directly to the RV. Just as the driver happened to step out, others were already astonished by her unconventional approach. The guards encircled Qijing, while even Lu Chun in the shadows seemed restless. Continuous offensive strategy refers to creating space on the court, persistently utilizing ball screens, shifting positions on the court, and executing off-ball cuts to generate opportunities for layups or open shots, minimizing the risk of dead ball situations. Song Yuanqing maintained a steady tone, neither subservient nor arrogant, speaking with the authority of a commander. Qian coldly observed the video, her eyes unblinking. This was the ugliness beneath a glamorous facade. Having encountered such vile individuals frequently, she questioned why she should extend her hand to save them. It felt as if the world had turned monochrome, devoid of color, his situation utterly desolate. Cursed and unassailable in his suffering, she contemplated chastising him, but recalling his earlier warning, Yunuanyan dismissed the thought, opting instead to behave like a compliant rabbit. Qikong appeared unfazed, even cheerful, having grown accustomed to the sight after a day of observation. His meticulous attention to the tonal nuances of FX and Kim Tion rendered Jiang Haoran's compositions perfectly tailored to them, as if they had collaborated for many years. During the study session, Lu Ming was intensely focused, displaying an attitude entirely different from his earlier years in high school. This time, he was accompanied by Tao Sihua, who had also been involved in the incident. He had exerted his utmost efforts to protect her, but ultimately failed to safeguard her child. As the old saying goes, evildoers meet their match, Mr. Mo remarked. Let us head over to the opposite building, find a good spot, and enjoy the spectacle before returning. Xin Jiahe pursed her lips. Although Shun Xiang tacitly acknowledged her relationship with Pei Yuan, it did not imply he would accept her frequent visits to the Wang residence in broad daylight. Moreover, the emperor's stance remained uncertain, and trouble could easily find its way to her. Without comparison, there is no paying. Perhaps future high school students could benefit from visiting prestigious universities and ordinary ones to witness the disparity, aiding their academic journeys. Deputy Mayor Karl observed that Lord Nahula had already taken his original seat, intently scanning the area with binoculars, prompting him to abandon the argument and seek out Lei Dong for another set. Hua Dao assumed he would first inquire at the front desk about available rooms and obediently remained in the vehicle, unaware that Xia Sheng was retrieving luggage and an umbrella from the trunk. As night fell and darkness enveloped them, they naturally could not discern that it was Sister Shun. I'll inform them when I turn back. They should be more cautious in the future, Lu Shang remarked beside him. Rex, of course, had no knowledge of what a knife cushion was. He shook his head, gazing at Lei Dong with increased bewilderment. Xiao Xiao, what difference does it make to force him back compared to knocking him unconscious and dragging him away? Amu rubbed his ears, still reeling from the force that nearly ruptured his eardrum. Amid Bai Wei's startled cry, Xinjiahe dashed recklessly toward the corridor column, then collided with it with all her might. After all, father did indeed commit those acts, cleverly concealing the evidence so that no one noticed. Originally, Zhuge Liang's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, and his cultivation merely allowed him to control or manipulate others, leaving his own defenses quite lacking. This is why they were able to subdue him. Had it been a true master, the outcome might have been drastically different. Encirclement? What is that? Mengmeng found it hard to believe. Even Sa En, with his indifferent handsome visage, seemed moved. How did you accomplish the kill? As far as she knew, colossal beasts were not easily vanquished. Most members of the base would carefully avoid such monstrous creatures when venturing out to collect crystal energy, steering clear of smaller, vicious aberrations as well. To her astonishment, this mysterious figure effortlessly dispatched the giant beast, and without their knowledge. Meanwhile, several Buddhas nearby were similarly infused with golden light. Upon realizing their bodies were unaffected, they resolved to advance and apprehend Zhao Hao. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, not to mention 3 times. Even a single instance of such an event was beyond what they could ever hope for in their lifetimes. Other powerful figures from the Zhou Tian great world sneered coldly. Those who found Su Tian peculiar merely sensed something amiss, yet none believed that Su Tian's gentle, leisurely slap could reach them. Those stationed in such positions, having observed countless comings and goings, were well aware of who occupied which vehicle. Suddenly, a neigh echoed as the scarecrow tumbled from his horse, which promptly bolted into the depths of the toxic mist, vanishing from sight. Where is Ma Jun's room? Huang Inger, having set her box aside in the living room, inquired of Jin Xuejuan. The elders of the Rain King's palace sprang into action, brandishing a divine decree. The power of the divine radiated from the edict, surging toward Shi Hao with an overwhelming force. Chao Yu's words were merely polite banter. He was convinced that Tong Weiwei would certainly decline their invitation to the barbecue. Suddenly, the terrifying aura of the heavenly sovereign erupted, and a cataclysmic punch crashed down upon the edge of the executioner's axe. A thunderous roar reverberated as the axe was knocked away, the terrifying backlash fracturing and shattering the hands of the wielder, Xing Tian. As the afternoon stock market opened, an uneasy atmosphere enveloped the new C office buildings, with fervent discussions rippling through the crowd. The Chun Real Estate Company experienced a staggering decline of 6%. With trading volumes exceedingly high, colleagues whispered among themselves, seeking relevant information online. Sitting by the window for an extended period, watching the sunset gradually sink. Her heart too grew dim. Despite several calls to dinner from the servants, she did not respond. In my heart, he is my deity, my God on earth. My entire world is crafted by him. To me, he is the greatest existence. Zhou words flowed forth, tears streaming down his face. The room was filled with gasps, the air thick with astonishment. Who could possibly inspire such profound reverence from a prince renowned across the world? Zhang Kunin's voice was chilling, as though uttered by a fearsome wolf. His tone and presence instilled a sense of dread in Zhang Kai. It seemed that Nan Tian harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Mukin. Zhang Kai silently recited in his heart. It was said that he had fought in battles on the frontier in his youth, demonstrating remarkable martial prowess and earning numerous military accolades. Later, he chose to enter the palace, standing tall and possessing exceptional skills, a man of integrity who dared to speak out for justice. Zhang Jun's words faltered upon noticing the subtle exposure of her heart, a temptation that stirred a certain heat within him. Zhao Ziwei, unaware of his silence, lifted her gaze to where his attention lingered and instinctively turned away. Though tonight was meant for his fantasies, she wished to avoid inciting his fervor. Naturally, it was for sale. Once presented, it was destined to be purchased. Moreover, while this dagger was formidable, it did not significantly enhance my capabilities, making a trade for inkstone far more advantageous. Xiao Xie stated without the slightest hesitation. Mo Tianxing and the other Dozong gazed enviously at the white bone pearl in Su Mei's hand. A Dozuan-level bone knight was irresistibly alluring to these Dozong experts. However, since the white bone pearl had been bestowed upon Su Mei by Xiao Xie, they dared not covet it. They have all arrived. Mengmeng gazed at the impressive array of flying vessels, truly magnificent. Behind the Serpent Clan's crafts lay those of the Leopard Clan, and she also spotted the Wolf Clans. Just as she observed this, she saw Claude looking in her direction. After a brief moment of hesitation, she waved her hand in greeting, a gesture of acknowledgement. A faint smile appeared on Claude's stern face, and his mismatched eyes sparkled brightly in that moment. Mu Shimi, this spaceship is quite remarkable, isn't it? Our Lingdan sect possesses only 3 ships. I was also quite curious the first time I beheld this vessel. Kongshi's voice came from behind Mu Qiu. This ship only requires the placement of spirit stones and activation of the array. No pilot is necessary. She wore a simple garment, intricately embroidered with silver threads to depict a tree of begonia flowers, their blossoms heavy on the branches, evoking a sense of serene tranquility amidst the passage of time. After all, in this realm of the 10,000 refinements, most individuals found their cultivation stunted due to the low density of celestial spiritual energy, remaining mostly at the human immortal realm, with many reduced to ineffectiveness. Huiyu felt deep discontent towards the anxious Wu Hong, as it made him and his brother appear inept. The auction had yet to commence. The first round was merely a preview, allowing them to glimpse the 6 counters. From the overall view of the counters, they appeared exceedingly well crafted, and it was certain that competition would be inevitable. As the words fell, Yi extended his hand towards the storage pouch at his waist, retrieving the ornate box that had previously housed the swift Zhe grass once more. Upon opening the exquisite box, Yi once again consumed a sprig of the swift Zico. After completing this ritual, he returned the box to his storage pouch. He had long been acquainted with Li Yinyang's extraordinary abilities, having once idolized him blindly. However, witnessing his departure from Earth and subsequent return from Mars elevated his reverence to that of a deity. Unhu, observing their flirtatious banter as if he were invisible, felt a surge of irritation, prompting his subordinates to act with increasing fervor. The ruinous lands were but a mere fragment of the moonlit continent, which, aside from the ruinous lands, encompassed the South Sea and the Bashu region. This context underscores the formidable nature of the Great Xia dynasty. Yang Hao and Gue Feng exchanged glances, a palpable intensity of murderous intent igniting the air between them. In the next moment, The former's foot struck the ground with the force of an eagle soaring through the sky. The true crux lay in the remnants of poison, which had corroded the barrier of the Dantian, embedding itself within its very core. This implies that Uncle Wu is indeed a rare genius among the multitude. Qin Tian felt a spark of realization upon hearing the stringent requirements for joining the Liu Yun family, leading him to respect Wu Qingye, who served the family. Gu Feng's speech carried a unique aura. The bloodline of the immortal dragon imbued his words with an undeniable authority, likely rendering ordinary individuals unable to hold their heads high in his presence. However, the distinguished figures from the sacred realm present felt a slight aversion to such an imperious tone. Although merely a sound check, should everything be confirmed as satisfactory, formal recording might commence today. Yet, given the current circumstances, it remained uncertain how long the delay would last. This was unlike the erratic behavior of others. It seemed to be an inexplicable outburst. Fortunately, such incidents typically did not escalate excessively. As long as one refrained from provoking her or lingering nearby, all would be well. The two gradually fell silent, a normal occurrence in the near dawn of night. The only anomaly was the absence of anyone seated on the benches of the city, particularly in a location where the sunrise was obscured, especially when the temperature was already beginning to drop. The crime lord aimed to deepen the entanglement between Ren Lei and himself, intending to leverage the latter's connections for his own protection within the county. Naturally, he did not dare to overtly threaten Ren Lei. Their relationship was a mere trump card to be played only in dire circumstances. Rest as you should, and spare us the unnecessary chatter, proclaimed Or, who had been glaring at San. Each glare was infused with intense defiance, and he would seize any opportunity to confront Cyan, though he had faced humiliating defeats on multiple occasions. Today, however, he refrained from overstepping, as Mengmeng was present, and he awaited the next selection. Speaking of which, those stationed here today, aside from Sa-un and Li-lan, were primarily waiting for the fourth. Where is the no? One shuttle pod? Why did Lin Daoming claim it was crucial? If we cannot locate it, our efforts will be in vain. Although he remained unaware of who was inside, Bao Feiyong adopted a mindset of acceptance, feeling relatively unconcerned. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and then walked confidently into the room. Behind him, the door gently closed, secured from the outside. However, at that moment, a living embodiment of a sixth-grade formation master appeared before him. So remarkably youthful that he questioned his own perception, momentarily suspecting an illusion. Don't even think about escaping, Caitlin exclaimed, leaping several times before firing her weapon in rapid succession, sending multiple bullets hurtling towards Jinx. Moreover, although you possess the power to alter the world, if you transform it into a hellish realm, we shall bear witness to this infernal existence. At this juncture, Weilon also voiced her thoughts. Qin Tang had always hoped that his fans were not mindless supporters. He desired followers who understood ethics and held correct values. Suddenly, as he cast his gaze over the Dark King, he realized that these cosmic rules of darkness were mere fabrications, not the true Dark Emperor. This revelation left the Dark King feeling deceived. The Great Leopard had an affinity for the taste of pork, and one of the reasons for visiting this village was to partake in a delicious pork feast. At that moment, it was noon, and the weather was sweltering. The block of frozen pork resembled a large popsicle. However, when Richard Wellesley, the British Foreign Secretary, proposed to the Jewish banker that 300,000 was needed to procure Andrew Dussay, Nathan unhesitatingly presented the family's gold reserves under his stewardship as diplomatic support. General Savary similarly expressed gratitude for the assistance of the Dussay brothers, despite the latter's reluctance to assume the role of the Empire's Minister of Public Safety. Like most young generals, Savary relished the battlefield, aspiring to earn a golden marshal's scepter in the Iberian Peninsula. A month prior, a group had arrived, waving the banner of exorcism, accusing Jining Valley of being a haven for heretical practitioners. This led him to a period of idleness, even taking to fishing. Yet no enemy forces had appeared. Before advancing to a higher realm, all seemed effortless. It was only at this moment that Chen Shozhua felt the arduous nature of cultivation. Cao Cao suddenly stood atop his warhorse, gazing into the distance, while his loyal guards hurried out to greet him. Soon, more cavalry appeared, brandishing the banners of Cao and Bao, allowing Cao Cao to exhale in relief. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, it was just the two of them. Observing the unfriendly expression on the man's face, he wondered what actions he might take if he refused. Feng Zhio's countenance was as cold as ice, her eyelids heavy and dark like storm clouds. She swiftly produced the official seal from her sleeve and slammed it onto her palm. This represented the entirety of a person's life. Every encounter, every morsel consumed, every bit of spiritual energy absorbed, all coalescing into a murky essence. The northern frontier was a land of poverty, half plateau and half snow-capped mountains, where winters were brutally frigid and summers unbearably scorching. It was inhabited by fierce and combative tribesmen, who, in their relentless quest for resources, had besieged the southern abyss for centuries, seeking to migrate southward. Yu Siqing was also an aficionado of antiquities, possessing a considerable collection at home, hence he had a basic understanding. Each of these 4 items was a national treasure. As the man burst in, panting heavily, it was evident he had arrived in haste. Upon witnessing the two entwined together, he quickly turned away, panic-stricken, lamenting his ill fortune to encounter such a predicament on this very day. The crux of the matter was that Lord Claude's wristband was unreachable, otherwise they would not have found themselves in such an embarrassing situation. Noticing the arrival of another, Mengmeng flustered, attempting to dismount from Claude's lap. If only the crown prince could exercise self-control, then no matter how enchanting or alluring Zheng Wuji might be, it would be of little consequence. Ultimately, it was the crown prince's infatuation with beauty that led him to be so easily ensnared in a trap. 6 months had passed. Ample time for her to return from beyond the borders 2 or 3 times. Finances had already been well managed, and the outstanding debts posed no issues whatsoever. He observed Tian hailing Yin and Qianxin across from him, engrossed in their phones, patiently awaiting the tranquility of Qianxiu before speaking softly once more. He was merely a high priest, incapable of doing anything beyond providing support and healing, a paladin whose thick skin rendered him unable to defeat even a standing adversary, and a hapless sorcerer who would become a burden after casting a single spell. 3 minutes later, the aircraft was ready, and all exit procedures for Fong Li and Sylvia had been thoroughly completed. The 7 years of accumulation had been a process of preemptively extinguishing the potential adverse effects stemming from Ding Qi's implementation of a new cultivation system. In a private communication with the Han royal court, Eunuch Sheng was merely dismissed from his position, while those named thereafter would not enjoy such favorable outcomes. He then began to compress his body intensely, consolidating all his energy in a desperate hope that such concentrated force would enable him to endure for a few more seconds amidst the terrifying golden torrent. Wang Min was indeed a challenging subject to critique. Even if her heart was heavy with discontent, she ought to have concealed it. How could she allow such feelings to surface publicly? Yezi, I require your assistance, Luo Chong declared to the enchanting beauty beside him. Fully aware that Yezi Sun would undoubtedly aid him, even in times when their relationship was still tenuous, let alone now. Kai Rue's swordsmanship is characterized by an aggressive approach, focusing solely on offense rather than defense, which aligns perfectly with his relentless pursuit of victory, for he believes that attack is the best form of defense. Unfortunately, in contrast to his stern mother-in-law, the elder Tsin is remarkably gentle and amiable. However, the ladies seem to forget that he is indeed a man, and although these matters are beyond his control, they incessantly bicker before him, seeking his judgment. Upon hearing Meng Da's words, Lei Bao and the others turned their gaze towards Wu Hui, eager to hear about his specific strategies. Luo Chang swiftly lifted the demon of ghost fire, Denver, entrusting him to a disciple for care, while he and his disciples continued to ascend the stairs to face the challenges ahead. Emerging from the bathroom, Lian Shua was clad only in a white towel. His damp hair and slender physique, combined with his enchanting features, created a strikingly perfect image of a handsome man emerging from a bath. It was sheer coincidence that they crossed paths, unable to remain a mere bystander. Yun Yu smiled and candidly expressed his thoughts, seemingly unfazed by the evident provocation. Lord Lu was rendered speechless, having no inkling of the origins of these rumors, nor understanding why the populace so readily believed them to be true. Recently, Yin Xiaohua had taken it upon himself to care for her, causing Miss Qing to temporarily forget about his peculiar obsession with cleanliness. She recalled that he once insisted she clean their dwellings 7 times a day. Tian Xin was equally astonished, as she had not anticipated that, moments ago, there had been no clues. Yet now Chu Fei had suddenly revealed the news of having found the key, leaving her quite amazed. However, upon seeing the golden hilt in Chu Fei's hand, Tian Xion's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Li Xiong and Fan Zhu gazed at me in anguish, at a loss for how to persuade me. Lu Ling bit her lips in distress, her brows furrowed, as she gazed at me with adoring starry eyes, filled with deep affection. Li Xiong and Fan Zhu exchanged glances, realizing that in their current state, words held no value, and thus they took their leave. Meanwhile, they were in the conference room, deeply troubled as they deliberated. Mengmeng was being escorted by Yu and on their customary daily stroll. The two wandered through the aerial garden, meticulously constructed by Sa-un for Mengmeng, which was as spacious as a square, perfect for her post-lunch digestion and leisurely respite. At this moment, having just finished her meal, she enjoyed the entirety of Yu's company for the day, as it was his turn to attend to her. Nearby, Xiao Junjun and Xiao Yeye frolicked, while Qichuan Mo lay in a darkened room, the lights extinguished, devoid of the white-coated doctor, with only a shadow lingering beside him. On the way, he engaged in casual conversation with Chan Yang, though his tone was markedly different from the sternness exhibited after Qin Hai's reprimand. As if they were old friends sharing a deep bond, Yuan Feng returned to Qin Yun Peak, drenched in blood, hastily reporting on his mission before retreating to his quarters. The Black Prince of Cornwall, Lady Aisha of Alexandria, Master Luo Hao of Jiangnan, the Benevolent Saint of America, and Marquis Woban, all awaited a new king to safeguard Italy and southern Europe, drawing the attention of every magical consortium. Remarkably, despite his battered state, Shijia wore a serene smile, embodying true equanimity in the face of both honor and humiliation. Jiantong Shui bowed her head in contemplation for a moment, then shook it gently, pulling at Qichuan Mo's tie. Reciprocating his gesture, calmly, she focused her aim, akin to a sniper in a world overrun by zombies. She even wondered if the world was truly as it seemed, questioning her suitability for martial arts, pondering why it took her so long to cultivate her inner strength. Several factions that insisted on a high-end approach, proclaiming their ambition to rival Trellis, were swiftly defeated, losing their armor in disgrace. Princess Alice, though an ally of her uncle, Lord Paul, was not a friend. Facing this formidable presence, she felt an extraordinary battle fervor within her. The first possibility was that either Rong Fei's location or Murong Songhai's was obstructed by some formation, rendering the message-carrying paper crane undetectable. In my lifetime, I have never feared anyone, Yang Gang's resolute voice echoed before the Two Realms Mountain. It was rumored that Tang Tanger had assaulted someone, leading to a commotion that reached the authorities. He initially intended to visit the Tang residence for clarification, but upon arriving, Tang Tanger had been less than cordial, clearly disinterested in being disturbed, prompting him to head to the government instead. The vast expanse of the Forbidden City allowed for no deviations. It demanded that all conform to a singular mold. Xiaofugui promptly refrained from further comment. Now that the divorce was finalized, it seemed the matter was settled. He was on the verge of departing, uncertain if he would ever return to this village again. It is best to refrain from meddling in trivial matters. Tang Ci believed that this gentleman possessed at least 80% of handsomeness, exuding an air of refined elegance and charm, slightly surpassing his own appeal. Despite Gu Lan's meticulous tidiness, her preparations took a considerable part of the day. Gu Xingchuan, left alone at home, dared not drink water or eat anything. Thus, he had always felt that the past was behind him. He bore no resentment towards his royal parents. For what parents do not cherish their own children? Yuda maintained a stern demeanor at the back, having completed a significant amount of work without indulging in idleness, yet earning little extra silver. Li Xiangzhe exclaimed, "Hey, it was you who tossed my phone into the water. Whose fault is it really? Shouldn't you have retrieved it for me?" At the bottom of the pit lay the fire demoness, and the guards stationed at the entrance had dwindled significantly, now numbering only a few. Upon seeing Shen Yinghuan and Jin Xiaoyu springing up from below, they immediately assumed a defensive stance to attack. The over 1,000 who had escaped, after being sternly admonished by the supervising officer, steeled themselves and charged forward once more. Yuan's envoy returned swiftly, accompanied by Li Lan, who had come to collect Xiao Yeye. Upon seeing Mengmeng and her companion, his gentle gaze lingered on Mengmeng, as he had been preoccupied with matters at the base lately, rarely finding time to be with her. "Daddy." At that moment, Xiao Yeye, spotting him, dropped what she was holding and dashed over, while Xiao Junjun also set aside her activities and obediently followed, calling out. Bao Yiming blinked and inquired, "With the current shortage of personnel for mechanical operations, will this affect our work progress?" Searching for the corpse of the Time Elder seemed increasingly arduous. "Then let us board the vehicle," he decided. Had he returned with nothing but destruction? Long Hao raised his head and gazed at the simple wooden door of the shop, gently tapping it a few times. Indeed, the The crux of the matter was not merely that Shin Feng had grown stronger, but rather that Zhao Chuan Nen had weakened. The demon clan had suffered a significant blow from the Death Lord, resulting in a substantial decrease in their numbers, which had immensely impacted Zhao Chuan Nan. Although seeking assistance through such means was somewhat frowned upon, as long as it remained undiscovered, no one would voice any objections. All right, this should be safe now. After flying over 200 miles, Zhang Yi released Huang Puqi, who turned to find a concealed spot to heal. Zhang Yi also began to restore his spiritual energy beside her. It took a long time to regain even a modicum of strength, for the situation on the Shenzhou continent had become precarious. While creating these items might seem futile, they served as preparations for a future breakthrough to a higher level of thunderous power. After all, the more individuals who venerated the power of lightning, the greater the daily influx of faith he would receive, thereby replenishing his thunderous strength. The second major project was the Qing-Hyderabad Railway, essentially following the designs of later generations for early implementation. The third project was the expressway from Shanghai to Lanzhou. The fourth project under consideration is the National Information Network Engineering. Indeed, I encounter you daily. Yet, dear Honglai, how extraordinary it is that you dare to meet me. Isn't it? Smiled Song Jianli. Now, everyone possesses a dog-beating stick, Chai Xiao interjected before his wife could finish her sentence. At this moment, He needed to cool the fire, then drizzle a few drops of sugar onto the hawthorn, vigorously rolling it forward with both hands clasping a bamboo skewer, thereby producing strands of sugar. Upon hearing Jiang Baiji utter the words he had longed to hear, tears streamed uncontrollably down Suye's face, unexpectedly thrust into the limelight. Lin Zhaoxia had no choice but to accept her fate. Meanwhile, the pampered Lu Linglong lacked even the strength to sweep the floor, rendering her of little assistance. The two leaders of the Legion had long since relocated from the surface to outer space, and to facilitate the operations of the First Legion, Luo Jia simply boarded the indomitable Truth of Ryan. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had wandered into an area of breathtaking beauty, where distant peaks converged, and below lay the teeming masses. However, Xianhua anxiously watched her mother's bleeding arm, unwilling to leave. Beside her, Aunt Muyun forcibly pulled Xianhua away, thrusting a medicine box into her hands, urging her to tend to the injuries of their kin. Su Qingyuan was left astonished, believing that Jiang Baiji spoke of the two embracing, with the setting sun perfectly centered behind them. Unexpectedly, right in the midst of it all, two individuals shared a passionate kiss. The dam has been repaired, and the rain has ceased, thanks to the substantial relief grain provided by Qin Shi Huang. The disaster-stricken populace has been spared, and the influx of refugees into the capital has gradually diminished. In a fleeting moment, as if an eternity had passed, Lu Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within before he reined it back in, his heart swelling with joy. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire made his entrance in a Chongqing street, accompanied by two bodyguards. He was none other than Shi Jingtang, the de facto leader of Shishengxiang. His appearance here baffled everyone, leaving them to ponder his intentions. Li Lan, tasting bitterness, was momentarily taken aback, revealing a hint of a wry smile as he cast a more tender gaze towards Mengmeng. While he could have been resolute regarding William, the latter's 5 days and nights of kneeling at his doorstep, pleading for forgiveness and insisting on meeting Mengmeng, had softened his heart, albeit not to the point of granting absolution. At present, William's position within the base was merely one of idleness, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. After surveying the situation, Li Lan found the forest to pose little danger, inhabited mostly by green caterpillars and various sprites, with few notable evolutionary forms, let alone any ultimate evolutions. Even Yi Yuhin was nowhere to be seen. The original sentiment of unity being strength seemed trivial in the face of true power. In such circumstances, mere numbers were of little consequence, easily vanquished in a single blow, leaving no room for resistance. He was increasingly troubled by the possibility that if Li Yitong were indeed a fairy, what offspring might emerge from a union between her and someone of his unique bloodline. Zhang Wei extended his hand and grasped his, saying, "Mr. He, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your hard work." He had already observed that the main structure of the villa had been completed. No sooner had he spoken than the purple mist at the mountain's base surged forth, erupting in columns of vapor as thick as barrels, ascending toward the peak, the roar echoing deafeningly throughout Zixiao Mountain. Upon entering the realm of true qi, she had further fused two powers, evolving them into an extraordinary force, enhancing her combat prowess significantly. The crowd beheld Yin Danner, who was smiling and laughing. However, due to the enchanting spell she had cast upon her visage, her face appeared shrouded in a fog, making it difficult to discern clearly. The more elusive she became, the more it ignited an insatiable desire within onlookers. A deeply concealed energy, powerful and domineering, enveloped the entirety of the Dark Lokia. This particular statement proved effective, as many who wished to take advantage of the chaos but lacked the courage were immediately spurred into action, gritting their teeth and joining the fray. Indeed, Luo Fangzhou had not required Qin Man to contribute financially. A mere presentation of the 3-year contract with Shifan to the bank revealed the company's true value. These sorcerers ascended to the status of new aristocrats, naturally subjugating the existing Norton commoners beneath their dominance. However, their strength was feeble, compelling them to rely on one another. Thus the organization known as the Scattered Tower Forest emerged. A tremendous crimson blade of energy struck fiercely against the energy shield, shattering it completely. The force of the blade was formidable, striking violently against Qin Tianqi's body. Sensing the perilous aura emanating from the vibrant, rainbow-like energies, Qin Tianqi's figure flickered as he hastily retreated. Within mere seconds, he had nearly incapacitated all of the celestial dogs. Those celestial dogs, upon receiving the blows to their heads, became as rigid as wooden figures, their expressions frozen in time. After a brief moment, when she reopened her eyes, they sparkled with clarity, devoid of any hesitation. Mengmeng. A perfectly harmonious melody compelled you to play with an air of menace. A faint, bitter smile graced Lan Yanrong's lips. Subsequently, Zhao Zhenyang observed that the usual lurkers had begun to share screenshots, some offering weapons, others bestowing equipment, and some even presenting rare mounts, stirring a sense of envy in those who were offline. Naturally, with my esteemed elder rising, who would dare to remain idle? Everyone has gone up the mountain. They will be back shortly for breakfast. Hurry and tidy up. Today, they are heading to the greenhouse district to inspect the strawberries, Gao Zhengsheng quickly stated. As for himself, he had attained a physical strength of 2.6 tons. Gao Zhengsheng surpassed him with an impressive 2.8 tons, a phenomenon worthy of investigation. Meanwhile, the matriarch narrowed her eyes, stepping forward to confront Yushi, looking down upon him and questioning, "Are you seeking to learn the way for this purpose, rather than aspiring to become a monk?" Her tone was laden with skepticism. "President, what troubles you?" Lincoln interjected at this moment, perplexed by the sudden shift in his usually cheerful superior-esque expression to one of distress. "What is wrong?" Mengmeng offered an awkward smile, a nervous chuckle escaping her lips. However, she soon found herself at a loss for words, while Yuan observed her flustered demeanor with a bemused expression. Despite his amusement, he felt a twinge of sympathy. He had no intention of putting Mengmeng in an uncomfortable position. He deftly shifted the conversation, a soft smile gracing his lips. Although he had taken a moment of her time, he declared that she would be entirely his for the rest of the day. He suddenly grasped her hand, recalling how, long ago, he had held a deep admiration for Yi Ku, whose bravery and wisdom were evident in all his endeavors. Now, that admiration had only intensified. If only he could have such a brother-in-law, it would indeed be a blessing, though he understood such matters could not be forced. As he activated the loudspeaker, faint rustling noises filled the air, punctuated occasionally by loud shouts. Anxious, he focused intently ahead, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. This old man was truly insufferable, constantly scheming against her in subtle ways, a truth that Mengmeng was all too aware of. In this vast land where humans coexisted with magical beasts, the environment was perilous, which is why nearly every city housed a comprehensive academy for spiritual and martial arts training. This thought jolted by Gongrong. Could the words of the national master, Gusu, truly hold no ambiguity? A faint hissing sound broke the tense atmosphere. Ouyangli suddenly straightened. On high alert, Rentian swiftly positioned himself in front of Luoyu, his spiritual energy radiating outward. "I know a passage. They won't discover it," Bai Siji declared. Leading the way up the mountain, Luoyu turned to face Yusu, and slowly, the scene before her became a blur. She quietly spoke, "Miss you. I have no intention of vying for Eugene. I do not harbor feelings for him." At that moment, her body jolted violently, and she was forcefully thrown aside. Lung Yin was at a critical juncture, and this sudden shock caused her phantasmic power to begin to reverse. Dongfang Lung's aloofness stemmed largely from her past solitude. As an orphan, She lacked a sense of security and the warmth of affection. Thus, she had always concealed herself behind a facade of coldness, yearning more than anyone for attention and love. At this moment, the diminutive man was bound by a chain as thick as an adult's arm, sunlight filtering into the pit and casting an eerie green reflection off the iron. Stripped of his powers, Lu Hao was little different from an ordinary person who had never practiced cultivation, save for his greater physical strength. This is rather inappropriate, considering we are in a school. A bespectacled man exclaimed loudly. Humph, you deserve to lose a hand for bullying me every time. Let us see if you dare to act superior again. Fourth uncle. You just scared me to death. Su Xianzi pouted, her demeanor shifting back to playful as the alarm was lifted. Just as Dr. Wu hesitated over whether to abandon his vehicle to escape, a burst of flame shot skyward. I need to procure a top-quality weapon as well. Lu Hao muttered softly before dismantling his stall and setting off to explore. In other words, among the 100 students in Group 3, only 27 were eliminated in this round, leaving over two-thirds still standing. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the heavens, akin to thunder on a clear day, its sound discernible from at least 100 miles away. A powerful surge of heat coursed through his veins, the temperature alarmingly high, causing his blood and muscles to simmer and soften under the searing intensity. His moon-white robe fluttered in the breeze, and his sharply defined visage bore an expression of serene indifference, while his profoundly deep eyes seemed to emanate a mysterious light, pulsating with the rhythm of stars and the unfolding of worldly affairs. Wuming, I've arrived. Apologies for keeping you waiting. A voice called out from a distance, and Feng Wuming turned to see Shui Jian rushing towards him. The members of the Dark Star sect carried an alluring fragrance, accompanied by an air of arrogance, though it was only discernible after prolonged acquaintance. Yaowen, upon hearing the inquiry, lifted her gaze to meet hers, assuring her, it's nothing, merely trivial matters. Mengmeng hesitated as she met his gaze. Was it truly an insignificant matter? Observing his serious demeanor, she chose not to pry further, respecting his silence. After a short while, she had her fill. Yuan suggested she rest a bit longer before they resumed their journey. He then moved aside, speaking into his wrist device. Your Highness, he is indeed dead, Miao Xian remarked, her tone laced with bewilderment. It seemed rather exaggerated that a mere 4 lashes could have claimed a man's life. Nevertheless, all present had witnessed the prison guard perish from the lashes. Boss Yun of Yunheshuan had offered the highest bid, a staggering 200 million credit points for each sandworm. Bai Han murmured. With a resounding crack, a bolt of azure lightning shattered the crystal shield, subsequently piercing through the chest of the enforcement officer and leaving a gaping wound. If you wish to pass, then step aside. Brother, I am about to perform a trick. I intend to conjure something that saves time and effort, so make some room, Zhang Nan declared, delving into the system in search of something. Previously, Shunzhe had exchanged a considerable amount of spirit stones, thus he was financially liberal, directly entering a private room. After ordering numerous signature dishes, he also requested a jar of century-old celestial brew. Abandoning the darkness for the light? What an audacious notion. But why should I grant you this opportunity? Qin Alfing feigned contemplation, resting his hand on his forehead. Precisely, if you wish to extract news regarding the third prince from us, just say so. However, it would be futile. We shall not disclose anything, Lang Xiang chimed in harmony with her companion. The massive abyssal rainbow sword seemed to transform into a magnet, drawing the collective sword wills of those present like iron filings. This time, to ensure he reached a sufficient altitude, he ascended very high, using the clouds as his only reference point. He soared above the clouds until he could ascend no further. Then, striking the right pose and expression, he stored away a qing and danced gracefully with the wind. That was certainly a type conducive to a breakthrough into the imperial realm, the elder in green interjected, a disdainful expression on his face. Upon the mention of this, Feng Hu's countenance darkened, appearing evasive as if burdened by unspoken troubles. Logically, once a child reaches 3 or 4 years of age, a mother should begin to let go. It is often more beneficial for a father to step in at such times, especially for Zhang Heyuan, who, being a boy, would naturally benefit from paternal guidance. However, due to her own circumstances, they had already been deprived of paternal love for several years. Must she continue to obstruct it? Reflecting on this, Yi Huanxi pondered. If these words were spoken by Jun Wuyo to her, would she be willing to betray the Eastern Ling King for him? This comparison revealed that the elixir they had concocted was indeed extraordinary. With a curious expression, she retrieved the red and blue-hued pill. Glancing at its description, the yin-yang condensing essence pill, with each pill equivalent to 60 years of cultivation for an ordinary person. Yi Bian languidly nestled in bed, her sleep-laden eyes gazing at Shen Jihan, who was adorning himself with a triumphant smile, feeling utterly disinclined to move, merely extending her delicate white arm from beneath the covers. Ma Xianyao observed the door of Su Yang's room, biting her lip, yet chose to remain silent and return to her own quarters. Today, she was undergoing a glucose test, a glucose tolerance examination. After having her blood drawn, she could consume nothing but a cup of sugar water and would need to endure 2 to 3 more draws. Yintian Ai expressed deep sympathy for her. Surely, this gentleman must be the renowned young master of heavenly ruin? As the words faded, both Hong Wanqing and Lan Tong's expressions shifted. It appeared that the seemingly casual actions of the swordsman could, in the future, lead to grave accusations if any misstep occurred. Feng Lin gazed at the bamboo chain from his realm and gently waved his hand, causing several ice cubes to form in his palm. He then drew the bamboo chain from his world. The temperatures of their fingertips intermingled, creating a warm sensation that penetrated their hearts, nurturing something that silently took root within them, a shared understanding lingering in the air. This feeling caused Qing Mengmeng a sense of reluctance. Yet the conflicting force was profoundly pleasurable, drawing her deeper into its embrace. The tingling sensation compelled her to instinctively retract her neck. She refrained from overtly displaying her refusal, which elicited a subtle smile from Yuan, his deep-set eyes soothing her. Huang Haibao and Chao Shenjin were left bewildered, gazing at the alluring silhouette that gradually faded from view, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Outside the city of Qiandu, the military camp of the former Imperial Guard had now become a resting ground for the northern forces. Li Ming feigned indifference while scrolling through her phone. Though she was internally anxious, her vibrant complexion stemming from her role as teacher the previous night, with Shen Yuan being her student. Most shops in the town had shuttered their doors, and the influx of refugees into the town grew daily. Jiaozhou, by nature a barren land, faced a direct food shortage due to the overwhelming number of arrivals. All the martial artists stood vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed warily on the approaching Charles. Next, several cabinets were opened, revealing strands of rope not made of hemp or nylon, but rather woven from strips of cloth. It was well past midnight, and it seemed everyone had retired for the night. Shen Yuan was not the type of unscrupulous businessman to summon his employees at such an hour. However, he worried about oversleeping and thus had arranged matters in advance. Shen Shichu approached the door, his voice trembling and face flushed with excitement. Knowing that Bo Yanqing and other prominent figures would be present, the elite circle of Rong City was one he had longed to enter but had found no means to do so. Normally, he barely encountered this distant relative, so he felt compelled to make a significant impression. Shichu managed a faint smile, though his complexion was ashen, his pupils seemingly devoid of life. Just as he finished speaking, the ancient wooden doors of the ancestral hall quietly swung open, revealing a white figure that slowly entered. After all that Hua Qing had expressed, if Wang Tinu could not discern that he was here to offer his candidacy, he would hardly deserve to sit here and receive his 2 bows. Though Yongchang Town lay merely 20 miles from Lanqi County, it served as a significant stronghold in the western region, with the Qing court establishing a patrol post here, manned by over 20 sentinels and a local militia of more than 40 men, in order to seize the enemy's firearms and ammunition to replenish their own supplies. The insurgents must bravely capture Yongchang Town. This is, after all, a reasonable expectation. Did not the 3 heroes of Beishan leave a profound warning to future generations with their own lives and blood? You are mistaken. Brother Mufeng possesses unparalleled attributes. No one can surpass him, protested Nangong Shuero, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes brimming with indignation upon hearing Wang Shue's assertion. The surging Buddhist energy caused the grayish-white robe of Zhixing to flutter audibly, complementing his solemn demeanor, resembling a venerable monk. Fu Kailan stood quietly by the riverbank, a mere 3 feet from the water, his imposing figure reminiscent of a deity. The gentle ripples of the river shimmered in the light, reflecting Fu Kailan's magnificent physique, creating a striking contrast between the undulating water and the immovable presence of Fu Kailan, evoking a peculiar charm. This conflict marked the animosity between the Twin Towers Academy and the Black Demon Academy, thus adding a new adversary for the latter. Based on this situation, it can be inferred that Du Zhong's current strength is certainly less than 1/5 of his peak. Concurrently, Su Qin speculated that the members of the Chui family who had dispersed might very well migrate southward, particularly towards the economically prosperous southeast. Then why don't you reincarnate? In light of his uncertainty regarding the cause of death, Han Ko posed the pivotal question to him. "Just take a stroll," Ale remarked, observing the fleeting figure. His brows slightly furrowed. He recalled Yao's reminder to avoid being too coarse in front of Mengmeng. Had he been rude just now? This suspicion made him feel somewhat self-conscious. He acknowledged that he had previously acted without restraint towards Mengmeng, disregarding her feelings entirely. However, today was his moment to shine, and he could not afford any mistakes. He needed to demonstrate his gentleness and thoughtfulness. Following this line of thought, Shun Yun deduced that time within the secret realm flows significantly slower than he had anticipated. The weapons were swiftly stripped away, devoid of any inclination to toy with the prey. After bringing the colossal Iron Blood Warrior into the mirrored space, Yi Qianhu's fingers danced as if playing an invisible string instrument. Upon entering this unfamiliar realm, Yi Qianhu immediately retracted all his mental energy, rising from the grass and surveying the entirely alien environment devoid of any landmarks, perplexed about where Lilith had transported him. As the situation progressed, the larger the scale became, the greater the possibilities. Thus, operations within the company, as well as the design department, had computers set up in their dormitories. Bear patted the head of the Blue Lion King, who nodded and approached Yang Jiuling and the others. Although the Blue Lion King was merely an intermediate leader, his high intelligence allowed him to comprehend the intent behind the action. After exchanging a few words, Wu Bin found himself yielding. Currently, Zhou Yang and Zhang Ye have completed the optimization on the app page. They had just stepped out for a brief excursion, engrossed in their tasks. Leaving little time for contemplation, Wang Yi quietly reflected on how he had been preoccupied with the essence of spiritual energy over the past few days, neglecting the pressing matter of coal. This was merely a vague perception. Whether the name truly was Zhang remained obscured. The zombie, impervious to pain, paid no heed to the crossbow bolts embedded in its body and relentlessly pursued Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao's agility far surpassed that of the creature, allowing him to deftly maneuver in circles. To sustain this collaboration, a tangible threat, one that everyone was aware of, would perpetually loom overhead, akin to the sword of Damocles, compelling continued cooperation. Shi Long and Ci Shui felt a sense of trepidation, despite being titled Doluo, and with the formidable Shui Qinghe, or rather, Qian Renxue, able to temporarily assume the role of an ordinary titled Doluo thanks to her six-winged angelic prowess, uncertainty lingered. Du Huai's expression shifted as he beheld the brownish-yellow liquid in the transparent cup, its acrid scent wafting through the air, prompting him to halt her actions. This information had been corroborated through various reliable sources, leading everyone to realize that the Qian family and the Qingjian sect were effectively finished. Without the stabilizing force of Qianlai, they posed little threat unless another scattering immortal emerged. Otherwise, the demise of the Qian family and the Qingjian sect was imminent. If given a choice, she would prefer to be Sun Wanwan, perhaps humble, perhaps ordinary, but Wanwan was free, unbound by the will of others, following only the dictates of her own heart. Observing Manager Sun's enthusiastic demeanor towards the two ink artists while seemingly ignoring them, the tall man's expression darkened. The fact that purchasing a Volkswagen warranted the manager's personal attention was astonishing. Upon hearing this, Wang Li understood that Qian Renxue, or Shui Qinghe, was still attempting to draw him in from the perspective of the Heavendo Empire. Jiangning City and Ping'an City both belonged to Jiangning Province, yet they were separated by a distance of over 100 kilometers. What was termed a postal station was, in fact, a designated area within the demon city for human cultivators. Although many demons traversed this space, it primarily served to transport various daily necessities. Mo Kai's gaze shifted to her young master, reminding him that several pastries had been brought back from Lord Tai, specifically because the elder had noticed his fondness for them, all bearing the flavors of the capital. They had gone missing, and thus, without informing one another, the two boarded Alei's flying apparatus. Alei turned to the seated Mengmeng and inquired, "Where to next?" Mengmeng stood momentarily perplexed, unsure of where to go. "For this place should be more familiar to you. Given that the ground was teeming with grotesque monsters, there was indeed no suitable area for a leisurely stroll." She thus proposed that they take a flight around the 7th district. Having been here for quite some time, she had yet to witness the entirety of the 7th district's terrain. "What?" Upon hearing Wang Li's words, Kunk and Huda exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. Though disappointment lingered, as I had painstakingly rehearsed my dance for so long, he merely leaned against his princess's embrace, smiling at her with bleary eyes. However, despite the teasing at the exit, the rugged youth's expression bore no hint of relaxation. Before long, the dishes arrived one after another, quite delectable, neither greasy nor heavy. Aligning well with Su Yan's palate, it was decided that they would attend Madame Kai's flower-viewing banquet, even though there was still a week until the event, a duration that felt neither long nor short. Upon sharing this news with Minner and her companions, the four of them exhibited more enthusiasm than the host, Hua Shangxue. As lightning struck, the demon clan below was startled. The four central demons swiftly took action, unfurling a pitch-black barrier in the air, their primordial energy surging forth to collide with the thunderous strike. Zhao Yin nodded in agreement, indeed heeded Aimaya's advice to remain silent. He held her tightly, kissing her cascading golden hair. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. Do not harm my strategist. Zhao Yin made a timely appearance. Master. Jiang Wei rushed over from behind, as this time the situation was turning unfavorable for Sima Yi. After speaking, he instructed eunuch Zheng to send someone for the rewards. The Empress Dowager, delighted to see her son gaining face before her family, eagerly invited him for tea. A flicker of guilt crossed Xin Feng's eyes as he intended to check on I Qinyu's injuries. Yet the voice of the deity echoed through the air once more. Qin Daba couldn't resist and went in to buy an oil pancake, spending 5 cents and 1 liang of grain tickets, enjoying it while meandering towards Drum Tower Street. Preparing to take the bus, his prowess was sufficient to overpower Tian Fuliang. Yet despite this advantage, it was indeed challenging to defeat him within just a few exchanges. Prolonged combat could attract other officials, putting him at a disadvantage. Gu Jiaoting returned outside, where the torrential rain fell in dense lines, pattering against the black umbrella in his hands. Drowsily, she seemed to have dreamt, though the specifics eluded her. She vaguely recalled being enveloped in a warm embrace throughout the night. He carefully tucked the letter away, unable to suppress a sigh. One day, he would return to the north to reunite with his father and elder brother. In the midst of the black mist, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly flickered to life, fixated upon them. Then, a low growl resonated again, as if hundreds of spirits were simultaneously howling. Doctor. Li's heart began to race violently as he sensed the growing power of the ethereal beings. A lizardman warrior had just cleaved a skeletal soldier with his curved blade, only to be pierced through the chest by a spear wielded by a necromantic rat the very next moment. If Wang Xiyuan could win the favor of Jiang Wani, he would truly be in a position of advantage, waking from dreams with a smile on his face. It is always prudent to leave oneself a margin, especially after so many events. Lu Yu had weathered them all, and he did not wish to follow the reckless Lin Hongwei in offending everyone, particularly Lu Yu. Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, he looked up to see the tall and indifferent figure of Bai Jie, as if her presence in his office was something she utterly resented. My lord, I believe our military camp should be established near the Dragon Mountain Range. A young man spoke. Then I shall proceed to cultivate. Anna pondered for a moment before easily leaping up to the back mountain to engage in her training. Upon reaching the rabbit tribe, Mengmeng was originally seated, but upon hearing the words, she unfastened her seatbelt and dashed toward the command platform. What? What did you just say? The scene was unexpectedly graced by Mengmeng's voice. Mengmeng, where are you? It was only after Sane's prompt that he noticed the individual across the screen, and upon observing Sane's countenance, he suddenly realized his misstep. In a moment of bewilderment, he hastily reassured her, Mengmeng, it's all right, it's all right. On the other hand, Haonan frequently sought out Mengyu for drinks. Initially, there wasn't much common ground between Mengyu and Haonan, but after the departure of the Chubby Show song, Mengyu suddenly realized that the only man he could truly confide in was none other than Haonan. Xianyu slowly lifted her gaze, observing the night sky of London within the game world. Her golden eyes seemed capable of piercing through to the other side, reaching the reality beyond, where the resplendent Milky Way awaited. Though she looked on, the guests began to retract their gazes upon noticing the striking resemblance between Zhao Ling and Zhao Hao. For everyone was well aware of Zhao Hao's formidable background. Su Wen nodded slightly, directing his attention to the abrupt cliff before him, resembling the jagged teeth of some colossal beast, cruelly severed in half. Rulin stepped forward to free herself from the chains that bound her, feeling her internal powers gradually restoring, as if she had narrowly escaped death. The Nine Nether Abyss was a manifestation of the malevolent forces within the Nine Nether realm. Her paths had not crossed with them, yet they had repeatedly sent assassins after her. The only explanation was that they were acting under someone else's orders. Although Zhao Shi was unaware of this narrative, he was acutely aware of the caliber of the troops he was leading. His audacity to prepare a meal amidst chaos stems not from any sinister plot, but rather from his total entrapment in a dire predicament. Rather than ponder extraneous avenues of escape, it is preferable to gamble everything in a desperate bid. As Song Si entered the bathroom to draw water, with a sudden snap, the faucet broke, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth with great velocity, drenching him completely. His immediate instinct was to contact the property management. The doctor summoned was one specifically from the Yao family, yet at this moment, he only furrowed his brow, hesitating as he pondered how to articulate his thoughts. Oriental Ming offered a faint smile, then opened his palm to reveal a brass bullet, quietly resting there. I was at a loss for words, lamenting the waste of one, though thankfully, another remained, which I requested Tong Tong to retrieve for me. Perhaps due to the fervor of the red orb, the rat pill had already dissolved within me, becoming a part of my very being. Thus, the Taoist Wang Yi could no longer reclaim it, allowing me to see in the night as clearly as in the day. Minggu had never crossed the threshold of the Zhu family's door, and thus, Li's heart was reluctant. Unless she were to take him to the temple to fulfill a vow, she would never take him out. Nalan Mingwe quietly observed that the withering appearance of the ghostly flower had seemingly improved considerably. She longed, oh how she longed, to cast aside all restraint, rush into his embrace, and declare her desire to be with him for eternity, to cherish him forever. 1/10 of the city lord, surprisingly akin to a boundless entity, was a member of the Luwelu, though it remained uncertain whether he was originally so or was lured by its allure. After imparting a few more words of caution to Wu Linger, Ingu made his way to the lawn behind the house, beyond which lay a waterfall cascading down from the mountaintop, ensuring no prying eyes would disturb him here. Now, Wuma had her own separate bedroom for rest, no longer having to squeeze into a space with the maids, which prompted Xin Wichan to urge her to retire early. The Hongmeng realm buzzed with excitement upon hearing that the Annihilation realm had once again been sealed, with both the virtuous king and the holy king remaining unscathed. Dinner was served at the Petro restaurant on West 58th Street, a lavishly decorated establishment offering an array of prestigious caviars. Yan Wan felt somewhat embarrassed as she held no particular fondness for caviar, believing it to be less enjoyable than a simple fried egg she could prepare herself. Despite its exorbitant price, Shinny arrived, yet how could Cheng Mengmeng possibly have any appetite left? She sat there, consumed by anxiety, repeatedly urging Li Lan and the others to venture out in search of assistance, even sending Aole away in her fervor. The urgency of the situation left Aole no choice, although he longed to spend more time with Cheng Mengmeng and nurture their burgeoning relationship. It was clearly not the opportune moment. He followed the group to seek help, leaving behind Cheng Mengmeng, accompanied by several members of the rabbit clan assigned by Li Lan to ensure her safety. An ominous laughter echoed chillingly, and suddenly, from the blood-red clouds above, an overwhelming surge of sanguine energy cascaded downward, resembling the descent of a blood demon, swirling in a chaotic dance towards the ground. He understood that those present possessed greater strength. If they ventured out now, it would merely burden the already strained situation. Do not speak to me of work any longer. What holds more significance, work or marriage? People will think you have an issue if you remain unmarried. Your reluctance to marry leaves me feeling quite embarrassed. With a hearty laugh, Jian Guang was the first to express his intent, transforming into a beam of sword light that soared into the sky, positioning himself to the left of the three-color peak. Encircling it, Hu Bo's character was well known to Jiang Tian, a man who had emerged from the direst of circumstances alongside his father Jiang Baiwan. He had witnessed more monumental events than Jiang Tian had crossed bridges, and Hu Bo, who seldom wavered in decision-making, now hesitated, invoking a sense of foreboding in Jiang Tian. To guard Misu City, we shall hold our ground for as long as we can, Lien Shui remarked, gazing intently at the distant city walls. The assembly of the Wood Demon was nothing short of a grand spectacle, with thousands of jubilant participants enveloping the wooden hall, resembling a vast lumberyard. Eagerly partaking in the tribe's inaugural coronation ceremony, the first of its kind on Mui Star. Meanwhile, the scene abruptly halted, as two Sarala beads in the sky dimmed and descended simultaneously. She found it perplexing. Throughout this arduous journey, she felt utterly exhausted, yet Wu Shixuan seemed unaffected, as if nothing troubled him. Hand in hand with Murong Xingyao, they arrived at the balcony, where he turned back, his large eyes filled with reluctance. Yuli gently waved her hand to him. Subsequently, Murong Chenxi grasped Xingyao's hand and leapt from the balcony. Zheng Qingxia nodded in agreement with Li Xiang's words, acknowledging Zhang Lei as a prodigious talent and cultivation whom she admired. However, Lu Tianming's astonishing performance left her utterly astounded. The rather unremarkable-looking man was named Ding Pingyun, while the robust cultivator was known as Wu Meng. Both were inner disciples of the Qingshui sect. At this thought, Jiang Zichen and Jiang Xian exchanged glances, amplifying the output of spiritual stones within them, as their current state was somewhat lacking. After enduring more than half a month of resistance, they could only barely unleash the strength characteristic of the initial stage of spirit formation. All the living souls below witnessed the convulsing figure and the incessantly eating instructor, their spirits plummeting to despair as panic spread among the survivors. Wang Xianlong turned slightly to cast a glance at her before coldly addressing the male teacher. Consider this a warning. If you dare to refer to yourself as my lord before me again, the next severed head will be yours. As he spoke, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Mengmeng and Luo Yuhang were stunned by the contents of the bag. Surely, the master's words could not be true. Hollywood had even crafted an inspiring film based on Mr. Kovac's Rags to Riches story, which garnered worldwide acclaim among film enthusiasts throughout the solar system. Mr. Kovac had truly become the first legendary figure in the annals of the Earth Federation. Yin Fian and others at Mount Hua had also encountered Lang Jianfeng, while Lan Binger, Cheng Jianhua, and Jing Xian met with Jin Xing, Tan Mo, Luo Jiong, and Li Qingping in the Beggar's Sect. The gazes directed at Lan Binger were filled with fervor and desire, whereas those toward Shi Yin brimmed with jealousy and resentment, unfazed by their disdainful looks. Shi Yin merely sipped his drink nonchalantly. As expected, they successfully reached the ground, where a small aircraft awaited them. Xian Yi led her aboard, and soon Cheng Mengmeng observed him deftly maneuvering the control panel. Initially, the aircraft flew at a low altitude, and it was then that Cheng Mengmeng realized he was evading the radar detection of the Rabbit clan. Once beyond their range, the aircraft ascended vertically, departing from the Rabbit clan's territory. "Where are you taking me?" Cheng Mengmeng inquired, unable to see the navigation destination. With no other choice, Xiao resorted to spatial magic to depart. Subsequently, the demon in the sky was consumed by that very magic, one by one. This time, Bai witnessed the exquisite archery skills of the chief of the Bao division, and Murenting's decision to take him as a mentor presented a splendid opportunity. "Brother Long wouldn't abandon me. He treats me very well." "Mother, you need not worry," Morong Bai Shui shyly remarked, embarrassed to have her mother witness such a situation. The phoenix soared in the sky, letting out a long cry before gracefully descending behind Songmi, proudly raising its head to glance at them. Ouyang Xiao nodded upon hearing this. Such a vast spiritual vein had already allowed Ziyun Palace to weather the crisis. "For now, do not inquire. We shall meet at the usual place tonight." Jieging smiled momentarily, but her expression swiftly transformed into one of icy frost as she approached the high priest. Reflecting on her recent encounters with Tian Jiawu, it became evident that she always caught her opponents off guard, rarely allowing anyone to discern her true intentions. What could her genuine purpose be this time? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng launched himself towards the pile of rubble below, closely followed by several cultivators. Lu Qi's tears were a chaotic outpouring, particularly as he grappled with the painful realization that Liu Bei, whom he had trusted, had inflicted the deepest wounds upon him. This thought provoked a vehement tirade against Liu Bei. As her words resonated, a hush fell over the crowd, with whispers circulating. The fact that Tian Duwu had survived served as irrefutable proof, while the Heavenly Master's annual proclamations about the Crystal Palace, without any personal investigation, were evidently unconvincing. I bit down on the back of my hand in an effort to regain my composure, but my emotions surged uncontrollably, causing my body to tremble involuntarily. I turned to glance at Wei Wei, who had her eyes closed, tears streaming from the corners, soaking her pillow. Arriving at Tanhai, I was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected rewards that awaited me. Upon returning home, Kaiser seized Kyud by the ear, delivering a harsh reprimand and insisting he kneel on a washboard. My cousiness' silence was profound, as if she had never been there at all. With each 2 steps Ding Chenai took, blood dripped from his fingers, the vivid crimson staining the ground, a stark contrast. They were unaware whether the Blood Clan would offer assistance again, nor could they ascertain if they would be as fortunate to survive as they had this time. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon in Spain, it was midnight in China. Given that it was Saturday, with Sunday off, there was no training, allowing He Zheng to indulge in a slightly later sleep schedule than usual, pushing it from his customary 10:30 to midnight. While biting me, this individual astonishingly managed to utter a few words, and I truly admired her tenacity and resolve. The high priest coldly commanded, prompting the worker bee-level spore beasts to retreat hastily behind him. Though they refrained from launching an attack, they remained vigilant, coiled like springs, ready to tear me apart at a moment's notice. It's all right. I've already turned off the surveillance and recording in the mediation room. How about this? Xiao Yuhang, may I step out for a moment? How long do you think I should be gone? Tianyi inquired, maintaining an awkward yet polite smile directed at Xiao Yuhang. However, as the chief physician, he was certainly aware of the patient's general condition. Once again, I ventured into the dense forest. As soon as Mengmeng landed, she scarcely paid attention to Xian Ye's expression before hastily rushing to the restroom aboard the flying vessel. After a brief respite, she emerged, casting an awkward glance at Xian Yi, whose obsidian eyes were fixed upon her. This action caused her cheeks to flush crimson. As she thought to herself, was it truly necessary for him to gaze at her so intently during her moment of convenience? How rude. Yet, despite his scrutiny, there was no lewdness in his gaze, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. After waiting for a considerable time, he pulled out his phone to check the time. 10 minutes had passed, yet Lu Yin was still nowhere to be seen. Just a few days prior, I had disseminated news indicating that you had confessed, and this morning your son met with an unfortunate accident. This serves as their warning to you. Although individuals of considerable stature are rare, they do exist. However, they typically embody the attributes of a clumsy giant. While they can be troublesome, they are not insurmountable. Gazing at the lanterns ascending into the sky, I made my wish. O divine being, please grant me and Lei Mingxian everlasting happiness together. At this moment, I found myself paralyzed with indecision, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Yet with Dahe having spoken, I felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Qingmu solemnly nodded in response to Ying Zhuozhengzhao's words, then turned with a grave expression to address him. Bai Chu recalled the days spent in Kyoto, during which she had vanquished numerous demon breeds and blood clans, and even slain Su Fu. All these accomplishments would surely accumulate a significant number of skill points. Wang Yaqiao found merit in Gui's reasoning. Eliminating Fu Jinji could indeed expose many of his brothers, rendering it a loss that outweighed any gain. As Xia Tian listened to the inspiring words of the four, he too regained his resolve, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The five joined forces to commence their assault, leaving the two-headed wolf overwhelmed and frequently injured, even losing a leg in the process. Observing as the maid once more closed the door, Gu Yi and Gu Kuizhong gazed longingly at it, their hearts heavy with concern, yet feeling utterly helpless. Should we charge or retreat? These two thoughts flickered through my mind like lightning. With time running short, I decided that making a basket would be the safer option, promptly making my choice. As evening approached, JY and the others began to return to school, while Lin Jie and I opted to linger behind. Having spent quite some time at school, we had yet to fully indulge in our internet addiction. Tonight, we were determined to spend the entire night gaming at the Cyber CAF. The school bus dropped us off in a desolate location, devoid of life, before driving away. Watching the bus recede into the distance amidst a cloud of dust, we felt a sense of irrevocable commitment. Ji Xian turned to look at Xiao Ruoguang, pondering how to navigate this crisis. After conversing with Feng Jing, Yi received a message from Professor Wu, inquiring if she would be willing to join a grand undertaking. There was nothing urgent in the lab, so you should take some time to rest. It is rare for her to be so considerate of her subordinates. This is unacceptable. That is also unacceptable. Long Wu Hui, you are being rather excessive, Sun Wudi declared, and the formidable aura of the 50,000 realms erupted, enveloping Long Wu Hui, clearly signaling the onset of an impending battle. Thank you for your care, along with the nurses. I have been feeling much better these past few days. Peng Ruofei expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Shangguan Qian for everything he had done. Ever since Shangguan Qian had facilitated the delivery of that letter to Pastor Han, his spirits had considerably brightened. However, he contemplated the potential troubles that might arise if he were to ally with Qing Qi, especially concerning Huar, who idolized Qing Qi. Should she decide to emulate him, it would be too late for regret. As for the designated future fiancé of this master, neither party seemed to mind. However, upon hearing of Gu Chunlua's injury, their expressions changed. She was acutely aware that one must prioritize urgent needs over mere wants. Thus, any assistance rendered would be meticulously chosen, a significant undertaking, especially considering the necessity of ensuring donations were secured. Initially, with only a handful of individuals involved, she personally oversaw matters, returning home late each day. In a confrontation near a stream, not far from a cave with an entrance towering over two men, Mengmeng anxiously scanned her surroundings for Yeya's figure, but found none. She peered into the cave, a look of concern crossing her face as she inquired of Xianyi. "Where is Yeya?" Xianyi ignored her question, casting a glance at the cave. Mengmeng, following his gaze, calmed herself, but noticed that he had no intention of entering and queried, "Aren't you going in?" "They will come out on their own," he replied. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, the individuals inside the cave seemed to sense their presence and hurriedly emerged. As the footsteps grew louder, William appeared, cradling Yeya in his arms, before Mengmeng's astonished gaze. Mengmeng gazed at them with great excitement. Little Yeya, upon seeing Mengmeng in William's embrace, exclaimed, "Mommy." Mengmeng immediately began to struggle, yet Xianyi did not intervene, loosening his tail and allowing her to descend. She rushed forward, taking swift strides, and seized Yeya from William's grasp. Surprisingly, William willingly handed the child over to her. "Are you hurt anywhere? Does anything ache?" Mengmeng cast a fleeting glance at William, directing her full attention toward Yeya instead. Meanwhile, William observed them, his gaze occasionally shifting to Xianyi, revealing an intricate complexity in his expression, yet devoid of any semblance of fear. In contrast, Xianyi's demeanor remained increasingly indifferent. Upon confirming that Yeya was unharmed, Mengmeng exhaled in relief, only to be engulfed by a surge of anger as her cold gaze pierced through William. "How could you, targeting a mere child, reconcile with your conscience?" William had shed the previous veneer of politeness towards Mengmeng, his eyes now reflecting envy as he regarded her with disdain, asserting, "I have not harmed her. On the contrary, he genuinely cherished her, treating her as if she were his own niece." His sole intention in binding Yeya was to compel Mengmeng to depart from Lilan. "Mom, Uncle William is very kind to me," Yeya interjected, lending her support to William's defense. This indicated that Yeya held a fondness for her uncle. Mengmeng gazed at William, sighing as she listened to Zayu's words. She turned to the little girl in her arms and reminded her, "You must always remain vigilant around others, regardless of who they are, even if it is your mother." As she spoke, she noticed the innocent expression in Zayu's eyes and realized that such complex thoughts might be beyond the understanding of someone so young. Thus, she opted for a simpler approach, saying, "Zayu, promise your mother that wherever you go in the future, you must inform both me and your father, all right? Otherwise, we will be terribly worried about you." With a heavy nod, Zayu agreed, though her expression still bore a hint of confusion, as she pondered why her mother seemed so wary of Uncle William. Her curiosity piqued, yet her young intuition sensed that this was not the right moment to inquire further. At that moment, a long tail reached out and enveloped the two of them. Xianyi was not fond of Mengmeng being too distant from him. Were it not for Zhao being someone close to Mengmeng, he might have considered casting her aside. Instead, he merely furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. William watched the scene with alarm, his primary concern being Zayu's safety. "Lord Xianyi," he called out, attempting to alert him. However, Xianyi did not spare him a glance, tightening his grip on Mengmeng and the little girl as he coldly replied, "You may leave." From the beginning, Xianyi's intent had been to claim Mengmeng and assist her in locating Zayu. The other individuals were of no consequence to him. William, on the other hand, sought to distance Mengmeng from Lilan, and now that Xianyi had captured her, it seemed his wish had been fulfilled. Yet, a sense of loss washed over him, an inexplicable discomfort settling in his heart. At that moment, Xianyi turned on his heel, leading Mengmeng and the little girl away. "Uncle William," Zhao called out, her face a mixture of reluctance and confusion, wondering why her Uncle William did not accompany them, her anxious voice rising in urgency. Mengmeng, too, was taken aback. Is it truly over just like this? In truth, she had desired to exact punishment upon William. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. She furrowed her brow, gazing at William with a complex expression. Yeya, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, Mommy, why isn't Uncle William coming with us?" Mengmeng cast a fleeting glance at the silent and pursed-lipped Xianyi, fabricating a reason that this uncle did not hold a fondness for Uncle William. Upon hearing this, Yeya also glanced over, her round and glistening eyes scrutinizing Xianyi, instinctively sensing his formidable presence. Xianyi's demeanor, which exuded an air of unapproachability, gradually instilled a sense of fear in her sparkling gaze. In that moment, she clutched tightly onto Mengmeng's garment, and whispered softly, "Mama, I am afraid." "Do not fear. Do not fear." Mengmeng reassured her. "He will not harm us. Mama will protect you." Mengmeng busily offered her comfort. Hearing her words, Xianyi slightly turned his head to glance at the two, his gaze lingering on Mengmeng, evoking a peculiar sensation. Mengmeng remained oblivious, continuously soothing the little Yaya in her arms. Xianyi, accompanied by both a large and a small figure, steadfastly advanced in a singular direction, eventually arriving at the entrance of a concealed cave. Mengmeng cast a glance at the densely distributed shrubs surrounding her, towering to a height of nearly a person, and mused that this indeed was an excellent hiding spot. If Sane and the others were to come searching, it would undoubtedly not be an easy task, unless William, in a moment of conscience, chose to guide them. However, upon reflection, such a scenario seemed improbable. Mengmeng, cradling the little Yaya, resignedly followed Xianyi into the cave. Upon entering, they discovered a hidden paradise, adorned with exquisite decor. The walls were impeccably smooth, devoid of the typical ruggedness associated with caves. Inside, there were several compartments, and the furnishings were abundant, indicating Xianyi's intention for a prolonged stay. Gently, he set the two down and turned to Mengmeng, suggesting they temporarily reside there. The storeroom contained provisions, clothing, and various everyday items, and he encouraged her to inform him if anything was lacking. This space was specially arranged for Mengmeng, as he hoped to gradually cultivate a bond with her, aspiring for a life shared together in harmony. Mengmeng nodded in a daze, but soon regained her senses and hastily shook her head. "It's not Xianyi. Could you please assist me in returning Xiao Yuyu?" Her voice was as faint as a whisper, aware that making demands of someone who had bound her was merely taking advantage of Xianyi's affections. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu was innocent. Fearing that Xianyi might refuse her, Mengmeng quickly added, "What I mean is, I will stay by your side. It is far better for Xiao Yu to be with her father than to remain here with me." However, without a moment's hesitation, Xianyi declined, stating, "I will not allow your companions any opportunity to find you. This little rabbit has already discovered this place, so I cannot agree to assist you." Mengmeng, "There is no need for hesitation. Please rest well." Xianyi left this remark before stepping out, leaving the mother and child behind. "Mother, I wish to return home." Little Yaya implored softly, clinging tightly to Mengmeng. Mengmeng gently stroked her head, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead, and reassured her, "Mother will take you home. There is no need to worry." Mengmeng turned her gaze towards the direction in which Xianyi had departed, her mind racing with thoughts on how to convey information to Sa-In and Lilan. Little Yaya appeared somewhat fatigued, drifting into a deep slumber in her embrace. Noticing the child's peaceful sleep, Mengmeng gently laid her on the spacious bed prepared by Xianyi. The bedding was luxuriously soft, and the covers were both clean and warm. After such a long journey, she believed that merely lying down would allow her to succumb to sleep instantly. However, at that moment, slumber was not an option. She surveyed her surroundings, searching for any means to transmit her message. Yet, after a thorough inspection, she found nothing but everyday necessities, devoid of any intelligent devices. Mengmeng, filled with disappointment, returned to the edge of her bed. At that moment, a gentle stir emanated from her abdomen as the child within her moved slightly. She placed her hand tenderly on her belly and sighed, realizing that she needed to eat something first. Just as she was searching the room for food, Xianyi returned, carrying a bag in his hand. It seemed he could see right through her. "Are you hungry?" he inquired, as he extended the bag towards Mengmeng with a serpent-like motion of his hand. "This is the jerky you obtained earlier. I kept it for you." Upon hearing this, Mengmeng paused momentarily, taking the item with a dazed expression before expressing her gratitude. "Has she fallen asleep?" Xianyi inquired, his gaze resting on the quietly slumbering Xiaoya. Wasn't this little one initially crying to return home? To think she could actually drift off to sleep. Such is the beauty of innocence in youth. Hearing this, Mengmeng immediately turned her attention as well. However, knowing Xianyi's character, she dismissed any notion of him acting harshly towards a child. Strangely enough, she found herself inexplicably trusting him in this matter. She must be exhausted, she reasoned. Did she also emerge from your womb? Mengmeng found herself at a loss for words. What sort of question was that? Where else could it emerge from if not from her own womb? She nodded slightly, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, she too was female, and the tone of that inquiry was laden with implications. This led Mengmeng to entertain a rather disturbing notion. Could it be that Xian Yi treated Xiao Ye in the same manner as he did her? Just a moment ago, she had felt an inexplicable confidence in Xian Yi. After all, he was still just a child. She suddenly spoke up, swallowed hard, and subtly shifted to obstruct Xian Ye's gaze towards Xiao Ye. Observing her movements, Xian Yi quickly surmised the unsavory thoughts swirling in her mind. His brows furrowed, and the calmness in his eyes turned icy in an instant. "What on earth are you thinking?" he retorted. "No matter how desperate I may be, I would never lay a hand on a child." With that cold proclamation, he turned on his heel and exited, seemingly incensed by Chang Mengmeng's suspicions regarding him. Chang Mengmeng exhaled in relief upon hearing his words, yet as she observed Xian Ye's departing figure, filled with indignation, she realized that her thoughts had wandered too far. She hastily pursued him. "Yes, I apologize. That was not my intention, or rather, I did mean it. But isn't it quite natural to think that way? Hey, wait for me." Xian Yi, despite feeling a surge of anger at her words, unconsciously slowed his pace. At that moment, he remained unaware that such emotions could manifest within him. Typically, he exuded a frosty demeanor, his strikingly handsome face devoid of any expression, resembling a statue devoid of sentiment. As anticipated, Chang Mengmeng swiftly caught up with him, trailing him to the cave's entrance. However, she failed to notice her footing and inadvertently stumbled over Xian Ye's serpentine tail, colliding with his back and instinctively wrapping her arms around him. For an instant, the air seemed to suspend. Xian Yi felt the warmth emanating from her and the softness of her body against his. In that moment, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Awakening feelings he found difficult to comprehend. "You were the one who took my talisman and went out to cause trouble. If you dare speak of this incident, I could just as easily reveal the time you caused havoc at Linglong's home, and we could both face ruin together," Feng Yinwan declared, pulling Nie Linglong close, leaving no room for negotiation. "Now, let us proceed to reorganize our respective territories," he continued, observing Lu Kuei's departure and seeing Xing Yu return to her previous seat. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Sikai addressed the group. Previously, he had employed a tactic of feigned distraction to unexpectedly acquire the Wanxi Fruit Company, earning widespread acclaim. Being youthful, none were willing to lag behind. Wang Dong extended his thumb in a gesture of disdain, followed by a downward motion. After Xing Yu had finished her tirade, her fist had already reached her opponent. Seeing this, the other party, caught unawares, retaliated with a punch aimed at Xing Yu's fist. Though Mo had amassed some wealth from robbing the Lu Hua sect, he was not in a position to lament over a handful of spirit pearls. Nevertheless, such ill-gotten gains were fleeting, and opportunities like these would be hard to come by in the future. Hence, he would need to devise a more sustainable approach for acquiring materials for crafting puppets. "Damn it," the crowd muttered inwardly. "You were so calculative at the outset, launching an ambush on them and letting that foolish tiger pummel them into submission. Now that you realize they're armed police, you tell them not to be so petty? Aren't you ashamed? Humph, can you compare with me? Did you achieve bone fortification by the age of 20? Mo shot a glance of disdain at Ji Qiandao. In truth, he harbored no prejudice against Ji Qiandao, but the pent-up breath he had been holding in found no outlet until it was directed towards Ji Qiandao. Lu Fei cast a glance around, ensuring he was alone in the office. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The sound had been so distinct that, in the absence of anyone else, could it be that she was attending to her physiological needs? How utterly desperate! At this thought, a flicker of melancholy crossed his face, undoubtedly reminiscent of the tragically deceased matchmaker. Murong Yan's expression shifted as he pondered something, his gaze transforming as he remarked, "By this standard, you and Xianyuan Yaohui truly make a fitting pair." Yin Yu felt a surge of exasperation. This man had an uncanny knack for matchmaking. Could she preside over the ceremony, while Xianyuan Yaohui merely gathered herbs? Apart from selling medicine, he possessed little else to offer. The blindfold was drawn down. Yet Lin Zishu did not recoil. He found himself entranced by the proximity of the two before him. Her garment had been slightly unbuttoned, revealing glimpses of black lingerie, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. "You scoundrel, truly devious." Xiao Yong'er ignored him and retreated into the bathroom to freshen up. "This is no mystery to others. We know it well enough. Am I not working for you? Look, it's the new year. Perhaps my father has finances." Han's father gestured in a playful manner about money, his face alight with mirth. The two paused momentarily before cautiously stepping inside, startled by the dried bloodstains on the floor. "Who is the coward?" the concubine inquired, perplexed by the emperor's reference. One must understand that any youth bearing the surname Niu could be called a coward. Yin Yu had anticipated the emperor's inquiry about the cowherd and was prepared, responding with utmost seriousness. The atmosphere remained harmonious. Upon entering, Mengmeng settled at the bedside. Xiao Yeye was fast asleep, showing no signs of waking soon. She tucked the blanket around the child and glanced outside the cave, where a significant portion of Xian Ye's silhouette was cast within. It appeared he had no intention of leaving. However, Mengmeng need not worry about Xian Yi entering the room. He seemed to find rest wherever he laid, and she had faith in his character, which reassured her. Contemplating this, her emotions grew increasingly complex. The wedding dress was flawless, with Lin Cece finding no faults. Thus it was decided. Soft, fragmented sounds escaped her lips. She could feel the warmth of tears on her cheeks, fully aware that she was indeed crying. For instance, there is an age restriction for martial artists entering the Bull Demon Cave in our Zhao Kingdom. This level of demon prison surely possesses special settings crafted by the masters of Illusion Spirit Island, Yi Jun Tian remarked. 2 minutes later, Qin Qingqing raised her hand to touch the towel on her forehead, intending to flip it for another application, only for her hand to be seized by Moz, who pulled it away. How is this possible? Frank and Van Kashi exchanged glances, realizing that with the firepower possessed by the three of them, not even a formidable elephant could withstand it. Luo Dashin placed the money into his bag, contemplating for a moment before retrieving some mountain goods from home, including peanuts, red dates, dried cured meat, and sun-dried fish, intending to bring them to Fong Pingying's residence. With renewed determination, he checked his weapon, Mo Fong declared, bending down to pick up the OIC beneath his feet, while simultaneously, Marshall and Robin positioned their gun stocks against their shoulders. Meanwhile, Neeson opened a nearby ammunition box and connected the bullets to the Nejif machine gun. A subtle scent of gunpowder wafted through the air at the mountainside. Since these demonic beasts were the primary inhabitants of the Bull Demon Cave, why not utilize the principle of earth patterns to merge their blood essence for one's own gain? Lin Cecier instinctively raised her hand, furious at the despicable man before her, as Li Whiting regarded her with an unflinching gaze. The Sea-Old 8, a rare sea serpent king, was elusive, especially since it lurked at depths of 5,000 to 6,000 meters beneath the sea, a depth unattainable for ordinary warriors. Even modern advanced submarines would struggle to reach such depths, let alone warriors without equipment. She smiled, and he felt a smile tugging at his lips in response. When she cried, he felt an even greater sorrow. Thus he yearned to protect her smile. As long as she was happy, he would willingly offer his heart in exchange. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and before the 100 soldiers could reach Jiang Li, they were obliterated, their bodies scattered across the ground. Now, on the count of 3, soldiers willing to surrender, drop your weapons immediately and cover your heads. Lu Kaiwei frowned, indignantly exclaiming, "Who the hell is this guy? Doesn't he understand a word? I told him not to block the way, yet he insists on standing in front." However, over the years, the children had grown up. Choosing not to remain in the village, they all ventured out to work, leaving only 2 elderly individuals at home. During the busy farming season, none of the children returned to lend a helping hand. Lu Kaiwei appeared bewildered, as there were always those misguided individuals who thought she wished to harm them and their families. If she had the time to create trouble, she certainly wouldn't waste it on them, would she? Golden, Jiang Li murmured, glancing at her waist. She then shifted her gaze to Jiang Hao, whose waist displayed a purple hue. Yet, all present had witnessed the earlier confrontation. The two had fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. It could even be said that in the end, the Blue Palace had exhausted every possible means to barely secure victory. Do you think you can seal off the space just like that? A chilling glint appeared in the eyes of the elegant youth. As he stepped forward, the space sealed off by the black dragon shattered entirely. What a sin, he muttered, and then, amidst Xian Ye's astonished gaze, he approached the stream to cleanse his hands of the animal. In truth, her motions were somewhat unskilled. In her previous world, she had only consumed ready-made meals and had occasionally observed others plucking feathers from chickens and ducks. She believed she could clean it thoroughly. As she had an aversion to consuming anything that still bore feathers, it merely required some time. Indeed, by the time she had completed her task, a considerable portion of the day had passed. Little Yeye, unable to wait any longer, had already succumbed to sleep, while Xian Yi displayed remarkable patience, standing by and watching her. He crossed his arms, quietly observing, and occasionally posed a question to which she would respond. At last, she had managed to remove every last feather. She possessed a degree of cleanliness obsession, sometimes unable to tolerate even a speck of sand. After finishing, she prepared to rise. But having squatted for an extended period, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It was a lapse in her judgment, after all. She was carrying a child and had spent too long in that position. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision as she began to topple backward. However, she was caught in the nick of time by Xianyi, who stood behind her. Her body fell into his embrace, and as the light dimmed above her, Xianyi leaned down, his cold gaze furrowed with concern. "Are you all right?" The dizziness was fleeting, and Mengmeng soon regained her composure. Upon raising her eyes, she met Xianyi's caring gaze. His exquisitely chiseled features were mere inches away. Aware of his handsomeness, she was nevertheless taken aback by the blinding effect of his beauty in that moment. Her eyelids fluttered, and she hastily replied, "I'm fine." In her flustered state, she attempted to rise from his arms, but in her haste, she tripped over Xianyi's serpent tail, causing her to tilt sideways, her hands instinctively bracing against it. Unexpectedly, her fingers brushed against a prominent object, roughly the size of her hand, which felt pleasantly warm to the touch, prompting her to grasp it. Curiosity piqued, she thought. What is this? It had a somewhat slimy texture, though it was also rather firm. Just as she pondered this, a faint gasp escaped the air. Upon hearing the sound, Mengmeng turned her head and beheld Xianyi's cold, strikingly handsome face, alternating between pale and flushed. His gaze was fixed upon her, brimming with emotions that seemed less like anger and more akin to confusion, or perhaps an instinctual reaction from his body, causing a slight tremor in his lower abdomen. Xianyi could never have anticipated that this was the natural instinctual response of his body. Torn between the desire for Mengmeng to release him and the yearning for her to hold on just a moment longer, with even deeper thoughts crossing his mind. Observing Xianyi's expression, Mengmeng finally realized the gravity of the situation. Her eyes widened as it dawned on her that she might have grasped something she should not have. How could she not have anticipated this? What else could possibly be in such a place? Mortified by the realization, she inwardly chastised herself. Once she comprehended the situation, she quickly released her grip, exclaiming apologies. "I am so sorry, my mistake." Mengmeng exhibited a remarkable agility this time, escaping a full meter away with the steadiness of a mountain. She buried her head, utterly unable to meet Xuanye's gaze. To her surprise, Xuanye appeared somewhat dazed. He furrowed his brow, his profound eyes shifting from Mengmeng's lowered head to the hand she had placed beside her. Indeed, at the very moment she released her grip, he found himself enveloped by an inexplicable sense of loss. At that instant, he felt utterly shameless. With a mere mutter of "It's nothing," he turned sharply and departed. His voice slightly husky, his form unexpectedly disheveled. Mengmeng blinked in astonishment, realizing Xuanye had vanished before her eyes. She sighed, attempting to call him back, but he had already slipped away. Yet, upon reflection, she pondered the futility of calling him back. After all, it was prudent to avoid the awkwardness of their recent encounter. Frustrated, she slapped her forehead, chastising herself for inadvertently touching him, let alone squeezing his hand. The thought alone made her wish to burrow into a hole, or better yet, to crash into a wall. After a considerable time, she ceased ruminating on the matter and redirected her focus to the task of grilling meat. As the delectable aroma wafted towards her, the events of the recent past were swiftly cast aside. Meanwhile, Xuanye plunged into a lake situated 500 meters from Mengmeng, overwhelmed by an unbearable heat. The burning sensation in his lower abdomen felt akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, compelling him to immerse himself in the icy waters to alleviate the turmoil within. He remained oblivious to the nature of his physical distress, instinctively seeking to cool himself down. Consequently, for an entire month, Xuanye maintained a considerable distance from Mengmeng, vigilantly watching over her and Xiaoye from afar. Whenever the two encountered peril, he would intervene with timely precision. Initially, Mengmeng was bewildered by his behavior, but as time progressed, she came to appreciate this arrangement. At least it spared them the discomfort of face-to-face interaction. However, the inevitable confrontation loomed ahead, for she was nearing her time to give birth. As her due date approached, she felt a persistent heaviness in her abdomen. Remarkably, Xuanye, who had been quietly guarding the mother and daughter from a distance, sensed the change as well. In an unprecedented turn of events, he gradually drew closer to Mengmeng and her child. Mengmeng lay upon her bed, the sensation of heaviness rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable, particularly as it was accompanied by intermittent pangs of pain that deterred her from moving about too much. Xiaoye was the first to notice something amiss with Mengmeng. She was not clamoring to return home, for she sensed that although Xianyi often wore a cold expression, he would not harm them. Yet this time, a sense of panic began to creep in. Upon seeing Xianyi at the door, Xiaoye dashed toward him without a second thought. "You wicked man! Let us return home at once," she shouted, her small face betraying fear, yet her large eyes brimmed with determination and stubbornness. She was resolute in her duty to protect her mother. Her father had once said, as had her brother, that they must love and safeguard their mother. Though it was usually her mother who took care of her and her brother, now that her mother was unwell, she too must ensure her mother was well cared for. "Yeah." Cheng Mengmeng, suppressing her discomfort, cast her gaze towards Xiu and the man by the door. She feared that Xiu might provoke Xianyi, yet she believed that, for the most part, he would not hold a grudge against a mere child. As anticipated, Xianyi, with an impassive expression, merely glanced at Xiu before diverting his gaze, offering no explanation. Instead, he turned his attention to Cheng Mengmeng, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. "I shall not allow you to return, yet I will ensure your safety." Xiu, initially miffed by his indifference, became even more enraged upon hearing his words. "You wicked man! Even with my mother in this state, you still won't spare us." She rushed forward, using her tiny fists to pound on Xianyi. However, her strength was no more than a playful tickle to him. Cheng Mengmeng was anxious, and Yeye approached. She longed for little Yeye to return to her side. However, a sudden cramp in her abdomen caused her to exclaim. Immediately afterward, a warm surge coursed from beneath her. Cheng Mengmeng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, that was the sensation she had been anticipating. She was about to give birth. Meanwhile, Xianyi hastily disregarded the playful antics of the little girl, Xiaoye, and rushed over. "Don't come closer." Cheng Mengmeng immediately halted him. "What brings you here? Are you here to witness her giving birth? She is certainly not generous enough to allow others to observe such an intimate moment." Cheng Mengmeng was tightly wrapped in her blanket, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. "You take Xiaoye outside. I can manage alone," she insisted. The fetus within her was not large, and she believed in her ability to give birth successfully, especially since she had experienced it once before, which afforded her some level of expertise. Xianyi hesitated, tempted to voice his concerns, but upon seeing Cheng Mengmeng's resolute demeanor, he refrained from pressing further. Instead, he complied with her request and took Xiaoye outside. He coiled his serpentine tail around her, while the little girl struggled with all her might, stubbornly shouting, "Let go of me! Let go! I want to stay here." Cheng Mengmeng gazed at the unwillingly departing Xiaoye, initially intending to speak to her with kindness. However, Xianye's temperament was evidently commensurate with his indifferent demeanor. He disregarded Xiaoye's loud protests and departed from the cave with his companions. Nevertheless, to alleviate Cheng Mengmeng's concerns, Xianyi paused at the cave's entrance and assured her, "I shall not harm her. You may focus on your delivery." With this reassurance, he vanished from view. With Xianye's words, Cheng Mengmeng felt an immense relief wash over her, even as Xiaoye's shouts echoed in the distance until they had completely left. Cheng Mengmeng found herself in a bewildering situation, yet in this critical moment, she chose to place her trust in the man beside her. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. But her labor progressed smoothly, akin to her previous experience, as something effortlessly emerged from her, lying quietly on the bed. Her calm demeanor belied the anxiety evident in the beads of sweat that adorned her skin. She counted the child that had been born beneath the covers, a small leopard. Bathed in the luminous glow of the overhead crystal, she gazed up in disbelief, realizing that she had brought another life into the world, the child of herself and Sane. A twinge of regret filled her heart as she lamented Sane's absence in this moment, acutely aware of the damp sensation beneath her and the faint movements of the newborn. She found herself longing for the sound of a wailing cry. Yet, it was clear that such a reality was unattainable in this world. Soon, she steeled herself to accept the truth, tidied her surroundings, and securely wrapped her child, a small, all-black cub, in a cloth. Regrettably, there was no specialized incubator from Tanfu to nurture live-born infants. She gently laid the baby on the bed and proceeded to cleanse herself of the remnants of childbirth. However, she was soon confronted with a dilemma: how to feed her newborn. In the past, when she had welcomed Xiao Junjun and Xiao Yeye, such concerns were far from her mind, but now she had to face the reality head-on. The circumstances were not conducive to the direct feeding method she had known in her former life. An idea struck her: she could express her milk, spoonful by spoonful, and awkwardly feed the little black cub wrapped in fabric. As she completed this task, dusk began to settle in. Unbeknownst to her, Xianyi had returned with Xiao Yeye, who was now peacefully asleep in his arms. Having detected the scent of blood from outside the cave, he was aware that Mengmeng had successfully given birth. Yet he chose to remain outside, patiently waiting for her to finish tending to her affairs. The twilight deepened around them. After Mengmeng had settled her child with Sane, she ventured out. However, as soon as she stepped outside the cave, she encountered Xianyi. Mengmeng gazed at Xianyi, her heart filled with perplexity. Had he truly been waiting outside all this time? Yet, her attention was swiftly drawn to the slumbering Xiaoyi nestled in his arms. Oh, she has fallen asleep. Hand her to me. I shall take her back to the room to rest. It seemed only she could stand here. Speaking with such vigor after giving birth, Xianyi scrutinized her for a moment, noting her well-being, and with a barely perceptible raise of his brow, confirmed that she had successfully delivered the child. He refrained from further inquiries and simply returned Xiaoyi to her. She has worn herself out from crying, he remarked, indicating that the little one had exhausted herself to sleep. It was rare for him to offer such an explanation to Mengmeng. Unexpectedly, Mengmeng said, oh, let me carry her inside. As she spoke, she took the child into her arms. Just as she was about to turn around, something crossed her mind. She glanced back at Xianyi and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for taking care of her. Xianyi, with his silver hair, responded calmly, it's no trouble at all. Upon entering the house, Mengmeng hastily consumed a modest meal, settled little Yaya along with the small cub, and then succumbed to slumber. The following day dawned bright and clear. Little Yaya, gazing at the newfound baby in her bed, found herself momentarily at a loss. Mama, is this my little brother? Her tone conveyed disbelief, while her cherubic face sparkled with curiosity and excitement, her large, expressive eyes shimmering with wonder. Mengmeng looked on, both amused and exasperated. Indeed, you now have a little brother. Henceforth, you must take good care of him. Xiaoyi beamed with delight, exclaiming, Hooray! I have a brother now. I will certainly protect him well. As she spoke, she drew closer, vigilantly keeping watch beside the small milk leopard. At that moment, a disturbance echoed within the cave, prompting Mengmeng to turn her gaze. She beheld a serpentine tail advancing toward the cave entrance, bringing with it a bounty of sustenance. Mengmeng gazed upwards along the serpent's tail, yet she could not discern Xianyi's figure. However, she need not speculate, for the master of this serpent's tail was undoubtedly Xianyi. In recent days, Xianyi had been incessantly providing her with sustenance, causing the provisions within the cave to accumulate to nearly mountainous proportions. Mengmeng chuckled softly, yet she felt compelled to intervene, otherwise, the cave would soon become devoid of any space to tread. She rose and stepped outside, quickly spotting Xianyi engrossed in his tasks. Upon meeting his gaze, Mengmeng hastily remarked, You needn't continue bringing in food. It is quite impossible to consume it all. Xianyi, however, did not cease his endeavors, nor did he turn to her as he replied, Although you appear to be fine at this moment, I can sense that your body is severely depleted. His penetrating gaze rested upon her for but a fleeting moment before he returned to his work. Can one truly sense such things? Mengmeng was quite taken aback by his words. It is indeed true that women experience a depletion of vitality and blood after childbirth. Yet it was evident that Xianyi possessed remarkable abilities. Nevertheless, she refused to relent and replied, These foods alone cannot replenish what I have lost. I require red dates, goji berries, and longan. Those are essential. The issue is that there is nothing of the sort here. Xianyi paused in his actions, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. To him, it seemed that simply consuming more would suffice for replenishment. Was there truly more to consider? He regarded Mengmeng with an inquisitive gaze, saying, Tell me what you need, and I shall procure it for you. There is nothing here. Mengmeng fell silent for a moment before responding. However, Xianyi misconstrued her meaning, believing that only those bases possessed what Mengmeng required. Are you implying that only your companions have it? Xianyi's tone took on a chilling undertone. You've actually sought them out? Mengmeng, bewildered, realized that she had not conveyed her thoughts accurately. Even among those few items, there was nothing that she desired. Gradually, she came to understand that such items must exist somewhere in this world, albeit hidden away in some base, and that searching for them now would be a futile endeavor. While her mind wandered to trivial matters, she entirely overlooked Xianyi's inquiry, failing to notice the increasingly perturbed expression on his face. When she finally did, she found that Xianyi had been gazing at her intently for quite some time. Ah, no, how could they possibly possess what I seek? What I meant was, such things cannot exist here. Upon hearing this, Xianyi furrowed his brow but ultimately grasped the essence of Chang Mengmeng's words, his expression softening considerably. He then inquired, "Pray tell, what is it? I shall endeavor to procure it for you." Cheng Mengmeng hurriedly said, "No, no, truly unnecessary." Yet, under the weight of Xianye's profound silence and his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, she ultimately divulged the names and shapes of several items. It appeared that this man before her was indeed determined to persist in this contest. Subsequently, Xianyi turned and departed, trailing his elongated white serpent tail behind him. Cheng Mengmeng stared blankly at his receding figure, her desire for those few items not particularly strong. Yet, she soon dismissed the matter from her mind. However, just a few days later, when Xianyi reappeared before her, he bore the very items he had mentioned. Cheng Mengmeng was taken aback. You actually found them?" she exclaimed internally, her incredulous eyes fixated on the objects in Xianye's hands. One was a cluster of a plant resembling longan, and the other was a red item akin to goji berries. "There is still one item I have yet to locate, but do these two resemble what you were seeking?" Xianyi inquired, extending the two plants towards her. Cheng Mengmeng scrutinized the matter closely, realizing it merely resembled the longan and goji berries. She had wondered how such a thing could possibly exist. However, when she lifted her gaze to Xianyi, she was taken aback to find an expression of anticipation on his usually stoic and handsome face. The words she struggled to articulate remained unspoken, so she feigned immense surprise, exclaiming, "Indeed, you actually found it. How truly astonishing." Perhaps her reaction was somewhat exaggerated, yet Xianyi began to harbor doubts, pondering if it was truly the few items she had mentioned. Cheng Mengmeng nodded eagerly, affirming that this was indeed what she desired. With this, she could begin her cultivation, ensuring her future sustenance. She was not mistaken. Just moments prior, she had peeled a fruit reminiscent of longan, tasting a mere morsel of its flesh. To her delight, it bore a striking resemblance to longan yet possessed a sweetness akin to that of a pear, indicating its practicality. Observing her genuine joy, Xianyu refrained from further inquiries, allowing a softer expression to grace his handsome visage. He yearned for Cheng Mengmeng to feel content and joyful at all times, for such feelings would deter her from contemplating departure. Thus, he resolved to fulfill her desires and needs to the best of his ability. Cheng Mengmeng, perplexed by Xianye's thoughts, was at that moment preparing to cultivate a patch of land beside the stream to plant the two types of flora she held in her hands. Xianyi followed her and, discerning her intentions, proactively inquired, "What are you planning to do? I am here to assist you." Cheng Mengmeng thought to herself that having assistance was certainly preferable to tilling the land alone. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "All right." However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a startled exclamation from Xiao Yeye echoed from the other side of the cave. Cheng Mengmeng's heart raced with alarm as she swiftly turned and dashed forward, closely followed by Xianyi. "What is it?" Ye, who adored the apocalyptic beast realm, found herself transformed into a rare female. "And it is missing." Little Yeye's face was etched with terror. "Brother, he's gone." "Mother." Upon hearing this, Cheng Mengmeng immediately began to search around, while Xianyi also sought in another direction. The little milk leopard developed rapidly. Within just a day, it could open its eyes, and in a few days, it would be able to stumble and walk on the ground. Cheng Mengmeng had carved out a space beside the cave for Xiao Yeye and the little milk leopard to frolic. Unin was the affectionate nickname she had bestowed upon the little leopard, as she found the child to be quiet and well-behaved, inspiring such a name. However, she believed that the proper name should ultimately be bestowed by Sang. Yet, soon she would realize that her choice of name had been premature. After searching around and finding no trace of the leopard, a wave of panic washed over her. Suppressing her anxiety, she turned back to inquire more specifically with Xiao Yeye. Upon gaining clarity, she discovered that Xiao Yeye and Enin had been playing together, and during their merriment, Xiao Yeye, feeling thirsty, had gone inside for a drink, leaving Enin to play alone. However, upon her return, Enin had vanished without a trace. Cheng Mengmeng came to a realization, believing that this place would be devoid of others, which meant that Enin had wandered off on her own. "Mother, I am deeply sorry for not keeping an eye on Enin. I should not have ventured to drink water. Even if I needed to quench my thirst, I ought to have brought Enin along with me," she lamented. Little Yeye felt an immense burden of guilt, as it was her negligence that resulted in Enin's disappearance. Seeing her in tears, Cheng Mengmeng quickly comforted her, reassuring, "It's all right. Enin won't wander too far. Mother will find him soon. In the meantime, you must stay inside and not run around. Understood?" Xiao Yeye obediently nodded and entered the house. Meanwhile, Mengmeng began her search in the vicinity. However, despite her efforts, she found nothing and instead encountered Xianyi, who was also searching. Upon seeing him, Mengmeng hurried over. Have you found anything? Given Xianyi's familiarity with the area and his keen senses, Mengmeng believed he had a greater chance of locating an inn. To her surprise, Xianyi shook his head, rarely displaying such a lack of confidence. A hint of defeat flickered across his face. He had not only searched the immediate surroundings, but had also ventured further afield. Yet there were no traces of an inn to be found. It could be concluded, I believe he must be hiding, or... His voice faltered, igniting Mengmeng's anxiety. Or what? Please, tell me. Or he may have been taken by someone else. A glimmer of intensity flashed through Xianyi's deep-set eyes. Mengmeng believed he was merely engaging in pretentiousness. In reality, it was only after he had searched extensively that such a conjecture arose. Mengmeng gaped in astonishment. Captured by someone? How could that be? Did you not say that only we are here? She found his earlier conjecture more plausible, suggesting that an inn's concealment would indeed provide a better explanation. Yet, as she gazed at Xianyi, who remained silent and merely stared at her, uncertainty lingered in the air. Mengmeng mused that it was not entirely impossible. But who could it be? Or perhaps they had already been discovered while residing here. The other party, wishing to avoid alarming them unduly, chose to capture an inn first. Initially, Mengmeng thought of Sane. With Sane's composed demeanor, he would undoubtedly be able to act without arousing Xianyi's suspicion. Mengmeng had her thoughts, and Xianyi naturally shared them. He gazed at Mengmeng, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. I have already found our next dwelling. As for the apocalyptic beast world, where he had transformed into a rare female, he humbly requested everyone to cherish it. Mengmeng, what if an inn is not with Cyan? Xianyi had already contemplated this possibility, regardless of who it was. Now that this place had been discovered, there was no longer any reason to linger. That very day, he intended to depart with Mengmeng and Xiaoye. However, Mengmeng vehemently opposed this. No, I will not leave. I must find an inn. What if he is not taken by someone, but has merely lost his way? She struggled fiercely against Xianyi's grasp, with Xiaoye also defiantly resisting. You villain, let go of me and my mother. Xianyi had not anticipated that subduing Mengmeng would prove so arduous this time. Previously, she would obediently follow him with a flick of his tail. But now she was determined to fight back with all her might. Having grown up devoid of any familial affection, Xianyi could not comprehend Mengmeng's anxious heart. To him, she was merely a child, and he thought they would eventually find her. Yet, he did not realize that Mengmeng could not wait even a moment longer. At that moment, seizing an opportunity, Mengmeng bit down on his wrist. Xianyi winced in pain, yet his serpentine tail did not release her. Let me go. I will not go with you until I find an inn. Mengmeng's attitude was resolutely unwavering. Xianyi finally discerned her stubbornness, particularly as she fixed him with an angry glare, devoid of her former friendliness, and refused to engage him in conversation. This shift left him feeling somewhat unsettled, a sensation that caused his brow to furrow deeply. It was as though a voice within him whispered that only by acquiescing to her wishes would she return to their previous camaraderie. Xianyi relented, releasing Mengmeng and Xiaoye. His profound gaze was imbued with complexity, pondering whether locating that little leopard would alleviate the current situation. Would it truly change anything? Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by his sudden inquiry, yet she quickly grasped the essence of his question. A wave of exasperation washed over her. She had not anticipated that Xianyi's personality would be so monotonous. Without further contemplation, she responded affirmatively. Xianyi nodded, assuring her, I will assist you in finding it. But only if you agree to leave this place with me. Trust me, I will certainly help you. His gaze upon Mengmeng was strikingly earnest, underscoring the sincerity of his promise. Mengmeng, filled with hesitation, ultimately refused, stating firmly, No, I cannot agree to your request. I must remain here. Her resolve was unwavering as she spoke to him. She could not afford to take risks, nor could she miss any opportunity to find an inn. Observing her determined demeanor, Xianyi fell into silence, gazing intently at her for quite some time, until he finally relented. Very well, I concede. You may stay. He averted his gaze, and the spark that had briefly illuminated his eyes in recent days dimmed significantly. He could not deny that witnessing Mengmeng's mood affected by others and external circumstances, causing her radiant smile to vanish, was a sight he wished to avoid. Mengmeng was taken aback, not expecting him to agree so readily. Thank you. Despite her astonishment, She did not forget to express her gratitude. In the days that followed, she strictly instructed Xiao Ye to remain silent while she ventured out in search. Xianyi stayed closely by her side, ensuring he could both seek out and safeguard Cheng Mengmeng's safety. However, he soon realized that his suspicions were correct. Intruders had breached his territory. This group was scouring the dense forest, while on the other side, several towering structures had risen, standing defiantly at the heart of the thicket. Hidden in the shadows of the thick underbrush, Xianyi observed everything within those buildings through the gaps in the foliage with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Cheng Mengmeng was compelled to stay close to Xianyi, who believed that having her nearby would ensure her safety. Just as Xianyi thought. Cheng Mengmeng shared the same sentiment. She discreetly observed the towering structures, cylindrical and diamond-shaped, which were far more technologically advanced than those in her original world. In all, she couldn't help but exclaim. The sight of the flying vehicles and the group clad in black combat attire indicated they were indeed the individuals from the imperial city that Sa and had mentioned. While she marveled at the spectacle, a sudden thought struck her. Could Xianyi and Inen be inside those buildings? She fixated on the nearly completed edifices, apprehensive about the potential ramifications of their presence there. Not necessarily, Xianyi replied succinctly, his tone indifferent. Sensing Cheng Mengmeng's concern, he added, I will go in and check. If Inen is inside, I will bring her out. Is it appropriate for you to take such risks alone? She protested. I should accompany you. Yet, the thought lingered that she might become a burden to him. Xianyi regarded her in silence, causing Cheng Mengmeng to feel increasingly uneasy, and she lowered her gaze. Then I will wait here for you. You should remain here and not wander off, Xianyi reiterated. But then, as if struck by a thought, he cautioned. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, act according to your judgment. Despite his reassurances, he remained uneasy. With a snap of his fingers, a rustling sound emanated from beneath them. Though nothing was visible, Cheng Mengmeng quickly connected the dots, shivering involuntarily. I will return shortly, Xianyi assured her with a penetrating gaze before descending from the tree. Be careful. Cheng Mengmeng watched him depart, and could not help but call out a reminder. Xianyi paused momentarily, his brows furrowing slightly. As it was rare for someone to express concern for him, he gave a slight nod and continued on his way. Cheng Mengmeng stood at a height, witnessing Xianyi swiftly advancing towards several buildings. Midway through his journey, in the astonished gaze of Cheng Mengmeng, his elongated serpentine tail flickered, and he transformed into a human form. Cheng Mengmeng blinked her eyes in surprise, realizing that Xianyi could indeed transform into a human form. Not far away, a patrolling black-armored soldier was present. With deft skill, he swiftly dispatched the soldier and seamlessly donned the black armor, successfully blending into the ranks. Cheng Mengmeng let out a sigh of relief, yet she remained vigilant and far from complacent. The sight of so many black-armored soldiers opposite her, while Xianyi stood alone, ignited a surge of worry within her. Time passed, though she could not discern how long it had been. As the minutes stretched on, her initial anxiety transformed into an unsettling restlessness. Why was it taking so long? She calculated the time. Had nearly an hour slipped away? Could something have gone awry? Yet she quickly dismissed the thought. With Xianyi's capabilities, it was improbable that any misfortune had befallen him. Her confidence in Xianyi remained steadfast. Nonetheless, her impatience grew unbearable, and at that moment, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from beneath her feet. In the dense thicket below, the noise was markedly different from the earlier commotion. Upon closer scrutiny, it seemed as though something was gnawing, producing a chilling cacophony. Aware that Xianyi had set something in motion down there, she found herself unable to see clearly from her elevated position, and the more she listened, the more her fear escalated. Just then, a more ominous sound reverberated, resembling a wretched scream that lingered for a moment before falling into silence. Cheng Mengmeng fixed her gaze intently on that spot, nervously swallowing her saliva, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Beneath her feet, the dense thicket had fallen silent, showing no signs of any unusual disturbances since the very beginning. Cheng Mengmeng gazed at that spot, then glanced in the direction where Xianyi had departed. Weighing her options, she ultimately resolved to quell her curiosity and remain utterly still. However, despite her desire to stay composed, the other party would not permit it. With a sudden rustle, the dense thicket beneath her feet trembled violently. Suddenly, Cheng Mengmeng was taken aback. Her foot slipped, nearly causing her to fall. Fortunately, she managed to grasp a branch firmly. What should she do? Xianyi had instructed her to remain here obediently, but now she risked missing the rendezvous. However, it was equally impossible for her to stay put. She steadied herself on the branch, preparing to leap to a neighboring tree. Although she was uncertain of the situation below, it seemed that whatever lurked beneath had no intention of ascending. Yet, this remained merely a conjecture. Thus, she resolved to take the opportunity for self-rescue. Thankfully, the trees in this forest were densely packed, each standing close together, allowing her to ascend to the adjacent tree with ease. Without pause, she continued her climb to the next tree. This time, upon noticing her departure, the creature below closely pursued her, causing a rustling commotion in the thicket. Mengmeng felt overwhelmed, pondering the nature of her pursuer. She could only hear their presence, but not see them. After fleeing for a while, she soon realized that the commotion below seemed to be toying with her, as if they were engaged in a game of chase, seemingly on the verge of catching her yet inexplicably letting her go. This fracas resulted in her distancing herself significantly from the spot where Xian Yi had instructed her to remain. Moreover, should she attempt to return, she would be utterly lost. No more running. She decided to halt in exasperation. There was no escaping, nor could she retrace her steps. "Come out," she shouted, her sparkling eyes scanning her surroundings. Enough of this. She resolved to confront whatever lurked in the shadows. Whether it was her demise or that of the unseen entity, she was determined to face it. After being toyed with for over an hour, it was clear that her efforts had been remarkable, as she was not Tarzan, and even leaping a few trees had exhausted her considerably. However, at least she was far from the central buildings, and her shout would not alert the armored sentinels. She waited in silence for a moment, but no response came. "Come out. You have the audacity to frighten me, yet lack the courage to reveal yourself," she called out once more. Finally, there was a stir beneath her feet, as the rustling of leaves broke the silence. A figure clad in black armor materialized before her eyes. It appeared that with each tree she leaped from, this individual had been lurking beneath the very branches she had traversed, silently observing her movements without uttering a word. Mengmeng finally caught sight of another person. She was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment as she scrutinized the figure. However, from her elevated position and with the individual beneath her donning a hooded black cloak, she could discern little about them. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" she demanded sharply. The person by the tree slowly lifted their head, and as they did so, the hood fell back, revealing their visage. Cascading black hair that brushed the shoulders, a gracefully contoured jawline, and fair, delicate skin, particularly those flawless features that were as exquisite as a work of art. Mengmeng gazed in astonishment, aware that most individuals in this world possessed an enchanting beauty, each one seemingly sculpted with exquisite precision. However, after witnessing so many, she became somewhat desensitized, for she understood that countless more handsome and beautiful individuals awaited her. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure, redirecting her thoughts towards more pressing matters. "What do you think you're doing following me?" she inquired once more, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon him, her posture straightened to convey a sense of conviction. The man stood at least 6 feet tall, tilting his head to meet her gaze, his striking eyes glistening like dewdrops, bright and sharp, radiating an intensity that could pierce through the air. "Aren't you here to have fun?" "I'm merely accompanying you," he replied, his voice as melodious and resonant as his demeanor. "Huh? Fun?" Mengmeng's eyes widened like copper bells, utterly astonished that he would refer to her recent flurry of activity as mere play. Speechless, she decided to cease any further dialogue with him and turned to leap to another tree. "Don't jump." Upon seeing her attempt to depart, the man hastily called out. However, the tree she stood upon was a fair distance from the one she intended to reach. Startled by his voice, Mengmeng lost her footing and tumbled downwards. "Ah!" Accompanied by a melodious cry, she shut her eyes, bracing herself for an intimate encounter with the ground. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, she felt a firm grip around her waist, as she was caught in someone's embrace. The hold was broad, and as she lifted her gaze, the handsome man was mere inches away. Their eyes met, and Mengmeng was struck by the flawless perfection of his skin, leaving her utterly mesmerized. She had always known him to possess exquisite features, but seeing him up close revealed a complexion smoother and more refined than the finest jade. He appeared immaculate and delicate, embodying a life of privilege, in stark contrast to individuals like Sa In and Yuan, who were often weary from their incessant travels. Wait, at such a moment, what was she thinking? Rolling her eyes at herself, she quickly regained her composure and stepped back. "Thank you," she said, glancing at the man before brushing off the leaves from her attire. However, had he not shouted, she wouldn't have been startled and would not have fallen from the tree. In any case, it seemed they were even now. You're welcome, he replied courteously, offering her a gentle smile that further illuminated his handsome features. Mengmeng cast another glance at him, feeling an inexplicable sensation. How should she describe it? This man exuded an aura that was both righteous and wicked. Much like the present moment, where he displayed a demeanor that was simultaneously aloof yet tender. Nevertheless, she averted her gaze and chose to ignore him, turning to leave. However, a strong hand seized her from behind. You are a female beast, aren't you? Mengmeng paused, nearly forgetting her own femininity. The people here regarded her with curiosity, and it was understandable that she had been so preoccupied with Anne's matters that she completely overlooked it. Moreover, she had yet to conceal her scent. In an instant, Mengmeng felt as though she were facing a formidable adversary and hurriedly attempted to withdraw her hand. Do not be afraid, I shall not harm you. The man spoke softly, yet he did not release her. His grip, neither too tight nor too loose, seemed devoid of malice, yet it effectively ensnared Mengmeng. Akin to the five-fingered mountain of the Buddha himself. Who would believe such a preposterous notion? Mengmeng, though silent, possessed an insight as clear as a mirror. Could you please release me? My hand hurts, she feigned vulnerability, her delicate appearance rendering her all the more pitiable and captivating in this moment. As she spoke, she gently tugged at her hand, attempting to extricate it from his grasp. Observing her, the man felt a subtle stir within. He tightened his grip momentarily, then relaxed it slightly, pondering, no, if I let you go, you will flee. It's best to hold on like this. It shouldn't be too painful. It's rather difficult to walk with you holding on to me like this, she remarked with an awkward smile, delicately reiterating her point. Are you intending to return to find that snake? Mengmeng was taken aback. How could he possibly know of Xian Ye's existence? Had he been lurking in the shadows all along, only to emerge once Xian Ye departed? The few small serpents he had set in place were indeed capable of guarding you, and upon their demise, one of them would certainly sense it. However, I had merely commanded them to remain still, making the transmission of any messages impossible. Who on earth are you? Mengmeng furrowed her brows. As the only distinction she could make between the individuals clad in black armor and those from the central edifice was their attire. I am called Daryl. Mengmeng pouted, for she had not inquired about his name. What is your name? Dari introduced himself and then looked at Mengmeng, seeking her response. To his knowledge, the individual before him was an exceptionally rare specimen, one that could be deemed unique in this world. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the existence of Xiao. I shall not reveal it to you. Mengmeng resolutely refused to reveal her name, attempting once more to break free from his grasp. However, Dali tightened his hold. This puts me in a bit of a predicament. Are you implying that if I disclose your name, you will release me? Mengmeng seethed with anger, while Darii contemplated the situation, weighing the possibility of letting go or holding on. This fellow. Mengmeng stared blankly for a moment before demanding, what exactly do you intend to do? Naturally, I wish to take you back to my residence, Darii replied with an air of certainty. No way. Mengmeng resolutely opposed. Upon hearing this, Darii furrowed his brow, contemplating numerous possibilities. If he were to forcibly take her back, this female would undoubtedly be incensed, likely displaying a displeased demeanor and possibly causing a commotion, an outcome he found quite undesirable. He much preferred that this female willingly accompany him. Very well. I shall return to your residence with you. After a moment of reflection, he devised a solution to the dilemma. Mengmeng was taken aback by his approach. Is it true that in this world, some individuals are simply like this? She felt that the man before her, named Daryl, bore some resemblance to Xuanya, both possessing a certain enigmatic quality. After a moment of contemplation, Mengmeng concluded that allowing him to accompany her was far preferable to being forcibly taken away by that man. Moreover, there was little Yaya awaiting her return. She pondered for a moment and inquired, You may follow me, but can you take me back to the place we were just at? That is out of the question. Darii replied, Are you still seeking that serpent? Is it not already confining you? As Mengmeng listened to his words, a sudden realization struck her. She scrutinized his attire, refraining from answering his question, and hastily exclaimed, By the way, you are one of the inhabitants of those buildings, aren't you? Have you ever seen a little milk leopard? With black fur, about the size of this, she gestured, indicating the length of her arm. After speaking, she fixed her gaze intently upon Darii, keenly observing his expression, eagerly anticipating his response. No, Darii replied without a moment's hesitation, not even pausing to contemplate her inquiry. He confidently reiterated, Was that snake you mentioned seeking the little milk leopard? I can assure you, it is not present there either. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Ah, how unfortunate. Does that mean Xianyi made the journey in vain? Do you have any way to inform my friend, who happens to be that serpent? She hesitated, shamelessly seeking assistance from Dari. Upon returning to the cave, Dari raised an eyebrow but shook his head with a smile, stating, I cannot assist with that. Rejected. What shall we do now? Mengmeng, after contemplating for a while, could not conceive a suitable plan, so she resolved to remain still. Unable to return to her previous location or contact Xianyi, her only option was to head back and seek out Xiaoye. Having been away for so long, she imagined that Xiaoye must be quite anxious. Well, I shall return now, she declared. She thought that if she waited in the cave, Xianyi would surely come back and, upon not finding her, would instinctively return to search for her. In due time, he would naturally discover the man who accompanied her. With her mind made up, she proceeded in the direction of the cave. Although she was not entirely familiar with returning to her previous spot, Xianyi had indeed taught her the way to the cave. There was a towering tree, the tallest and grandest, which would guide her path. She merely needed to walk towards it. You know how to return? Dolly inquired, perplexed. As just moments ago she seemed unsure of how to navigate back to their previous location, yet now appeared to comprehend how to find her dwelling. Of course I do, she replied. Mengmeng walked forward with her head held high, unable to shake off his hand, and thus continued on their journey together. Upon reaching their destination, Xiaoyu had long been waiting at the entrance of the cave. As soon as she caught sight of Mengmeng, she rushed out and leapt into her embrace, exclaiming, Mom, you have finally returned. Did you find my little brother? Mengmeng gently lifted her up. Are you feeling unwell? Let us not talk about your brother for now. Are you hungry? Little Ye pouted her tiny lips, anxiously waiting alone, a mixture of fear and eagerness in her expression. I will prepare something for you, Mengmeng said. Carrying her into the cave, disregarding Darui, who followed, his expression one of surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of another humanoid female, and from the little one's address, it was evident they were mother and daughter. As he entered, he surveyed the surroundings before his gaze settled on Mengmeng, who was busy preparing food for the little girl. It was only then that little Yeye noticed Darui. His strikingly handsome appearance captivated her, rendering her momentarily speechless. And she timidly asked Mengmeng, Mommy, who is this uncle? He is so handsome. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng glanced back at Darui amidst her tasks. Oh, he is a friend of Mommy S. Unsure how to further explain Darui's identity, she hesitated, concerned that labeling him as a villain would frighten little Yeye. Though Darui appeared formidable, he bore no ill intent towards them. In this world, no one would dare to harm a rare female, which was precisely why Mengmeng felt emboldened to bring Darui here. Hearing Mengmeng's words, Darui raised an eyebrow and smiled playfully. He chose to remain silent, crossing his arms as he observed the mother and daughter with curiosity and interest. Mengmeng presented several pieces of meat-like, leaf-sized morsels to little Yeye, who began to eat them delicately. What is this? Darui inquired, leaning in with intrigue. Mengmeng was busy preparing the soup when she glanced at him and asked, Meat jerky, would you like some? Darui's eyes sparkled at the words, Can I really have some? His demeanor suddenly became somewhat bashful. Mengmeng, engrossed in her tasks, absent-mindedly handed him several pieces of jerky. Go ahead and eat this for now. I will prepare some clear soup, so the jerky won't be too dry when you eat it later. She spoke without turning her head. Darui gazed at the pieces of meat in his hand, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Meanwhile, the little girl, Xiaoyu, noticing his hesitation, beamed at him with a sweet smile. Uncle, please eat. It's really delicious. Darui regained his focus and looked at her, seemingly enchanted by her smile, and he offered a smile in return, nodding slightly before placing a piece of jerky into his mouth. As soon as it touched his palate, his eyes lit up. He had not expected this seemingly dry morsel to be quite flavorful. The corners of his slender eyes lifted slightly, a twinkle of laughter dancing within them, bright and clear like morning dew in the sunlight. He then turned his gaze towards Mengmeng, who was handing a bowl of soup to Zhao, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Which tribe do you belong to? He inquired of Mengmeng. She paused, bowl in hand, contemplating how to respond. Which tribe should she claim? The human tribe? I belong to the canine tribe, she finally stated after a moment's hesitation, recalling that it was Yao and the others who had found her upon her arrival. Thus she would consider the canine tribe as her own. The canine tribe? Darui frowned, then raised an eyebrow. I don't sense any canine traits from you. He could discern such things? And what tribe do you belong to? She countered swiftly. The Fox tribe. Darui replied nonchalantly, revealing his lineage without hesitation. The Fox tribe? This time it was Mengmeng who was intrigued. This world actually had a fox tribe. It was no wonder this man was so strikingly handsome. Upon closer inspection, his brows and eyes resembled those of a fox, captivating like peach blossoms. She scrutinized him closely, causing Darui to adopt a serious demeanor. However, Mengmeng merely glanced at him before quickly diverting her gaze. Darui was on the verge of asking how he appeared in her eyes, but the words lodged in his throat, caught in silence. This soup is warm. You should drink it while it's hot. Mengmeng, displaying a semblance of courtesy, handed it to him before turning her attention back to caring for Xiaoye. Yet, amidst her attentiveness, she discreetly cast glances outside, hoping that Xuanye would soon realize the peculiarities of her situation. However, despite her patient waiting, Xuanye did not return. Nor did he show any sign by the following day. Dari, observing her thoughts keenly, inquired, "Are you awaiting that serpent?" Mengmeng's thoughts were exposed. Yet she remained relatively composed, replying, "No, I'm occupied with other matters." Dari smiled, a coolness in his expression, and I pondered that the serpent would not return so easily. "What do you mean?" Mengmeng suddenly came to her senses and turned to look at him. "Do you think I can conjure that snake here?" Darui continued. "I've long since ensnared that serpent. Escaping is not so simple." "You." Mengmeng felt a surge of anger as she exclaimed, "Stop referring to him as that snake. He has a name." "Oh, a name?" Dari suddenly recalled something. Could he be the fugitive from the Serpent clan? An impressive individual indeed. Dari had long been aware of Xianye's reputation and recognized his formidable strength. It seemed prudent to whisk Mengmeng away from this place soon, as his allies would not be able to hold off for long. Listening to his words, Mengmeng suddenly grasped the implication. Dari had just mentioned sending someone to hinder Xianye, which suggested that he must possess a significant status and one of no small consequence. "How do you know so much? Are you here to capture him?" Mengmeng took the opportunity to probe for information. Darui crossed his arms and, with a smile, scoffed. "If I had intended to catch him, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" Upon hearing this, Mengmeng contemplated that Darui was not the one responsible for capturing Xianye. However, Darui then stated, "Since you have seen your child, it is time for you to come with me." "Go?" Mengmeng widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did I not say I wouldn't go with you? Do you intend to forcefully abduct me?" Just as her words fell, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. "I knew you wouldn't come with me, so I had no choice," Darui said apologetically as he caught the fainting Mengmeng. "What have you done to my mother?" "You villain!" Xiaoye cried out in alarm, rushing forward to confront Darui. However, her petite strength proved utterly ineffectual against him, akin to a mere tickle. Ultimately, unable to prevail, Darui rendered her unconscious as well. After a morning of slumber, she lay sprawled across the bed, occasionally smacking her lips. Tang Shan was indifferent to the old man's storytelling. His frustration stemmed from having finally prepared the meal only to have the old man be picky. He thought to himself, "What did I owe you in my past life? Coming all the way here to cook for you? You are not even my grandfather." Lu Wei retrieved a battle blade from his spatial ring, its blade as dark as ink, adorned with numerous intricate engravings, totaling 8. Should he be defeated by Jiang Yuan in a single move, the Xingyun gang would forever lose its face as one of the 3 major factions. He was well acquainted with the 3 sticks of chaos, as he had originally obtained that martial skill within the treasure hall, by Liu Li having just heard Mo Shi's words. Obediently refrained from taking the pill and waited with it in hand for his next instruction. Lin Mingjue found it difficult to respond to Jiang Qiaoer's inquiry, as his primary reason for being here was to see her. However, now that Jiang Qiaoer was lively and chattering in front of him, he felt completely at ease. As she leaned against Bo Yuhan, perusing an entertainment magazine together, the phone rang. Qian Shui was filled with exasperation, lamenting how infuriatingly reckless the drunken Shu Yin had become. Perhaps a good knock would be for the best. The principles of poetry dictate a balance of tones. Generally, the upper tones should be paired with lower ones. Though under certain unique circumstances, this may be reversed. Lin Yixin was momentarily taken aback, while Lu Shisan laughed heartily beside her, leaning back in mirth. In less than 2 centuries, the opposing force had astonishingly grown to a level where they could barely contend with him, surpassing even the most prodigious of talents. Meanwhile, Bach and the Holy Knights, invoking the name of the Holy Light, charged forth, enveloped in radiance, cleaving a bloody path as they sped away. Even an ordinary person could recognize the attire of a ninja, let alone the distinctive dark-clad operatives from various villages. Despite the Fire Eaters' foreheads bearing marks that inherently provided a mental barrier, Kane still enhanced them with a soul power shield. After all, mental attacks carried significant weight, and even a domain barrier could be permeated. Without uttering a word, he transformed into a streak of sword-like brilliance, soaring into the heavens, vanishing from the sight of Ling, Hu Chong, and the others in an instant. Captain Kasha, ahead lies the Heratica Monastery. The scouts of the Rog army approached from a distance, excitedly reporting to Kasha. Go summon your master. He felt a tightening sensation on his scalp. How had this potential hazard transformed into such a monumental dilemma in an instant? The artifact capable of drawing him from the void was certainly not trivial. Zhao Ze recognized that he could not afford to delay any longer. Once the 6 golden worlds converged to form a prison, escape would be impossible. After all, the path to redemption and becoming a magnate was a journey every underworld overlord must undertake, and Zhou Hao was no exception. Meanwhile, in a distant swamp, a green-skinned monster furiously clutched its head. Moments ago, through its psychic form, it had sensed an overwhelming force attacking from afar, leaving a scar on its forehead from the assault, with green blood oozing profusely. At this moment, members of Area A had effectively pressed into the ranks of Area B. Their comrades clad in sensing suits crossing trenches and barriers, advancing step by step, forcing their opponents to retreat and abandon some positions, gradually falling back to the natural defenses for resistance. Inexplicably reassured, the Fox clan hailed from the imperial capital, which indicated that Cheng Mengmeng's existence had indeed been uncovered. On the other side, Cheng Mengmeng found herself hoisted over De Rue's shoulder, brought to a cluster of buildings nestled within the dense forest. However, instead of entering those structures, they approached a colossal spaceship, nearly obscuring the sky, suspended in midair through cloaking technology. De Rue prepared to ascend into the vessel with Cheng Mengmeng, but at that moment, she awakened. Taking in her surroundings, she momentarily froze, only to quickly regain her composure and struggle fiercely, shouting, "Let me go! Where are you taking me?" She kicked and clawed at De Rue with all her might. De Rue, overwhelmed by her resistance, could only lament, "Stop, stop, stop." He had no choice but to set her down. Once free, Cheng Mengmeng seized Xiao Yeye and held her tightly, then retreated several meters away from De Rue, eyeing him warily. She understood that escaping would not be so simple. De Rue could easily recapture her. Seeing her predicament, De Rue sighed in resignation. "You know that if I asked you to come with me willingly, you would never agree, so I had no choice but to resort to this method." "Then don't take me away." Cheng Mengmeng remained unconcerned. "How can that be?" She replied, "It is far too perilous for you to linger there. I assure you that following me will ensure your utmost safety." Dari, with a compromising expression, elucidated his reasoning behind such actions. However, Cheng Mengmeng remained skeptical, scoffing lightly. "What exactly are you trying to achieve? What is your true intention?" Dari fixed his gaze upon her, falling into silence for a moment before responding, "Well, you ought to understand that your identity is rather exceptional." Cheng Mengmeng remained silent, fully aware of the implications. She pondered whether Darui intended to imprison her. However, that seemed unlikely. The expression on Darui's face did not suggest any intention to harm her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly comprehended the situation. Darui must have taken her away out of fear that Xianyi would come looking for her. Indeed, given Xianyi's capabilities, although he could delay matters for a time, capturing him would require a considerable amount of strength. Cheng Mengmeng, aware of Darui's intentions, chose not to reveal them. Just as she was about to speak, something flashed by in the distance. At the same moment, Darui also sensed it, albeit a moment too late. A massive serpent's tail lashed out towards him, propelling Darui through the air with tremendous force. Before Cheng Mengmeng could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a tight grip around her waist, enveloped securely in a strong embrace. In her haste, she looked up and saw Xianyi. She gasped softly, yet she was unaware that upon seeing him, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over her. Xianyi glanced down at her, and upon confirming her safety, his own anxieties subsided, just as Cheng Mengmeng had surmised. When Xianyi did not find her at their designated meeting place, he retraced his steps back to the cave. He arrived almost simultaneously with Sane and his companions, but remained hidden in the shadows, ensuring they did not detect his presence. Upon realizing Cheng Mengmeng was absent from the cave, he immediately turned back. And although he did not locate her at first, he began searching the vicinity with remarkable acuity, ultimately finding her. At this moment, he guided her deeper into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Derry quickly regained his footing and urgently summoned his subordinates to capture Xian Yi and his companion. Following closely behind Xian Yi, he plunged into the thicket, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Xian Yi was indeed as formidable as rumored, locating them so swiftly. However, Derry would not easily allow them to escape. With a commanding shout, he dispatched a large contingent of his finest troops, elite fighters from the imperial capital, each one a formidable expert. As Xian Yi and Mengmeng fled, he realized they could not shake off their pursuers. His striking brows furrowed slightly. Those who trailed closely remained hidden in the shadows, while Mengmeng could only hear the rush of wind as they sped away. Su Shi noticed Qin Yibai's demeanor and felt an acute discomfort, nervously stammering, unable to cease his anxious chatter. Subsequently, he hastily set off to gather information regarding the members of the ghost sect. Yuan Xingtian remarked that this particular merit did not warrant excessive commendation. As the two individuals were akin to his own avatars, a mere nod of acknowledgement would suffice. Little did he anticipate that the mere act of crafting a stone would leave him in such a disheveled state. In his helplessness, Qin Yibai could only resort to cultivating his energy to restore his depleted essence. Presently, Shan Xianyu was compelled to suppress thoughts of self-sacrifice for his nation, leading the remnants of his forces towards the Four Nations Island. Even with just over 1,000 men, this remnant was preferable to none, as they comprised the elite of the Imperial Guard, far superior to other miscellaneous troops. The Fairy Queen articulated her thoughts with effortless grace, devoid of any hesitation, suggesting that she had undoubtedly pondered this matter countless times. Upon hearing of the Grand Master's message relayed by her senior brother, Hong Xian felt somewhat perplexed. She harbored another concern, fearing that the anomalies in her consciousness and her martial training would eventually be exposed. As Zhang Ruyun grasped the food, he was momentarily taken aback by the foul odor of his own body, tainted by his time in the water prison. Contrasted with the enticing aroma of the oiled chicken in his hands, he frowned and promptly discarded the oiled chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. Taking a few steps to the water pool, where he removed his garments and washed himself thoroughly. According to Hong Xian's plans, her unnamed sect would no longer maintain 8 divisions simultaneously. All disciples would commence their training in the austerity division, focusing first on fortifying their bodies, then their spirits, with both requiring a foundation of 2 or 3 realms before addressing other matters. How do you feel now? Qin Tian gently inquired after feeding Li Mingxi a spoonful of kanji. The herbal spirit remarked, if a great cultivator solely focuses on abstaining from external possessions, this spirit shall give birth to myriad wondrous flowers, yet they will remain of no use. With that, they exchanged hearty laughter with Yuan Xingtian. As Bai Mingyu departed, a cold smile graced his lips. He stealthily left the hotel without making a sound and hurriedly boarded a car alongside Wang Xian that had been waiting for some time. A eunuch, unable to contain himself, approached hesitantly, fearful of provoking Su Ning's ire. The iron sword in Yi Lin's hand, after its upgrade, emanated a distinctly different aura, a palpable brilliance radiating in all directions. Qinglu, what do you mean? Li Yu inquired, noticing Li Qinglu's unwavering gaze upon him. Yang Danyu, seated in the car, observed Yang Xuemei and her mother as they enjoyed their meal while listening to their tales. Today, he felt fatigued from arranging his intentions to take a concubine. Yet some matters required immediate attention. That was in years past. They have all grown since then. Yi Yuran would never admit that the original owner refrained from allowing De Bao to play out of concern for wasting food. At this moment, he possessed only a single elemental grade sword, and while equipped with a 2-star core, it did not imply that he could effortlessly vanquish the 2-star subterranean creatures. He sat atop the roof, gazing upward at the silhouette illuminated by the moonlight, unsure and hesitant to inquire about the identity of that figure. Lu Hong, observing the departure of the individual, slumped helplessly onto the nearby steps, her heart heavy with sorrow as she covered her face and wept, gradually succumbing to despair. Meanwhile, Ao Qing, relying on the magical artifact bestowed by her mother, safely arrived at the East Sea Spring, reuniting with Tian Zhong after a month apart. It was indeed perplexing. Despite being born of the same parents, how could some individuals possess such a lack of shame? Perhaps it would be wise to explore opportunities to coax the second sister into sharing some of the rewards from the Jin Wangfu. The celebrities were encircled by throngs of students, tightly packed in layers. Fortunately, a few bodyguards, sensing the escalating situation, rushed in to protect the stars from being overwhelmed. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz stood prominently at the entrance of the hotel, where Wang Tao was opening the rear door, assuming a protective stance. As for Zhui Qianting, Her focus was solely on Shinjishing's safety, likely having forgotten about the concept of hypnosis altogether. Was Cui Li Yue truly from the Nanxiao mansion? And what was her connection to the Nanxiao prince? How could she possess a wedding gown meticulously embroidered by the specialized seamstresses of the Nanxiao mansion? To be honest, Tianzhong had minimal interaction with these two senior sisters. In the span of 22 years, their conversations could be counted on one hand. Fearing he might uncontrollably drool, Qin Tian relinquished the bowl to Song Yuan, diverting his gaze from the meat within. Were those trolls still lurking in my comments section? She hadn't been online for a while, her mind feeling congested and unable to absorb anything. As the conversation repeatedly circled back to herself, Luo Qingyu felt a tinge of irritation and raised her eyes, questioning, "What are you all worrying about?" It appeared that Ji Yingxue not only understood her possession of a spatial bubble, but also acknowledged its limitations, prompting them to disperse. Just as Lin Yin reflected on this, Ao Zhan noticed her gaze fixed upon his face, feeling an inexplicable joy, yet maintaining an expression of feigned confusion as he blinked his enchanting eyes and inquired. Finally, in a relatively flat area, he discovered subtle clues, remnants of ash that had not been swept away by the mountain winds. With the ash as his focal point, he meticulously examined inch by inch, uncovering numerous signs of a struggle. Evidently, Yu Chang and the others had fallen victim to a formidable adversary. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan's eyelid twitched, as he realized that the two individuals had done nothing yet continued to regard him with looks of bewilderment. This was also the reason why Wei Shichen, as the heir of the, could engage in commerce year-round. Huang Zhong observed the jade vial being passed among the four demonic figures and, upon hearing Jin Ying issue a command, could no longer remain seated. "Mother, have you been bullying Chang'er again?" In a single phrase, she abruptly succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. Perhaps she was unaware that, with her flushed cheeks, she resembled a succulent peach, tempting one to take a bite. Having gained a modicum of control over the sword array of immortal slaying, Song Lingyun opened 4 pathways, summoning the 5 elements boy, the ancestral dragon, the phoenix, and the holy Qilin into the array to assist Yang Mei. Without the manipulation of the array's master, Song Lingyun descended upon the altar of the sword array of immortal slaying, striving to stabilize the tumultuous formation. Not only had he perfected the set of sword techniques previously bestowed upon him by Feng Hua, but his cultivation had also ascended to the latter stage of the harmony of separation. This was a river, not a lake. The human body would rise and fall with the currents, and in this process, Xiaojing inevitably choked on water. The cave, narrow and constricted, formed a steeply descending passage. Mengmeng was led downwards by Xianyi, with no possibility of pause. As the rushing wind whistled past her ears and the light dimmed increasingly, she instinctively nestled into Xianyi's embrace. Sensing her closeness, he tightened his hold around her. Previously, he had never contemplated the notion of guardianship. Yet, in this moment, an overwhelming desire to protect surged within him. "Do not fear. I shall never allow you to come to harm." A soothing voice resonated from above her head. As Mengmeng embraced Xianyi tightly, she suddenly realized the intensity of her grip and felt a surge of discomfort, prompting her to loosen her hold slightly. Although she could not fully release him, her grasp was no longer as constricting. Xianyi, with his keen senses, detected this subtle shift in her demeanor. His deep-set eyes darkened momentarily, yet he tightened his embrace around Mengmeng with even greater fervor. His powerful arms encircled her petite frame, leaving her to bite her lip in hesitation, unable to meet his gaze. The winding path ahead grew increasingly convoluted, despite the enveloping darkness. Xianyi navigated the serpentine route with adeptness, reminiscent of the famed 18 bends of mountain roads. Moreover, Mengmeng became acutely aware of Xianyi's unusual state. Concerned, she yearned to check on him, but it appeared they had already reached the bottom. Before he could regain his footing, Xianyi succumbed to unconsciousness midway. Yet he still managed to shield her from falling as they tumbled to the ground. Mengmeng hastily extricated herself from Xianyi's embrace, repeatedly calling out to the unconscious Xianyi. "Xianyi, Xianyi, please wake up." Yet, no matter how fervently she summoned him, his eyes remained firmly shut. To her astonishment, she discovered a grievous wound on Xianyi's back, a gaping gash the length of an arm, with flesh torn and blood seeping forth. Overcome with horror, Mengmeng covered her mouth, particularly distressed at the thought that Xianyi had carried her to safety for such an extended period while bearing such a severe injury. "How could you sustain such a grave wound?" Mengmeng trembled, and without hesitation, she utilized her healing abilities to tend to Xianyi's wounds. The injuries were considerable, consuming a significant amount of time. Once the bleeding ceased, she herself reached her limit before stopping. Concerned about the risk of infection, she tore her clothing into strips, preserving only enough fabric to cover her essential areas, using the rest to bandage Xianyi. After completing her task, she lost track of time. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a sliver of light above, which allowed her to glimpse the wound on Xianye's back. However, she soon witnessed a sight that would remain etched in her memory forever. Xianye's serpentine tail had inexplicably transformed into a pair of legs, long and slender, surpassing even the most graceful of professional models. Yet, the focal point was not this transformation. What had once been a mere brush with her eyes was now an undeniable reality. She swiftly averted her gaze, tearing the legs off her trousers to fashion a makeshift skirt to cover Xianyi. Though crude, it served its purpose adequately. Satisfied with her handiwork, she felt she could now bear to look at Xianye's repose. Nevertheless, a more pressing concern loomed ahead. They could not remain in this place indefinitely. She surveyed the small patch of light above, appearing no larger than the span of her hand, yet she surmised its true dimensions could accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. The depth of the hole was undeniable, and returning the way they came was impossible. Their only exit lay above. Unfortunately, she had yet to devise a plan. So she resolved to wait until Xianyi regained consciousness. With an idea forming, she settled beside Xianyi, feeling the chill of the cave seep into her bones. She glanced at the unconscious figure, pondering how much colder he must be. Observing the flora growing on the cave's rocky ceiling sparked an idea. She decided to encourage the growth of certain plants, particularly the dry grass, intensifying her efforts to hasten their maturation. Soon, she spread the withered grass across the ground. Regrettably, she lacked a fire, which would have allowed her to create warmth from the branches available. However, she was determined to find a way to kindle a fire, but first, she needed to move Xianyi onto the makeshift grass mat she had prepared. It took considerable effort, yet she ultimately succeeded. However, despite her exertions, Xianyi remained unconscious, indicating the severity of his injuries. She knew she could not afford to linger, so she turned her attention to the task of igniting a fire. Drawing from her past experiences, she began rubbing a stick against a wooden block. In the dampness of the cave, this proved challenging, but the dry grass eventually yielded a spark, which caught fire with a crackling sound, fueled by the dry vegetation. As the flames flickered to life, Mengmeng felt a thrill of excitement, hastily adding more branches to the fire. Before long, a warm blaze crackled before her. Eagerly, she nestled closer to the flames for warmth, mindful not to neglect Xianyi, and shifted the fire slightly closer to him. The light from the fire brightened the dim cave, transforming its icy ambience into a cozy haven. After a while, as she sat warming herself, her stomach growled, reminding her of her hunger. She glanced around. Although there was vegetation, none was edible. At first, she could withstand the pangs of hunger, but as time wore on, her stomach's protests grew louder. She looked at Xianyi, still unresponsive. This place was no longer tenable for them. Moreover, the surrounding thatch had nearly been exhausted, and as the fire before her dwindled, she found herself grappling with more than just the issue of sustenance. Yet, observing Xianyi's state, it was evident that awakening would not be a swift endeavor. She feared it might take 3 to 5 days. Nevertheless, her concern for Xiao Yeye remained palpable. Despite her conviction that Dari would not harm the child, an unsettling apprehension lingered in her heart. She needed to devise a plan to ascend. Gazing at the unburnt thatch nearby, inspiration struck her. Settling beside the fire, she began to twist and knot the strands of thatch, and before long, she had fashioned a long rope. Taking into account the distance from the ground to the cave's mouth, she extended the rope further. After testing its strength, she estimated it would suffice to hoist Xianyi. However, she first needed to secure the rope to a sturdy anchor above. A hasty glance at the cliffside reassured her of its climbability. With determination, she summoned her strength and successfully ascended, enduring minor mishaps and scraped palms along the way, which she deemed trivial. As anticipated, the upper region was still enveloped in dense forest, and fortuitously, there stood a robust tree. She tied the rope firmly around the trunk, ensuring its security before descending back to the cave. Upon her return, Xianyi remained in a stupor, and although a flicker of hope lingered, she knew she had to hoist him onto her back, securing them both with the rope. Once everything was in place, she began her ascent along the path she had just traversed. Climbing with a burden was decidedly more challenging. Compelling her to bind Xianyi to herself with several loops of rope, ensuring he would not slip away as she ascended slowly. All seemed to proceed smoothly until she reached a point where her strength began to wane. Having been in constant motion, she now regretted not resting briefly to recuperate her energy before climbing. Peering down, she realized she had scaled most of the distance. And as she bore the weight of Xianyi, she could not help but admire her own formidable strength, which was indeed extraordinary. Feeling utterly drained, she paused to catch her breath, sweat cascading down her brow. As she steadied herself on the rocky surface, she failed to notice that Xianyi, previously unconscious, was beginning to stir. With his head bowed, he slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the young woman before him, he inhaled the delicate fragrance unique to her. Initially bewildered, his confusion dissipated as he sensed movement. He realized he was being carried upward. He remained silent, yet a tempest of emotions swirled within his lowered gaze. You. His weak voice broke the silence, startling Mengmeng to the point of almost losing her grip on the rope. You're awake. She gasped in surprise. Her head slightly turned as she caught a glimpse of Xianyi gazing intently at her. Yet, amidst her astonishment, a sorrowful thought surfaced in her mind. Why didn't he awaken sooner? Had she known he would rouse so early, she would have waited a little longer, thus sparing herself from such exhaustion. However, having already ascended much of the path, she felt it unwise to abandon him. Gasping for breath, she urged Xianyi. We are nearly at the top. Please bear with me a moment longer. With renewed determination, she intensified her climbing. Xianyi's dark, inky eyes remained fixed on Mengmeng's profile, emotions swirling within them, their intensity surpassing even the fury of a tempest. As she climbed, her thoughts buoyed her spirits, encouraging herself that they were almost there. Meanwhile, Xianyi, inhaling the fragrant essence of Mengmeng, also detected a metallic scent of blood. With a slight shift of his gaze, he noticed the crimson stains upon her hands, gripping the grass rope. His breath hitched. Enough, let me down, I can walk. Thanks to Mengmeng's healing, his body had recovered sufficiently, allowing him to move unaided. Mengmeng was diligently climbing upward when Xianyi's sudden remark momentarily caught her off guard. Let him down. Now, I'm almost at the top. She quickly realized that Xianyi must have noticed her exhaustion. Undeterred, she continued her ascent, knowing she was just moments away from reaching the summit. How could she possibly set him down on this sheer cliff? Xianyi seemed to grasp the situation as well, inhaling deeply and falling silent. Yet, he attempted to alleviate Mengmeng's burden, trying to conjure a tale for support, but to no avail. He silently cursed his own ineffectiveness. Fortunately, the journey upward was nearly complete. With a firm grip and a powerful push, Mengmeng hoisted Xianyi up to the cave entrance. In that moment, she felt a swell of admiration for herself, astonished by her strength in carrying someone up. Curiously, it seemed her strength had inexplicably increased. Are you tired? Xianyi's voice was unexpectedly gentle, resonating from above her. At that moment, they lay in juxtaposition, Mengmeng beneath and Xianyi above, his breath brushing against the nape of her neck, warm and intimate, causing an involuntary shiver to course through her. The peculiar sensation compelled her to instinctively retract her neck, eager to turn and push Xianyi away. Yet, in the act of turning, she inadvertently drew closer to him. Feeling the warmth of his soft lips graze the back of her neck, Mengmeng's delicate face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Do not move, Xianyi murmured breathlessly. Yet his tranquil eyes betrayed a glimmer of playful mockery. He slightly elevated himself, creating a small distance between the two. As Mengmeng seized the opportunity to withdraw, she prepared to rise. Observing the tips of her ears still tinged with a hint of crimson, Xianyi's gaze lowered, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as though two flickering flames danced within. However, witnessing Mengmeng's eager desire to distance herself ignited a spark of anger within him. An inexplicable fury that began to spread through his heart, causing him to suddenly lose the urge to stand. He merely supported himself with his arms, not fully rising, which inadvertently halted Mengmeng's movements midway. She, bewildered and confused, glanced up at Xianyi, her expression a mixture of innocence and naivety. Xianyi, what is your situation? She inquired, caught in a half-risen posture. Their current position was undeniably intimate, as if she were half-pressed down, unable to rise, especially with Xianyi gazing down at her. His eyes deep and enigmatic, resembling the closeness shared between lovers. If he leaned in just a fraction more, he could brush against the tip of her nose. Furthermore, his gaze rendered Mengmeng momentarily paralyzed. She sensed that Xianyi could nearly touch her nose, and to her astonishment, he indeed leaned closer. In the fleeting moment of her dazed contemplation, His warm and moist lips descended upon her wide-open eyes, a fleeting touch akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, before slowly drifting downward to rest before her lips. Mengmeng's intuition forbade such an occurrence. She awakened as if from a dream, instinctively leaning back. Yet, to her dismay, Xianyi advanced relentlessly, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Mengmeng found herself pressed against the ground, utterly pinned beneath Xuanye's imposing figure. In a state of desperation, she attempted to warn him, but scarcely had she uttered a sound when Xuanye's lips descended, silencing her protest. Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment. In her gaze, Xianyi was frowning, his narrow eyes closed, and his breathing was in disarray. Though their lips met, there was no further movement, just a mere brush of lips. It seemed as if this was his first experience, leaving him uncertain of what to do next. However, upon reflection, it was indeed his first time. No. Just as Mengmeng was lost in her thoughts, she realized that this was not the moment for such musings. In the next instant, she forcefully pushed him away. "Xianyi, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, wiping her lips with the back of her hand and frowning at the man she had easily shoved aside. Xianyi, with a deep furrow in his brow, met her gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly retreating to the side, his handsome face flushed like an apple, and his demeanor increasingly awkward. "I couldn't help myself," he murmured softly, his voice as gentle as a breeze, causing Mengmeng to nearly miss his words. "Couldn't help yourself?" Mengmeng bit her lip in a fit of vexation. "You mustn't behave like this next time. Otherwise, I shall cast you back into that abyss below." After all her arduous efforts to rescue him, was this the reward she received? Xianyi regained his composure and lifted his gaze to meet hers. His lips twitched slightly, yet he uttered no words. Only the flicker of inscrutable light in his eyes remained, leaving one unable to fathom his thoughts. Mengmeng, lacking the astuteness to discern his intentions, rose to her feet and dusted off her clothing. Enamored with the apocalyptic beast world, she had transformed into a rare female, prompting her to disregard Xianyi and, with a casual gesture, survey her surroundings. Without further ado, she seized the opportunity to ascend the tallest tree, surveying the landscape that was entirely enveloped in woodland, failing to recognize any familiar sights. Below, Xianyi was aware of her actions, yet remained silent. He found a spot to lean against, still unable to revert to his orc form, which would have facilitated matters considerably. Nevertheless, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Mengmeng. Thoughts of Sane and the others flitted through his mind, and he appeared to be in deep contemplation. However, he slightly closed his eyes, suppressing those fleeting thoughts. At this moment, with his eyes shut, he exuded an air of indifference and aloofness, as was his wont. Mengmeng cautiously leaped down from the tree and, upon raising her gaze, beheld Xianyi with his eyes closed. She assumed he had succumbed to unconsciousness and rushed towards him in haste. "What has happened? Has he fainted again?" In her anxiety, she voiced her concern while simultaneously inspecting his injuries. Observing her flustered demeanor, Xianyi's tightly pressed lips curved ever so slightly. Yet this fleeting smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared, as if it had never occurred at all. Mengmeng, filled with regret, pondered whether she had perhaps pushed too forcefully just moments ago. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of remorse. "Very well, I shall carry you a little further," she resolved. Once more, she hoisted Xianyi onto her back and ambled forward with deliberate steps. As she walked, her thoughts lingered on the desire to return to the cave, unaware that the denizens of the imperial city had mobilized in droves to seek her out in the heart of the dense forest. Even the nearly completed edifice of the imperial city had been forsaken. "Did you hear? Our young lord has brought back a humanoid female," one whispered. "Oh, but she is merely a young female beast, reportedly of the rabbit clan. Now that the rabbit clan has caught wind of this, their leader is en route." "Is that truly the case? How could I possibly know?" exclaimed the black-armored soldier in astonishment. "I have only just learned of it. Otherwise, do you think all these black-armored soldiers would abandon the construction of the edifice and wander aimlessly in this forest? They are here to locate that adult female." Darui had only recently dispatched individuals to search, and the discussions regarding the imperial city had already begun to swirl. Initially, only a select few were privy to this news. But soon it spread like wildfire, reaching nearly everyone. Moreover, it would not be long before the entire 20 districts would be informed, and eventually, the entirety of the orc world would come to know of it. Mengmeng traversed through the dense forest, carrying Xianyi on her back, utterly oblivious to the chaos that others were experiencing on her behalf. She moved intermittently, pausing when fatigue set in to check on Xian Ye's injuries, which appeared to be largely healed. She gazed at him, her heart heavy with concern. Despite the visible improvement in his condition, he remained unresponsive. Why isn't he waking up? She murmured, her brow furrowed in perplexity. Fixating on Xian Ye's pallid face, she noticed that he was leaning against a tree, his head slightly bowed. Other than his ashen complexion, nothing else seemed amiss. However, had Mengmeng been more observant, she might have detected the faint quivering of his eyelashes. Diverting her gaze, she glanced at the swiftly darkening sky. Continuing her journey was no longer feasible, so she resorted to gathering kindling as she had done earlier in the cave. This time, however, she collected a substantial amount of dry grass, sufficient to weave a mat and blanket for Xian Yi to rest upon while she ventured nearby in search of food. Finding sustenance was not a daunting task for her. Her primary fear lay in the beasts lurking in the shadows during the night. With her lack of combat prowess and Xian Yi still unconscious beside her, she could handle one beast, but a pack of 10 or more would be beyond her capabilities. Just as she completed her preparations and settled down, she suddenly heard rustling sounds emanating from the darkened forest. Startled, her heart raced as she turned her gaze toward the source of the noise, instinctively leaning closer to Xian Yi. Glancing back at the still unconscious Xian Yi, she couldn't help but call out, "Xian Yi, wake up!" To her surprise, he indeed stirred awake, his eyes flickering open to meet hers. "What's happening?" he murmured, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his emotions from Mengmeng. "There seems to be something nearby," she stammered, her excitement overshadowed by fear as she pointed toward the source of the sound. Xian Yi regarded her with a penetrating gaze, gradually shifting his focus from her frightened expression to the hands gripping his arm tightly in trepidation. "Do not be afraid. It poses no danger," he reassured her, not even glancing toward the shadowy figure. He recognized it for what it was, a small creature out searching for food in the night, inconsequential and harmless. After a moment of reflection, Mengmeng questioned, "How can you be so certain there is no danger?" Realizing her oversight, she acknowledged that Xian Yi possessed extraordinary senses and likely sensed the other's presence long before. "If I say there is no danger, then there is no danger," Xian Yi asserted with unwavering confidence. Mengmeng, feeling a touch of embarrassment, averted her gaze slightly. "Well, that's good," she murmured. Just as her words faded into the air, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the once rustling sounds had fled in fright. "I have marked this territory as my own. Naturally, they would not dare intrude," Xian Yi stated with a calm demeanor. Yet, Mengmeng was left perplexed, scrutinizing him curiously. "Marked? But you were standing right here. How can you mark it?" A hint of amusement flickered in Xian Yi's eyes as he responded, "My voice, or perhaps my scent, can serve as my mark." Mengmeng gradually realized that, now devoid of any imminent danger, she was pressed closely against Xian Yi, even clutching his arm. In the next instant, she hastily withdrew her hand, her face flushing with embarrassment. No, it was simply that she had been so frightened moments ago. She seated herself opposite Xian Yi. For a brief period, silence enveloped them. Mengmeng fixated on the flickering flames, while Xian Yi leaned against the tree trunk, his gaze persistently lingering on her. That fervent stare was more captivating than the fire before them, making it difficult for Mengmeng to ignore. She furrowed her brow slightly, recalling Xian Yi's earlier words about having seen and ensuring her safety. "You mentioned you saw An. Where exactly did you see her?" Xian Yi fell silent for a moment, contemplating, then hesitated before confessing that he had been with San. After much deliberation, he resolved to share this with Mengmeng, believing it better for her to hear it directly from him than to learn it elsewhere. "You have seen San? Where?" Mengmeng gasped in surprise. However, she quickly realized that she could not approach Xian Yi with such an attitude regarding San. Their relationship was, after all, adversarial. In the previous cave, Xian Yi did not dwell on such matters. He merely responded to Mengmeng's inquiries. Moreover, he did not consider himself to be in any antagonistic relationship with San, as their conflict stemmed only from the fact that he had captured Mengmeng and was now being pursued. So it is. Mengmeng suppressed her emotions, feeling assured knowing that An was with San. She was uncertain whether the father and son had recognized each other. Yet they should be able to sense the scent of their shared bloodline from the leopard clan. After someone arrived, the two fell into silence, and Mengmeng found herself lost in thought, gazing at the flickering flames of the fire. "You should rest. I will keep watch," said Xian Yi. Though his eyes remained fixed on the fire, his peripheral vision discreetly observing Mengmeng. Mengmeng propped her chin on her knees, shaking her head, declaring, "I'm not sleepy." Yi fell silent as well. He was not one to initiate conversation. However, since Mengmeng was not going to sleep, he chose to stay awake with her. Mengmeng, appearing somewhat dazed, then recalled that Yi was still nursing an injury, and thus said, "Your wounds have yet to heal. It would be wise for you to rest a bit more. I do not mind keeping watch tonight." Yi glanced at her briefly and replied, "I am not weary." At this moment, silence once again enveloped them. Mengmeng fell silent, claiming she was not tired, yet as time passed, drowsiness gradually overcame her. Leaning against the grand tree behind her, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Yi gazed at her serene sleeping face, rising to approach her, allowing her to lean against him. His movements were gentle, ensuring that Mengmeng remained undisturbed. He too leaned softly against the tree trunk, her delicate fragrance enveloping his senses, as he slowly closed his eyes, savoring this fleeting moment of tenderness. However, before long, he abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards a particular direction. The forest, cloaked in darkness, was eerily silent. Yet beneath its tranquil facade, a tempest brewed. Frowning, Yi cast a glance at the slumbering figure in his embrace, and when he lifted his gaze again, his calm demeanor had transformed into one of vigilance. His other hand, resting at his side, pressed gently against the ground, summoning several small snakes that swiftly slithered towards the direction he had been observing. Before long, his dispatched serpents were entirely vanquished, and a figure emerged from the dense thicket. Two fingers of the right hand pinching a small snake, its head and tail hanging lifelessly. "How easy it is to find you," the newcomer remarked. Her high ponytail swaying as her striking, peculiar eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light. Claude's gaze fixated on the duo leaning against the tree, a cold breath escaping his lips. Utilizing the unique hunting skills of their wolf clan, he had tracked Mengmeng's scent, arriving faster than anyone else. "Release her." Observing the two nestled together, his icy eyes particularly fixated on the hand draped over Mengmeng's shoulder, he could not help but smirk, bemused by the girl's utter lack of caution. Yet, to his surprise, Yi tightened his hold, causing the sleeping Mengmeng to furrow her brow slightly. He remained silent, though his intent was unmistakable. Claude raised an eyebrow. He, too, had little desire to disturb Mengmeng's rest, noting her exhausted appearance. Indeed, after fleeing with Yi and bearing his weight, it was no wonder she was fatigued. Claude tilted his head, adopting a playful demeanor, seemingly relenting as he settled beside the fire, positioning himself near the other end of Mengmeng. With a mere stretch, he could reach the peacefully slumbering girl. Ignoring Yi's watchful gaze, he gently brushed his fingers against Mengmeng's cheek, narrowing his eyes in discontent. "Look at how weary you've made her." "Very well. We shall coexist peacefully tonight, allowing her to rest soundly." Moreover, he believed that Yi could not escape this predicament. Yi remained silent, contemplating that even if he did not intervene, she would still be allowed to rest peacefully. However, he was indeed astonished by Claude's capabilities, as he had managed to locate them. Claude was the Wolf Clan member who shared a close bond with Ba Yi. The mere thought of Ba Yi sent a chill through Claude's gaze, though Ba Yi bore a striking resemblance to him, with the same silver hair and azure eyes. He possessed a more sinister and cold demeanor, a notion that lingered in Claude's mind. Unexpectedly, his scrutinizing gaze was too conspicuous for Yi to ignore. Yet, he chose to remain silent. At that moment, his primary concern was devising a way to lead Mengmeng away. Claude leaned against a tree trunk, crossing his legs, his hands clasped behind his head as he closed his eyes to rest. Occasionally, he would open his eyes slightly to glance at the two beside him. Were it not for Yi's embrace around Mengmeng, which appeared to be protective but was, in fact, a display of control, he would have seized her in his arms long ago. The thought displeased him greatly. He was left merely watching, unable to hold her. "Do you realize that news of this humanoid female, Mengmeng, has spread throughout the imperial city?" Claude's eyes remained closed, and the crackling of the fire punctuated his words, resonating clearly in the stillness of the atmosphere. Yi's gaze flickered as he contemplated the implication of Claude's statement. Claude continued, "Do you think it holds any significance to constantly run around the world with her? Just the thought of living such a fugitive life daily exhausts me. And you still wish to drag her along?" His tone dripped with subtle mockery. Yi's expression darkened, acknowledging in that moment the validity of Claude's words. "I will not allow her to accompany me indefinitely." "Oh, in your current state?" Claude raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have my own resolutions, Xian Yi replied, disregarding Claude's taunts, then lowered his gaze to the sleeping Mengmeng, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Noticing his contemplative expression, which seemed premeditated, Claude felt a flicker of surprise. However, he had no desire to delve into Xian Yi's intentions. He merely wanted Mengmeng. From that point onward, the two fell into silence. Claude feigned slumber with his eyes closed, while Xian Yi held Mengmeng protectively, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Time passed swiftly, and the sky gradually brightened, heralding the dawn. Mengmeng peacefully slumbered, enveloped in a tranquil and comfortable sleep. As she gradually stirred, she opened her hazy eyes, only to realize that she was nestled in Xuanya's embrace. However, at the slightest movement, Xuanya also awakened, his eyes fluttering open. You are awake, he remarked. Mengmeng felt a surge of embarrassment and instinctively tried to withdraw from his embrace. However, to her surprise, she found herself unable to escape as Xian Yi held her even tighter. This made her frown, and she was about to speak when a voice called out to her from the side, Mengmeng? She instinctively turned to look. Claude. Mengmeng's lips parted slightly, her expression one of astonishment. You, how did you end up here? She stared, her round eyes wide with disbelief. Of course, I came here to find you. Claude, noticing her gaze fixed upon him, felt a surge of joy. His smile radiated warmth and affection. Mengmeng felt an overwhelming admiration upon hearing this. How could she not be impressed by such an accomplishment? After traversing numerous locations with Xian Yi, she had assumed that the first to locate them would be Darue. But unexpectedly, it was Claude. Claude was amused by her astonished expression. His gaze upon her was filled with deep affection. Had she been in his embrace, he would have kissed her without hesitation. Yet, the moment was tainted by the presence of another man holding his beloved. Mengmeng was elated to see Claude and attempted to break free from Xian Yi's grasp to approach him. Do not go over there. Xian Yi firmly held her, refusing to let her move even an inch away from him. Xian Yi, let me go. She cherished the apocalyptic beast world and had transformed into a rare female. She urged everyone to support her story. Mengmeng furrowed her brows and gazed at him. Xian Yi returned her look, his eyes imbued with a commanding presence and an expression that Mengmeng found perplexing, resembling a plea that starkly contrasted with the emotions of the moment. Mengmeng was taken aback by the emotions reflected in his gaze. You, I am speaking to you, still putting on this act before me. Beside them, Claude could no longer bear the scene. Those who understood him could easily discern his growing displeasure. In the next instant, he swiftly intervened, seizing Mengmeng's other hand that rested by her side. With a cunning strike, he delivered a blow to Xian Yi's face. His speed so swift that it left an afterimage, effectively diverting Xian Yi's attention. Mengmeng felt herself being forcefully pulled, and she fell into Claude's embrace. She was taken aback, marveling at Claude's swiftness. Her gaze then shifted to Xian Yi across from them. He merely watched, his piercing eyes now calm. Yet his attention remained fixated on Mengmeng. He had been injured this time. Otherwise, he would not have granted Claude any opportunity. How so? I am aware of your injury. You cannot compete with me now. Claude held Mengmeng tightly, a wicked glint of confidence gleaming in his eyes. Xian Yi's hand, resting at his side, clenched into a fist, the knuckles prominent from the strain. After a while, he released it, casting a deep glance at Mengmeng. I shall take my leave. Mengmeng. What? She blinked in confusion, still processing the 3 words that Xian Yi had just uttered. Meanwhile, Xian Yi's gaze lingered on Mengmeng for a brief moment before reluctantly shifting away, turning his back and departing without hesitation. Mengmeng was utterly astonished. Is he really leaving just like that? What does it mean? Clearly, he had previously been so adamant about taking her along, yet now he has chosen to depart alone? Is it because he realizes he cannot defeat Claude? Mengmeng, with a face full of bewilderment, lifted her gaze to Claude. A sly smile played on Claude's lips. He had been waiting for this moment and would not grant Mengmeng any chance to react. He leaned down and captured her lips in a fervent kiss, driven by an overwhelming yearning for her. The intensity of his longing was palpable as his hands gripped the back of her head and the small of her back, pulling her fiercely closer to him. The pressure of their lips was such that it rendered Mengmeng breathless. And when she finally found a fleeting moment to gasp for air, the sound that escaped her lips was enough to make one's cheeks flush and heart race. Yet, before she could fully recover, Claude swiftly silenced her once more. He entwined her hands, which had been pushing against his chest, behind his neck. Respond to me, or I shall not let you go today, Claude murmured, withdrawing slightly from her lips, his breath ragged and his voice husky, as if he were on the brink of surrendering to an insatiable desire. Mengmeng struggled to breathe, her delicate face flushed. Habitually, she bit her lip lightly, leaving a faint mark that glistened with moisture, causing Claude's gaze to darken further. Without waiting for her assent, he eagerly pressed his lips against hers once more. Mengmeng naturally did not forget Claude's earlier words. After a moment's hesitation, she tightened her embrace around him, prompting an awkward response from Claude. He was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, struggling to suppress himself to avoid causing her any discomfort. Although he did not reveal his feelings outwardly, his touch became considerably gentler. With delicate caresses, he guided Mengmeng further. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed, and Mengmeng's lips became swollen and red from his kisses. Overwhelmed, she finally pushed against the man who was intent on continuing. Claude, that's enough." Claude, still yearning for more, reluctantly withdrew, mindful of the potential for her to become upset. Gasping heavily, he breathed with a mixture of frustration and helplessness, leaning against Mengmeng's neck. He inhaled the intoxicating scent of her pheromones, a fragrance that had blossomed due to his teasing. Enchanted, he closed his eyes, wishing to lose himself in that moment. It must be said that Claude, now unrestrained, was quite adept at this newfound intimacy. Mengmeng could hardly maintain her composure. "Where shall we go now, Claude?" she inquired, noticing that Claude remained nestled against her neck, reluctant to rise. His warm breath caused her to instinctively withdraw her neck slightly. Observing her reaction, the amusement in Claude's eyes deepened. "Let us return to my wolf pack," he replied, still not lifting himself. Each exhalation felt akin to a kiss, a tantalizing caress upon her fair skin that sent shivers coursing through Mengmeng. Mengmeng suddenly recalled Xiaoyu. She exclaimed anxiously, "Xiaoyu has been taken away. I must find her." With that, she attempted to break free from Claude's grasp. However, Claude did not allow her to escape. Instead, he tightened his hold. In a gentle whisper by her ear, he reassured her, "Xiaoyu is fine. She has been safely returned to the Rabbit clan." "Returned to the Rabbit clan?" Mengmeng, taken aback, inquired about the Rabbit clan's response and the identity of that Durui. It was, of course, individuals from the capital who had informed Lillian. Claude's eyes glimmered slightly as he spoke, simultaneously releasing a small aircraft. "Let us board first. It is quite cold here." He grasped Mengmeng's hand and ascended into the aircraft. Once aboard, he hurriedly provided her with a blanket, for her attire had nearly left her exposed, with merely a piece of fabric shielding her modesty. Now, within the confines of the aircraft and wrapped in the blanket, she felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Claude, ever considerate, fetched her some water and an abundance of food. Mengmeng cast a glance around the interior of the aircraft, which appeared to be Claude's private vessel, replete with every conceivable luxury. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Wolf Clan. Claude escorted Mengmeng to a room that had been meticulously prepared for her, instructing her to rest well. As for Saren and the others, Claude selfishly chose not to inform anyone of her presence. By the time Saren and his companions discovered that Mengmeng had been at the Wolf Clan for 5 days, Claude had already indulged in 5 days of blissful ecstasy, while Mengmeng was nearly bedridden from exhaustion. When Saren, Yuan, and the others came to confront Claude, especially Oral, who chastised him vigorously, they found themselves powerless to take any action. After a tense standoff, the group gradually calmed down. Yuan first expressed his confusion about why Xian Yi had released Mengmeng, a question that even Mengmeng herself could not fathom. What had transpired with Xian Yi? She inquired softly, filled with curiosity. In the ceremonial hall of the Wolf Clan, everyone sat quietly, sipping water. Claude leaned casually beside Mengmeng, one arm draped over the chair's armrest, the other resting at his side, seemingly innocuous, yet poised to grasp her delicate hand at any moment. Had he not feared the opinions of those present, which might cause his beloved Mengmeng distress, he would have already pulled her onto his lap. Setting aside the matter of Xian Yi, our primary concern now lies with the capital. Claude was well aware of the reasons behind Xian Yi's concession in releasing Mengmeng. They had come to understand the complexity of her unique status as the sole female, a situation that Yuan hesitated to voice as he gazed thoughtfully at Mengmeng. She had never anticipated that so many people would come to know of her existence. As events unfolded, it seemed there was little choice but to observe the situation as it developed. Saren pondered deeply, casting a glance at the assembled group. Unexpectedly, his gaze met Mengmeng's. Prior to this moment, she had already inquired about An's condition, and Saren had assured her of an end safety, stating that Tenfuzi was looking after her and that she should soon be able to transform into human form. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng felt a sense of relief. Thus far, her concerns for Xiao Yeye and Xiao Junjun had been alleviated as they were both doing well. However, she harbored a tinge of regret for not having brought them along today, as she longed to hold them a little longer. Curiously, before she became a mother, though she was fond of adorable children, her affection paled in comparison to the profound bond she now felt, wholly devoted to her own offspring. She mused that perhaps this was the innate maternal love that accompanied motherhood. Following this, Claude took the initiative to suggest that Mengmeng reside within the Wolf clan. A proposal met with considerable dissent from Sane and others. Nevertheless, Claude argued vehemently, asserting that the Wolf clan was the safest haven. He remarked, "Just look at your situation. In the Rabbit clan, Mengmeng was captured. The details of that incident, which he tactfully omitted, are equally concerning in your Leopard clan." His piercing gaze swept over Sane, underscoring the inadequacies of their security system. Sane opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. However, Ong, standing beside Sane, was unwilling to concede. "Isn't it the same in the Wolf clan? Wasn't it right under your nose when my brother took Mengmeng away?" Ong rolled his eyes as he spoke. Claude narrowed his eyes in response, questioning the validity of Ang's comparison. Just as he was about to elaborate, Mengmeng interjected, "All right. There's no need to quarrel over such matters and disturb the peace. Regarding where I shall dwell, I believe it is best if I, the concerned party, make the decision." All eyes in the room turned towards her, and before anyone could voice their opinions, she continued, "How about this? In the first month, I will stay with Claude. In the second month, with the Leopard clan. In the third month, with the Dog clan. And in the fourth month, with the Rabbit clan. This arrangement seems reasonable. Does it not?" She spoke shyly, feeling somewhat awkward about orchestrating such matters. "I object. I agree," came the simultaneous exclamations from Yuan and Or. Without waiting for Yuan to speak, Or chimed in, "Why can't the first month be with our Dog clan? Mengmeng, you were with us when you first arrived. And since leaving, you have rarely visited." Or, despite his imposing stature, sounded somewhat aggrieved, yet his demeanor had shifted considerably. "I swear if you come, I will take good care of you." As Mengmeng grew increasingly awkward, she recalled her first month among the Wolf clan, filled with trepidation at the thought of Claude's antics. Who could have anticipated that it would be, or who caused the stir this time? Or, Yuan urged him to cease his remarks and adhere to Mengmeng's plan. "Indeed, I concur," he added, with San nodding in agreement as well. "I too am in accord," chimed in Lilan, who had remained silent until now. As for Claude, his stance was unambiguous. Ultimately, Or stood alone in his dissent, though he had no choice but to relent. Thus, they acquiesced to Mengmeng's arrangement, and she remained within the Wolf clan. Initially, life unfolded peacefully, until the arrival of the Serpent clan, who came to pay a visit to the Wolf clan. Mengmeng initially believed that she would not see Xianyi for an extended period. To her astonishment, the very person who was once a wanted criminal transformed into the lord of the Serpent clan. Enthralled by the apocalyptic beast world, she found herself in the body of a rare female. Please consider saving this tale. Zyakez, set in the apocalyptic beast realm, she has temporarily settled in. How could he achieve such a transformation in such a brief span of time? Mengmeng was utterly astonished. In the assembly hall, Claude met with Xianyi. However, Mengmeng did not accompany them. She merely listened to those around her. Upon hearing their conversation, she was left in shock. "Pray tell, what brings you here?" Claude inquired from his elevated position, casting a discerning gaze upon Xianyi, who sat below. Xianyi, unperturbed, directly stated his purpose for visiting. "You mentioned previously that Mengmeng's existence has come to the attention of the imperial capital. I have come on behalf of the Lord of the imperial capital, tasked with ensuring Mengmeng's safety. Furthermore, the Lord will arrive at the Wolf clan in 3 days as the leader of the Wolf clan. Please make the necessary arrangements for his reception." Claude paused, realizing that the imperial capital was already aware of Mengmeng's existence. But he had not anticipated they would locate her so swiftly. He regarded Xianyi, his handsome features sporting a semblance of a smile. "I am aware of your exceptional prowess. However, I did not expect you to ascend to the position of the Serpent clan leader so swiftly." Leaning forward with an air of invisible pressure, he continued, "I am rather curious about the circumstances that led to your acceptance of the Serpent clan leadership." Xianyi maintained a calm demeanor. "That is of no concern to you." Claude raised an eyebrow, observing his indifferent expression, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Someone, please prepare a fine guest room for the Serpent Clan leader. Thank you, Xinyi. Meanwhile, in the garden that Claude had arranged for Mengmeng, she was tending to withered seedlings, while a subordinate, eager to amuse her, chattered incessantly beside her. I heard that the leader of the Serpent Clan is staying with us. Our lord has even arranged a splendid abode for him. What? The Serpent Clan leader is here? Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, thinking to herself how Claude could possibly agree to such a thing. Indeed, I gathered this information from a confidant of the Lord, my lady. Do you need to water the seedling? I shall fetch some water. This subordinate, adept and observant, chatted with Mengmeng while also noting that her watering can was empty. Truly, he was chosen by Claude to accompany her. Mengmeng observed as he deftly filled a nearby vessel with half a pot of water, mindful of the weight it might bear, lest she find it too cumbersome to lift. Such meticulous details did not escape Mengmeng's notice, and on occasion, when she glanced at her subordinate, she could discern the faint blush that tinged the roots of his ears. Mengmeng found herself both amused and exasperated as she recalled the conversation she had inadvertently overheard between her subordinate and another individual. As long as I can make the lady happy, perhaps one day I will earn her affection, and perchance I may have the opportunity to mate with the female. It seems that such thoughts are ubiquitous, existing in every corner of life. Mengmeng felt a sense of helplessness. Yet she understood that the other party bore no ill intent, so she chose to disregard the remark and continued with her own affairs. However, she soon received more detailed information from Claude. In a few days, the lord of the imperial capital would arrive at the Wolf Clan's base. You mean the lord of the imperial capital? Mengmeng exclaimed in astonishment. What could bring him here? She realized that her question was somewhat superfluous. What business could the highest ruler of this region possibly have with the Wolf Clan? Naturally, it was concerning her, the female. Mengmeng felt inexplicably surprised. Do not be anxious. It is truly of little consequence. Meeting face to face is nothing of great importance. However, even if he is a lord, he shall not impose anything upon you. It is entirely contingent upon your own wishes, Claude reassured her. In fact, prior to this, he had learned that Sane and Yuan had already met with this lord of the imperial capital and had informed him of Mengmeng's independent thoughts. As a precaution against any potential coercive actions, the lord of the imperial capital was quite open-minded. Yet what astonished Claude was that this lord would personally come to meet them. Mengmeng was not particularly anxious. Was this lord not as youthful as you all? Not at all youthful. He must now be a cunning old fox. Claude rubbed his nose, recalling the public announcements made when this lord was elected in the imperial capital, at which time he was already in his 40s. Mengmeng exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not out of vanity. Rather, the people here seemed to be incessantly preoccupied with the notion of mating with her, which had left her quite apprehensive. Now that she had aged, such superficial thoughts no longer crossed her mind. What? Are you afraid? Claude discerned her inner thoughts, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, even if it means putting our lives on the line, Sane and I will never allow an old man to defile you. Mengmeng's innermost thoughts had been discerned, causing her delicate face to flush slightly. That is not what I meant. She softly attempted to disguise her embarrassment. Then what does it signify? Claude observed the rosy hue of her cheeks, his heart swelling with affection, particularly drawn to the sweet aura she emanated, which perpetually captivated his senses. Clearing her throat, Mengmeng pondered how to articulate her feelings. She truly harbored no ulterior motives. I shall go check on my seedlings. She swiftly redirected the conversation, making her way toward the garden. Claude trailed closely behind, his long ponytail swaying gently with each step, revealing his evident enthusiasm. Do you find pleasure in the garden I have arranged for you? Once our children are born, this can serve as their playground, he remarked, crossing his arms with a demeanor of contentment and leisure, envisioning the future. It was only in Mengmeng's presence that he felt such unrestrained joy. In the past, he had often worn a stern expression, and even his smiles had carried an air of somberness, a stark contrast to the radiant brightness he exuded now, surpassing even the summer sun. Mengmeng had not given it much thought, yet she found herself influenced by his emotions, her face adorned with a smile. I have just given birth to Anan, she exclaimed. We can discuss it later. It seemed that she had grown less averse to the idea of childbirth. In this world, with no possibility of return, she realized that everyone treated her quite well. Living this way was not entirely unfeasible. Claude tilted his head, attentively admiring her bashful, flower-like visage, her bright eyes sparkling, and could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, we can talk about it any time, as long as you are willing. In the past, he had always sensed Mengmeng's reluctance towards matters of this nature. Though she did not show it outwardly, both he and Saenralin could perceive her reservations. The two of them tended to the plants, one caring for them while the other assisted, the atmosphere harmonious, and Claude refused to allow anyone nearby to intrude. However, with his keen abilities, he easily detected the presence of Xian Yi lurking in the shadows, yet he chose not to reveal this, occasionally stealing kisses from Mengmeng instead. Mengmeng, exasperated by his antics, exclaimed, "Claude, could you please cease your antics? How can I possibly stop? I am unable to restrain myself." Claude retorted, for the concept of modesty was absent from his lexicon. As a beast man, he acted solely on instinct. However, Mengmeng remained oblivious to this, and, in her frustration, issued a stern warning. "If you continue in this manner, you shan't see me for an entire month." That cannot be allowed, Claude thought to himself, his expression one of disapproval. Yet, he yielded, conceding, "Very well, I shall refrain from touching you. Sitting here should be acceptable, no?" He positioned himself to the side, plucking a tender green leaf and placing it between his teeth. After settling down, he cast a casual glance towards the location of Xian Yi, his gaze haughty and languid. Xian Yi, however, disregarded his stare and quietly observed Mengmeng, who was engrossed in her tasks. In this realm, only Mengmeng remained unaware, while the thoughts of the others were varied and complex. In a matter of days, the anticipated occasion arrived. Claude's reception of the event was far from grand, as he was not particularly welcoming of this lord. His demeanor was merely performative. In stark contrast, the arrival of the lord from the imperial capital was resplendent, accompanied by hundreds of filming devices closely trailing the imperial army, surrounding a colossal airship. Due to the ship's immense size, it was impractical to dock at the Wolf Clan base. Since they could not board the Wolf Clan, it fell upon Claude to escort Mengmeng for a personal meeting. Claude scoffed, "What a joke! How could I allow my Mengmeng to step outside?" This sentiment was echoed by the others. The typically reticent Li Lan took an unusually firm stance, asserting, "Indeed, outside there are troops and filming devices. Stepping out would result in her being captured on camera." Beside them, Saren remained silent but shared the same belief. Given the formality of the day, Yuan and the others were all present, each agreeing with this assessment. Mengmeng, however, felt indifferent, recognizing the Lord's elevated status. Just as she began to speak, news arrived from outside, announcing that the Lord of the Imperial Capital had switched to a smaller aircraft and was personally descending to the Wolf Clan. Saren, Claude, and the others exchanged glances. Walong, standing nearby, remarked, "It appears we have overthought this. We presumed the Lord would maintain his aloofness when coming to meet our Mengmeng." Sane cleared his throat, signaling for him to be silent. At once, Ong behaved obediently and ceased his chatter. Within the Wolf Clan's assembly hall, everyone except Mengmeng awaited their arrival. Soon, the Lord of the Imperial City arrived, accompanied by Dali and two attendants. Under Sane's lead, they exchanged handshakes and greetings. The Lord of the Imperial City was indeed advanced in years, with graying hair that spoke of his age, yet the commanding presence he exuded was still formidable, rendering others hesitant to meet his gaze. After the initial greetings, he began to survey the surroundings, eagerly hoping to catch a glimpse of the adult females. His emotions were laid bare, yet he harbored no intentions of rivalry, merely a desire for observation. In truth, at their age, if one had not experienced the pleasures of companionship, there would be little desire for it. Much like the canine clan leaders, they prioritized the greater good above personal whims. Dali, witnessing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Unable to restrain himself, he whispered a reminder to the Lord. However, the aged Lord appeared somewhat oblivious to Dali's intent, mistakenly interpreting it as an invitation to inquire further. "Oh, where is that female named Mengmeng?" Upon hearing this, Dali closed his eyes, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. He understood the Lord's advanced age and how it often hindered his actions. Most matters in the Imperial City were now entrusted to him, the young Lord. Despite the embarrassment, this was, after all, the purpose of their visit. The lords before him would surely not disregard the wishes of the esteemed Lord of the Imperial City. Indeed, Sane, Claude, and Yuan exchanged glances and promptly summoned Mengmeng. As she appeared, it was as though a deity had descended, adorned in splendid attire. Her graceful silhouette captured the attention of nearly everyone in the assembly hall. She wore a beautifully tailored gown, designed and crafted by Claude's order overnight, made from fine materials and lavishly decorated, a testament to the care invested in her appearance. Mengmeng found herself ensnared by a multitude of unwavering gazes, her heart racing with trepidation. To her astonishment, an elderly man suddenly lunged toward her, seizing her hand with fervor. His lips quivered as he struggled to articulate his words, staring intently at Mengmeng for what felt like an eternity. His appearance conveyed a sense of excitement that suggested he might faint at any moment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he indeed succumbed to unconsciousness. The crowd gasped, and Mengmeng, standing closest, rushed to catch him, only to be outpaced by Sane, who intervened. How could this be? With Mengmeng's petite stature, it was implausible that she could bear the weight. Not only would she be unable to catch him, but she might also be toppled in the process. How could the males surrounding Mengmeng tolerate such an occurrence? Fortunately, Sane managed to catch her, and the others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden collapse of the lord of the imperial capital left those present in stunned silence. Dari rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly embarrassed. He immediately signaled to a subordinate nearby to assist in taking the lord away. It was truly awkward, since his ascension. The lord had been preoccupied with matters concerning the females, yearning for them to mature successfully and thrive. He had expended an immense amount of effort, with the hope of seeing the continuation of their Orcish world as his lifelong aspiration. It was indeed regrettable to witness such an embarrassing spectacle from a fully grown female in the presence of their esteemed lord. Dari endeavored to alleviate the uncomfortable atmosphere, speaking kindly on behalf of their lord. His gaze lingered particularly on Mengmeng, anxious not to startle her. Upon hearing his explanation, Mengmeng felt a deep sense of understanding. Noticing his gaze lingering upon her, she hastily replied, "It's quite all right. The Lord is concerned for everyone, and I can comprehend his fervent emotions." As the master of the base, Claude, a dignified lord of the imperial capital, had collapsed on his own territory without a place to lie down, which was indeed quite unreasonable. With a wave of his hand, he instructed his subordinates to promptly arrange a resting room for the lord. Following the lord's departure, the group took their designated seats as arranged. After a round of pleasantries, Dari shifted the conversation towards the purpose of their visit. "We have come not only to pay our respects to the esteemed Mengmeng, but also to extend an invitation for her to visit the imperial capital." Upon hearing the peculiar title bestowed upon her, Mengmeng could hardly suppress a faint grimace. Esteemed Mengmeng, the female beast. This appellation was indeed somewhat difficult to digest. Visit the imperial capital? I must vehemently oppose this, Claude interjected first. No sooner had he finished speaking than Or, seated beside Yuan, echoed his dissent. "I too am against it." After all, it had taken considerable effort for Mengmeng to acknowledge him as one of her partners. If she were to go to the capital, would not his chances be dashed? He was resolute in his disagreement. Yuan remained silent, yet he shared the same sentiment. Likewise, Sane and Lilan were of a similar mind. Standing next to Sane, An could not help but mutter softly, "What a fanciful notion." Dari surveyed their reactions, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, before he turned his unwavering gaze upon Mengmeng. "I am not soliciting your opinions. My inquiry is directed at her. Moreover, do you truly believe your opposition holds any weight? With your mere handful of bases, can you possibly withstand the might of my forces from the imperial capital?" As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, as if a confrontation were imminent. Mengmeng found herself seated between Claude and Sarn, and even her somewhat sluggish senses could perceive the palpable aura of danger emanating from them. On the opposite side, the typically uncontentious Lilan also exhibited an edge, poised and ready for action at any moment. However, just then, the unconscious lord of the imperial capital swiftly regained consciousness. He hurried out, his demeanor returning to its usual composure. "Darui, do refrain from such discourtesy," he admonished with a slight cough, reminding Darui that they were, after all, on another's territory. "In truth, I had come to extend an invitation to this lord of the imperial capital, though I found myself at a loss for how to address Mengmeng." My words faltered mid-sentence. Beside me, Darui smirked and provided a simple introduction. "This is Mengmeng. Indeed, I would like to kindly invite this Mengmeng to visit my District 20, he said warmly, gazing at Mengmeng with the tenderness of a benevolent grandfather. Mengmeng finally took a serious look at his visage. His features were familiar, and his demeanor gentle. One could easily imagine that this lord must have been a handsome young man in his youth. She did not harbor any aversion towards him, Rather, his exceedingly amiable attitude elicited an instinctive, friendly smile from her. Naturally, she was inclined to visit him, but could it not be at this moment? Any time would suffice. The lord of the imperial capital was elated, thrilled that as long as Mengmeng was willing to visit, it could be at any time. Now that he had encountered this singular female, the lord felt a sense of contentment, grateful that she appeared while he was still alive. Otherwise, it would have been a great pity. The meeting was a resounding success, with the lord adopting the humblest posture of his life. In truth, he wished to keep her for a few days, or better yet, to take Mengmeng with him. Alas, that was utterly impossible. After a few hours, he finally took his leave in the evening. During this time, Mengmeng accompanied Sane and the others to the entrance. Outside, hundreds, if not thousands, of cameras were capturing the scene. However, despite Claude's vigilant protection, they swiftly returned to the base. Yet her striking figure was still captured from afar by those cameras. The images of her were disseminated like wildfire across various bases, repeatedly broadcasted on public screens. Could it be true that there existed a humanoid female? Those orcs who were skeptical and disbelieving were finally convinced of the existence of such a being. In the vicinity of the wolf tribe base, many flocked to witness the humanoid female with their own eyes. Some went to great lengths to infiltrate the base. After apprehending a couple of crafty individuals, Claude could no longer tolerate the situation. He was astonished that anyone could sneak in under his watch. Was this not a blow to his authority? He ordered the expulsion of everyone loitering outside, while he personally interrogated those who had infiltrated the base, eager to learn how they managed to bypass his security measures. During this period, Sane and Yuan were frequently summoned by the lord of the imperial capital, ostensibly to discuss the emergence of crystal energy in the forest, but in reality, the discussions revolved around Mengmeng, even involving little Yeya. Finally, a mature female had appeared. It seemed the heavens had not forsaken the world of the beasts. The lord seamlessly shifted the topic from crystal energy to Mengmeng, continuing, "Now that Lady Mengmeng has chosen you as her companions, this matter is as good as settled." However, he suddenly paused, and Sane keenly sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes in anticipation of the lord's next words. "What I mean is, could Lady Mengmeng perhaps consider adding more companions to bear children and enrich our land?" Sane hesitated, foreseeing that the ensuing conversation would not bode well. "Sharing evenly, my lord. We fear we cannot make such decisions. It ultimately depends on Mengmeng's own desires." Sane spoke slowly. The others remained silent, yet they shared his sentiment. "No worries. No worries." The lord of the imperial capital reassured. "As long as you have no objections, Lady Mengmeng will find her own way." What did that mean? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. The lord, however, merely smiled and said nothing. One might ponder, who would refuse the affection of many? In this world, where females are scarce, the existence of Mengmeng is indeed unparalleled. Her identity ensures she will be surrounded by countless admirers, coupled with her exceptional fertility. The lord of the imperial capital had every reason to believe she was destined to rescue this world. Sane understood the implication behind the lord's words. Are you suggesting that Mengmeng should share her affections equally? This world is home to various beast clans, such as the fox, leopard, canine, and serpent tribes. Their leaders all yearn for their lineage to endure, their legacy unbroken. Previously, they had been at their wits' end over reproduction issues. And now the sudden emergence of Mengmeng undoubtedly ignited hope among them, as all major bases sought to partake in her gifts. The lord of the imperial capital smiled, stating that it ultimately depended on Mengmeng's own wishes. He refrained from directly responding to Sane, instead using Sane's earlier words to counter him. Sane fell silent, aware that he could not prevent what was to come. With the lord of the imperial capital having communicated with everyone, Darui could now freely appear by Mengmeng's side. At that moment, she was accompanying Claude and little Junjun in the hunt for an alien creature. It is worth noting that nearly all the land, aside from the recently discovered forest, was overrun with alien beasts. Little Junjun had also begun to grow, astonishing Mengmeng with his rapid development. In less than a year, he had reached the height of a 7- or 8-year-old. In the realm of beastmen, a child of such age is expected to venture forth in search of crystal energy and learn self-defense. As for the reason behind this accelerated growth, Mengmeng speculated it was likely due to the genetic factors of this world. While male beastmen were off working, the precious female, little Yeya, was naturally kept safe within the rabbit tribe base, closely guarded by Lilan and the elite. However, Lilan had shared with Mengmeng what she had learned from Tamphus, Little Yaya would soon reach the age of fertility, but being of the rabbit clan, she could only mate with members of her own kind. The notion of mating was something Mengmeng found difficult to accept. She firmly instructed Lilan to allow little Yaya to choose according to her own desires. Yet, to her frustration and helplessness, the now independent little Yaya had already selected her partner. Fine, if it is her choice, then so be it. Mengmeng conceded, believing no male rabbit would cause little Yaya any distress. The sandy terrain was fraught with peril. Claude led Mengmeng and little Junjun in hiding behind a raised mound of earth. Clad in earth-toned attire, they blended seamlessly with their surroundings. Mom, you shouldn't have come with us. It's too dangerous. Xiao Junjun helplessly murmured from the side. Since we are here, let's refrain from speaking. Cheng Mengmeng replied softly, explaining her presence was due to her weariness of constantly tending to the plants and her desire to acquire some hunting skills. Claude patted the little head of Xiao Junjun with a mischievous grin, assuring her, fear not, for I shall protect you all. However, should you and your mother find yourselves in peril simultaneously, you must rely on your own wits. Xiao Junjun pondered this, feeling a twinge of regret for choosing to accompany Claude on this venture. His selection of this particular companion was largely due to the unavailability of others, and Claude's considerable prowess. Boss, someone is approaching. A subordinate suddenly alerted from behind Claude. At this announcement, the group fell silent. In the sky, amidst swirling dust, two beams of light pierced through, revealing a small aircraft that boldly descended before them, landing in full view of the astonished onlookers. The group exchanged speechless glances. They had been lying in wait for several hours, anticipating the arrival of an exotic creature suitable for Xiao Junjun's practice. But it seemed that their patience had been in vain. Claude stood up decisively, directing his gaze towards the approaching craft. As the cargo door opened, several figures clad in black armor disembarked, with the foremost being the capable Derry. Young lord, what brings you here today? Have you truly found yourself with time to spare? Claude greeted with a hint of sarcasm, fully aware that Derry's purpose for being there was Cheng Mengmeng. In recent days, Derry had been visiting the Wolf Clan's base almost daily. Today, the reason for allowing Cheng Mengmeng to accompany her was primarily to evade this very individual. Cheng Mengmeng sighed, reflecting on his unwavering determination. Lately, I have found myself quite idle. Dari remarked leisurely, strolling towards them. Upon reaching Cheng Mengmeng, he inquired, what are your thoughts? Cheng Mengmeng's desire to have him as her partner is as straightforward as Dari himself. Ever since he joined the Wolf Clan, he has been persistently inquiring about her feelings on the matter. I do not acquiesce. The inquiry posed by Cheng Mengmeng has remained unchanged. From the very first day Darui sought her counsel, she had already provided him with an answer. Darui furrowed his brow, his expression laden with helplessness, unable to smooth his handsome features. He contemplated that this truly was the most formidable challenge he had encountered throughout his life. How will you respond? Until this day, he reluctantly posed this question, yearning for Cheng Mengmeng to directly elucidate the course of action he ought to take. Cheng Mengmeng pursed her lips, pondering how to articulate her thoughts. With a sigh, she remarked, it's impossible. I only need Sa-in and a few companions. However, Darui chuckled at her words, asserting, that is insufficient. You require more companions. I am one of them. He gazed into Cheng Mengmeng's eyes with unwavering certainty. It was only at that moment that Cheng Mengmeng realized that Darui's insistence on becoming her companion lacked any hint of personal emotion. As if he were merely fulfilling a mission rather than expressing genuine affection. Anger welled up within her. I said that's enough. With that, she turned away from him without a glance. Yet, in her peripheral vision, she caught sight of a shadow flitting past the nearby rocks. Claude, who had been attentively observing Cheng Mengmeng's demeanor, sensed that something was amiss and immediately inquired, what is wrong? Cheng Mengmeng furrowed her brows, stating that she had just seen a shadow flit past in that direction. She gestured towards it. Everyone turned their gaze towards that spot. Claude immediately signaled to one of his subordinates to investigate. Yes, the subordinate replied, swiftly moving towards the indicated area, only to return shortly thereafter. My lord, there is nothing to report. Cheng Mengmeng pondered. Perhaps her eyes were deceiving her. Mom, could it be that your vision is failing you? Little Yaya beside her shared the same sentiment. However, Claude suddenly smiled, his hawk-like gaze sweeping the surroundings. Your mother is not mistaken. There indeed was something there moments ago. The crowd was taken aback, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. Claude promptly positioned himself protectively beside Cheng Mengmeng, while Darui, glancing over, took a few steps forward. Come out. Claude raised an eyebrow, And just as everyone wore expressions of bewilderment, Xianyi, who had not been seen for some time, emerged from the other side. "Young lord," he greeted, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuding an air of confidence, his demeanor almost suggesting an air of superiority. Upon recognizing Xianyi, Claude had anticipated his arrival, while Mengmeng was stunned. You. So it was you who flashed by just now?" She stammered, unable to articulate her surprise. Xianyi merely inclined his head slightly, acknowledging her presence. His proactive demeanor, tinged with a hint of warmth amidst his usual aloofness, caused Darui to twitch his brow in irritation. It is worth noting that Darui was a direct superior, and this newly appointed leader of the Serpent Clan was supposed to heed his command. "Little Junjun, what on earth is happening? Even if you are quite idle, you cannot disrupt us like this," he exclaimed, turning to Claude. "Uncle Claude, shall we change locations?" "Indeed," Claude replied, already instructing his subordinates to tidy up and relocate for their training. Realizing he was being disregarded, Darui felt slightly embarrassed. He quickly proposed a suitable venue, one that would allow for both training and refreshments. Mengmeng expressed her astonishment at the existence of such a remarkable place, unable to suppress her curiosity, and inquired, "Where's this?" Darui feigned mystery, responding enigmatically, "You will find out when you go there." However, the ever-candid Xuanya inadvertently revealed the secret, stating, "It is a training ground specifically designed for the black-armored soldiers of the imperial capital." He answered Mengmeng's question with utmost seriousness, completely disregarding Dary's presence. Dary, feeling a pang of frustration in his chest, had never encountered a subordinate so lacking in discretion. He resolved to dismiss him upon their return. Yet, Xuanya remained indifferent to the prospect of dismissal, as his objective had long been achieved, though he was merely a step away from completion. His profound gaze inadvertently drifted toward Mengmeng. Mengmeng was diligently organizing items, completely unaware of her surroundings, yet Claude beside her certainly did not miss a thing. "I have no desire to train in such a place," Xiao Junjun suddenly interjected, expressing his belief that real combat would yield swifter results than such training environments. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng exclaimed, "Ah, my little Junjun has grown up." Indeed, she was not mistaken. However, Uncle Claude had yet to agree to venture to that location. "That's right. It's merely about packing up. There was no intention of heading to that training ground for the black-armored soldiers." Claude chimed in, gently ruffling little Junjun's hair and casting a glance at Dary and the others. "Let us go. I have no desire to play with this lot any longer." As the group prepared to board their flying vessel, a sudden interruption came from Xianyi, who had spoken little until now. "You cannot leave." "What do you mean?" Was this a refusal to let them depart? Claude and Mengmeng exchanged bewildered glances, directing their attention towards Dary, who also appeared perplexed. It seemed he had not instructed such a course of action. The collective gaze of the group turned towards Xianyi, who remained unperturbed, his eyes lifted to the sky. "Something is approaching." Claude narrowed his eyes. As a member of the Serpent Clan, his senses were acute, capable of detecting movement from several kilometers away. If he claimed something was coming, then it was indeed so. Moments later, a thunderous cacophony erupted from the distance, shaking the ground beneath their feet. A beast was approaching. The group recoiled in shock. "Wait, why would there be a beast in this area?" Someone questioned, confusion evident in their voice. "Indeed," another replied. This was a location Claude had traversed countless times with his subordinates. While anomalies occasionally appeared, the presence of a beast was utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, the only beast in the 7th district had long since perished. From where could this one have come? As astonishment enveloped them, the booming sounds drew ever nearer, suggesting something was fleeing. "What is happening? Shouldn't he the boss go take a look?" one of Claude's subordinates inquired. "There's no need," Claude replied coolly, his gaze flicking toward Xianyi. Dary, too, awaited his next move. Yet before Xianyi could act, the sounds of chaos approached rapidly. "Lord, perhaps we should seek shelter," urged one of Dary's anxious subordinates, sweat streaming down his face. "We can find refuge here. It is venturing outside that poses the greatest danger." Dary spoke calmly. The others exchanged puzzled glances. How could going outside be more perilous? However, the answer soon revealed itself. As the colossal creature drew nearer, its immense presence shattered the surrounding smoke and mist, unveiling the scene before them. The beast emitted a pained roar, appearing to suffer greatly. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was infested with alien creatures, which were relentlessly tearing at its flesh. Mengmeng was taken aback, finding the scene before her strikingly familiar. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Xuanye remained motionless, implying through his silence that their location was secure due to its low elevation, far removed from the trajectory of the colossal creature, which veered off by several hundred meters. Should they ascend in a flying vessel, they would likely become collateral damage. The prudent course of action was to remain grounded. However, Mengmeng's focus lay elsewhere. What were they doing? She stepped forward, her gaze intently following the direction of the gigantic beast. Clearly, they were engaged in a hunt. A hunt? Who was preying upon whom? The colossal creature, which Mengmeng had encountered before, was doomed this time. Those who had never witnessed such a spectacle were left speechless. How could this be? Some could hardly believe it. That was a colossal creature. It could crush 10 individuals with a single step, uproot mountains with bare hands. Who would imagine that one day it would be reduced to a state of frantic chaos by those aberrations? Strangely enough, reports indicated that this phenomenon had manifested worldwide. With aberrants hunting colossal creatures, and numerous reports had surfaced of giant corpses strewn across the wilderness. Beside her, Darui pondered aloud, as a direct leader in the imperial capital. He had received immediate reports from various bases regarding this anomaly. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing from Darui's words that such occurrences were not isolated. Was this a blessing or a curse? Yet, who could foresee the unfolding events? Within a month, the known colossal creatures had been stealthily hunted down. Their massive carcasses consumed almost entirely. As the giants fell, the aberrants grew increasingly brazen on the ground, though they remained confined to terrestrial activities. The imperial capital issued commands to all bases to eradicate every aberrant and mutant on the surface. With the significant reduction of colossal beasts, the beastmen in the bases became emboldened, slaying any aberrant mutants they encountered, one by one, two by two. Consequently, in certain more developed regions, a sweeping cleanse of these aberrants took place. The activities of the beastmen on the ground became markedly safer. Soon, it was evident that this was an extraordinary boon. This could herald a monumental breakthrough in the world of the beastmen. Freedom of movement blossomed. Months later, a significant portion of the aberrant mutants had been eradicated, and many beastmen descended to the surface to begin their activities. The beastmen from Zone 7 set a precedent, commencing the construction of residential buildings beneath the base. The collective astonishment and joy at the prospect of freely roaming the ground was palpable. Mengmeng was naturally elated. She selected a vast expanse of land to cultivate. As the saying goes, land is an inexhaustible source of wealth throughout one's life. Now, she could plant without any constraints. Although the air quality above the ground remained less than ideal, it did not dampen her spirits. Everyone was busy with their tasks, and Mengmeng was no exception. Beside her, a small toddler crawled on the ground, making his way toward her, babbling in a delightful manner. His little face, smudged with dirt, was charmingly adorable. Upon hearing the commotion, Mengmeng swiftly turned around. "Unan, how did you manage to climb down from the vehicle again?" Her tone was laced with exasperation, yet predominantly infused with affection. She set aside her tasks and hurried over to lift him up. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over, breathless. "I apologize, madam. I failed to keep a proper watch over Unan." This subordinate had recently been called away to attend to other matters, a fact that Mengmeng had noticed and consented to. With Saren, Claude, and Yuan engaged in exterminating the remaining alien threats in the 7th District. There were few individuals left to assist, yet one subordinate had been designated to care for Mengmeng. However, the multitude of tasks meant that this subordinate was also juggling other responsibilities, though most were within close proximity to Mengmeng. As the colossal monsters of the orc world faced near extinction due to the alien assaults, Mengmeng's initial surprise was gradually overshadowed. With everyone reveling in the newfound ability to operate freely on the surface, relieved to no longer be the center of attention, Mengmeng exhaled softly. Yet she understood that this reprieve was only temporary. She offered a gentle smile to her subordinate, reassuring him that it was all right. Subsequently, she embraced Unan, who had successfully transformed with the aid of Tanfuzi, and began to teach him about the cultivated plants and guide him in speech. In essence, her life was far from mundane. She even found joy in these moments. Not long after, as nightfall descended, Saren and the others returned. They had achieved resounding victories almost daily, and through the united efforts of all bases in the 7th District, the remaining alien variants had been eradicated and driven away. This marked the first coordinated action among several races in history. Regrettably, some of the more cunning and agile alien variants had escaped to territories inaccessible to the orcs, where the environment was even harsher effectively banishing them from orc domains. Consequently, it became imperative to bolster security, leading the base lord to establish a treaty mandating that every 6 months, each base would rotate additional personnel to stand guard. Mengmeng awaited by the city gate, aware that the completion of the towering city wall, rising 100 meters high, would still require some time. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust, she discerned the beams of light emitted by the aircraft approaching from a distance, signaling their return. As the aircraft drew nearer and descended, Sane and the others emerged. Instantly, her face lit up, and she hurried towards them. Sane, she called out, quickening her pace. Upon hearing her call, Sane rushed over, concerned she might stumble, and enveloped her in his arms. Why weren't you waiting inside? You returned later than expected, and I was worried. She looked up at him, then checked for any signs of injury. I'm fine. Sane felt a wave of warmth wash over him at her concern. That's good, he replied. Mengmeng gently released the person, urging him to enter as an awaited. She smiled softly, taking his hand to lead him inside. However, at that moment, a spacecraft descended, and several individuals emerged, including Yuan and Aole. They fixed their gaze upon Mengmeng and Saan. Yuan maintained composure, but Aole's interest piqued. Hey, that's Mengmeng, he exclaimed. The clash of the 3 weapons, the 3 stops, the steady blade, and the Azure Dragon's demonic blade, resulted in an explosion of eerie azure flames. Lady Chinchua felt a jolt of shock. As a member of the tribe, this was a lifelong pain she carried. Did they uncover her background, revealing her as a tribal member, deemed impure and lowly? The pine wood loaded onto the truck could not withstand the impact, scattering into countless wooden spears that flew forth, nearly obscuring the Audi ahead. Wui set down his food box and glanced over, spotting several Japanese Ronin surrounding a flower-selling girl, clad in a blue robe. The gluttonous gleam in his eyes as he gazed at Yuan Yang was unmistakable, his pallor revealing excesses from indulgence. The CF family understood my conditions and would not be concerned about these matters. I would merely go to the shop to purchase some fabrics. Enough to gather 4 sedan chairs. Yuan Yang truly did not mind these trivialities. Zhu Rui, with a scowl, pondered how his secret had been divulged. Surely the nurse had let something slip. The dragon of the sea seemed to comprehend, lowering its head, its massive pincers extending as it charged towards the defensive fortifications. Seeing Zhong Yezi's infuriating expression, Yanxi frowned, realizing he had no time to waste on such individuals. He decided to first check the situation within the tomb map, though they had undergone transformation in a unique manner. Kuan Jun had long elucidated the side effects of such a method in the materials he left for them. The intelligence of the Minotaurs appeared low, at least at present. They relied solely on their vision to seek out enemies. After Jiang Yuan fired, he swiftly retreated to his dormitory, and they lost track of him. Familiar faces whispered amongst themselves, some discussing the calamity, while others inquired about the nature of the monsters, yet regrettably, no one possessed the answers. Over 20 ordinary handguns, 10 silver handguns, and 30 ordinary shields were present, along with a silver shield previously unseen. Nini was oblivious to whether Feng Xiaofeng was changing the subject or genuinely could not grasp the underlying implications of her words. Suddenly, the Lord's decree emitted a radiant white light, which dissipated shortly after. The previously unfinished villa transformed into a vast expanse of open land, with only 2 tents and a bonfire remaining. Just as I stood in a daze, observing the changes in the tattoo on my back in the mirror, strange noises emerged from outside the room. Hu Shui's agonized moans and the sound reminiscent of objects being smashed. Were all those I and Lindsay had slain to be divided equally? After Song Wanwan finished her rest, she rose to her feet. As for me, I was discovered by the 3rd master in that desolate graveyard, which led many in the village to regard me with fear and disdain. A host of rumors accompanied me throughout my childhood. With each word from Jiang Suner, Gao Gaolin's complexion paled further until his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Mighty General, what is your intent in pressing the old minister so relentlessly? Inquired the Right Chancellor, his face a picture of fury. At that moment, the entire world was stunned. The gravity of this matter had eclipsed all else, leaving no room for attention to any other concerns. This was precisely why Chu Yun was perplexed by America's lack of response. With the world on the brink of destruction, who had the heart to focus on anything else? Synopsis: the soft and fragile nurse, Xiaomei, merely rose in the middle of the night for a sip of water, only to unwittingly step into an unknown apocalyptic planet. Here, the sun seldom graces the sky, and seasons are indistinguishable, with yellow sands swirling in the air. Alien creatures, monsters, and various abominations roamed this land with unrestrained ferocity, their ruthless nature almost obliterating all vitality from the planet.